Grandma, that girl is sneaking food again. In the shabby, broken kitchen of the Chow family, a thin little figure stood on a stool by the stove, carefully scraping the last bit of soup from a big pot with a ladle. I'm not stealing. There's just a little left in the pot. If I finish it, the bowl won't be wasted. Startled by the sudden voice, her hand shook, and a few dirty bowls stacked by the stove slipped to the ground, shattering into pieces. Seeing the broken bowls, the small girl's body trembled, and her big eyes quickly filled with tears. 5-year-old Chao Xingyue's eyes lit up as she proudly shouted, "Grandma!" She broke the bowls. And she was secretly eating too. Lai Ho-hot rushed in, fanning herself, her sharp eyes flashing with anger at the sight of the broken pieces. Without a word, she kicked the stool over. The little girl fell to the ground, landing right on the sharp fragments. Cuts stung her skin, and pain shot through her small body. The cry stuck in her throat, unable to come out. Before she could catch her breath, Lai Ho-hot grabbed her like a chick and threw her out into the blazing sun at the doorway. "You useless child! In times like these, you dare break so many bowls? Your life isn't even worth one of them. Kneel here until you learn your lesson." It was the hottest season, when even spilled water sizzled on the ground. Her scraped skin pressed against the burning earth, and this time the pain forced a cry from her lips. "Ah, it hurts." The only reply was the loud slam of the door, followed by a harsh voice from inside. "Second daughter-in-law, check on her after an hour. If she's dead, throw her into the pit. If she's alive, make her clean the kitchen and fill the water tank." Wu Tsilian, the second daughter-in-law, opened the door glanced at the scorching sun outside, and reluctantly answered. The little girl couldn't get up. She could only wriggle weakly on the burning ground. She wanted to cry, but her eyes were too dry for tears. It had been 3.5 years since she was reborn into the Chow family of the Xiaoyu kingdom. Yu Jiutian had truly learned what it meant to live in a place like purgatory. In her past life, she had been the beloved youngest daughter of a prestigious family of doctors, a sweet, gifted medical genius who had only ever touched surgical tools and research instruments, never once lifting a finger for chores. But in this life, from the time she was a baby, she and her troubled mother were enslaved and mistreated by the Chow family, living worse than animals. Yu Jiutian had thought of countless ways to escape, but her infant body was as fragile as an ant, unable to match the sharpness of her mind, and this only brought her more beatings. Still, she never gave up even the smallest hope of survival. When the family refused to give her enough food, she ate wild plants, insects, or anything harmless she could find, forcing herself to grow quickly so she could one day take her mother and escape that cruel place. But half a month ago, her mother was bullied to death. Now, it seemed her small body could not hold on much longer. Blood slowly flowed from the cut made by a piece of broken porcelain. When it reached the faint cross-shaped birthmark on her wrist, it was instantly absorbed, and the mark gave off a brief glow before returning to normal. As her life slipped away, Yu Jiutian suddenly thought of something. A faint smile curved her small lips. Would she really have a chance to return to the day she collapsed from exhaustion after her research had finally succeeded? In her dizziness, she seemed to see her experimental field. 2 acres of rich black soil were divided by a ditch into 2 halves, and each half was further split into neat square plots. In every plot grew different herbs and crops, some lush and green, others heavy with harvest. Everywhere she looked, there was vitality and abundance. At the far end of the field stood a 3-story research building. The first floor was a laboratory filled with medical research equipment. On the left wall, cabinets were packed with seeds of various crops, while the right wall held seeds of many herbs, all prepared for testing in the field. How could such a research base appear out of nowhere? Could it be that heaven knew she no longer had the strength to save herself, and gave her a path to live? Yes, the second floor could save her. Yu Jiutian's consciousness tried to rush into the space, but an invisible barrier pushed her back. Before she could react, a voice suddenly pulled her back to reality. Sweetie, your silly brother has found your family." Right after, The sound of hurried footsteps came closer, and Yu Jiutian felt her small body being lifted into someone's arms. She forced her eyes open and saw a pair of wide, panicked eyes staring at her. "Sweetie, they bullied you again." Yu Jiutian tried to squeeze out a comforting smile. "Brother Stone, don't cry. It doesn't hurt." Brother Stone was 10 years old, but his mind was like that of a small child. He had no family and wandered into the village, living in the abandoned ancestral hall. In Yonglu village, there were only 2 people who truly cared for Sweetie, and Brother Stone was one of them. No matter what food he found, he always saved a share for her. "Mother, she looks exactly like little sister did when she was young. She must be little sister's child. My poor dear. Who could have treated you like this?" An old woman's sorrowful cry rang out, and Yu Jiutian felt herself being shifted into another embrace. After a bumpy moment, she was quickly carried into a shaded place. "Hurry, eldest, go fetch some water." Jiang Fenghua looked at the weak child in her arms, tears streaming down her face. Her hands trembled as she cupped Sweetie's small cheeks. Brother Stone anxiously crawled to the old woman's side, staring without blinking at the little girl in her arms. "Save Sweetie, please save her." Yu Chuanzhong rushed to the kitchen and brought back water. "Good child, drink a little, hold on." Jiang Fenghua carefully held the ladle to Sweetie's lips. Yu Jiutian instinctively took a big gulp, but forced herself to sip slowly, resisting her deep thirst. The cool water slid down her throat, and light returned to her large eyes as she looked at the people saving her. It was a woman of about 50, her thin face dignified and upright, her features carrying a trace of her late mother's likeness. She gazed at her with deep sorrow. Beside her stood 2 young men, their eyes full of worry, as if even breathing too loudly might harm her. One was tall and strong, his presence full of masculine strength. The other was a handsome young man, almost identical to her late mother, except for the heroic spirit in his brows that belonged only to men. "Fifth, think of a way to save Sweetie," Jiang Fenghua urged the handsome man anxiously. Yu Chuanli, the 5th son, frowned with guilt in his eyes. "Mother, I only know how to treat small cuts and minor pains. Sweetie is badly hurt and also suffering from heatstroke. I don't know how to cure her." Jiang Fenghua's tearful eyes were filled with worry. "Then what should we do? Who dares to steal a child in broad daylight?" The broken wooden door of the Chow family creaked open. Lai Ho Hot and her son with his wife came out, loudly accusing the people at the kitchen door. "You're even holding our water ladle. Were you trying to steal food from our kitchen?" Little Yu Jiutian pressed her lips tightly together and instinctively grabbed the old woman's arm. Sensing the child's fear, Jiang Fenghua immediately understood. Her eyes turned sharp. "Eldest, 5th. The ones who bullied your little niece are right here. What are you waiting for?" Almost before she finished speaking, Yu Chuanzhong, the eldest, and Yu Chuanli, the 5th, rushed at the Chow family. The sight of their niece's suffering made them burn with anger, wishing they could punish the culprits on the spot. Lai Ho-Hot hadn't expected them to attack so suddenly. Faced with the tall and fierce Yu Chuanzhong, she stumbled back in fear. "How dare you hit people in broad daylight? Son, come save your mother." Before she could finish, Yu Chuanzhong grabbed her by the collar, lifted her high, and threw her heavily to the ground. Chao's second son and his wife were terrified by Yu Chuanzhong's strength and ferocity. They ran into the main room, barricading the door, completely ignoring Lai Ho-Hot, who was crying out in pain outside. Seeing that someone was truly standing up for her, Yu Jiutian felt a spark of hope. Summoning her last bit of strength, she whispered to Jiang Fenghua, "Grandmother, find Granny Ma. She can save me." Beside them, Shirtu finally reacted. He tugged at the old woman's sleeve. "Grandmother, come with me. Let's find Granny Ma to save Sweetie." Jiang Fenghua dared not delay. She quickly called to her two sons, who were still furious. "Eldest, stay here to protect me and Sweetie. 5th, go with Shirtu to find Granny Ma." Both brothers answered at once. Yu Chuanli hurried after Shirtu, who led the way. Yu Chuanzhong's eyes were red with rage. He kept kicking the Chow family's door harder and harder until the whole mud brick house shook with his fury. At 5 years old, Chow Xingyue cried loudly in fear. Chow Lauer and his wife also turned pale, unable to understand where this fierce person had come from, suddenly causing trouble for the Chow family. Lai Hohot felt as if her bones had fallen apart, but the summer sun was too harsh. Ignoring the pain, she desperately crawled toward the shade of the kitchen. "You heartless people, who are you? Tell your son to stop right now." Lai Hohot shouted once she caught her breath. Seeing the already broken house about to be torn down completely, she slapped her thigh in panic. Jiang Fenghua's sharp eyes glared as she shouted, "Who are we?" "We are the family of Yu Chuanxiang." Lai Hohot froze, rubbed her eyes, and when she saw Jiang Fenghua's face clearly, her heart skipped a beat. She really did look very much like the daughter-in-law who had died in her hands. Her eyes quickly scanned Jiang Fenghua from head to toe. Her clothes were even more worn than her own, patched in 4 or 5 places. Clearly poor relatives. Nonsense. If you were really relatives, would you come here stealing, breaking doors, and nearly hurting me? What kind of relatives do that? Lai Guihua spat. Trying to pretend to be family to cover up your bad deeds? No way. Jiang Fenghua laughed coldly, instead of getting angry. Pretend to be family? How shameless. You caused my daughter's death and mistreated my granddaughter. Today, if I don't make you pay, it won't be over. Brother, tie this wicked woman's hands and feet and gag her. Yu Chuanzhong stomped hard, kicking the already loose wooden door wide open. He roared at the terrified Chow couple, "If anything happens to Tianbao, your whole family will pay with your lives." Then he turned toward Lai Hohot. The woman who had been shouting just moments ago instantly collapsed in fear. I'm warning you. Hurting people is against the law." Her voice was cut off as Yu Chuanzhong stuffed a rag from the kitchen into her mouth. It was still wet and dirty, making Lai Hohot's eyes roll in disgust. Suddenly, a figure dashed out of the broken doorway and ran straight toward the village road. Yu Chuanzhong wanted to chase, but Jiang Fenghua stopped him. "Brother, there's still a woman and a child inside. Tie them up first." Understanding, Yu Chuanzhong quickly grabbed some rope from inside and firmly the 3 females together. Chow Xingyue was only 5 years old. He had never seen anything like this before, and he cried loudly in fear, soon drawing the attention of the neighbors, who began whispering among themselves. "Help!" Wu Xilian had just opened her mouth to call out when a sweaty piece of clothing was stuffed into it. Chow Xingyue was so frightened by Yu Chuanzhong's fierce glare that he stopped crying, only whimpering softly. Yu Jiutian, held in Jiang Fenghua's arms, listened to her calm and decisive instructions. Her small face was filled with admiration. Were these really her mother's relatives? Seeing that the Chow family had been restrained, Jiang Fenghua's brows relaxed slightly. "Eldest, guard the door. If anyone dares to come and release them, tie them up too. Don't be afraid. Your mother will take responsibility." After saying this, she carried Sweetie into the kitchen, sat down on the small stool by the stove, and lowered her head with worry. Her sharp expression softened instantly when she met Yu Jiotian's clear, dark eyes. "My dear child, Grandma is here to save you. Please hold on." Yu Jiotian, as if in a dream, whispered, "Are you really my grandma?" Her voice was weak, almost like a mosquito's buzz, but Jiang Fenghua heard it clearly. She gently stroked the tangled hair on the child's head and said softly, "You're not dreaming. Your mother's name is Yu Chuanxiang, my youngest daughter. You also have 5 uncles. When we fled from hardship, your mother was separated from us. We've been searching for her for 4 years. It's fate that I was able to find you today. This morning, your eldest uncle was hunting in the mountains. He saved your brother from a wolf." That boy kept pointing at your uncle's face, repeating that he looked like Sweetie. "Your uncle didn't dare ignore it. He rushed back to tell me, and we followed him here right away. She never expected to see Sweetie forced to kneel under the burning sun. If they had been even a little later, Jiang Fenghua didn't dare imagine the outcome." Yu Jiotian's nose stung with emotion. So her mother actually had so many relatives, and they had never given up searching. She gathered her strength and asked, "Grandma, are you here to take me home?" Sweetie was very obedient, and she could do so many chores. Hot tears fell heavily from Jiang Fenghua's strong eyes. She cupped Yu Jiutian's small face and said, "Silly child. Of course Grandma came to take you home. Grandma won't let you do any chores. All you need is to stay healthy and safe." Yu Jiutian looked at the face that resembled her troubled mother so much. Her big eyes filled with tears. She reached out, wanting to touch Jiang Fenghua's face, but then pulled her hand back, thinking it was too dirty. But Jiang Fenghua gently held her little hand and pressed it to her own face. "My dear, Grandma came late, but you must hold on. Today, Grandma will take you home. Your hard days are over." Feeling the warmth of Jiang Fenghua's tears on her fingers, Yu Jiutian's heart found a safe harbor, and her small body was filled with new strength. "Mother, Granny Ma is here." Jiang Fenghua's eyes lit up. She was about to stand when she saw her sons, one on each side, half carrying Granny Ma, almost lifting her off the ground. "You two rascals. I may be 70, but I can still walk faster than you. What nonsense is this?" As soon as her feet touched the ground, Granny Ma scolded Yu Chuanli and Shirtu. "Granny, please save my granddaughter's life." Unable to wait, Jiang Fenghua knelt down with Sweetie in her arms. Yu Chuanzhong and Yu Chuanli quickly followed, kneeling as well. "Please, Granny, save her." With a serious face, Granny Ma carried her medicine box straight into the kitchen. Jiang Fenghua's eyes brightened. She quickly sat cross-legged on the floor, laying Yu Jiutian flat on her lap, and pulled a stool over for Granny Ma. "Please, Granny, take a look at my granddaughter."
Granny Ma met Igu Yushan's gaze.
Her stern face softened with a trace of pity. The old woman and the little girl exchanged a look, and a silent understanding passed between them. Granny Ma quickly examined Yu Jiutian, checking her pulse and condition. She already had an idea of what was wrong. With practiced hands, she opened her medicine box, took out her acupuncture kit, and carefully searched for the right points on Sweetie's thin arm before gently inserting the needles. "Village chief, it was him. He barged into our house without a word, injured my mother, and even hurt little Sweetie." Outside the kitchen came the sound of hurried footsteps, along with Chow Lar's loud complaints. From the noise, it seemed quite a few people had arrived. Jiang Fenghua's face darkened. She shouted toward the door, "Eldest, fifth, guard the kitchen. Granny Ma is treating Sweetie with acupuncture. Nothing can go wrong." "Don't worry, Mother," the Yu brothers answered in booming voices. The village chief, an elderly man leaning on a cane, saw the tied-up people at the gate. Pointing his cane at Yu Chuanzhong, who stood on guard, he demanded, "Who are you troublemakers, daring to tie up our villagers in broad daylight?" Yu Chuanli stepped forward to explain, "Village chief, we are the long-lost family of Yu Chuanxiang. We came here after hearing news. But when we arrived at the Chow household, we found our granddaughter Sweetie forced to kneel under the scorching sun, covered in blood. In this heat, village chief, that's cruel abuse. Tying them up was already merciful. Right now, Granny Ma is inside saving Sweetie. If anything happens to her, we will never forgive the Chow family." The village chief, though protective of his people, was not unreasonable. He carefully studied the Yu brothers, then glanced suspiciously at Chow Junkai. "Did you hit Sweetie again?" Chow Lar stiffened his neck and tried to argue. Outside, the noise grew louder, but Jiang Fenghua kept her eyes fixed on the child in her arms. As Granny Ma's needles moved faster, the light in Sweetie's big eyes grew stronger. At last, Jiang Fenghua's anxious heart eased a little. "All right, her life is not in danger. Once I prescribe medicine and she takes it for a short while, she'll recover," said Granny Ma, her face dripping with sweat from concentration. Yu Jiutian instinctively knew she had survived once more. Summoning her strength, she gave Granny Ma a grateful smile, dimples showing. Granny Ma's lips curved ever so slightly in return. She rose unsteadily and headed for the door. Jiang Fenghua quickly carried Sweetie after her, thanking her again and again. Village chief. Granny Ma called out in a strong voice. The noisy crowd immediately fell silent, all eyes turning to her. The village chief looked at her with respect. Granny Ma, is the child all right? In these times, doctors and healers were treated almost like deities. The needles have been placed, and she's out of danger. But the child is covered in bruises, clearly showing long-term mistreatment. She will need careful care for quite some time before she fully recovers. Granny Ma spoke sternly, making the whole Chow family tremble with fear, while the onlookers sighed in sympathy. The village chief quickly understood the situation. With a dark expression, he looked at the Chow family members who were crying and begging for help, but he no longer spoke of letting them go. Jiang Fenghua felt a rush of warmth in his heart and sincerely thanked Granny Ma. Thank you for saving us, Granny Ma. The Yu family will never forget your kindness. Granny Ma's face softened a little. Healing the sick is my duty. I'll go back first to prepare medicine for the child. After speaking to Jiang Fenghua, she raised her voice to the village chief. Today, the consultation and medicine for Sweetie cost 3 taels of silver. When I bring the medicine later, I must see the payment. Otherwise, no one in this village should think of coming to me for advice or treatment again. Without waiting for a reply, Granny Ma carried her medicine box and left. When the fee was heard, everyone gasped. But they all knew in their hearts that this price was already very fair. Within 100 miles of Huzhou City, there were only 3 or 4 doctors. From time to time, even nobles would come by carriage to invite Granny Ma for treatment. The fact that she chose to settle in Willow Village was a great blessing for them. Whenever a child in the village fell ill, as long as the family brought her some grain, Granny Ma would casually share a few remedies. If villagers went to the mountains to gather herbs and asked her to check, she would kindly help identify them. No one dared to offend a healer like Granny Ma. The village chief's face darkened. Leaning on his cane, he stepped forward and pulled the rag from Lai Ho-Hat's mouth. Look at the trouble you've caused. You nearly harmed the child beyond repair. You must take responsibility for your own actions. If you can't pay Granny Ma's fee, then this village cannot keep your family here. Lai Ho-Hat quickly spat out the dirty water and argued stubbornly. Granny Ma was invited by them, not us. What does it have to do with the Chow family? Every child gets punished when they misbehave. Does that mean everyone has to call Granny Ma for treatment? This isn't discipline. This is cruel mistreatment. Jiang Fenghua stepped forward, holding Yu Jiutian tightly. His anger burst from his chest, his voice so loud that Lai Ho-Hat shrank back in fear. Village chief, forgive my bluntness. Before we talk about the medicine fee, the debts between the Yu family and the Chow family must first be settled. Jiang Fenghua bowed deeply to the old village chief, then softly said to Yu Jiutian, Sweetheart, Grandma knows you are still young, and you've been frightened by the Chow family all these years. But today, in front of everyone, you must tell the truth about how your mother died and what kind of life you've been living. Don't be afraid. With Grandma here to protect you, no one will dare to hurt you for speaking the truth. The village chief saw the firm look on the old woman's face and understood that today's matter could not be brushed aside. He sighed, shook his head, and did not stop her. Encouraged by Jiang Fenghua's gaze, Yu Jiutian felt courage filling her heart. She instinctively hugged the old woman's neck tightly, and the old woman also held her closer in return. Her dark eyes turned toward Lai Ho-Hat. Lai Ho-Hat felt a chill in her heart and quickly forced what she thought was a kind smile. Sweetheart, Grandma is your real family. They just want to trick you in exchange for food. You mustn't believe them. In front of so many people, she dared not let the child speak recklessly.
Kau laue also sensibel.
Just as he was about to say something to coax the child, Yu Chuanzhong shot him a sharp glare, and the words stuck in his throat. My mother didn't die from working too hard. She was beaten to death by Grandma. Second uncle and second aunt even pushed her head into the water jar. Mother was in so much pain. I wanted to save her, but they kicked me so hard I couldn't get up. Remembering her mother choking on water while crying out for her not to come closer, Yu Jiutian's sobs trembled. Tears fell one by one onto Jiang Fenghua's arm, burning the old woman's heart with pain. Shirtu also stood up angrily. Sweetheart had to fetch water, wash clothes. She even had to sleep in the pigsty. They hit her and made her cry every day. Yu Chuanzhong's heart shattered at the words. With one punch, he knocked Chao Lauer to the ground, his eyes red as he roared, "Beast! I'll beat you to death." His iron fists rained down on Chao Lauer's face and body. The fierce aura made the villagers watching step back in fear, while Chao Lauer screamed in pain. Yu Chuanli, tears streaming down his face, rushed forward, but Jiang Fenghua stopped him. "Fifth son, don't hit a woman. Leave her to me." She gently handed Sweetheart to Yu Chuanli, then strode quickly to Lai Hohot and slapped her hard across the face. Lai Hohot cried out in pain, "Village chief, help. Tianbao is just a child. You can't take her words seriously." Jiang Fenghua struck too hard, and Lai Hohot's face was already swelling. Wu Xilian was terrified, twisting her head desperately, afraid of being dragged into it, but there was no way for her to escape. After slapping Lai Hohot more than 10 times, Jiang Fenghua's hand landed on Wu Xilian's face, and the very first made her nose bleed. Yu Chuanli held the sobbing Yu Jiutian tightly, gently patting her back to help her breathe, his eyes filled with silent fury toward the Chao family. The villagers whispered among themselves, but not one dared to step forward to stop it. They didn't want trouble, nor did they have the courage. Everyone in the village knew how the Chao family treated the mother who had lost her mind, and the little girl. Normally, people pretended not to see, but deep down, they all believed the Chao family truly deserved retribution. When the village chief saw that Chao's second son was no longer shouting as loudly, he finally tapped his cane on the ground and said, "Enough." Although Yu Chuanzhong was furious enough to want to finish off Chao's second son, he still had some reason left. Hearing the chief's words, he stopped, but not before giving one last hard kick. Lai Hohot saw the cold determination on Jiang Fenghua's face and finally grew afraid. She begged repeatedly, "Please forgive me. I beg you."
Bah!
Jiang Fenghua spat at her face. "Forgive you? You don't deserve it." Since the village chief had spoken, Jiang Fenghua didn't push further. She quickly walked to Yu Chuanli's side, reached out to take Yu Jiutian into her arms, and comforted her softly. "Don't cry, sweet child. Grandma is taking you home today. From now on, no one will dare to hurt you again." Yu Jiutian took several deep breaths to calm herself, but she had cried so hard that even though she stopped, she couldn't help hiccuping. Jiang Fenghua lifted the child's tattered clothes, revealing a body covered in bruises. Her eyes swept over the crowd with deep sorrow. "Look carefully. What child deserves to be beaten like this?" Even without Tianbao saying a word, I know how the Chao family has treated her. Everyone is here today, so I'll make it clear once and for all. The child they trampled on is the treasure of our Yu family. I'm taking her home today, and no one can stop me. The villagers looked at Yu Jiutian's thin body, covered in old and new wounds. Their eyes turned red, and none of them could say a word in protest. The village chief sighed, walked toward Jiang Fenghua, and looked kindly at the child in her arms. "Child, Grandpa knows you've suffered. But after all, you're still a child of the Chao family. No matter how poorly they treated you, they did raise you for 3.5 years. The Yu family, on the other hand, are strangers who just came to the village. No one can guarantee they are really your mother's relatives. No one can promise they won't trick you and take you away for their own gain. Whether you go with the Yu family or stay with the Chao family, once you make your choice, you must bear the consequences yourself. So what will you choose?" Hearing these words, Jiang Fenghua's face showed a trace of worry. The village chief's words were fair, but would Sweetie be misled? Yet in that moment, she had already made up her mind. No matter what, today she must take Sweetie back to Fubao village to the Yu family. "Grandpa village chief, I choose Grandma and Uncle. Because they saved me, and from the very first time we met, they treated me with so much kindness. Other than my mother and brother Shirtu, no one has ever cared for me like that. Even if Grandma and Uncle were to treat me badly one day, I would still be willing to go with them. Yu Jiotian's dark eyes shone with seriousness and determination. In her past life, she grew up surrounded by love, knowing what it felt like to be truly cherished by her parents and brother. Compared to that, the Yu family's care was no less, perhaps even more. Her words broke Jiang Fenghua's heart into pieces. Tears streamed down her face as she hurriedly wiped them away with her sleeve. The two Yu brothers felt as if a heavy stone was pressing on their chests, making it hard to breathe. Just a few words of kindness from them had already made Sweetie willing to follow them without regret. How much suffering must she have endured to say such heartbreaking words so lightly? The Chow family raised her for 3.5 years. And now you want to take her away just like that? At least give us a sack of grain in exchange. Otherwise, no way. Lai Ho Hot, her heart hardened, spat out blood as she shouted. Don't be fooled by how small this girl is. She works as much as half a grown person, and she eats very little. How could the Yu family just take her away for nothing? Silence. The village chief glared angrily at Lai Ho Hot. Then, turning back to Yu Jiotian, his voice softened. Grandpa respects your choice. But you're still the Chow family's child, and the Chow family is part of Willow Village. If I let the Yu family take you away just like this, I cannot explain it to the rest of the village. He frowned, as if searching for a proper reason. Lai woman, have you gathered enough money for the doctor and medicine yet? A clear, ringing voice came, and the villagers quickly made way. Granny Ma walked over, carrying a large bundle of medicine. The village chief's face darkened, and just as his gaze swept over, Lai Ho Hot began to make a scene. Why should we pay? Granny Ma was invited by the Yu family. Besides, the girl chose the Yu family. Didn't they always say they treat her like a treasure? If money needs to be paid, it should be them, not us. If the Yu family couldn't pay the fee, not only would they be unable to take the child away, but Granny Ma would also take them to the authorities. Jiang Fenghua's face sank, and he held Yu Jiotian tighter in his arms. The two Yu brothers also frowned. Yu Jiotian noticed the expressions of the Yu family, and a trace of worry flashed in her watery eyes. Village chief, you're a fair man. Please be our witness. Our Yu family will pay the fee for Tianbao's treatment, but on the condition that the Chow family writes a document to completely cut ties with her. After only a brief hesitation, Jiang Fenghua made up his mind, his gaze firm as he looked at the old village chief. Lai Ho Hot's eyes widened in shock. Could it be that she was mistaken? Did the Yu family really have 3 taels of silver to pay? In that instant, when she looked again at the Yu family's clothes, she felt they must have been pretending to be poor on purpose. The villagers watching were also surprised, and even Granny Ma's eyes showed a trace of complexity as she looked at Jiang Fenghua. The village chief let out a sigh of relief and nodded. To be willing to spend so much shows that you truly care for the child. It's only right that she goes with you. He then turned to Lai Ho Hot and asked, Well, do you still have anything to say? Lai Ho Hot's eyes flickered. Her mind was already spinning with thoughts of how to cling to such a wealthy family. If you have nothing more to say, then I will make the decision. Wait, village chief. They can take Tianbao, but signing a separation document is not acceptable. You cannot cut off the Chow family's ties with the Yu family. As she spoke, Lai Ho Hot turned eagerly to Jiang Fenghua. In law, it was all just misunderstandings before. You can scold me or even hit me if you like, but as long as Tianbao is here, we will always be family. Take Tianbao with you, let her live with the Yu family, that's fine. But please, let our Chow family visit her from time to time. Her swollen face forced a smile, but it looked even worse than crying. Jiang Fenghua sneered. Do you even realize how obvious your greedy thoughts are? Not wanting to waste another word on the nagging old woman, she handed Yu Jiotian to Yu Chuanli beside her, then pulled out a rough cloth pouch from her chest. When she opened it, more than a dozen copper coins were revealed. Jiang Fenghua quickly slipped off the silver ring from her finger and placed it on top, then handed everything to Granny Ma. Granny Ma, here are 16 copper coins. This silver ring was part of my dowry and is worth about 300 coins. For the rest, I'll pay with grain. Is that all right? Yu Jiotian's big eyes filled with emotion, This was true family love. She looked at Granny Ma, her gaze carrying a quiet plea. Granny Ma caught it instantly, coughed lightly, and said, "Of course, that works. Saves me the trouble of going out to buy grain myself." Jiang Fenghua nodded gratefully, then quickly turned to her two sons. "Eldest, you stay here to protect me and Sweetie. Fifth, you're the fastest runner. Go gather your brothers and bring the grain back as quickly as possible." Yu Chuanzhong straightened his back and agreed, while Yu Chuanli didn't dare delay and ran off at once. "I'm going to take my nap. When the grain arrives, just send someone quick to let me know," Granny Ma said before leaving. Watching her go with respect, Jiang Fenghua then turned to the village chief. "Please, chief, lend me some paper and a brush. If not, even of white cloth will do. I need to write a letter of separation for Sweetie." "Wait a moment. I'll write it for you and bring it over," the old village chief sighed, then turned back home. "Chief, I don't agree to this. You can't just ruin our family ties with the Yu family because you're afraid of trouble." Lai Ho Hot grew anxious, stretching her neck to protest, but only earned mocking laughter from the villagers. How shameless. Just now, when it came to paying the doctor's fee, you couldn't wait to push Sweetie onto the Yu family. And now, the moment you see they have money, you're suddenly eager to claim kinship. The Chow family has always been like this, always clinging to whoever benefits them. It's nothing new. But I have to say, the Yu family is really capable. They didn't even hesitate to pay 3 taels of silver for the doctor. Maybe Sweetie really will see better days ahead. Lai Ho Hot listened to the villagers' gossip, but instead of feeling embarrassed, she forced a big smile and looked at Jiang Fenghua. "In-law, it's all our fault. We've been too strict with the child, but it's only because we're poor. The child broke several bowls, and that's why." Jiang Fenghua shot her a cold glare, then carried Yu Jiotian into the kitchen, ignoring her nonsense. The villagers guessed that the Yu brothers wouldn't be coming anytime soon. Since it was already lunchtime, everyone slowly dispersed. "Grr, sweetheart, you must be hungry, right? Grandma will cook for you right away." Jiang Fenghua looked at Yu Jiotian, who was shyly holding her little stomach that kept growling. Her eyes filled with pity. She had already noticed earlier that the child's stomach hadn't stopped rumbling, but with so many people around and the situation being tense, she hadn't been able to pay attention. Yu Jiotian nodded shyly. She had only eaten a thin porridge yesterday, and her stomach had been burning with hunger since then. Lai Ho Hot, overhearing that Jiang Fenghua was going to cook, quickly shouted, "In-law, the rice jar is almost empty. We've been borrowing grain and digging wild vegetables to get by." But before she could finish, she stopped abruptly, because Yu Chuanzhong walked over with a dark expression. He carried Lai Ho Hot and her family, who were like bundles, and threw them into the pigsty. Then he dragged the unconscious Chow Lauer and tossed him in as well. "Eldest, you hold Sweetie. I'll go cook." Jiang Fenghua said this as she passed Yu Jiotian toward Yu Chuanzhong, who was heading into the kitchen. He looked at the small, thin child, stretched out his hands, then pulled them back, unsure of what to do. "Mother, my hands are rough."
"I'm afraid."
The strong man looked troubled. Yu Jiotian sweetly reached out her little arms to him, dimples showing on her face. "Uncle, hug me." Yu Chuanzhong's eyes softened. He quickly and carefully took her into his arms, holding his breath and stiffening his body, afraid of hurting the little one. Seeing her son's clumsy but gentle manner, Jiang Fenghua finally allowed herself a small smile. She rolled up her sleeves and went straight into the kitchen. "Uncle is so strong. You're the most impressive person Sweetie has ever seen. Uncle is so tall. Sweetie doesn't even dare to look at the ground anymore." In her past life, Yu Jiotian had always been a sweet and gentle girl. With her soft, cute voice, anyone who heard her would feel their heart melt. Yu Chuanzhong felt a surge of pride and protectiveness. He wished he could immediately show a few moves to prove he could protect his little niece. Afraid his deep voice might scare the child, he deliberately softened it. "From now on, your uncle will protect you, Sweetie. You don't have to be afraid of anything."
Hee hee.
"Uncle, you sound so funny when you talk like that." Sweetie likes Uncle. This tough man, speaking so seriously in a playful tone, made Yu Jiutian laugh out loud. She didn't hold back her praise. Hearing her, Yu Chuanzhong's heart softened, and he relaxed, laughing along with her. Uncle likes Sweetie too. If Sweetie likes it, Uncle can talk like this every day. The food isn't in the kitchen. Grandma won't find it there. Uncle, hurry and carry Sweetie into the main hall. Yu Jiutian leaned forward, and Yu Chuanzhong followed her lead into the hall. Grandma, they're afraid I'll sneak food, so they keep all the grain locked in the room. They only take it out when it's time to cook for me. Like she was showing off, Yu Jiutian pointed her little finger toward the hall, tugging Yu Chuanzhong along again. Jiang Fenghua, who had followed them out, suddenly froze. She caught the hidden meaning in those words. The Chow family had so many adults, yet they actually let a 3.5-year-old child cook at the stove. Her heart ached, and anger flared up. She strode quickly toward the pigsty. When Lai Hohat saw Jiang Fenghua storming over, she instinctively shrank back, tilting her head away. But Jiang Fenghua grabbed her hair, yanked her face upward, and slapped her hard. You lazy woman. Sweetie is only 3.5, and you made her cook at the stove. How could you? 2 slaps left Lai Hohat dizzy, while Wu Xilian was so frightened she didn't dare make a sound. Shaking her stinging hand, Jiang Fenghua angrily rushed back into the hall. Yu Jiutian frowned as she looked at the locked door of Lai Hohat's room. Yu Chuanzhong, still speaking in his playful voice, asked, Sweetie, the grain is in that room, right? Machem, the key must be with them. With one strong kick, Yu Chuanzhong sent the old wooden door flying, lock and all, crashing against the wall inside. Yu Jiutian's mouth opened wide in surprise, and the next second, she clapped her little hands in admiration. Wow, Uncle, you're so strong and amazing. At first, Yu Chuanzhong regretted stomping so hard, afraid he might have scared little Tian. But when he saw her cheering, he grinned again, showing his big, white teeth. Jiang Fenghua looked at Yu Jiutian's bright, happy face. The words of scolding that had reached her throat were quickly swallowed back. The son she always thought of as rough and careless had unexpectedly become the child's hero. Since the little one was happy, she decided to treat it as a good thing for now. Without holding back, Jiang Fenghua picked plenty of sweet potatoes and millet, then went to the kitchen to cook a thick, fragrant porridge. The sweet smell filled the room, making Yu Jiutian's mouth water. With a gentle smile, Jiang Fenghua fed her spoonful by spoonful. The sweet porridge spread through her mouth. Sitting on Yu Chuanzhong's lap, Yu Jiutian swayed her little head happily, her short legs kicking with joy, her small face glowing with satisfaction. Both Jiang Fenghua and Yu Chuanzhong were touched by her happiness, their faces full of tender smiles. Meanwhile, Lai Hohat's family smelled the food. Hungry and envious, they listened to the laughter from the kitchen, which only made their hearts ache more. But all they could do was watch helplessly, their faces stiff with frustration. Yu Jiutian, like a little bird waiting to be fed, couldn't wait for each spoonful. Jiang Fenghua's hand could hardly keep up, and soon the bowl was empty. Just as she was enjoying the sweetness, her long lashes trembled, and she suddenly slipped off Yu Chuanzhong's lap and ran outside. Jiang Fenghua looked out in surprise. At the window stood Shirtu, the simple-minded boy, staring longingly at the pot. Yu Jiutian pulled him inside, her little face full of guilt and pleading. "Grandma, can Shirtu have a bowl too? Every time he has food, he always saves half for me. But just now, I forgot about him when I was eating." The two adults were deeply moved by the little one's kindness. How could they refuse? They quickly waved Shirtu over. "Child, come in." Shirtu walked in shyly, and Jiang Fenghua's heart softened. She quickly filled a bowl of porridge and handed it to him, speaking with deep sincerity. "Child, thank you for always protecting Tian and for helping Grandma find her. You must be hungry. Eat, and if it's not enough, there's more." Shirtu glanced at Yu Jiutian, his big, simple eyes full of questions. When he saw her nod happily, he finally picked up the bowl of porridge and whispered, "Thank you, Grandma." Then he hurried out of the kitchen, Not knowing which corner, he went to hide in to eat. Yu Jiutian watched her brother's anxious back, her big eyes showing a trace of sadness. Remembering that Jiang Fenghua and her son hadn't eaten yet, she quickly looked away and called out with her short little steps, "Sweetie is full now, Grandma and Uncle should eat too." Jiang Fenghua and her son smiled with relief and finished the porridge in the pot without hesitation. "Mother! Mother!" A string of shouts came from outside. Jiang Fenghua quickly answered as she walked out, with Yu Chuanzhong carrying Yu Jiutian close behind. Leading the way was Yu Chuanli, who, together with a tall and handsome young man, was carrying a sack of grain. Behind them were two other young men of similar age, also carrying grain and looking around. A line of strong villagers followed, each with a sack of grain on his shoulder. Curious neighbors ran after them, many still holding their rice bowls. Jiang Fenghua hurriedly guided them to stack the grain under the kitchen eaves. Nearly 10 sacks were neatly piled, forming a wall outside the kitchen. She then told the fifth son, Yu Chuanli, to quickly go find Granny Ma. The old village chief and the onlookers were stunned by the sight. Lai Ho-Hot and Wu Xilian craned their necks, their eyes nearly popping out. 10 whole stones of grain. No one had expected the Yu family to actually bring out so much. Yu Jiutian, held in Yu Chuanzhong's arms, looked on with wide eyes full of surprise and admiration. The 3 tall young men, after putting down the grain, rushed over as soon as they saw her. They recognized Yu Jiutian as their little niece at a glance and eagerly surrounded her. Yu Chuanzhong quickly shifted to shield her, scolding his younger brothers in a strained voice, "Don't scare, sweetie." The rough, strong man speaking in a comical, high-pitched tone made the young men pause, then chuckle, but they soon grew serious again, their eyes full of tenderness as they looked at the little girl in their brother's arms. On the way, Yu Chuanli had cried uncontrollably whenever he mentioned Sweetie. His brothers' hearts ached as if on fire, and they had run more than 20 miles, stopping only twice to rest. Seeing their little niece's thin body covered in worn clothes and injuries, the young men's eyes turned red with sorrow. "Are you all Sweetie's uncles?" Yu Jiutian looked at the 3 young men who shared similar features. Her soft, sweet voice carried both politeness and curiosity. The third brother, Yu Quanren, was the most cheerful and quick-witted. He was the first to reach out his hands toward her. "Sweetie is so smart. I'm your third uncle. I know many, many fairy tales that children love to hear. If you let me hold you, I'll tell you a story about the goddess Manhwa, okay?" Among the Yu brothers, only the eldest was tall and strong. The others were lean and slender. Yu Quanren, with his baby-like face, looked bright and friendly. His voice was gentle yet lively, making people feel at ease and willing to open up to him. "Really? Third uncle will really tell me stories?" Sweetie likes uncles who can tell stories. Tilting her head, Yu Jiutian studied him carefully, then smiled with dimples showing. Her soft, childlike tone made her words even more endearing. She carefully stretched out her little arms toward him. Yu Chuanren's face lit up with joy as he gently lifted her into his arms, proudly raising his brows at his elder brother. Yu Chuanzhong suddenly felt his arms empty and his heart a little hollow. He glared at his younger brother. "Hold her carefully. Sweetie has many wounds, don't hurt her." Yu Quanren nodded quickly, becoming even more cautious. Up close, the small injuries on her thin arms looked even more painful, yet her dirty little face was glowing with happiness. His heart ached at the sight. "Sweetie, I'm your second uncle. I may not tell stories like your third uncle, but I can teach you how to read and write in the future." Yu Quanshao also wanted to hold her, but worried that passing her around might hurt her. Instead, he gently wiped the sweat from her tiny nose with his thumb. This second uncle looked gentle and scholarly, his deep eyes carrying the calmness of a teacher. Yu Jiutian's mouth formed a little, "Oh, wow. Second uncle is so handsome. Are you a teacher?" Sweetie admires teachers the most. Her innocent and heartfelt words made Yu Quanren laugh proudly. His already handsome smile shone even brighter than the sunset. Yu Jiutian only stared at her second uncle's handsome face for a short while before her big eyes turned toward the shy young man standing quietly to the side. Her small lips curved into a sweet smile. Then you must be my fourth uncle, right? Yu Chuan's smile grew warmer as he answered softly. Yes, I'm your fourth uncle. I'm not very good with words, but I can make delicious food for you. Seeing Yu Chuan nervously tugging at the corner of his clothes, Yu Jiutian said seriously, I understand. Fourth uncle has skillful hands for cooking. I really admire that. As she spoke, she stretched out her little hand, showing her bright smile and neat white teeth. Fourth uncle, my hands are clever too. I can do many, many things. Yu Chuan's sharp eyes noticed the burn marks on the back of her hand and the small calluses in her palm. His heart felt heavy, as if stuffed with cotton full of hidden needles, both blocked and aching. He gently held her small hand, his eyes shining with a quiet determination. Mother, I've invited Granny Ma. Yu Chuanli walked in beside Granny Ma, speaking to her respectfully as they came. Jiang Fenghua led Granny Ma forward to check on the child. After a careful look, Granny Ma nodded with satisfaction.
Good.
Please help me back home later. The grain you've given is more than enough for the fee. I don't take advantage of others. I'll also prepare a few sets of medicine to help Sweetie recover. Come with me to fetch them, and I'll explain how to cook the herbs. Jiang Fenghua nodded quickly and went to ask a few villagers from Fubao village to help carry the grain. Except for Yu Chuanjin, who was holding Yu Jiutian, the other brothers hurried to lend a hand. The village head also called on a few men to help. Together, the group of men carried the grain to Granny Ma's house. When they returned, Jiang Fenghua's expression was complicated. She looked at Yu Jiutian, who was laughing happily in her third uncle's arms, and her eyes flickered with disbelief. The village head then asked some villagers to untie the Chow family. Old Madame Lai had just rubbed her sore arms when Jiang Fenghua stepped forward with a document written by the village head and a box of red ink. Seeing this, old Madame Lai instinctively stepped back 2 paces. Put your handprint here. Jiang Fenghua held out the ink toward her, her face stern and unyielding. Old Madame Lai muttered under her breath, her sharp triangular eyes flashing with schemes. In-law, if you dare say another word, you'll end up just like him. Jiang Fenghua's cold gaze swept from Lai Hohat's face to Chow Laowa, who was half-conscious and groaning on the ground. Lai Hohat's heart trembled. After struggling for a moment, she finally stiffened her neck and pressed her handprint with resentment. Jiang Fenghua made every member of the Chow family press their handprints, not even sparing Chow Xingyue. Only then did she carefully fold the severance document and tuck it into her chest. Let's go. We're taking Sweetie home. Her voice rang out like a bell, firm and unstoppable. Come on, Sweetie, we're going home. Several brothers gathered around Yu Quanren, who was carrying Yu Jiutian, and stood firmly by Jiang Fenghua's side. Don't think you'll have a good life in the Yu family. Just wait, they'll definitely sell you off. Lai Hohat, having gained nothing, gnashed her teeth in hatred and cursed Yu Jiutian with her hands on her hips. Yu Jiutian clung tightly to Yu Chuanren's neck, her eyes fixed on Jiang Fenghua's face. Just looking at her gave the little girl courage, as if nothing could harm her. She turned her head toward Lai Hohat and said, Heaven sees everything. You hurt my mother and bullied me. It saw it all, and one day it will punish you one by one. Her dirty little face was filled with seriousness and certainty, making her words sound like a prophecy. Old Madame Lai felt a chill on her scalp. She spat on the ground in frustration and turned back into the house. Jiang Fenghua gave Yu Jiutian a proud thumbs up, then led the way forward. Her 5 sons followed closely behind their mother's steps. Behind them, a group of bare-chested men chatted as they walked, following the Yu family in a mighty procession out of Yanglu village. Yu Jiutian had been passed into the arms of the strongest brother, Yu Chuanzhong. She lay quietly on his shoulder, watching as the sights of Yanglu village receded and blurred in her eyes. Suddenly, through her blurred vision, a familiar figure appeared. She quickly wiped her tears with the back of her hand and lifted herself up. It was Brother Shirtu. He was trailing at the very end of the group, wanting to come closer but too afraid of being noticed. His hesitant steps showed his reluctance to part. From so far away, Yu Jiutian couldn't see his expression clearly. But his thin, lonely figure looked just like a little dog abandoned by its owner. Yu Jiutian's little heart felt as if it had been tightly squeezed, making it hard for her to breathe. She had already been saved, but what about Brother Shirtu? Jiang Fenghua walked beside Yu Chuanzhong, her eyes often glancing at Jiutian, noticing her unease. When Jiutian turned her head and saw Shirtu at the end of the group, she suddenly understood. "Everyone, let's pause for a moment and wait for me," Jiang Fenghua said as she quickly walked toward the back. Shirtu saw her coming fast and thought she was going to scold him. Frightened, he stopped in his tracks, looking panicked. Jiutian grew anxious and wanted to get down. Yu Chuanzhong hurriedly carried his little niece over and only set her down when they reached Shirtu. "Shirtu, do you have any family?" Jiang Fenghua bent down to meet his eyes, her gaze full of kindness. The boy's big, simple eyes looked at Jiutian, then at Jiang Fenghua. He shook his head. "Shirtu has no family." Jiang Fenghua's heart ached. Another child with a hard life. She sighed and looked at Jiutian. "Sweetheart, do you want to bring Shirtu home with us?" Jiutian whispered, "Grandma, Brother Shirtu lives in the abandoned ancestral hall in the village. He stayed behind to protect me. If I leave, then he will." She couldn't finish, but the meaning was clear. He would be left all alone. Jiang Fenghua hesitated for a moment, then said to Shirtu, "You've been good to Jiutian, and that is a kindness to our family. From now on, as long as the Yu family has food, you will never go hungry. Come, let's go home together." She reached out her hand to him. Jiutian's eyes filled with tears. She hugged her grandmother's leg tightly.
Thank you, Grandma.
Jiang Fenghua gently patted the little girl's head. "Silly child, it's good to care deeply for others. Grandma will always support you." Shirtu looked at her thin, rough hand, his eyes misty. He glanced at his own dirty hands, unsure what to do. Jiang Fenghua smiled and simply took his hand herself. The brothers standing behind them exchanged glances, their eyes touched with emotion. Their little niece cared so much for even a wandering child, truly worthy of being part of the Yu family. The group set off again, this time without stopping, walking all the way back to Fubao village. Yu Jiutian had been sleeping on Yu Chuanzhong's shoulder the whole way. It was the most peaceful and happiest sleep she could remember. "Grandma is back.
Dad. Dad."
Hearing the cheerful voices of children, Yu Jiutian slowly lifted her head from Yu Chuanzhong's shoulder, still half asleep. It was already dark, and not far away, many people were walking toward them with torches. Two little boys about 5 or 6 years old came running and jumping with joy. Yu Quanan and Yu Chuani quickly stepped forward, each picking up one of the boys. "Jiahe, Jiaxing, your little sister Tianbao is hurt. Your father is carrying her, so your third and fourth uncles will hold you instead." "Okay, Jiaxing understands. Tianbao, be strong. Once we get home, second brother will on it for you, and it won't hurt anymore." It was Jiaxing speaking. From Yu Quanan's arms, he leaned over and gently touched Tianbao's small hand. By the light of the torches, Yu Jiutian could see that his eyes held nothing but pure care and concern. Meanwhile, Jiahe, sitting quietly in Yu Chuani's arms, handed something over. "For sister." Yu Jiutian reached out and took it. It was half a boiled sweet potato. So that's why Jiahe saved his sweet potato tonight. He wanted to give it to his sister. "Jiahe is wonderful." A young woman holding a torch walked up, smiling brightly at the sight. Jiang Fenghua stepped forward, patting both grandsons on the head and praising them warmly. "As expected of the fine boys of our Yu family. Already caring so much for your little sister." Holding the still warm sweet potato, Yu Jiutian said sweetly, "Thank you, big brother." "Thank you, second brother." Though they were only 5 or 6 years old, they already showed the responsibility of young men. Seeing her in their father's arms, they didn't get jealous at all. Instead, they cared for her so sincerely, worthy of being called her brothers. The young woman came closer, her gentle face full of affection. Tianbao, your aunt has come to take you home. Her soft but firm words made Yu Jiutian's eyes sting with tears. She held them back and shyly reached out her little hands. Tianbao likes her aunt so much. That makes me so happy. Come, let's take our sweet girl home. Yu Jiutian's willingness to reach out melted the young woman's heart completely. She quickly led the way forward, carrying the child. Yu Chuanzhong quickly lit a torch and ran ahead to light the way for his wife. Third uncle, hurry and catch up with little sister. Fourth uncle, come on, faster. Yu Quanan and Yu Chuanli rushed forward like two racing horses, jogging to catch up. Yu Chuanli, only 15 and still playful, shouted as he ran after them, making the two younger boys squeal with laughter. Jiang Fenghua and her second son, Yu Quanshao, exchanged a smile, their faces full of warmth. The little boy she held by the hand, nicknamed Shirtu, was grinning foolishly at the cheerful scene ahead. They thanked the villagers who had helped them, and then everyone went their separate ways home. Back at the Yu family's house, Yu Jiutian's joy from earlier turned into a mix of heavy and complicated feelings. Even in the dim night, it was clear that the Yu family's mud house was smaller and more rundown than the Chao family's.
Xunyang, watch your step.
Once they reached the yard, Yu Chuanzhong put out the torch, leaving only the faint glow of the oil lamp in the kitchen. Su Xunyang carried little Tianbao into the kitchen, fumbled around in the pot, and slipped something into her small hand. An egg? Yu Jiutian was startled. The smooth, round thing in her hand was indeed an egg, already peeled. Sure, this is just for you to help you get better. Your older brothers are still young, and I was afraid they wouldn't be able to resist if they knew, so I didn't tell them, Su Xunyang whispered with a smile, gently pressing a finger to Yu Jiutian's lips. Holding the warm egg in her hand, Yu Jiutian felt her heart overflow with gratitude. She knew how precious an egg was. Mother, you underestimate Jaha. He's sensible and won't fight with little sister for an egg. Yes, since little sister is hurt, she should eat it to heal faster. We won't argue. The firm voices of Jaha and Joshing came from behind, though the sound of them swallowing hard gave them away. Su Xunyang was startled. Then her eyes softened with both pride and heartache. Good, good, you're all my good sons. When your father hunts a wild chicken, I'll make sure Jaha and Joshing can eat as much as they want, all right? To a mother, every child is equally precious. If she had the means, she would never want any of them to go without. Yu Jiutian's dark eyes sparkled. She broke off a piece of the egg and held it to Jaha's mouth. Big brother, eat. Jaha quickly waved his hands. No, little sister should eat. But before he could finish, the piece of egg was already in his mouth. He started chewing without thinking. The egg was so fragrant. Yu Jiutian carefully fed a piece to Joshing. Second brother, you eat too. Just then, Jiang Fenghua walked by holding Shida's hand. Yu Jiutian split the remaining egg in half and pushed the bigger piece into Shida's mouth. Shirdu brother, you should eat too. The adults watching felt both comforted and heartbroken. Such a small child had already suffered so much. Normally, children would fight over food, but this little one knew how to share blessings. Her thoughtfulness made everyone want to give her all the love they had. After seeing the child finish the egg, Jiang Fenghua quickly picked Yu Jiutian up and gently said to Su Xunyang, Xunyang, go get a basin of hot water and bring it to my room. Let's clean her up properly. The house the Yu family had received when they fled was not small, but with so many people living together, it still felt crowded. On the right side of the main clay hall was Jiang Fenghua's room. Connected to the hall, the left and right wings each had 2 rooms. Yu Chuanzhong and his wife squeezed into one room with their 2 sons on the right side, next to the kitchen. On the left side, the second and third sons shared one room, while the fourth and fifth shared another. At this moment, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were in Jiang Fenghua's room, helping the drowsy Yu Jiutian wash up. Su Xunyang twisted the towel, while tears fell. Looking at the bruises all over Yu Jiutian's body, she didn't even dare to touch her. Jiang Fenghua had no choice but to let Su Xunyang hold the child while she herself, with a heavy heart, carefully wiped the wounds. When the child's tangled hair was finally smoothed out and her face and body were clean. Both women were drenched in sweat as if they had bathed themselves. But in Su Xunyang's arms, Yu Jutian slept soundly and peacefully. In her dream, Yu Jutian seemed to return to her modern family life, surrounded by parents and grandparents, chasing after her brothers, acting spoiled and playful. The happiness in her dream felt as if it was connected to reality. Seeing the little smile on her lips, both women felt a deep ache in their hearts. After the children had gone to bed, Jiang Fenghua gathered her sons and daughters-in-law around the table in the main hall. Everyone sat together in silence. To save Sweetie, they had used 10 bags of grain. 1 bag had been saved bit by bit from their own meals, while the other 9 had been borrowed from the villagers. Although our family moved into the village halfway, we have always kept a good and upright household. Jiang Fenghua is also a fair and reasonable person, so we get along well with the villagers. Especially since Yu Qianli knows a little about medicine, he often helps treat simple colds and fevers for the neighbors, only asking for a few pounds of grain in return. Because of this, when we borrow food, most villagers never complain. But life is hard for every family. When borrowing, we promise to repay everyone right after the autumn harvest. Our family only received 2 acres of land when we first came here, which can bring in just 11 or 12 sacks of grain. This winter will surely be difficult. Seeing the children's worried faces, Jiang Fenghua said nothing at first. Instead, she took out something. It was a rough cloth pouch that Jiang Fenghua usually used. She slowly unfolded it, revealing what was inside. Everyone at the table leaned forward, eyes wide with surprise. Besides Jiang Fenghua's silver ring and a few copper coins, there were actually 3 silver ingots inside. Yu Qianli was so shocked his voice trembled. "Mother, this money is..." Jiang Fenghua's expression was complicated. She took a deep breath. "This was given to us by Grandmama." At that time, the situation was special. First, she couldn't break her rule of always charging for treatment in front of the villagers. Second, she wanted to test whether we truly cared for Sweet Bao. She said we had to find our own way through the hardship first. Later, when she saw that we were sincerely protecting Sweet Bao, she found an excuse to call me to her yard and secretly return the payment. In that moment, it felt as if the heavy stone pressing on everyone's hearts had been lifted, and they all breathed easier. Grandma Ma may look strict, but she's actually kind inside, Yu Qianli sighed. Jiang Fenghua shook her head. What she told me was this. She must always take payment when treating others, but when it comes to her own apprentice, how could she accept money? Apprentice? Sweet Bao is Grandma Ma's apprentice? Yu Qianli jumped up in shock. I was just thinking of asking her to take me as a student today, but she refused right away. Sweet Bao is so young, and yet Grandma Ma agreed to teach her? The others looked at each other in disbelief. Could it be that Sweet Bao truly has a gift for medicine? Jiang Fenghua's eyes shone brightly. Granny Ma didn't say much, only that Sweetie has a natural gift for medicine, a rare talent that comes once in 100 years. She said the Chow family was blind, treating a pearl like a worthless stone. Today, by protecting Sweetie and bringing her back to the Yu family, we've received a great blessing. So remember, Sweetie saved herself with her own ability. None of you should think she owes our family a huge debt. Her tone grew more serious. I know you are all good children, but I must remind you, life is hard right now, but as long as a family stays united, there is no obstacle we cannot overcome. If anyone in this family ever sees Sweetie as a burden, don't blame me for being harsh. Su Xunyang straightened her thin body. Mother, don't worry. No matter how hard life gets, we won't let Sweetie or the children suffer. From now on, I'll treat her as my own daughter. If I fail, you can punish me however you see fit. The brothers also voiced their support, each with firm and determined expressions. Jiang Fenghua's eyes grew moist. She patted Su Xunyang's hand, and the 2 women exchanged a smile, their feelings understood without words. Late at night, in the sweltering summer heat, the elder and the child lay on the bed without a quilt. Moonlight slipped through the window, gently covering them with a silver veil. Beside her, someone breathed softly in sleep. Yu Jiutian opened her big eyes and saw Jiang Fenghua holding her close, sleeping peacefully. The old woman's face in slumber was kind and gentle, bringing comfort at a glance. Yu Jiutian's small lips curved into a happy smile. She quietly rolled to the side, preparing to enter the mysterious space again. Now she seemed to understand why the space had only awakened at this moment. It was all a matter of the right time and chance. The Yu family was her true protector. Even if she did unusual things for a child her age, they would never see her as strange or dangerous. Instead, they would guard her secret. But she was eager to find out why she couldn't enter the space before. When the familiar scene appeared again, Yu Jiutian felt a wave of relief. She took a deep breath and tried to step inside. This time, there was no barrier. She stood right in front of the research building. Her heart leapt with joy. Looking up, she saw that the electronic screen above the main doors, which usually showed the temperature and time, now displayed two large numbers, 20. Although Yu Jiutian was puzzled, she didn't think too much about it. With a thought, she was already on the second floor. The second floor was the pharmacy and the operating room. She picked up a bottle of healing solution, which could quickly restore her body, so she could repay the Yu family sooner. But when she left the space, she was stunned. Her hands were empty, and the healing solution was gone. Could it be that the space only allowed her to look but not to use? Unwilling to give up, she went back in and tried several times, but still couldn't bring the healing solution out. In the end, she switched to a simple pack of anti-inflammatory tablets, and this time she was able to take them out. When she entered again, she noticed the numbers on the electronic screen had turned to 0. In that moment, she seemed to understand something. Could the numbers on the screen represent the credits she could use to exchange for items in the space? Earlier, she couldn't even enter the Chow family's space, but now she could not only enter, she also had credits. This meant the credits must have been earned after meeting the Yu family. But under what circumstances were these credits gained? After all this effort, she had used up a lot of mental energy. Instinctively, Yu Jiutian curled up in the old lady's arms and fell into a deep sleep with that last question in her mind. The next morning, Yu Jiutian was woken by voices. The bed beside her was empty. Jiang Fenghua had already gotten up. Rubbing her eyes, Yu Jiutian slipped out of bed and walked to the doorway of the main hall. In the courtyard, Jiaxing was chasing and playing with a little girl about his age, while Jiahe stood nearby, smiling as he watched. "Brother Jiahe, come chase Xinyue too. Brother Jiaxing can't catch her, haha." The little girl had her hair tied into 2 buns with red ribbons hanging down. Her round face was fair and clean, and though her short jacket and shorts were made of plain gray cloth, the careful stitching showed they were made with love. She was clearly a well-cared-for child. Even the quiet Jiahe joined the game, making the little girl laugh even more happily. Auntie, Jiahe and Jiaxing are really good at looking after their little sister. Just look at how happy Xinyue is. A young woman, while helping Jiang Fenghua hang clothes, smiled and called out to the children, "Be careful, don't fall." Jiang Fenghua glanced at the little girl, the corners of her lips lifting slightly. This Xinyue is such a delightful child. The young woman's face briefly showed a hint of pride, but her words were very modest. Children know who treats them well. If it weren't for Annie's family being so kind to her, would she have rushed over from next door the moment she opened her eyes? You don't see her being this close with anyone else. At this rate, she might as well become the Yu family's granddaughter. The little girl, tired from running, suddenly dove into Jiang Fenghua's arms. She lifted her round face and smiled sweetly. "Grandma Jiang, Brother Jiaxing teased me. He said my legs are short and I can't run fast." Her lips trembled as if she were about to cry, making her look especially pitiful. Jiang Fenghua was just about to comfort her when Jiaxing suddenly dashed toward the main room, shouting happily, "Sister! Sister! You're awake!" Jiahe quickly followed behind him. Yu Jiutian looked at the 2 boys running toward her like little birds and broke into a bright smile. Big brother. Second brother. Now that it was daytime, she could see clearly that Jiaxing and Jiahe were twins. The 2 brothers looked almost identical, but Jiaxing was a bit sturdier and more lively. Jiaxing reached out his hand. Come on, I'll take you to wash up. Yu Jiutian obediently stretched out her hand, but Jia stopped her. Wait, sister isn't wearing shoes. Jiang Fenghua noticed Yu Jiutian standing barefoot on the ground. She quickly set down Xinhua, hurried over, and scooped Yu Jiutian into her arms. My sweet little one, why didn't you call for Grandma when you woke up? Walking barefoot will hurt your feet. She was about to ask Jiaxing to fetch a pair of shoes when Jia eagerly brought over his own. Sister doesn't have shoes. She can wear mine. Jiaxing pretestit. No. She should wear mine. Jia argued seriously with his brother. I brought mine first. She can wear yours tomorrow. Jiang Fenghua chuckled at the brothers' playful rivalry and quickly smoothed things over. You're both such good boys who love your sister. Jia, thank you for bringing the shoes. Jiaxing, why don't you fetch some water so your sister can wash her face and feet? Jiaxing, quick as ever, ran off to get the water. Jia pursed his lips, but then pulled over a small stool for Jiang Fenghua. She sat down with Yu Jiutian in her arms, smiling brightly. Just then, a voice muttered unhappily, Mother, where did this wild girl come from? Why should she take Xinyue's grandma and brothers? In the middle of the yard, Xinyue felt a little lost when Jiang Fenghua suddenly put her down. What surprised her even more was that Jia and Jiaxing, who had always followed her around, also left her side and ran toward a little girl. Her lips instantly curled down in displeasure. Zhao Yumei, who was hanging clothes, froze for a moment. The smile on her face stiffened as she looked at the little girl being carefully held in Jiang Fenghua's arms, and she felt uneasy inside. This must be the granddaughter the Yu family had insisted on bringing back yesterday, even borrowing 10 bags of grain to do so. Xinhua, don't say such things. She must be the granddaughter Grandma Jiang just found. If you call her names, Grandma Jiang might be upset with you. Even though Zhao Yumei felt uncomfortable, she lowered her voice and reminded her daughter gently. Xinhua, almost 6 years old, already understood that a granddaughter meant someone related by blood. Jealousy quickly filled her small heart. No, Grandma Jiang has raised me since I was little. She won't stop caring about me just because of some girl who suddenly appeared. As if to prove her words, she happily ran toward Jiang Fenghua. Zhao Yumei half-heartedly reached out to stop her, but her eyes showed indulgence, letting her daughter do as she pleased. Grandma Jiang, why did you put Xinhua down? She even fell just now. Pouting, Xinhua threw herself into Jiang Fenghua's arms, pushing Yu Jiutian, who had just washed her feet and put on her shoes, off her lap. Jia and Jiaxing quickly rushed forward to steady Yu Jiutian, who almost stumbled into the basin. Once she stood firm, Yu Jiutian looked at Xinhua with wide, puzzled eyes. A flash of pride and challenge appeared in Xinhua's gaze, her face full of smugness. Little sister, are you alright? Xinhua, why are you so rough? My sister is still hurt. The two brothers glared at Xinhua in dissatisfaction. Jiaxing, being quick-tempered, didn't even bother to call her sister anymore and directly used her full name. Seeing this, the smile in Jiang Fenghua's eyes faded. Looking at the child clinging to her leg, she spoke with displeasure. Xinhua, get down and stand properly. No, I don't want to. I just want Grandma Jiang to hold me. Xinhua kept staring at Yu Jiutian, not noticing Jiang Fenghua's expression at all. She climbed further onto her lap, wrapped her arms tightly around her neck, and gave Yu Jiutian a defiant glare. Even if you are Grandma Jiang's granddaughter, so what? I have spent more time with Grandma Jiang than you have, and she likes me more. Yu Jiutian's big eyes flickered slightly, and in an instant, tears filled her eyes. She pouted sadly at Jiang Fenghua, saying, Grandma, is it because sister is afraid that Tianbao will take your attention away, so she pushed Tianbao? My arm hurts so much. She could see through Xinyue's tricks. If it was a normal sibling rivalry, she wouldn't mind, but this little girl clearly had bad intentions. She wouldn't tolerate that. Jiang Fenghua saw that Yu Jiutian's arm had a wound with a scab that was bleeding, so she quickly pulled Xinhua away from her neck. She squatted down next to Yu Jiutian, gently blew on her arm with concern, and said, Grandma, don't cry. Tianbao. Then she picked up Yu Tian and stood up, looking down at Hu Xinyue with a stern face. Xinyue apologized to Tianbao. Hu Xinyue, already upset from Jiang Fenghua pulling her arm painfully, started crying loudly. Grandma Jiang, she's lying. I didn't push her. Grandma Jiang, now that you have a granddaughter, you don't need Xinyue anymore. Xinyue feels so sad. Boo-hoo, Hu Xinyue. Tianbao is Grandma Jiang's hard-earned granddaughter. She is the most important person in Grandma Jiang's heart. If you keep acting like this, Grandma Jiang might not want you to come to our house anymore. Jiang Fenghua's voice was sharp and firm, unaffected by Xinyue's crying, and she didn't hold back just because she was a child. Zhao Yumei saw her daughter give up and quickly stepped forward to hold Hu Xinyue. All right, I know Xinyue wouldn't push anyone. Grandma Jiang probably knows that too. Since Tianbao is weak, remember to be gentle with her. Otherwise, I'll have to scold you next time. After saying that, she smiled at Jiang Fenghua. Auntie, don't be angry. Xinyue is used to being spoiled by you. She's probably not used to Tianbao being back. I'll talk to her and make her be more gentle with Tianbao. Little Tianbao, Aunt Zhao is apologizing to you on behalf of Xinyue, okay? Finally, she looked at Yu Tian with a sincere smile. Her words were so well spoken that no one could find fault. Yu Tian saw through Zhao Yumei's cleverness and dislike for her, so she turned her head and buried her face in Jiang Fenghua's shoulder, ignoring her. Her distance made Zhao Yumei feel very uncomfortable. Jiang Fenghua's face eased slightly as she gently patted Yu Tian. Zhao Yumei didn't speak, but she understood clearly in her heart. In the past, she thought that without the presence of a sweet child, and since the Yu family only had boys and no girls, she always treated Hu Xinyue as her own granddaughter, letting her do as she pleased as long as she didn't go too far. But now that the sweet child has returned, the core of this family must be her. If Hu Xinyue knew her limits, she would still treat her as before. However, just now, Hu Xinyue had hurt the sweet child out of jealousy, and she couldn't allow that. Yumei, don't think I'm being too direct. The sweet child has suffered a lot in her previous home. Now that she's back with the Yu family, this is her safe place. I absolutely won't allow anyone to make her feel even a little wronged, not even Xinyue. You should take Xinyue home and talk to her carefully. If she can't understand, then for now, keep her away from our yard to avoid hurting our relationship over this matter. Jiang Fenghua spoke harshly, clearly telling her to leave. She had hoped to protect this sweet child herself, but on the first day, she already saw her suffer. She didn't feel like talking nicely to Zhao Yumei anymore. Zhao Yumei's smile on her face froze completely. Since they became orphans and followed the Yu family to settle in Fubao village, Jiang Fenghua had always treated her like a daughter and Hu Xinyue like a granddaughter. She had never spoken to them in such a tone before. She looked at Yu Tian in Jiang Fenghua's arms, a quick flash of jealousy crossing her eyes. She hadn't expected the Yu family to value this wild girl so much. Hu Xinyue's crying grew louder. Seeing Jiang Fenghua's face turn more and more grim, Zhao Yumei quickly hugged her daughter and prepared to leave. Auntie, don't take it to heart. It's just kids being jealous. It's no big deal. I'll go back and talk to her. As soon as they left the Yu family's yard, Zhao Yumei's face suddenly darkened. She grumpily carried Hu Xinyue back to her own two dilapidated thatched houses next door. Seeing her mother's expression turn so sour, Hu Xinyue instinctively stopped crying and sobbed, "Mom, what should we do? Will Grandma Jiang really abandon us just because of that wild girl?" Zhao Yumei rolled her eyes and snorted.
How could that be?
Grandma Jiang must feel guilty because that wild girl has suffered outside, so she reacted so strongly just now. The more this is the case, the more you need to listen and behave well. Don't let that wild girl get ahead of you. The newly built outhouse smelled fresh for 3 days. Soon, they would realize that we are more liked because of our sincerity. Hu Xinyue's worried heart suddenly eased. She wiped away her tears and regained her confidence. Of course, I will surpass her and make Grandma Jiang and her family prefer me. As they spoke, Zhao Yumei saw Su Xianyang carrying a basket and walking back. Her eyes flickered. She quickly pulled Hu Xinyue, who was just starting to smile, and slapped the child's bottom loudly. I see that Grandma Jiang really spoils you, making you act out of control. Little Treasure is Grandma Jiang's granddaughter. She has suffered so much outside. How can you still compete with her for Grandma Jiang's affection? Our family has been so kind to us. You should treat Little Treasure as your own sister and be considerate of her. How dare you be jealous of her? I will punish you for being ungrateful. Zhao Yumei didn't hold back. In summer, she was only wearing thin clothes, and Hu Xinyue's previously stifled tears burst out again. She felt wronged and suddenly started crying. But when she saw Su Xianyang rushing over, she understood her mother's sudden change of attitude. Hu Xinyue quickly reached out to Su Xianyang, tears streaming down her face. "Auntie, please help me." Su Xianyang was confused. She hurriedly pulled Hu Xinyue away from Zhao Yumei, even dropping the basket of wild vegetables beside her. "Yumei, what's wrong? How could you hit the child so hard?" Zhao Yumei immediately looked aggrieved, her eyes turning red. She pointed at Hu Xinyue and started complaining. "This girl is spoiled at home. This morning, she dared to compete for Grandma Jiang's favor, which made me so angry that I scolded her harshly. If I don't discipline her properly, she won't know what she did wrong." While speaking, she made a move to hit Hu Xinyue again. Frightened, Hu Xinyue tightly hugged Su Xianyang's neck, crying out, "Annie, please help me." Xinyue knows she was wrong. Xinyue will never compete for her sister's favor again. Su Xianyang quickly held Hu Xinyue and moved away from Zhao Yumei's relentless scolding. "Yumei, there's no need to argue with the children. It's common for kids to be jealous sometimes. You know your own temper. Sometimes you speak harshly, but deep down, you're clear-minded. You won't really hold a grudge against them." Zhao Yumei wiped her tears and sighed. "Sister-in-law, the Yu family has taken good care of us orphans and widows over the years. I'm worried that Xinyue might not understand and could damage our relationship." I acted impulsively out of worry. Su Xianyang smiled and comforted her. "It's good that you are grateful, but you shouldn't be too nervous all the time. Look, you scared Xinyue." Hu Xinyue pretended to hug Su Xianyang tighter and pitifully said, "Auntie, Xinyue knows the Yu family treats us well and is sensible. I won't argue with my sister anymore. Please tell Grandma Jiang not to be angry with Xinyue, okay?" Su Xianyang's heart softened at Xinyue's tearful and pitiful look. "Silly child. Grandma Jiang isn't that petty. I'll talk to her later, and she definitely won't be angry with you." Hearing Su Xianyang's words, Zhao Yumei felt relieved. She smiled and chatted with her for a while before taking Xinyue away and urging her to go home and cook. After Su Xianyang left, Zhao Yumei quickly checked Xinyue's bottom with concern. "Did it hurt?" It hurts so much," Xinyue said sadly, pouting. "But I didn't do anything bad to Mom, right? You're truly my daughter, Zhao Yumei. You're clever." Xinyue just performed very well in front of Auntie. Zhao Yumei praised her and gently ruffled Xinyue's hair. Both mother and daughter had a look of satisfied cleverness in their eyes. Not far away, the fourth son, Yuqiuani, paused and took in Zhao Yumei and her daughter's expressions, his face showing some complexity. Su Xianyang called out to him, and he followed. When Su Xianyang entered the yard, Jiang Fenghua was already happily playing with Sweet Bao. She remembered Zhao Yumei's tense face and shook her head with a smile, thinking it was a bit of an overreaction. "Great Auntie is back." Yu Tian saw Su Xianyang and quickly slid down from Jiang Fenghua's lap, happily running over to take the basket from her hand. "Wow, Great Auntie, you're amazing. You picked so many amaranth greens, and there's gray-green vegetables too. These vegetables make delicious soup." Her bright, sincere smile was full of admiration, and her sparkling eyes melted Su Xianyang's heart. Sweet Bao knows so many wild vegetables. For her, digging wild vegetables was a daily task, but to Sweet Bao, it seemed like a great achievement. This made Su Xianyang like her even more, and she couldn't help but pick her up. The family gathered together happily. "Uncle Fourth and Mom are back. It's time for breakfast," they said. Yu Tian saw Yuqiuani walk in, her big eyes smiling like a crescent moon. She cheerfully greeted him. "Uncle Fourth is back too. Yu Chuanyi smiled at her with big white teeth and waved a muddy taro. Sweetie, today you're lucky. Later, I'll make you delicious taro scallion pancakes. Really? That's great. Uncle Fourth's pancakes must be very tasty. I'm so lucky today. Yu Tian's dark, shiny eyes sparkled like stars, full of happiness. Seeing her admiration, Yu Chuanyi felt warm inside. He picked up the basket and said to Su Xianyang, sister-in-law, you rest. I'll make breakfast. He loved cooking, but most people thought men shouldn't spend too much time in the kitchen. No one praised him as openly as Sweetie did. It made him feel special and happy. Yu Tian quickly jumped down from Su Xianyang's arms. Sweetie wants to help Uncle Fourth. Su Xianyang worriedly followed. Sweetie, don't go into the kitchen. Auntie will help Uncle Fourth. Yu Tian shook her head like a rattledrum. Uncle Fourth is right. Annie has worked hard all morning. I may be small, but I can do a lot. She skillfully rolled up her sleeves and sat by the stove, carefully lighting the fire with dry leaves. Yu Tian was very careful because she was wearing a new dress Su Xianyang had sewn from her own clothes last night. It was clean and smelled of soapberry, so she didn't want to get it dirty. Su Xianyang watched her work so skillfully and couldn't help but feel tears in her eyes. Only someone who did this every day could be so proficient. But Sweetie was only 3.5 years old. She looked at Jiang Fenghua, who was coming over, wanting to say something for Zhao Yumei, but she quietly swallowed her words. Jiang Fenghua didn't want Yu Tian to work, but the little girl immediately looked sad and whispered, Grandma, I'll do more chores. Later, I can eat more breakfast, okay? Jiang Fenghua looked at her carefully, feeling both pained and helpless. Sweetie was afraid of becoming a burden to the family, so she was trying hard to help. Such a small child, yet so perceptive, her kindness made people feel sad. She said nothing more but repeatedly warned Elder Fourth Yu Chuanyi to take good care of Sweet Baby. She then went to prepare medicine for Sweet Baby. Su Xianyang also sighed and turned to tidy up the dining table in the main hall. Seeing this, family harmony and family prosperity happily took on the role of movers, passing firewood to Yu Tian. Yu Tian looked at the elderly lady with worried glances now and then, feeling a bit guilty. First, she truly didn't want to be a freeloader. After all, Xinzi was no longer a real child, and she couldn't afford to be lazy and eat for free. Most importantly, she wanted to see if helping her family with chores would increase the space's trade gold. She filled the fire, washed vegetables, and sorted them. Yu Tian worked very hard. Although 2 helpers were clumsy and some peacemakers, the 3 siblings occasionally burst into giggles, creating a peaceful and happy scene. Initially worried, Jiang Fenghua and Su Xianyang looked on happily as the 2 boys, rarely so quiet, squatted beside Yu Tian working. They exchanged pleased glances. The aroma of cooked rice drifted from the kitchen, and the other brothers of the Yu family gradually returned. The 3rd brother, Yu Quanan, was carrying he had just come back from the fields. The 2nd brother, Yu Quanshao, entered the yard holding books. He was teaching some of the better-off children in the village to read at the village chief's house, receiving 5 jin of grain each month as a reward. The 5th brother, Yu Chuanli, and the eldest, Yu Chuanzhong, came back together last. Yu Chuanli carried a basket filled with fresh, green herbs. Yu Chuanzhong held a rough, old bow and a broken quiver, inside which 3 nearly featherless arrows were neatly arranged. He was also holding a blood-stained wild chicken, smiling so broadly his mouth almost couldn't close. Dad is back. Dad caught a wild chicken. Wow, such a big wild chicken. Family harmony and family prosperity immediately cheered and gathered around, happily circling at Yu Chuanzhong's feet. But neither of the children mentioned eating meat, because they knew the prey was meant to be taken to the town to sell for household expenses. Jiang Fenghua and Su Xianyang stepped forward to look at the heavy wild chicken, weighing about 8 or 9 jin, and they also smiled happily. It had been days since Yu Chuanzhong last caught an animal. Just as everyone was happily chatting, Yu Tian suddenly sat on a small stool and burst out laughing to herself. Yu Tian's mind saw the electronic screensaver in the research building show a number 5. She immediately smiled so happily that her teeth showed. Although it was a little less, at least she knew the direction of her efforts. Sweet Bao, did you see the wild chicken and want to eat meat? You're smiling so happily? Yu Chuanzhong looked at his little niece's happy face. His rough man's heart almost melted. He carried the wild chicken over and asked with a smile. Yu Tian snapped back to her senses. She looked at the wild chicken in Chuanzhong's hand and was stunned. Then she jumped up from her stool, exclaiming, "Wow, such a big wild chicken. Big Uncle can go hunting? Big Uncle is so amazing." Everyone saw Yu Tian's small face almost unable to hold her shock, and they couldn't help but laugh. Today, Chuanzhong was feeling very lucky and confident. Now, hearing his little niece's amazement, he looked even more proud. He couldn't help but look at Jiang Fenghua. "Mom, how about we stew this wild chicken for lunch today? I'm going into the mountains this afternoon. Maybe I'll find more." Jia He and Jia Xing heard this and instinctively looked at Jiang Fenghua. Jiang Fenghua didn't want to see the children's bright eyes go out. She clenched her teeth and said, "All right, we won't sell this wild chicken. We'll stew it to help Sweet Bao recover, and everyone can satisfy their cravings."
Gulp.
Yu Tian couldn't help but swallow a huge mouthful of saliva. It wasn't that she was useless, but she hadn't tasted meat in 3.5 years. Hearing Jiang Fenghua's words, she seemed to smell the aroma of wild chicken meat in advance.
Ha ha ha.
Little Sweet Bao's saliva is about to drip onto the ground. Yu Quanan was amused by his adorable little niece and laughed heartily. Yu Tian quickly swallowed her saliva in surprise, hurriedly wiped her mouth with the back of her hand, and her small face turned bright red like a little apple. Her shy and silly look made everyone burst into laughter. Laughter and joy carried through the earthen wall to the next door. Zhao Yumei and Hu Xinyue were nibbling on coarse bread, and in their hearts, they just wanted to bite into a green plum, which was so sour it seemed to bubble. "Mom, I want to eat meat too." While cooking, Zhao Yumei listened at the corner of the wall. Hu Xinyue had been leaning against the wall, knowing well that the Yu family was going to have meat today. Zhao Yumei swallowed hard. Not only the children, but she also wanted to eat meat so badly she was going crazy. If it hadn't been for the incident in the morning, they could have naturally stayed behind and eaten meat with the Yu family. But now, going over again seemed a bit forced. However, no one could resist the temptation of eating meat. Zhao Yumei wandered around the room, thinking of a plan, and gradually came up with an idea. Yu Chuani, the second uncle, showed that his skill came from talent. He made a simple pancake with just a few taro roots, some flour, and scallions, but it smelled so good it almost made Yu Tian's mouth water. But Yu Tian stopped herself after eating half, because there were only 5 taro pancakes. If she ate more, everyone else would have none. She thoughtfully reached for some coarse grain bread, but a long, graceful hand placed a taro pancake into her bowl. Yu Tian looked up. The second uncle, Yu Qiangxiu, smiled gently at her. "Second uncle doesn't like scallions. Little sweetie, can you help second uncle finish this half? Sweetie, you can eat third uncle's share. Third uncle's stomach is full and can't fit anymore." For a moment, all the brothers wanted Yu Tian to help them by giving their share of taro pancakes to her. Even Jia and Jia Xing painfully stuffed the pancakes they hadn't finished into Yu Tian's hands. Yu Tian felt like her heart was soaking in warm spring water, spreading warmth through every part of her body. It filled her so much that her big eyes overflowed with tears, which fell with a plop into her bowl. Seeing her cry, everyone panicked. Jiang Fenghua scolded her sons and quickly took out a handkerchief to gently wipe her tears. "Good girl, don't cry. If you can eat, eat. If you can't, don't force yourself. Don't listen to your uncles and brothers making noise." Yu Tian sniffed and blinked her wet eyes, saying, "Uncles and brothers are so good to me. In the future, I will make sure they have plenty of pancakes and meat to eat." Her sweet, clear voice carried a firm determination that moved the young men, making them feel warm inside. They nodded repeatedly, saying, "Yes, yes, yes. Uncle, We look forward to eating your pancakes and meat. Breakfast ended happily and warmly. After eating, Yu Jiutian, like a tiny bee wound up tight, became even more active. She carried dishes, washed bowls, and even eagerly stood on a small stool at the stove to wash dishes. Su Xiaoxiang was idly standing nearby, feeling very powerless. She wanted to pretend to be angry and chase Yu Jiutian out of the kitchen, but the little girl was washing dishes like a little adult and smiling happily at her. She couldn't bring herself to say harsh words, so she had no choice but to step back and become a helper, tidying up after Yu Jiutian and collecting chicken feathers and scraps. After finishing the kitchen work, Yu Jiutian looked at the screen, where the number had changed to 20. She happily ran over to Yu Chuanli, who was gathering herbs. "Uncle Fifth, can little treasure help you?" Yu Jiutian asked, her eyes scanning the herbs in Yu Chuanli's basket. Uncle Fifth's harvest this morning was quite good. Yu Chuanli instinctively protected the precious herbs, but then remembered that Yu Jiutian was a disciple of Granny Ma, and a little hope appeared. "Little treasure wants to help, but Uncle Fifth will have to test you first. Every herb is a treasure that can save lives, so there must be no waste." Yu Jiutian smiled and nodded, her small eyebrows lifting with a proud look. "Do you recognize this?" Yu Chuanli picked up a common summer flower called double treasure flower and asked seriously. Yu Jiutian felt a little amused inside. Her lips curved even more, but her little face looked serious as she answered. "Uncle Fifth, this is double treasure flower. It's also called winter jasmine." Yu Chuanli raised his eyebrows. "And what does it do?" "Little treasure knows. After it's prepared, drinking water with it can clear heat and relieve summer heat. When brewed with medicine, it can treat scabies and fever caused by warm illnesses," Yu Jiutian said with her hands behind her back. Yu Chuanli looked stunned at first, then suddenly lit up with joy. "Then tell me, what are the other herbs in my basket and what are their uses?" Yes. This one is Artemisia, also called June snow. It can be used in medicine to treat fever caused by warm illnesses, and it can also detoxify snake venom." The two, one big and one small, focused on the herbs in the basket, completely unaware that the whole family had gathered around. After Yu Jiutian finished describing all the herbs, the yard was silent. Finally, Jia Xing seriously corrected Yu Jiutian. "Sister, Uncle Fifth said that June snow is used to treat wind cold." "You're wrong." Yu Chuanli was muttering to himself as he listened to Yu Jiutian, but suddenly his eyes brightened sharply. He repeatedly waved his hands at Jia Xing. No.
Your sister is right.
June snow is indeed used to treat warm illnesses. I was just mistaken because I don't know enough." The whole family looked at each other with surprise. Yu Chuanli was the only one in their village who understood medicine. Now he was saying that Tianbao was right and he was wrong? Could Tianbao really have such a talent for medicine? Yu Jiutian looked at Yu Chuanli, who was staring at her with enthusiasm. She felt a little nervous. Had she overdone it? Although the Yu family was reasonable, things that went beyond common sense could be frightening. Sure enough, Jiang Fenghua squatted down to look her in the eyes, with a serious expression. "Tianbao, did Grandmama teach you all this?" Yu Jiutian was momentarily stunned, then nodded repeatedly. Grandma Ma was her best excuse. "Good girl, Grandma is very happy you have this talent. But you're still very young, and what you know is already beyond normal. In the future, at home, you can show your skills freely, but when you're outside, you must be more careful. Understand?" Jiang Fenghua looked at the yard gate and spoke earnestly to Yu Jiutian, then gave some advice to the others as well. Everyone nodded in agreement. They used their fingers to signal silence. They understood that their sister was very talented, but she needed to hide her abilities. Yu Jiutian knew that the elderly lady was protecting her, so she obediently nodded like a little chick pecking at rice. Su Xianyang and the fourth brother, Yu Chuanli, went to gather wild chickens for lunch. Yu Jiutian looked a bit conflicted as she glanced at the kitchen, then at Yu Chuanli preparing herbs. In the end, she decided to help him process the herbs. Yu Chuanli usually processed herbs in one simple way, cleaning and then drying them in the sun. But after Yu Jiutian joined, he realized that different herbs required different methods of preparation. Watching the small girl skillfully handle the herbs, Yu Chuanli's eyes sparkled with admiration, as if he had discovered a rare treasure. He eagerly asked her questions from all sides. Yu Jiutian shared everything she knew at her age. When the rich aroma from the kitchen reached her, she was delighted to see the numbers on the electronic screen jump to 150. Helping Yu Chuanli with the herbs made everything twice as effective. Yu Jiutian, who had explored a new world, was so happy she almost jumped up. But in the next second, her smile froze on her face, because she saw Zhao Yumei and her daughter standing at the yard gate. Hu Xinhua saw Yu Jiutian and felt she was very eye-catching, but she remembered Zhao Yumei's repeated warnings. She took a deep breath, smiled sweetly, and ran over to Yu Jiutian. "Sweet sister, this is a small pouch I made myself. Please forgive me, okay?" She handed over a white pouch with uneven stitching, embroidered with a small bird. Yu Jiutian did not take it but silently looked at Hu Xinhua, without speaking. Jiang Fenghua, who was sewing nearby, looked over and saw Hu Xinhua smiling sweetly and apologizing to Tian Bao. Zhao Yumei also stood at the door of the yard, smiling eagerly at her. She paused with her needle, then quickly resumed sewing, acting as if she hadn't heard anything. Zhao Yumei's smile awkwardly faded, and she looked for help at Su Xionyang, who was coming out of the kitchen. Su Xionyang saw the situation through the kitchen and came out. Seeing her mother-in-law's attitude toward Zhao Yumei and her son was different from usual, she felt uncertain and didn't know whether to intervene. She decided to wait and see Tian Bao's reaction. The brothers looked at each other, sensing that Zhao Yumei and her son's arrival made the atmosphere strange. It seemed Hu Xinhua and Tian Bao had a disagreement earlier that morning. Although everyone didn't know the full story and cared for Hu Xinhua, they instinctively thought Hu Xinhua had upset Tian Bao, so her apology was normal. Hu Xinhua's smile was a little stiff. Yu Jiutian still didn't reach out. She couldn't suppress the anger rising inside her, and her eyes showed a layer of irritation. Seeing this, Zhao Yumei quickly stepped forward, forcing a smile and saying to Yu Jiutian, "Tian Bao, Aunt has already scolded sister harshly. She knows she was wrong and even embroidered this pouch at home to apologize. Please forgive her, okay?" Yu Jiutian was not a child and wouldn't be fooled by the fake kindness of this mother and daughter. She saw Hu Xinhua glancing nervously at the kitchen and swallowing saliva, and suddenly understood what was really going on. The apology was fake. The real reason was the meat in the pot. But since they were so good at saving face, ignoring it would seem petty. Yu Jiutian took a step back. "It's okay. I've already forgotten the upset from earlier." She didn't take the pouch but instead ran to Jiang Fenghua, hugged her arm, and said seriously, "Grandma, Tian Bao isn't angry anymore, but she can't accept the sister's pouch. That would spoil Tian Bao's temper." Jiang Fenghua put down her sewing and praised warmly, "My good girl, you speak so well. Being a person means being generous and knowing your place." Hu Xinhua was very jealous. She clenched her small fist into a ball. Her mother said that as long as she took the initiative to apologize, Grandma Jiang would see her in a new light and praise her. Eating meat would then be a natural reward. But why did the one who got the good treatment end up being the wild girl? Zhao Yumei's smile was a bit stiff. She felt that the old lady was implying that they lacked understanding of their place. Yes, Xinhua and Tian Bao are both sensible. One made a mistake and is willing to change, and the other is generous and doesn't mind. That's how sisters should be. Su Xionyang looked at her once-loved girl with a worried face. She couldn't help feeling a bit distressed and quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Zhao Yumei smiled gratefully at her and quickly pushed Hu Xinhua. Hu Xinhua felt very upset inside, but she still took a step forward and ran to Jiang Fenghua, speaking carefully. "Grandma Jiang, I know I was wrong. I will be more considerate of Sister Tian Bao in the future. Can you please stop being angry with me?" Jiang Fenghua looked at her spoiled girl and finally relaxed her expression a little. "Xinhua, don't blame Grandma Jiang for being harsh. You've been loved by the Yu family these past few years, but Tian Bao has come back carrying a lot of bitterness. That's why I hope such things won't happen again. Now that you've understood, you should act like a proper older sister and treat Tian Bao well." Grandma Jiang won't mind what happened today. Hu Xinyue's inner feelings grew even more upset. She didn't expect that, even after apologizing, Grandma Jiang still favored the wild girl, and her words clearly sounded like warnings directed at her. She wanted to collapse on the ground and throw a tantrum to vent her frustration, but she thought that doing so would mean she wouldn't get meat, so she endured it, her eyes turning red as she nodded. Yu Jiutian's big eyes flashed with a hint of thoughtfulness. This mother and daughter were clearly parasites living off the Yu family. She had to become a tool to get rid of them. Seeing that Jiang Fenghua was no longer angry, Hu Xinyue heaved a sigh of relief. Without hesitation, she pulled Yu Jiutian to play with the He family, and Jia Xingstone saw this and followed closely behind Yu Jiutian. Zhao Yumei also hurried into the kitchen to help Su Xunyang. She often went in and out of the Yu family's kitchen, so Su Xunyang didn't think much of it. However, Yu Chuanyi, who was busy sticking pancakes, cast a complicated glance at Zhao Yumei. Hu Xinyue played many games and quickly made friends with Jia and Jiaxing. She deliberately isolated Yu Jiutian, but sometimes she would happily call her little sister in a warm tone. The two boys didn't notice anything unusual, but Yu Jiutian felt it clearly. Looking at the young girl with so many tricks in her mind, Yu Jiutian felt a chill in her heart. Perhaps noticing Yu Jiutian's strange expression, Shirtu gently reached out and touched her head. His eyes toward Hu Xinyue showed clear dislike. Big brother, second brother, Tianbao's head hurts from the sun. You guys play, Tianbao will go inside. Yu Jiutian didn't want to play with Hu Xinyue, who was covered in tea, so she called Jia and Jiaxing and turned to go into the yard. The two little boys, who were happily playing, looked at each other and quickly stepped forward, one on each side, holding Yu Jiutian's small hand. Yes, sister's health isn't fully recovered. Big brother will stay with you. Jiaxing also nodded repeatedly. We won't play anymore. Whatever Tianbao wants to do, second brother will do it with you. The two brothers held Yu Jiutian's hands and went into the shady part of the yard. Hu Xinyue seemed forgotten. She stood there blankly, and when Shirtu angrily waved his fist at her, she stomped her feet in anger and almost cried. Time to clear the table and eat, Su Xunyang called out from the yard. Jia and Jiaxing happily spread their wings like birds, holding Yu Jiutian and rushing into the main hall. Several children eagerly waited by the table. Seeing this, Hu Xinyue immediately pushed aside her unhappiness and ran over quickly. A big bowl of wild chicken stew with mountain mushrooms and a large plate of pan-fried pancakes were served. The four children around the table swallowed their saliva. Zhao Yumei, like at her own home, helped set the bowls, chopsticks, and stools diligently. After Jiang Fenghua sat down, everyone took their seats one after another. Because the table was small and crowded, Zhao Yumei quietly picked up Hu Xinyue and sat her in the corner. No one paid much attention to Zhao Yumei and her daughter eating with them, since they often came to the Yu family for meals before. Everyone, start eating. Jiang Fenghua finished speaking, and several pairs of chopsticks simultaneously reached into the bowl. It was eldest Yu Chuanzhong, third Yu Quanan, and fourth Yu Chuanyi. Under Zhao Yumei's restraint, Hu Xinyue held back from picking up her chopsticks, but her eyes kept fixed on the others' dishes. She smiled sweetly as she looked at the Yu brothers. She wasn't worried at all. Usually when they eat meat, everyone at the table would share with her, giving her the best piece. Even Jia and Jiaxing would give her their share. Today, the chicken leg must be hers. Sweetie, come and eat a big chicken leg to boost your health. Come, sweetie, Uncle Third is giving you the tenderest part of the chicken wing. The meat from the three people's chopsticks all ended up in Yu Jiutian's bowl. Shirtu quickly grabbed the last chicken wing from the bowl and carefully put a piece of meat with more in his own bowl, then buried his face in his bowl to eat. Seeing this, Hu Xinyue almost jumped up to the chicken wing from Yu Jiutian's bowl, but Zhao Yumei held her tightly in her arms. Thank you, Uncle First. Thank you, Uncle Third. Thank you, Uncle Fourth. Thank you, Brother Shirtu. Thank you all for leaving the best for Sweetie. Yu Jiutian's face was full of a sweet smile as she politely expressed her thanks. Then she carefully moved the chicken leg to Jiang Fenghua's bowl. Grandma is the elder, so I give the best chicken leg to Grandma. Next, she moved another chicken leg to Yu Chuanzhong. Uncle Second caught a wild chicken, so we have meat to eat. This chicken leg should go to Uncle Second. She also divided the chicken wings between Su Xionyang and fourth uncle Yu Chuani. Auntie and fourth uncle worked hard to cook for us, so the tasty chicken wings should be for you. The people who received the good meat looked at each other with moved eyes, all touched by the little girl. Especially fourth uncle Yu Chuani, who looked at the chicken wings in his bowl with a hint of moisture in his eyes. He was a quiet person, spoke little, and had no outstanding qualities. In the big family, he was often overlooked. But since Sweetie returned just a day ago, she kept him in her heart all the time, making him feel that risking his life for his little niece was worth it. Yu Chuanzhong and his wife felt very comforted. Watching their two children happily eating with greasy mouths, they couldn't help but think that their daughter was the most thoughtful. Jiang Fenghua gently rubbed Yu Jiotian's head, her eyes full of love, as if they could drip water. Good girl, you've given us all the good stuff. Don't you want to eat some yourself? While speaking, she intentionally or unintentionally looked at Zhao Yumei and her daughter. Over the years, whenever the Yu family ate meat, they usually gave the best to Hu Xinhua. But this girl never said thank you and happily enjoyed their kindness, without gratitude. Think about it, sweetie, I really want to eat more, but the meat isn't as important as grandma, uncle, and aunt. Besides, there's so many pieces in the bowl, and each one smells so good. As she spoke, Yu Jiotian helped herself to a piece of meat. After taking a bite, she closed her eyes happily. Wow, it smells so good. Sweetie is so lucky. The little girl nodded happily, kept shaking her head, and kept giving thumbs up to the fourth brother and Su Xionyang. Everyone's eyes stayed on her, full of affection. Zhao Yumei felt angry inside, secretly scolding Yu Jiotian for pretending, but her chopsticks kept grabbing meat from her own and her daughter's bowls. Hu Xinhua saw the wild girl stealing the spotlight and felt very annoyed. But after eating a piece of meat, she forgot her anger and kept eating, constantly looking at the meat bowl. Although everyone couldn't help but watch Yu Jiotian's cute eating, they also noticed Zhao Yumei and her daughter's behavior. Suddenly, they felt that this mother and daughter pair was a bit annoying. Grandma, eat more. Uncles, eat more. Big brother, second brother, brother sure to you, all eat more too. Yu Jiotian watched Zhao Yumei and her daughter keep scooping meat into their bowls. She didn't care about her own portion and quickly helped everyone fill their bowls, piling high until only broth remained in the bowl. Zhao Yumei and her daughter finished their bowls quickly. When they tried to scoop more meat, they found only an empty vegetable bowl. They looked at Yu Jiotian, the mischievous instigator, with suspicion. Could this girl be sent by heaven to oppose them? Jiang Fenghua looked at everyone's bowls, which were full, but Yu Jiotian's only had one piece of meat left unfinished. She understood everything now. When she looked at Zhao Yumei again, her gaze became sharper and more displeased. Thanks to Sweetie's presence, she finally saw that this mother and daughter were ungrateful and selfish, even more ungrateful than a 3.5-year-old child who knew how to show gratitude. Zhao Yumei avoided Jiang Fenghua's sharp eyes and awkwardly put down her chopsticks. Hu Xinhua, after finishing the last piece of meat, looked at everyone's bowls and pouted in dissatisfaction. Mom, I haven't eaten enough. Yu Chuanzhong slammed his chopsticks on the table. If you haven't had enough, then let your mother find a way to catch a wild chicken just for you, so you can eat all you want. He might be rough, but he wasn't foolish. He had only cared for Sweetie for a single day, yet the little girl already thought of ways to repay him. But he had cared for Hu Xinhua for 4 or 5 years, and she had only grown into a selfish person. He felt guilty toward his niece. Hu Xinhua looked at the uncle who usually doted on her, now fierce and angry. Fear and hurt overwhelmed her, and she burst into tears. The table fell silent. No one comforted her, not even Su Xionyang, who kept a cold face. Zhao Yumei quickly covered Hu Xinhua's mouth and scolded her angrily. You still dare to cry. Embarrassed, she explained, Big brother, don't be angry. The child just hasn't eaten meat for a long time and couldn't hold back. The usually quiet fourth brother, Yu Chuani, added coldly, Sweetie has grown this big without ever tasting meat. Yet she still thinks of her family first. The meat is gone. Take the child back and calm her down, said the third brother, Yu Kuan-yin, with a faint smile, politely asking them to leave. Ashamed and flustered, Zhao Yumei had no choice but to carry Hu Xinyu away in a hurry. Yu Jiutian tilted her head and carefully asked Jiang Fenghua, Grandma, did Sweetie do something wrong? Jiang Fenghua gently cupped her little face, her voice soft and warm. Silly child. You did very well. It's they who were wrong. Come, Grandma can't finish all this meat. Help me eat some. She picked out all the best pieces from her own bowl and placed them into Yu Jiutian's. Your eldest uncle can't finish either. Come, Sweetie, help him too. Second uncle has too much as well. And your fifth uncle's portion too. One by one, everyone put their meat into Yu Jiutian's bowl until it was piled so high it couldn't hold any more. She couldn't help but let out a sweet giggle. Everyone thought she was laughing because she had too much meat, but only Yu Jiutian knew the real reason. She had just noticed that the display screen in the research building showed another 100 credits added to her account. It must be because she had helped her family see Zhao Yumei and her daughter's true nature. Who would have thought that exposing troublemakers could bring such a generous reward? Girl, I hate that wild girl. The uncles have never treated me like this before. It's all because of her appearance. She has taken away all the love from the uncles. Boo-hoo, Hu Xinyue's crying was so loud that Zhao Yumei was afraid the neighbors might hear. She had to carry her into the room and shut the door tightly. Seeing her daughter crying and sniffling, she felt very upset.
She also disliked Yu Jiutian.
In the past, when eating meat, she could share a few more pieces with her daughter, but today everyone only looked at that wild girl. Thinking about Yu Jiutian's behavior at the table, she wished she could tear that girl's face off. Mom, send that wild girl away. Otherwise, Grandma and the uncles will definitely be fooled by her and won't love us anymore. Hu Xinyue's words made Zhao Yumei think deeply. Although her daughter was young, her words were true. As long as Yu Jiutian was around, the Yu family would become more distant from them. Without the support of the Yu family, as orphaned women and children in this chaotic world, it would be very hard to survive. They must find a way to make the Yu family dislike Yu Jiutian and have them personally drive her away. Yu Jiutian had the happiest day of her life. When she checked her space at night, her trading gold had already reached 300. After a sweet sleep, she was awakened by noisy voices. Still sleepy, she went to the yard and was surprised to see it filled with people. Look, that's her, the little sweet girl, right? An elderly woman's joyful voice drew everyone's attention to Yu Jiutian. Her sleepiness instantly disappeared. What was going on? Before she could react, the elderly woman had already picked her up and held her in her arms. Poor child, so light and fragile. You must take good care of her. I just brought some eggs. Remember to steam them into egg custard for her. It's very nourishing. The elderly woman looked at the sweet girl with pity and then turned to instruct Jiang Fenghua, who was smiling kindly. Jiang Fenghua nodded repeatedly. Yes, I understand, elder sister. It's probably hard to save up eggs at home. Thank you so much for bringing them. Sweet girl, call someone. This is your Grandma Zhang. Yu Jiutian looked at the kind-looking elderly woman in front of her, just like Jiang Fenghua, and happily called out, Hello, Grandma Zhang. Thank you, Grandma Zhang, for caring for me. Oh my, why is this little girl so lovable? She's so sensible. Grandma Zhang's face lit up with joy when she heard the warm voice calling her. She ignored the summer heat and held tightly to Sweet Baby, not wanting to let go. Sweet Baby, this is Grandpa Zhao. He's the village head. Hello, Grandpa Zhao. Hello, little Sweet Baby. Today, Grandpa Zhao is here to welcome you home. Grandpa Zhao is so kind. Uncle, Auntie, and Grandpa and Grandma are all very nice. Fubao Village is also good. Sweet Baby likes Fubao Village. Ha, such a sensible girl. The 10 bags of grain from the Yu family are worth it. That's right. The little girl is so adorable. She's a bit thin, but her looks are very proper. Look at her big, bright eyes. So pretty. She's even better than the other girls in the village. Everyone gathered around Yu Jiutian, looking at her. Some brought eggs, Others carried mountain mushrooms and herbs. They all wore kind smiles. Yu Tian watched the scene, her eyes a little teary. The villagers of Fubao village were so warm and kind, making her feel a strong sense of belonging. Jiang Fenghua and the Yu brothers, Zhou Xian, talked about Yu Tian's difficult past. Everyone listened with anger and sympathy, feeling even more sorry for her. When it was time to eat, the village head, Zhou Changsheng, quickly told everyone to leave. Jiang Fenghua couldn't stay either. Suddenly, the noisy yard became quiet again. Jiang Fenghua and the Yu brothers had been given many things to take home. Even Yu Tian's hands held 2 sesame candy cakes. After breakfast, Yu Tian learned a little about the people of Fubao village. There are 68 families in the village, 16 of which came here after fleeing hardship. The village head, Zhou Changsheng, is a fair and just man, so the village has a good reputation. Some of the visitors had come together from the same fleeing family, while others were locals whose ancestors had lived in Fubao village for 3 generations. These families had good relations with the Yu family and were the ones who brought food to redeem Yu Tian this time. Among these people, Grandma Zhang's family, Zhou Changsheng's family, and the Yu family are the closest friends. Yu Tian silently remembered the faces of her benefactors today, planning to repay them in small ways in the future. After breakfast, Yu Quanzhong prepared to go up the mountain again. Since he hadn't gained much this morning, he felt a bit disappointed. Yu Chuanxiao was in the room checking the children's homework. The 3rd and 4th children went to fetch water to irrigate the vegetable fields. Jiang Fenghua and Su Xuanyang were in the main hall making shoes and clothes for Yu Tian. Jia He and Jia Xing took stones and ran around playing wildly. Only Yu Tian was left in the yard helping Yu Chuanli sort herbs in the basket. Today, Yu Chuanli found a large bunch of honeysuckle flowers. He picked about 10 pounds, processed them, and ended up with 3 or 4 pounds. He kept 1 pound at home for later use, and the rest could be sold at the pharmacy in town for some money. 1 big and 1 small person were tending to the herbs and discussing medicine, getting more excited as they talked. Jiang Auntie, Brother Wu Wu, help! Suddenly, a woman rushed into the yard, crawling and crying. Yu Chuanli felt worried and quickly went to help her, asking, "What's wrong, Sister Zhu?" The woman, voice hoarse, said, "Help! Brother Wu Wu, my child ate a sour date and got the seed stuck in his throat." Now, she couldn't speak clearly, clutching her chest and pointing outside. A man was running in with a 3-year-old boy in his arms, stumbling along, followed by some villagers helping. The 3-year-old kept fiddling with his mouth with both hands, his small face turning purple from holding his breath. Yu Chuanli didn't dare delay and hurried to check. No matter how wide he opened the child's mouth, he couldn't see the date seed. He was sweating nervously. "No, it's too deep. Even with tools, I can't get it out." Hearing this, the woman fainted immediately. The man knelt on the ground, desperately kowtowing to Yu Chuanli. "Brother Wu Wu, please think of a way. Dainyu is my only hope." Several villagers also looked anxious, but could only watch helplessly. Yu Chuanli felt just as anxious, but he didn't know what to do. Seeing the child's pain, and then his face turning pale, he clenched his teeth, pinched the child's chin to open his mouth, and reached in to try to remove the seed. "Uncle, wait a moment." Yu Tian was terrified and ran forward to stop him, whispering, "Uncle, if you do that, the seed will go deeper." Yu Chuanli looked at Yu Tian blankly, a flash of light crossing his eyes. He lowered his voice and asked, "Tian Bao, do you have a way?" Yu Tian knew that every second the child was in danger, but she couldn't help with the rescue in front of the villagers. Anxiously, she pulled Yu Chuanli's hand and led him into the room, then closed the door. "Wait a moment, I'll look for a medical book and find a way." Very soon, while everyone was confused, voices of explanation came from inside the room. The man was so anxious he pounded his chest and stomped his feet. Jiang Fenghua looked worriedly at old Yu's room, trying to comfort the man first. Soon, the door suddenly opened with a bang. Yu Chuanli rushed out of the room. Yu Tian stood nervously at the door, watching closely. Yu Chuanli knelt on the ground, gently lifted the child from behind, adjusted his position, and looked at Yu Qiantian with a tense expression. Yu Qiantian quickly nodded. Yu Qianli steadied himself, took a deep breath, and carefully pressed on the child's upper abdomen, applying gentle, steady pressure. Everyone looked at each other, their faces tense and full of questions. Brother Wu is doing what? Don't know. Maybe he's trying to save the child. He's stuck. He needs to take out the jujube seed. Will that work? Husband listened to the gossip, beads of sweat rolling down his face. He wanted to stop Yu Qianli, but was afraid of disturbing him. Yu Qianli pressed about 10 times, but saw no effect. He looked uncertainly at Yu Qiantian. Yu Qiantian desperately tried to hold back her urge to step forward. Her big eyes were full of encouragement for Yu Qianli. Yes, that's right, Uncle Wu, keep going, don't give up. Yu Qianli's heart pounded faster, but he strangely didn't stop. The Yu brothers gathered around, all nervously watching Yu Qianli. After about 30 or 40 presses, a jujube seed shot out of the child's mouth. The child let out a loud cry, and his face, which was purple, suddenly turned bright red. The man quickly stepped forward, holding the crying child in his arms. Dainyu, you scared your father to death. Yu Qianli's legs went weak, almost collapsing to the ground, but his quick-witted brothers hurriedly supported him. Yu Qiantian's hand, which was holding the door frame, also relaxed. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and let out a small breath of relief. Then she ran over with short steps. Oh my, we really saved him? Of course. The jujube seed just shot out. What kind of method is this? It's so amazing. Yes, children choking can be life-threatening. Brother Wu is so amazing. He's even better than the doctors in the city. A few villagers watching were stunned, pointing at Yu Qianli and talking excitedly. Yu Qianli's mind went blank. He stared intently at Yu Jiutian, who was praising him, unable to speak a word. Just now, when she rushed into the room, Yu Jiutian quickly pressed on his upper abdomen and showed him what to do. She didn't have time to explain much, but he believed her, and surprisingly, it worked. When he heard the child's cry, the woman slowly woke up. She first held the child and cried for a while. Then, realizing what happened, the couple knelt at Yu Qianli's feet, repeatedly kowtowing to thank him. Jiang Fenghua and Su Xunyang hurriedly helped them up, telling them to take the child home and comfort him. The young couple gratefully left. The villagers marveled and discussed what had just happened, then dispersed, spreading the miraculous story. After drinking some cold water, Yu Qianli's heartbeat gradually slowed. Looking at his family surrounding him, he pointed at Yu Jiutian and explained, "It was Tian Bao who told me this method." Everyone looked at Yu Jiutian. She felt a bit guilty. She was so eager to save someone that she didn't think much at the time. Now, explaining it sounded a bit uncertain. She thought for a moment and pointed to her lungs, saying, "Grandmama told me that everyone has a lung pouch here, filled with air. The pouch connects to the throat. If something gets stuck, you press on the pouch to squeeze it out." Everyone instinctively took a couple of breaths, feeling their lung pouches expand and contract. Yes, it turned out they all relied on their lung pouches to breathe. Yu Qianli excitedly patted Yu Jiutian's small shoulder. "Tianbao, you're so amazing. If it weren't for you today, Uncle Wu would have had to watch Big Neo die right in front of me. You saved a life, do you know that?" The whole family felt proud and excited. They never expected that such a young girl like Tianbao would have medical skills even better than Yu Qianli's. Yu Jiutian smiled foolishly, not only because she and Yu Qianli had worked together to save a life, but also because she saw on the screen that the reward for saving someone had jumped to 1,300 coins. So, saving a life could bring such a big reward. Soon, Yu Qianli's amazing method to save the child with a sore throat spread throughout the village. No wonder the villagers were so surprised. Although a sore throat isn't a serious illness, it can be deadly in an instant, testing a doctor's quick response and medical skills. So far, no one has heard of anyone with a sore throat surviving against the odds. In fact, in Fubao village, Dinyo is the first child in decades to escape death from a sore throat. Jiang Fenghua carefully told everyone in the family not to mention Yu Jiotian's idea to help save the child. She only said that Yu Chuanli had remembered a traveling doctor who once saved someone, so he dared to try. Everyone was eager to hide Yu Jiotian's involvement and naturally wouldn't talk about it. Even the family and the villagers understood this. In the evening, Dinyo and his family came to visit Yu's house, along with many villagers who came to see what happened. Dinyo's father carried a bag of sweet potatoes, which looked to weigh about 60 or 70 jin, and without saying a word, he placed it in the kitchen. Dinyo's grandmother held Jiang Fenghua's hand, crying and wiping her tears, saying, "Young sister, if it weren't for your fifth brother, our family's only hope would be gone. Your kindness to our Lu family is as heavy as Mount Tai. This few dozen jin of grain is half of our family's food. I know it can't compare to the medical fee needed to save a life. After the harvest, we will send enough grain to repay you." Jiang Fenghua understood the Lu family's situation and comforted her. "That's enough, sister. The harvest is still over a month away. If your family doesn't have enough food, take some home for emergencies. Our family is managing for now, but that's not acceptable. Tighten your belt and go up the mountain to find some mountain goods. We can survive until the harvest with 60 or 70 jin of grain, but we can't forget the life-saving kindness of your fifth brother. I won't say pretty words, sister. If there's anything we can do to help in the future, just ask. We're leaving now, so we won't disturb your peace." Dinyo's grandmother bowed several times to Yu Chuanli, thanked him again and again, then told her son and daughter-in-law to leave. Yu Chuanli held Yu Jiotian in his arms the whole time. Although he couldn't say it openly, he always felt that it was his niece's achievement. He himself couldn't take all the credit. Yu Jiotian watched Dinyo jump around happily, and her dimples never disappeared from her small face. Such lively little lives. It's so good they survived safely. Maybe because she saved a life, the whole family felt very happy inside. Jiang Fenghua was so pleased that she cooked a big bowl of egg custard as a reward for Yu Jiotian. In the end, the small bowl of egg custard was divided among the whole family. That night, lying in bed, Yu Jiotian looked at the space trading gold, and her ideas grew bigger. Now she finally had the ability to improve her family's life. The next morning, before dawn, Yu Jiotian woke up. Although she moved very quietly while dressing, Jiang Fenghua still woke up. Sleepily, she asked, "Good girl, why did you get up so early today?" "Grandma, Tianbao wants to go up the mountain with Uncle Da and Uncle Wu." Seeing Jiang Fenghua wake up, Yu Jiotian happily hugged her arm, her face full of hope. "No, that's not possible. The mountain is too dangerous, and there are many bugs. Your injury isn't fully healed, so you can't go." Jiang Fenghua's sleepiness instantly cleared, and she instinctively refused. "Grandma, Tianbao just wants to see more herbs. That way, I can learn more. With Uncle Da protecting me, I won't get hurt. Grandma is the best. Please agree, okay?" Maybe if Tianbao goes, Uncle Da's luck will get better too. Yu Jiotian's sweet voice made everyone feel like they had bitten into a sweet fruit, filling their hearts. Her bright, clear eyes were full of longing, making it hard for anyone to feel disappointed or sad for her. Jiang Fenghua was reluctant but finally said, "All right. Only today. No more after this." Yu Jiotian's eyes lit up and she kissed Jiang Fenghua on the cheek. "Grandma is so good. Tianbao will listen carefully to Uncle Da and won't get hurt." Her chubby little face quickly disappeared as she jumped down from the bed and ran out happily. Jiang Fenghua felt a little lost. With Grandma's approval, Yu Chuanzhong was naturally happy to take his niece out. The family was eager to go too, but Su Xuanyang, with her 2 boiled eggs, kept everyone at home. Mountains are treasures for farmers, and it is the lush season all around. As soon as I entered the mountain, I felt a cool breeze spreading through my nose and pores, like taking a deep breath of fresh air, making me feel refreshed and energized. "Uncle, this path is used by people every day, so small animals don't dare to come here. If we make a new path, maybe we will find something." Yu Jiotian waved her small hands excitedly and pointed to a rarely used trail. Yu Chuanzhong agreed, without hesitation. Whether they find anything today was less important. He just wanted his niece to be happy. He cheerfully used a sickle to clear the way. Worried about thorns hurting Yu Jiutian, Yu Qiuanzhong gently let her down and kept her behind him for protection. Yu Jiutian's smile grew wider. She was just thinking about how to persuade Yu Qiuanzhong to let her walk freely. Look, eggs. It seemed like the stone was discovering something, pointing at the white objects on the ground and rushing over excitedly. Yu Jiutian's eyes sparkled, and she ran after him. Wow, uncle and second uncle, there really is a nest of eggs. Why are these eggs so cold? Stone picked up an egg with shining eyes, feeling it was icy to the touch. A flicker of guilt crossed Yu Jiutian's eyes. She quickly diverted her attention. Brother Stone, hurry up and pick them. If others find out, we won't get any. The eggs had been taken from the freezer in the storage room on the 3rd floor, so of course they were cold. Yu Quanhui, with sharp eyes, found another nest of eggs. He eagerly ran over to collect them, glancing at his niece with a thoughtful look. They had been out with their older brother for 2 days and found nothing. Today, after just a short time in the mountain, they discovered so many eggs. Grandma Ma was right. Jiutian really brought good luck to the Yu family. The group collected 4 nests of eggs, totaling over 30. Both brothers' mouths stretched into wide smiles. Stone was so excited, he widened his eyes and carefully searched every inch, occasionally flipping over grass nests, afraid of missing an egg. Wild ducks. Brother, look, there are wild ducks. After walking a few steps, Yu Quanhui excitedly pointed at the dark ducks ahead, startling 3 or 4 wild ducks into flight. With a few swift shots, Yu Qiuanzhong's quiver was empty, and 3 ducks fell to the ground with a splash. One duck, having escaped, panicked and flew toward Yu Jiutian's face. Yu Quanhui quickly and skillfully grabbed the duck by the neck. Yu Jiutian took a few steps back in shock, bumping into a stone. The 2 children and the eggs in the basket spilled all over the ground. This was one of the few domesticated animals in the space, mainly a large rooster and hen used as wild game, which was hard to explain otherwise. There were also a few black ducks and mandarin ducks, which were not a common breed in this world, just used to fill the space. The 2 brothers were very excited. Sure too was busy checking if Yu Jiutian was hurt and whether the eggs had broken. No one noticed Yu Jiutian's confused expression. There were only 7 mandarin ducks in the space. She had taken out 4, but she clearly saw all 7 ducks still there on the screen, with only 120 fewer coins in the transaction. It was a strange thing. The eggs and 4 ducks filled a basket. Yu Quanzhong happily said that Tian Bao had good foresight. It was still early, so Yu Quanli took a few people back to the mountain hollow where they found the honeysuckle flowers yesterday. From afar, a sea of golden and silver flowers covered the entire hollow. When they got closer, they could smell a sweet herbal scent filling their noses. Without hesitation, everyone started picking the flowers. Tian Bao, why are you only picking unopened flowers? After a while, Yu Quanli noticed something was wrong. They were picking fully bloomed flowers, but Yu Jiutian was specifically choosing unopened ones. Yu Jiutian blinked her big eyes and carefully explained, "Second uncle, Granny Ma said that unopened honeysuckle flowers are much stronger in medicinal properties and sell for a higher price." Really? Then we should all pick the unopened ones.
Yugoslavia quan l'Isaia sparklat.
He thought his niece was like a walking treasure book of medicine. Yu Jiutian shook her head vigorously.
No, no, no.
We pick both. The bloomed ones are better for children's medicine and won't hurt their little tummies.
Yugoslavia quan l'inut derrapatadli.
If his hands weren't dirty, he would have hugged his niece tightly and kissed her. Yu Quanzhong the wild ducks with vines, freeing a basket. Everyone then divided into groups to pick the 2 grades of honeysuckle flowers. Suddenly, a commotion came from the bushes behind them. Yu Quanzhong, who was experienced in hunting, reacted quickly. He waved his hand to gather the 4 scattered people. Not far behind the bushes, a pair of dangerous green eyes stared at them. Yu Jiutian shivered in fear, and in the next moment, Yu Quanli had already hugged her into his arms. Although the stone was afraid, it instinctively stepped in front of Yu Qiuanli. opening its hands to protect the two relatives behind. Yu Chuanzhong, feeling alert, moved to the front silently and took out a small knife from his leg. Because they were too close, the strength of the bow and arrow couldn't kill instantly, so they had to fight hand to hand. Yu Jiutian had never seen a real wild animal before. Her small heart was pounding fast like a toy with a loose spring, but after being picked up, she saw the situation clearly. Luckily, it was a lone wolf, but its shape showed it had been hungry for a long time. A wild animal starving to the extreme is the most fierce. Perhaps the smell of blood from the wild duck made the hungry wolf unable to resist. It didn't hesitate or linger, but leapt straight toward the crowd. Yu Chuanzhong, afraid of hurting his family behind him, quickly stepped forward and used his body to push the wolf away. Then he rolled on the ground and pressed himself against the wolf, tightly gripping its neck. In the struggle, the sharp claws of the wolf scratched Yu Chuanzhong's arm, and his small knife fell to the side. "Uncle," Yu Jiutian pointed at the small knife, anxious to break free from Yu Chuanli and go help. Stone responded quickly, running over and grabbing the small knife, stabbing it forcefully into the wolf's neck. The foul-smelling wolf blood splattered all over him and Yu Chuanzhong. Stone's hand trembled as he held the knife, but he kept steady and didn't dare move. Soon, the wolf stopped struggling. "Uncle is hurt. Brother Stone, are you okay?" Yu Jiutian broke free and ran forward, seeing the wound on Yu Zhongchuan's arm, crying loudly. Stone let go of the small knife and sat down on the ground in a daze, shaking his head at Yu Jiutian. "Sweetheart, I'm fine." Seeing her cousin crying, Yu Jiutian wanted to wipe her tears but noticed she was covered in blood. She quickly looked around, secretly took a branch of bitter melon from the space when no one was paying attention, and pretended to find it. She picked some fresh leaves and brought them over. She handed a leaf to Yu Chuanli and stuffed another into her own mouth to chew, saying casually, "Fifth uncle, chew it into small pieces and put it on uncle's wound." Yu Chuanli trusted his niece completely and hurriedly followed her instructions. Although Yu Chuanzhong was injured, he still felt very comforted by his niece's care and treatment. After a simple dressing, the sharp pain immediately eased a lot. He couldn't help but admire Yu Jiutian more. Worried that the strong smell of blood might attract other wild animals, the four of them hurriedly packed up to leave the mountain. Shirtu volunteered to carry the wild duck and eggs, while Yu Chuanzhong carried the wolf's body. Yu Qianli decided to put Yu Jiutian into a basket, and the four of them hurried down the mountain along the same path. "Look, the Yu family's eldest has caught a wolf. Oh my, it's all bloodied. Did he get badly hurt?" When they returned to the village, it was the time when everyone finished their work and was preparing breakfast. Seeing Yu Chuanzhong, covered in blood and carrying the wolf, everyone was stunned. Some curious villagers quickly ran to the Yu family to spread the news. Jiang Fenghua almost fainted when she heard that the eldest had encountered a wolf. The whole family rushed out in a panic. The first thing she saw was Yu Chuanzhong's big white teeth flashing as he grinned, blood covering his face, followed by Yu Qianli and Shirtu, both also covered in blood. "Where's Tian Tian?" Jiang Fenghua didn't see Yu Jiutian and hurriedly grabbed the fifth child, Yu Qianli's clothes. "Auntie, I'm here." Yu Jiutian quickly stuck out her little head and reached out her tiny hand to Jiang Fenghua. Jiang Fenghua's eyes turned red. She pulled her out and checked her carefully, then couldn't help but pat her on the head. Yu Jiutian was so frightened, she closed her eyes tightly, but didn't try to hide. She never expected that going into the mountain would be so dangerous. She encountered a wild animal on the first day. The old lady must have been very scared, so a slap was understandable.
"I'm sorry."
Why did I agree to go into the mountain without resisting?
Jiang Fenghua's slap didn't land.
Instead, she held Yu Jiutian tightly, feeling guilty. Yu Chuanzhong, who was smiling happily with his mouth open, was so scared he quickly shut his mouth. Everyone else didn't dare to say a word. Only Su Xianyang looked at Yu Chuanzhong's injuries with concern. Yu Jiutian tilted her head carefully and tentatively showed two small dimples to Jiang Fenghua. "Auntie, it's Tiantian's fault." Tian Tian was too willful and kept bothering Auntie. It's because Auntie cares about Tian Tian that she agreed. Seeing Jiang Fenghua's face soften, she quickly whispered, Auntie, please don't be angry. Big Uncle was so happy to catch the wolf. Now he's so scared, and seeing Tian Tian worried makes her very sad. Jiang Fenghua instinctively looked at Yu Chuanzhong, who tensed up and stood straight without thinking. Let's go home first. Jiang Fenghua looked at her son covered in blood, and her voice softened a little. She hugged Yu Jiutian and headed back. The brothers quickly followed. First, they saved the big ox, then caught a wolf. The villagers' admiration for the Yu family reached its peak. Once the Yu family disappeared from sight, the gossip grew louder. Old Yu is really impressive. He single-handedly killed a wolf. Second and fifth brothers are also capable. Aunt Jiang is truly lucky, that's right. But I think these sons and grandsons are not as important as the granddaughter they just found. Look at how nervous Grandma Jiang was just now. I've never seen her like that before. I noticed old Yu hasn't had a good harvest in days. Today, with little sweetie along, he got a big one. She must be a lucky girl. No wonder Grandma Jiang cares so much. Behind the villagers, the Chow family listened with shining eyes, feeling mixed. They hadn't expected to hear such good news as soon as they entered the village. Old Yu had caught a wolf. They heard the wolf's pelt could sell for 20 or 30 taels of silver. They arrived just in time. But they were disgusted that the silly girl was called a lucky child. She was just a wasteful, ungrateful troublemaker. They quietly asked a villager about Yu's location and hurried toward Yu's house. Back at the yard, Jiang Fenghua immediately told the children to lock the door. After checking Yu Chuanzhong's injuries, she finally relaxed and looked around at the prey, her gaze settling on Yu Jiutian. She knew her son's hunting habits well. Usually, he only brought back a few wild chickens. But today's harvest was far beyond her expectations. Thinking about how Yu Jiutian insisted on coming up the mountain today, she felt these prey and little sweetie were connected. Yu Jiutian felt the wise look from Grandma Jiang and became nervous. She quickly stepped forward, hugged her thigh, and pretended to be innocent, saying, Grandma, today Uncle praised little sweetie for being lucky. Does Grandma want to reward her? Yu Chuanzhong quickly defended his niece. Yes. Mom, little sweetie must be rewarded. If it weren't for her guiding us, we wouldn't have such a big harvest today. Yu Qianli also nodded in agreement. Big brother's injury was also treated with herbs that little sweetie found. Jiang Fenghua helplessly tapped Yu Jiutian's nose. Do your best. You know you're lucky. If you get hurt, you'll regret it too late. Since you all came back safe, I'll cook a duck to help calm your nerves. Yay! More meat. It's so good to have a little sister. We get to eat meat every day. Jaha Jiaxing cheered when they heard they could eat meat again, pulling Yu Jiutian to jump happily. Seeing her two brothers' happy faces, Yu Jiutian forgot about the dangers in the mountains and smiled sweetly. Is the future in-laws at home? Just as everyone started tidying up, the gate suddenly knocked loudly. Hearing the familiar voice, Yu Jiutian shivered and froze in place. Jiang Fenghua also recognized Lai Hohat's voice, frowned, and quickly stepped forward to hold Yu Jiutian in his arms. Big brother, quickly gather everything into the room and lock it up. Xiaonyang, go scrape some ashes from the stove to cover the bloodstains on the ground. Under Jiang Fenghua's subtle signal, Yu Chuanzhong casually picked up from the corner and went to open the door. Lai Hohat's smiling face froze when she saw Yu Chuanzhong covered in blood. She was so frightened she backed away, but her son and daughter-in-law caught her. Big nephew, what happened to you? You're covered in blood, it's scary. She patted her chest, quickly rearranged her smile, and her eyes flicked nervously toward the yard. Yu Chuanzhong stepped forward and said gruffly, Don't flatter yourself. Who do you think you are, my big nephew? What are you here for? Lai Hohat's smile grew more eager. Dear in-laws, we're just here to see Tianbao. We had a little misunderstanding, but it's not enough to keep you standing outside and talking, right? She was really afraid of Yu Chuanzhong, so she stretched her neck and spoke to Jiang Fenghua. Jiang Fenghua tightened his hold on the child and sneered. Guests? I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. I advise you not to waste your time. If you're here, Go back where you came from. Lai Ho-hot kept smiling, as if she wasn't the one being scolded. She seized the opportunity to slip into the yard from beside Yu Chuanzhong. Chao Junkai and his wife also wanted to join in, but they were not as brave as Lai Ho-hot. Seeing Yu Chuanzhong already angry, they didn't dare to make a move. Outside, some villagers passing by saw outsiders visiting relatives and stopped curiously to watch. Sweet treasure, come here and let Grandma hold you. I haven't seen you in a few days and I miss you so much. Lai Ho-hot, with a shameless face, reached out to try to take Yu Jiutian from Jiang Fenghua's arms. Yu Jiutian turned away and tightly hugged Jiang Fenghua's neck. At the same time, Jiang Fenghua stepped back to avoid Lai Ho-hot's hand. Hey! Lai Ho-hot's throat tightened as Elder Fourth Yu Chuani grabbed her collar and pulled her back several steps. Lai Ho-hot was choked and coughed several times. She didn't expect the Yu family to be so stubborn. Seeing many villagers outside watching the scene, she had an idea. She sat on the ground, patted her legs, and started crying loudly. Your Yu family is really something. Treating a relative like this, are you trying to cheat us? Last time, the Yu family was so aggressive because they were in a different village and didn't care about their reputation. But today, they were in their own village, so they would surely be more cautious. The villagers didn't know the full story. If they saw the Yu family being so fierce to relatives, they might think less of them in the future. Sure enough, some outsiders started talking. Relatives? Are they the family of Sweet Treasure's nanny? Who would casually recognize relatives? Probably just rumors. But I see that Sweet Treasure seems to resist this old woman a lot. There must be a story behind it. Let's wait and see. Two families were separated by a wall. Zhao Yumei, hearing the commotion, was holding Hu Xinyue at her door, curious to see what was happening. The mother and daughter felt a bit pleased, thinking it wasn't their turn to act. Yu Jiutian had already caused trouble for the Yu family. When she heard this was not right, Jiang Fenghua quickly handed Yu Jiutian to Su Xionyang and stepped closer, looking down at Lai Ho-hot. Don't think I don't know what your plan is. But I advise you to stop now, or you'll regret it later. Lai Ho-hot shrank her neck, but saw more and more people gathering outside. Her evil nature grew bolder, and she said, You still dare to threaten me. She cried outside the door, shouting loudly, Everyone, please judge. Sweet Bao was originally our granddaughter, but unfortunately, we fled from hardship. Our family has little land and can't support everyone, so Sweet Bao often goes hungry. The Yu family thought we were mistreating her and insisted on taking her to raise themselves. But we, the Chao family, raised her for over 3.5 years. At that time, the Yu family agreed to exchange 200 jin of grain and said they would come to pick her up in a few days. Look at their attitude. Are they trying to cheat us? We have endured the pain of separation from our own flesh and blood, only to be toyed with by the in-laws. Is there no justice? If you have money, you can bully poor relatives whenever you want. The Yu family wasn't considered wealthy before, but today they had caught a big opportunity and suddenly became rich. They only wanted 200 jin of grain. That was a bargain for the Yu family. Lai Guohua's words caused a commotion. The Yu family's actions were indeed a bit unfair, especially since Sweet Bao was their granddaughter. If they wanted to take her, they should at least give the Chao family some explanation. Yu Jiutian looked at Lai Guohua with wide, angry eyes, trying to expose her. You're lying. Grandma never agreed to give you grain. Sensing Yu Jiutian's intention, Lai Guohua immediately shouted, Sweet Bao, although our family is a bit poor, you can't just help them hide the truth because you've had a good 2 days with them. The Chao family raised you all these years. You can't just be a little ungrateful. Jiang Fenghua's face was cold and stern, putting on a dramatic act to confuse everyone. She was relying on the Yu family's need to maintain their reputation in the village, so they wouldn't dare do anything to them. She quickly walked forward, grabbing Lai Guohua's hair, and slapped her hard across the mouth. Your mouth was just fine 2 days ago, and now you can't help but talk nonsense? Your mother gave you this mouth to speak properly, but you're twisting the truth and spouting. Today, I will teach you how to speak properly, just like your parents. Lai Guohua instinctively tried to fight back, but Yu Chuanli immediately grabbed her hands from behind, twisting them and making her unable to move. Chao Juntai and his wife wanted to go in and rescue her, but Yu Chuanzhong blocked the door with a. The villagers outside the yard were stunned, stretching their necks to look inside. The Yu family was the most admired family in the village, harmonious siblings, a good relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. All of this was because Jiang Fenghua was wise, reasonable, and good at managing her household. She never tolerates evil in the village, and everyone knows that. But she always manages to scare off troublemakers with just a few words. This was the first time she actually hit someone. Yu Tian's mouth opened wide in shock, and her big eyes filled with admiration for Jiang Fenghua. Wow, the old lady is so impressive. Jiang Fenghua didn't realize how many times she had hit until Lai Hohat's lips were swollen and bloodied. Only when Lai Hohat begged for mercy did she stop. Lai Hohat's mouth was burning, and her sharp words earlier now made her lips hurt badly. She could only hum softly from her throat. Yu Chuanli let go, and she immediately crawled away from Jiang Fenghua, keeping her distance. The Yu family are crazy. Aren't they afraid of being criticized by the villagers? They didn't even hesitate, they just started hitting. Yu mistreated Tianbao and almost caused her death. Yu refused to pay a few medical bills for her, so you signed a separation agreement. Now Tianbao has nothing to do with your Chao family. Thinking you can use that worthless bloodline as an excuse to cling to us? Well, I'll make sure you wake up. If you dare show up in front of us again, I'll hit you every time I see you. Jiang Fenghua spoke firmly and stepped closer to Lai Hohat with each word. Lai Hohat was pushed to the wall and, frightened, stood up and quickly slipped away through Yu Chuanzhong's armpit. Clap clap. Grandma is so awesome. Grandma scared the bad people away. Yu Tian, held by Su Xionyang, clapped her small hands loudly, proud and excited. Hearing this, Jiang Fenghua's eyes softened, and she looked at Yu Tian with affection. With Grandma here, no one dares to bother Tianbao, and no one dares to bother our Yu family. The villagers, who had felt some sympathy for Lai Hohat earlier, now understood everything. They pointed at Lai Hohat with disdain and whispered. Lai Hohat crossed her arms and pointed at Jiang Fenghua in the yard, muttering curses. Suddenly, she staggered forward and fell flat on her face. Chao Juan-Sai hurried to help his mother, pointing at Granny Zhang who had kicked him.
Why?
Why did you kick my mom? Granny Zhang crossed her arms and spat. Because you dared to target our Fubao villagers. Everyone here would kick you if they had the chance. Several villagers stepped forward to kick the Chao family members. Grandma Zhang's words reminded them that the Yu family was also part of Fubao village. Coming to cause trouble at their door was like bullying a village that had no one to stand up for it. The Chao family was completely frightened. The couple hurriedly drove away with Lai Hohat, running wildly toward the village entrance. They're bullying our villagers. Don't let them go. Grandma Zhang shouted loudly, stretching her neck. The villagers all started to chase after them. On the main road leading out of the village, families saw the fleeing Chao family and joined the chase. The Chao family was so scared they tripped and fell multiple times, running away with bruised faces and noses, leaving Fubao village behind. Grandma Zhang is amazing. Sweet Treasure really admires Grandma Zhang. Yu Tian's small hand was about to turn red from excitement. Her little body twisted so happily that Su Xionyang almost couldn't hold her. Grandma Zhang was brought back to her senses by Sweet Treasure's cheerful voice. She happily raised her eyebrows and took small steps toward Yu Tian. Yu Tian waved her tiny hands and leaned into Grandma Zhang's arms. The two looked at each other and smiled so brightly that their teeth showed. Older sister, you're still so lively. Your legs are still so strong. Are you not afraid that Lai Posi will come to bother you and knock out your teeth? After driving away the Chao family, Jiang Fenghua felt refreshed and couldn't help teasing her good friend. Grandma Zhang's eyebrows danced with joy. You're amazing. I'm not someone who backs down easily. If she dares to come bother me, it will only end worse than today. The two good friends, sharing similar temperaments, looked at each other and laughed happily. The villagers' understanding was refreshed. From now on, they had to be more careful in their dealings. Otherwise, if they angered these two old ladies, they might end up like the Chow family. The Chow family ran far out of the village before they dared to stop and catch their breath. Lai Ho-hot turned her head and saw a young woman still chasing from afar. This was the woman who had shouted the loudest earlier. Just as the family was about to escape, the woman suddenly called out, "Auntie, wait. I'm not here to cause trouble." Lai Ho-hot turned her head and saw that the woman had indeed changed to a kind and gentle face. She was alone, so Lai Ho-hot stopped.
Who are you?
"What do you want?" Lai Ho-hot asked cautiously, signaling to Chow Jun to be alert. "Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that I dislike sweet treasure," the young woman said straightforwardly, catching her breath. The Chow mother and son exchanged a suspicious look at the young woman. "Really?" they asked. "More real than gold. I was just chasing fiercely to avoid others and find you alone to talk. I want to ask for your help. Later, I'll find a way to send you some grain. How about that?" After she finished speaking, the Chow mother and son looked at each other for a moment, each showing a sinister expression, and nodded. As long as the young girl and the Yu family were unhappy, they would be happy. Once the yard was empty of their own people, the Yu family's gate was immediately locked. Everyone started working on their own. Yu Chuanyi chose the smallest wild duck to stew, while Yu Jutian and the family worked hard to pluck the duck's feathers. Yu Zhongquan took off his blood-stained clothes and handed them to his wife and mother to wash. Then he quickly peeled the wolf's skin and cut the wolf into small pieces, packing them into a basket, planning to sell them in town after dinner. Yu Quenli also packed the herbal medicines he had prepared earlier, ready to go to town with his older brother. During dinner, Yu Jutian was a bit distracted, constantly asking about the city, her eyes full of longing for the city life. When she learned that the sweet girl had never left the village, Jiang Fenghua felt a bit uneasy. "Third brother, you're usually smart. Later, you go with your older brother and fifth brother to check things. Also, take the sweet girl to meet Guang." "Really?" Yu Jutian jumped down from her stool happily, almost falling. Jiang Fenghua quickly reached out to steady her. Yu Jutian then hugged her arm like a koala and rubbed against her.
Thank you, Grandma.
"I love Grandma so much. I want to go too." "I want to go too." Hearing about going to the city, Jia and Jiaxing refused to stay behind, arguing and insisting on going with them. No matter how much Su Xunyang tried to coax them with eggs, the two boys wouldn't give up, holding Yu Jutian's hands tightly from both sides. They wanted to follow their sister for food and to see Guang in the city. Although they had been there several times before, they never thought going to the city was too many times. Jiang Fenghua thought the city wasn't as dangerous as the mountains, so she waved her hand confidently. Okay. Fourth brother, you go too. You're responsible for taking care of these two little monkeys." Stone looked at her eagerly. Although he was a bit confused, he knew that the old lady in the family was in charge. "Stone, you come too. You're responsible for watching over the sweet girl with third brother." After Jiang Fenghua finished speaking, the family suddenly became lively, just like during the New Year. Because of the hot weather and concern that the meat might spoil, they hurriedly finished their meal and packed up to go to the city. Yu Zhongquan carried the wolf meat, Shirtu carried the wolf pelt and wild duck, and Yu Chuanli carried the herbs. Jiang Fenghua also borrowed 2 baskets, so Yu Chuanyi and Yu Quanan each carried a child. On the way back, she also held a few lotus leaves she had picked from the pond to use as sunshade. The 2 boys took turns walking, and Yu Jiotian also wanted to walk, but Jiang Fenghua repeatedly told her she must stay in the basket, or she wouldn't be allowed to go next time. So she obediently stayed quiet. The family set off amid the envy of the villagers. Fubao village is only about 10 miles from the city, and the roads are flat. The brothers walked quickly and reached the city gate in less than an hour. Yu Jiotian looked at the tall city gate with the 3 big characters, Huzhou City, and was full of amazement and curiosity. It's just like in the TV dramas. The city gate was guarded by sharp, imposing wooden curtains, and soldiers stood neatly in 3-step intervals, looking sharp. Inside the city, the main street was paved with blue bricks and stones, lined with vendors, shopkeepers, and banners flying from various shops and taverns. Perhaps because of the heat, there were no crowds pushing against each other. The street was very quiet, with few people wandering around. Even so, Yu Jiutian stood straight in the basket, stretching her neck to not miss any scene of the bustling ancient city. The group first arrived at the East Street Market, a small alley full of vegetable and meat vendors, which was even more lively than modern markets. They finally found a vacant spot, and Yu Chuanzhong carefully unloaded the meat and wild ducks from the basket onto prepared burlap bags and arranged them. Although there weren't many people at the market, the unique wolf meat immediately attracted attention. Wolf meat is warm and nourishing. Since wolves are strong and active by nature, their meat is very tough and delicious. When Yu Quanan came in, he had already asked about the prices of pork, beef, and mutton along the way, and set the wolf meat at 15 coins per jin. It wasn't cheap, but it was rare, and with Yu Quanan's cheerful smile and clever talk, a few shopkeeper women quickly bought it all. They discarded the internal organs and lungs of the wolf, totaling 95 jin, and sold it for 1.5 silver coins. Although wild ducks are not as popular as wolf meat, they are still a good deal at 10 coins per jin. 3 ducks weigh 27 jin and sold for 270 coins. Yu Jiutian watched Yu Quanren handle the meat with calm confidence. Suddenly, she realized her uncle was very talented at business, which explained why the old lady trusted him to oversee things. The brothers had never seen so much money at once. They all looked happy. The family took the opportunity to go to the leather goods shop again. The shopkeeper saw that the Yu brothers were dressed simply. He initially wanted to lower the price, but Yu Quanren waved his hand and prepared to leave with his family. In the end, the shopkeeper politely called them back. A wolf hide was sold for 28 taels of silver. After receiving a big bag of silver, Yu Quanzhong smiled so broadly that his white teeth showed. He hugged Yu Jiutian and didn't want to let go. This was the first time he had hunted a fierce animal, all thanks to his niece. Outside, he decided to buy each child a string of candied hawthorn. The family was very happy, and they playfully kissed Yu Jiutian's cheeks several times. Although they were still young, they clearly felt that since they had a sister, they were eating better and better. Before, when they sold their prey, only 2 people could share a piece of candy. But now, they were eating their first big string of candied hawthorn. Next, the family planned to go to the pharmacy. Dr. Chiu, these 2 or 3 silver coins are all I have. Please, save my wife first. A man begged desperately at an alleyway, while a woman was moaning in extreme pain. The doctor, carrying a medicine box, shook his head with a look of disgust. First, your money can't even cover the consultation fee. Even if you gave me 100 taels of silver, I couldn't save your wife. She's having a miscarriage. You should find an experienced midwife to come and see if there's any way to save her life. After saying this, the doctor turned to leave. The man knelt heavily on the ground. Dr. Chiu, please. Think of a way. These are 2 lives. The lives of 2 people? I wouldn't dare to act recklessly. If I promised to treat her and couldn't save her, I'd ruin my reputation. Let go of my hand. The doctor vigorously tried to shake off the man's grip, trying to break free. Yu Jiutian watched behind the scattered umbrellas, where the woman in labor was clearly in pain. Her originally joyful face suddenly became serious and worried. Many onlookers gathered around, but besides feeling sorry for the woman's bad luck, no one blamed Dr. Chiu for not saving her. The Yu family also stopped and listened to the woman's strained, painful screams. They couldn't help but feel worried. But even Dr. Chiu from Tongren Hall couldn't save her, and others felt helpless too. Everyone, uncles, aunts, and neighbors, I am truly overwhelmed. Please have kindness and help me find an experienced midwife. I am willing to use all I have to thank you. Seeing that Dr. Chiu was determined not to help, the man knelt down in front of the crowd watching the scene. Tears in his eyes, he begged for help, his voice full of desperation. Young man, it's not that we don't want to help. Even Dr. Chiu can't save her, and finding a midwife now would be pointless. Yes, and where can we find such a skilled midwife in just a short time? The onlookers felt sympathy for the couple but believed all efforts would be in vain.
Zhang Lang.
Don't kneel anymore. Take me home. Let me and the baby leave with dignity. The woman looked hopeless, struggling to stand, but her body was too heavy and weak to move. Having her in labor on the street had already made her lose face, but for her child's sake, she didn't care about that anymore. Now, with Dr. Chiu declaring her hopeless, she just wanted to hold on to her last bit of dignity. The man's eyes turned red, and he made a choking sound as he sobbed. He stood up with heavy legs, filled with despair and guilt, and walked toward his wife. Yu Chuanli clenched his fists and couldn't help but shout to stop the man. As he shouted, he immediately regretted it. He nervously looked at Yu Tian in his arms. "Sweetie, do you really think you can do this?" Yu Tian tightly held her second uncle's hand and nodded. She whispered softly but firmly, "Uncle, this woman is very sick, but her face and appearance still show there's a 50% chance of survival." She was also struggling inside. Acting rashly could put her second uncle in danger, but to see someone die without trying to help was too much for her conscience. The noisy scene suddenly grew quiet. Everyone looked at Yu Chuanli. Yu Quanren pulled his brother, signaling him not to take unnecessary risks. However, the man with the Zheng surname heard the sound and immediately focused his eyes on Yu Quanli. He quickly walked over, with a hint of hope in his painful eyes, and asked, "Brother, are you a doctor?" The person in front of him looked too young, and his eyes showed some hesitation and unease, but he didn't want to give up any hope. Yu Quanli swallowed hard and honestly replied, "I only have some knowledge of medicine." The man with the Zheng surname looked disappointed for a moment, then a glimmer of hope appeared again. "Do you have a way to save my wife?" Yu Quanli clenched his teeth and said, "I can use acupuncture to help turn the baby around, but I need a midwife to deliver the baby."
And
"I am not completely confident." Sweet Bao said she knew the acupuncture points to return the baby to the correct position. She told him, and he could perform the acupuncture, with about an 80% chance of saving the mother and child. But Sweet Bao was only 3.5 years old. After speaking, Yu Quanli felt cold sweat soaking his body. The onlookers were shocked and pointed fingers at Yu Quanli with disdain. "That kid looks only 15 or 16, probably hasn't even finished growing, and he dares to speak so confidently." Exactly, even Dr. Chiu couldn't do it. "Is he more skilled than Dr. Chiu?" Dr. Chiu, who was not far away, overheard someone trying to show off. He paused and quietly turned back. Seeing it was a poor-looking young man with yellow hair, he showed a mocking smile. Doctors are respected by the world, but now even amateurs dare to call themselves doctors. The man with the Zheng surname excitedly grabbed Yu Quanli's arm. "Really? That's wonderful. Please, young brother, help save my wife and child's lives." Yu Quanli looked at Lao San Yu Quanli with a complicated expression and said, "You heard it too. My brother only has some knowledge of medicine and isn't fully confident. I don't dare to act rashly. You should find a more skilled doctor." After speaking, he pulled Yu Quanli as if to leave. The man with the Zheng surname was anxious, tears in his eyes, choking as he said, "Big brother, please wait. I am at my wit's end now. If my younger brother is willing to help, I will accept any outcome. Please save my wife and child. I, Zheng Jun, am willing to do anything to repay your kindness." By the end, Zheng Jun was crying uncontrollably. Yu Chuanzhong looked at the man who was about his size, now fragile and helpless like a child. He remembered his wife risking her life to give birth to twins, and he couldn't bring himself to move forward. Yu Jiutian and Yu Quanli also looked at Yu Chuanzhong with worry. The eldest brother is like a father. When outside, all decisions depend on the eldest son. Let me be clear. I can let my brother step in to save the person, but I can't guarantee he'll come back. If you act unreasonably afterward, my fists are not soft. Yu Chuanzhong clenched his fists tighter, his eyes sharp. The man with the Zheng surname nodded repeatedly, as if clutching a lifeline. "I swear with my life, no matter the outcome, I won't blame you afterward." Only then did Yu Quanli release Yu Jiutian, pulling her along, and said anxiously, "I didn't bring silver needles today. You need to quickly find a set of silver needles and then find the midwife." Yu Jiutian, with sharp eyes, saw Dr. Chiu looking on eagerly. Grandpa Doctor hasn't left. His medicine box must have silver needles. Dr. Chio's face tightened. He tried to leave quickly, but Jung Jun, quick and sharp, grabbed him. Dr. Chio, saving a life is more important than anything. Please, for the sake of a life, lend us the silver needles. Dr. Chio was very reluctant, but the illness was serious. Not helping would be unkind, and it was hard to refuse when lives were at stake. If he didn't lend the needles, it would damage his reputation and that of Tongrentang. This is ridiculous. You're desperate and trying anything, he said begrudgingly, taking out the silver needle pack and criticizing him sharply. Jung Jun's eyes flickered, and he gritted his teeth, bowing to him and accepting the silver needles, handing them to Yu Quenli. In urgent times, we ask for your understanding, sister. Yu Quenli took Yu Jiutian and approached the woman, bowing politely. The woman, weak and looking up, saw the young girl and boy with compassionate and righteous eyes. She suddenly felt a desire to live. Thank you, young brother. With an oil paper umbrella shielding her, Yu Jiutian squatted down, took the woman's hand gently, and encouraged her softly. Auntie, stay strong. The baby and you will be safe. She quietly placed her hand on the woman's pulse, then looked at her uncle with bright eyes and whispered, Xiaozhe. She also freed a small hand to gently pinch the woman's earlobe and said loudly, Uncle asked Jiutian to help Auntie gather her spirit. It might hurt a little, but please bear with it, Auntie. The child's innocent and kind voice made the woman feel unexpectedly calmer. She nodded weakly and began to gather her strength. Yu Quenli quickly crouched down to take the acupuncture points. Jung Jun and Yu Chuanzhong asked around and finally found someone who knew the location of the midwife's house. Originally, Jung Jun wanted to go ask, but Yu Chuanzhong told him to stay put and have the fourth brother, Yu Chuanli, hurry with the villagers to ask for help. Yu Chuanli pointed out the incorrect acupuncture points, and Yu Jiutian quickly corrected him. Both uncle and nephew were sweating heavily. Jung Jun anxiously peeked outside, seeing Yu Chuanli carefully following proper procedures, feeling moved and hopeful. Dr. Qi looked on with disdain, but stretched his neck to try to see inside through the gap. The onlookers thought Yu Chuanli was just showing off and didn't believe he could turn the situation around. After about an hour, the woman suddenly felt her unborn baby move strongly, as if turning over. The baby has turned, Yu Chuanli's hand trembling as he held the needle. He suddenly stood up excitedly. Jung Jun was stunned at first, then his face lit up with joy. Really? That's wonderful. Thank you, little brother. Thank you. He eagerly shook Yu Chuanli's hand, radiating happiness. The crowd was stunned. Could the young man really have the skill to turn the baby? Everyone instinctively looked at Dr. Qi, their admiration mixed with some doubt. Dr. Qi scoffed impatiently, turning the baby isn't that easy. Without at least 10 days or half a month, it's impossible to turn back. Don't be fooled by a few shouts. If the midwife comes, she'll be in trouble, maybe even blamed. Everyone thought Dr. Qi was right. After all, he was old enough to be Yu Chuanli's grandfather, and his experience far surpassed that of the young man. Just then, Yu Chuanli and the midwife hurriedly arrived. Hearing Dr. Qi's last words, the midwife turned to leave. Childbirth is always dangerous, and they hadn't even told her it was a breech birth. Yu Chuanli quickly grabbed the midwife. Don't rush to leave, ma'am. Yu Chuanli hurried out from under the oil umbrella, looking serious, and said to Dr. Qi, Dr. Qi, this is a matter of life and death. Please don't decide someone's fate with just a few words. If you don't believe, come and check this lady's pulse yourself to see what's really going on. Yes, Dr. Chio can go check to see if it's real or not. Everyone looked at Yu Chuanli with a serious face, not joking, which made them trust him more. They urged Dr. Chio to verify the truth. The midwife also said, Dr. Chio, please check the pulse quickly. If the baby's position is correct, I will deliver the baby. Seeing Yu Chuanli acting so serious, Dr. Chio felt a little guilty without reason, but the situation didn't allow him to refuse. Jung Jun even helped him to the woman's side, saying, Please, Dr. Chio, help diagnose my wife. Doctor, the auntie is waiting for your decision to save her. Dr. Chiu looked at the young girl's bright eyes and hesitated for a moment. Then he squatted down to check the woman's pulse and casually looked over the acupuncture points. "Doctor, how is it? Has the baby turned head down? Time is life." Although Yu Jiutian knew the baby was in the right position, she still hurriedly asked. After all, Dr. Chiu was experienced and more convincing. Everyone was asking questions at once. After a moment, Dr. Chiu's eyes showed shock.
Impossible.
In just a stick of incense. How could it have turned? That's impossible. Hearing this, Zheng Jun's face lit up with joy. He quickly turned around and said, "Madam, you heard that too. Please help deliver my wife." The midwife nodded and went inside. "This is a private matter, so men should stay out." Yu Chuanli quickly pulled Dr. Chiu out, who was still muttering to himself. Yu Jiutian was worried about the woman and refused to come out. Seeing she was a girl, the midwife thought she was the woman's daughter and didn't stop her from staying. "Auntie, the baby is very obedient. He must want to see his mother too. Keep your strength up. A very skilled midwife is here to help you." Yu Jiutian felt the woman's pulse grow stronger and was very happy. She cheered loudly to encourage her. Her quiet praise made the midwife smile more and become even more focused. The woman's eyes were moist with hope. She nodded hoarsely. "Thank you, little girl. I will hold on. Listen to me. Push hard. Yes, very good. The baby's head is coming out. Keep pushing." Everyone outside held their breath. When they heard the midwife say the baby's head was coming out, they all looked at Yu Chuanli with surprise. "I couldn't tell, but this young man, who seemed unknown, actually has some real skill." Dr. Chiu sensed something was wrong, packed up his silver needle kit, and quietly left. If he stayed longer, he wouldn't have the face to face everyone's gossip and comments. But after walking a while, he couldn't understand. He still couldn't believe that a poor young man could be so skilled in medicine.
Wow.
Wow. After about 2 incense sticks' time, a clear baby cry broke through the heat and gloom. "It's a baby. This young man is really impressive, almost like a divine doctor reborn." The crowd's chatter exploded like fireworks, full of praise for Yu Chuanli. Yu Chuanli held Yu Chuanzhong's hand, excited like a child. "Big brother, I saved the person. I did it." Yu Chuanzhong patted his shoulder happily, feeling a big relief inside. Zheng Jun was trembling with excitement, tears filling his eyes. He suddenly knelt down in front of Yu Chuanli, knocking his head several times. "Young brother, thank you. Thank you." Yu Chuanli hurriedly helped him up. "Big brother, get up quickly. The safety of mother and baby is more important than anything." The midwife happily brought out the wrapped baby. "Congratulations. It's a big, chubby boy, very healthy." Zheng Jun felt his legs go weak. He looked at the crying baby handed to him and couldn't believe it was real. The wife took longer to deliver, so she needs some good rest. "Nothing serious." Hearing this, Zheng Jun gratefully took the baby. The normally quiet and obedient Jiahe and Jiaheng also cheered happily, biting into half-eaten candied hawthorn. "Auntie, you're amazing. You gave birth to such a big, chubby little brother." Yu Jiutian was very happy. Thanks to meeting the Yu family, her small body now had a strong backing, allowing her to use her skills to save lives. The woman was filled with tears, weak and exhausted, asking Yu Jiutian her name, but Yu Jiutian just chuckled and changed the subject. She silently remembered her face in her heart. When it was time to pay the medical fee, Zheng Jun hesitated. The midwife's fee was 2 taels of silver, but he only had 3 taels in total. How could he pay the midwife and still have enough to pay Yu Chuanli? Seeing his hesitation, Yu Chuanzhong took 2 taels of silver from his pocket and paid the midwife directly. "Little brother, how much is the consultation fee? I can give you 1 or 2 silver coins first, and I'll write an IOU. I'll pay you back slowly once I receive my monthly salary. Is that okay?" Zheng Jun looked at Yu Chuanli with a hesitant expression. Yu Chuanli and Yu Jiutian exchanged glances before both turning to their third brother, Yu Chuanren. Desperate to save someone, they didn't think much about the consultation fee. Yu Chuanren understood and smiled, saying, "My brother is kind-hearted, but his medical skills are not perfect yet. Today, your wife and child's lives are saved because you trusted us. So, just pay what you think is fair. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted into even more heated discussions. Pay whatever you want for the consultation? Dr. Chiu just said it would be 10 taels of silver. Exactly. Where is this family from? In Huzhou City, there are still doctors with such a kind heart. Zheng Jun was stunned and kept waving his hands.
No, no.
You saved my wife and child's lives. How can I be so casual? I'll give you 1 tael first, then write an IOU for 9 taels. My monthly salary is 1 tael of silver. I'll keep a small amount for expenses each month, and the rest will be sent to your family. He said this while eagerly stuffing his purse into Yu Chuanli's hands, then hurriedly went next door to borrow paper and pen for writing. But when he came back with the paper and pen, there was no sign of the benefactor. Mr. Zheng, I just heard the young brother call the little girl Tianbao, and she called him fifth uncle. She should be the 5th child. Hearing his wife's reminder, Zheng Jun quickly connected the dots in his mind. The little girl is called Tianbao, and the young brother knows medicine. Someone who can heal must be well known. There wasn't much information, and it was hard to find out more, but the debt of saving lives must be repaid. They walked quite a distance, but the eyes of the brothers kept glancing toward Yu Jiutian, especially Yu Chuanli, whose intense gaze seemed eager to burn a hole through her small body. Although Yu Jiutian felt a bit guilty, her happiness was overwhelming. She was thrilled that she had saved a life, and her transaction gold had skyrocketed to 5,000, enough to make her sway with excitement. As for the complicated looks from her uncles, she continued to act innocent and playful, hugging Yu Chuanzhong's neck and coquettishly saying, "Big uncle, Tianbao is so hungry. Let's sell the medicinal herbs and go home." When the family was happy and lively, after eating sweet and sour candied hawthorn, their appetites seemed to improve even more. Fourth, hurry and buy some meat buns for the children to fill their stomachs. Yu Chuanzhong couldn't bear to let his little niece go hungry, so he quickly took out some copper coins and gave them to Yu Chuanli. Yu Chuanli bought 4 large meat buns and a few plain steamed buns, then brought them over. Each child received a meat bun. The brothers were both hungry and tired, so they ate some steamed buns to fill their stomachs. After a simple meal, the family went to Tongren Hall. Huzhou City only has 3 pharmacies. Tongren Hall is the biggest pharmacy in Huzhou. It has 5 or 6 doctors on staff, but this year, due to the tense border conflicts, most of the doctors were forced by the court to serve as military doctors at the front lines. Now, only 2 older doctors are running the shop. There are also 2 smaller pharmacies, Deshan Pharmacy and Rinji Pharmacy. These 2 pharmacies are run by merchant families who saw the huge profits in medicinal herbs and entered the business. They each have only 1 doctor, a wandering healer whose skills are similar to Yu Quanli's. However, the consultation and medicine prices at these 2 pharmacies are much cheaper than Tongren Hall, so they are very popular among ordinary people. Their business seems even better than Tongren Hall. In contrast, Tongren Hall, a large and well-known place, has far fewer patients. When Yu's family entered Tongren Hall, Dr. Chiu was smiling warmly as he saw off a wealthy-looking male patient. Seeing Yu's family, Dr. Chiu's face visibly stiffened. After seeing off the patient, he asked coldly, "What are you here for?" To seek treatment or buy medicine, he had already noticed the herbs in Yu Quanli's basket, but he asked knowingly. Seeing Yu Quanli, Dr. Chiu felt embarrassed. If there hadn't been other patients in the shop, he would have driven the family out immediately. Yu Quanli always admired doctors and didn't mind Dr.
Qui est cette attitude?
He bowed slightly and said, "Dr. Chiu, we are here to sell medicine." While speaking, Yu Jiutian's big, shiny eyes quickly swept around the shop. There weren't many patients inside, but everyone's clothing suggested they were either wealthy or noble. It seemed Tongren Hall only accepted high-status patients. Such pharmacies usually look down on ordinary people. As expected, Dr. Chiu snorted coldly. "Our shop only treats important people and only accepts valuable herbs. All those messy, cheap medicines you can keep for yourself." Yu Chuanli's eyes darkened. He immediately realized that his recent act of saving someone was like insulting Dr. Chiu. Now, he was taking revenge and venting his anger. Hey, old man, can you speak properly? Herbs are meant to cure illnesses. Why do you act like some judge of high and low? Are you jealous because my brother's medical skills are better than yours? Are you deliberately blocking us from selling medicine? I want to see your boss. Yu Chuanzhong had a hot temper. He could see through Dr. Chiu's little tricks and spoke bluntly. His loud voice immediately drew the attention of the patients in the shop. Everyone's ears caught the key point. Some people believed that someone else had better medical skills than Dr. Chiu. Dr. Chiu's face darkened, and his white beard trembled with anger. Ridiculous. A young boy who just accidentally saved someone dares to come to Tongren Hall to show off. I've read more medical books than you are tall, and I don't bother comparing my skills with you. Although he said this, he couldn't help but glance at the important patients behind him, worried they might believe him. Fortunately, the patients usually judged medical skill by age. Seeing that the oldest of the Yu brothers looked only 25 or 6, they shook their heads in disdain and looked away. Reading more medical books doesn't help if your skills are poor and you refuse to save lives. I think you've read those books into a dog's stomach, Yu Chuanzhong said bluntly, showing no respect for the boastful doctor. Yu Jiutian, though surprised by his uncle's straightforwardness, felt very relieved inside. After all, someone who is incompetent and full of himself can't have good medical skills. What's going on? Yu Chuanzhong's voice finally caught the shopkeeper's attention. A middle-aged man with a round face came over, looking friendly but with a sharp, clever expression. Yu Chuanren quickly stepped forward with a smile and explained, "Shopkeeper Tong, we're here to sell medicine, but Dr. Chiu blocked us from seeing you." My older brother got anxious and raised his voice a bit. Shopkeeper Tong saw that they called him by name and looked somewhat familiar, thinking they must be regular customers who had sold medicine at the pharmacy before. However, his sharp expression only grew more intense. Selling medicine is fine, but disrespecting our doctors is an insult to the pharmacy. We don't want your herbs. Please leave. No matter who they were, anyone showing even a hint of disrespect to the pharmacy would not be tolerated. At this point, not to mention Yu Chuanzhong, even Yu Quanan, usually very patient, tightened his smile. No wonder Dr. Chiu is so arrogant. Turns out the shopkeeper is just as bad. If you don't want our herbs, we won't sell them either. Shopkeeper Tong's round face darkened. He waved to his assistant. Kick out these troublemakers and remember their faces. They are not allowed to step into Tong Rintang again. Even the magistrate himself was polite to Tong Rintang's staff. These country bumpkins dared to openly challenge him, showing they didn't know their place. They would regret this someday. Yu Chuanzhong stepped forward and stomped his foot, looking fierce. Anyone who dares to come forward, watch out, I won't hold back my fists. Since Tong Rintang is just a money-hungry shop, we won't step inside again, even if our herbs are wasted at home. Big brother, let's go. Yu Chuanli, with a cold face, led the way to leave. Uncle, you and the shopkeeper should talk nicely. Otherwise, the 3 old ginseng and 5 bloodlingji we brought today won't sell. Grandma will definitely scold us for being useless. Yu Jiutian, clutching Yu Quan, looked worried. She waved her little hands and tugged at Yu Chuanli's sleeve. Yu Chuanli and Yu Quanan paused, watching Yu Jiutian blink her big, dark eyes. They suddenly understood. Better to be scolded than looked down upon. Let's go ask at Deshan Pharmacy or Renji Pharmacy. Even if we sell cheap, it's better than being humiliated. Yu Quanan immediately agreed, adopting a proud, aloof attitude. We can't let greed ruin our reputation. Yu Chuanli's eyes darkened. Yu Chuanzhong and Yu Chuanyi finally understood. Yu Chuanyi was worried that careless words might cause trouble, so he quickly pulled the 2 boys out, calling Stone to follow. Stone looked confused but obediently turned to look at Yu Jiutian and then followed. Shopkeeper Tong's face suddenly changed. Seeing Yu Chuanzhong and his brothers also trying to leave, he couldn't help but shout, "Young brothers, please stay." All the patients and the senior doctors looked over, curious. These 2 herbs are rare and valuable. But these seemingly insignificant mud farmers actually managed to get so much at once. What luck! Yu Quarren forced a smile and turned around with a cold face. Shopkeeper Tong, is there anything else? Shopkeeper Tong and Dr. Chiu looked at each other, their eyes fixed on the basket behind Yu Quarren. They wished they could see through it to grab the ginseng and blood lingji from a distance. Unfortunately, both of these items were out of stock at the pharmacy, but there was a noble's prescription that required these two ingredients as medicine guides. If they had known earlier, they wouldn't have spoken so firmly just now. Cough, cough. Shopkeeper Tong steadied his mind and forced a friendly smile. Young brother, there might have been some misunderstanding earlier. You have such good ginseng and blood lingji. Why not show them to me? As long as the quality is good, we can discuss a fair price. Yu Chuanzhong snorted coldly. Shopkeeper Tong, are you joking? Just now, you said you wouldn't take our medicine and wouldn't let us enter Tongren Hall. Are you sure I heard that right? Seeing his elder brother speak so seriously to criticize and watching Shopkeeper Tong's awkward expression, Yu Jiutian almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Yu Chuanli also couldn't help but maintain his last bit of coldness. He reached out and pulled Yu Chuanzhong and Yu Quarren toward the main door. Big brother, third brother, stop wasting time with them. Let's go. We already agreed not to come to Tongren Hall again. No matter how high their price, I don't care. Yes, yes, let's go. I don't believe that such rare ginseng and blood lingji can't be sold. Yu Quarren, along with his brothers, proudly carried Yu Jiutian out of the pharmacy. Hey, don't be in such a hurry. It was all a misunderstanding. We can pay a high price to buy them. Shopkeeper Tong looked regretful and hurriedly chased after them, clutching his coat. But the brothers turned a corner and disappeared. Seeing himself miss out on such precious medicinal ingredients, he felt frustrated and helpless. Finally, he looked angrily at Dr. Chiu, his eyes seeming to pierce him 100 times. In the end, because Dr. Chiu was the town's senior doctor, Shopkeeper Tong could only sigh and storm back into the shop. Although Dr. Chiu stared fiercely at Shopkeeper Tong, their eyes full of confrontation, he still felt guilty inside, filled with regret and remorse. Those were rare medicinal herbs that even doctors loved deeply. Ha, sweet treasure is so clever. Master Tong's face just now, he was practically smacking himself with his own hand. Fourth brother, your reaction was pretty good too. You even knew to bring out the family and the family prosperity charm. Our family really has great teamwork. They moved to a quiet spot, and the brothers couldn't hold back their laughter, all laughing loudly. Yu Jiutian watched her uncles happily, feeling as sweet as honey inside. She giggled. Uncles are so smart. The bad people at the pharmacy must be so angry their noses are crooked now. The brothers couldn't help but gently pat Yu Jiutian's little head, smiling foolishly. Their ancestors must have been very kind to have such a clever and lively little girl. Jia Jiaxing and Shirtu looked at the adults and Yu Jiutian with confusion, their mouths wide open in amazement. Although they didn't understand what was happening, they thought it was a good thing to laugh along. It must be a very good thing. They didn't have ginseng or lingji, just common herbs, which were all eventually bought by Deshan Pharmacy. Seeing the shopkeeper hand Yu Chuanli a money pouch, Yu Jiutian frowned slightly. Earlier, Yu Chuanren was discussing selling medicine with the shopkeeper. She had been watching the assistant who was gathering herbs for customers. Dried honeysuckle only cost 20 coins per jean, but just now, when the assistant was preparing medicine for a customer, half a liang of dried honeysuckle was worth 25 coins. The price difference was more than 20 times. And that was just one herb. Other herbs were bought cheaply and sold at high prices to patients. No wonder ordinary people didn't bother to see a doctor. It was much more expensive than modern medical care. Yu Chuanli carried a basket of herbs, which only sold for about 200 coins, less than a few wild ducks. Preparing herbs took effort, after all. But overall, today's earnings were very large. Yu Chuanzhong took his family shopping for some essentials. Fourth brother Yu Chuanli asked the older brother to buy some fine flour and white sugar, saying they could make snacks for the children at home. Yu Jiutian and the two boys happily hugged Yu Chuanli's leg, showing affection. Yu Chuanli also felt a bit embarrassed and spoke up. He wanted to buy a set of silver needles for future medical use. Yuan Chuanzhong was full of confidence. He waved his hand and agreed to everything. He also kindly asked his younger brother, Yu Quanren, if he wanted anything, warning that once they left this village, there would be no second chance. Yu Quanren smiled and shook his head. His request was a bit big and needed the approval of the old lady. Plus, now was not the best time. The family returned home as the sun was setting. Jiang Fenghua and Su Xunyang had been waiting at the door for a long time. The old lady was full of worries and complaints at first, but when she saw her children safe at home, all her worries disappeared instantly. And Yu Jiutian, who had followed behind like a little tail, had a soft, loving face that made anyone's heart melt just by looking at her. When they entered the main room, even Jiang Fenghua, who had prepared herself mentally, was stunned by the pile of silver coins on the table. It added up to nearly 30 taels. Yuan Chuanzhong told his mother everything about what happened in the city today, without hiding anything. In the end, he summarized that they sold everything for a total of 31 taels. They spent over 100 coins on household items like oil, salt, flour, and sugar. The silver needles Yu Chuanli wanted cost nearly 1 tael. Jiang Fenghua didn't speak for a long time. She knew her sons wouldn't spend money recklessly, so she didn't worry about that. What she worried about was Yu Jiutian and Yu Chuanli working together to save the woman in labor. Her eyes looked complicated at her granddaughter. Could it be that the little girl was the reincarnation of a divine healer? Yu Jiutian kept checking the huge transactions on the space display, happily unaware that the old lady had already found a special reason for her to learn medicine. With the silver, life at home suddenly became much easier. Everyone in the village knew that the Yu family had sold wolf pelts and made a big profit. People were almost jealous to the point of envy. Jiang Fenghua decided to send some brothers to the city again to buy 10 bags of grain and repay the villagers who had borrowed food from them. Seeing the Yu family's big spending, many young people in the village were eager to go hunting in the mountains. However, few actually had success. Later, Yuan Chuanzhong went into the mountains a few more times, but returned empty-handed. Some villagers even guessed that Tianbao was a lucky star for the Yu family, and only by taking Tianbao to the mountains could they have a good harvest. Last time, encountering wolves left Jiang Fenghua feeling scared. Even though Yu Chuanzhong always returned empty-handed, he refused to let Yu Jiutian go into the mountains to take risks again. Yu Jiutian had no choice but to follow her family around every day, looking for work. The small amount of money she earned from trading was barely enough to get by. The big difference between her hopes and her reality made her face look a little sad because she couldn't use her earnings to improve her family's life. Fortunately, Yu Chuanli often made new kinds of snacks to cheer her up. This helped her forget her worries for a while and enjoy some childhood fun. Recently, Zhao Yumei and her daughter had been behaving well. They hadn't come to visit with their usual boldness. However, the front of the Yu family's house always had some new things left outside, sometimes 2 bundles of firewood, sometimes a basket of wild vegetables. Although no one saw who left these things, the Yu family knew Zhao Yumei was quietly sending them over. Su Xunyang also found a piece of cotton cloth with uneven embroidery that said, "I was wrong," which was clearly made by Hu Xinhua. Their sincere apology made the Yu family feel a little pity for them. A week passed like this. Jiang Fenghua went to wash clothes at the pond and unexpectedly met Zhao Yumei. They talked happily and seemed to have made peace. Zhao Yumei and her daughter finally dared to step into the Yu family's yard. She was as friendly as always, helping Jiang Fenghua and Su Xunyang find work. But at mealtime, she would take Hu Xinhua and leave on her own. No matter how much Su Xunyang begged her to stay and eat, she refused. Hu Xinhua also started playing with the He family. But every time Yu Jiutian came over, she looked nervous and stood quietly to the side, as if afraid of upsetting Yu Jiutian. Their cautious attitude made the old lady feel a little sad. After some fruitless days, Yu Chuanzhong finally caught a wild rabbit. Jiang Fenghua told Yu Chuanli to braise it, and Su Xunyang brought a bowl of food to Zhao Yumei and her daughter. Yu Jiutian could feel that the Yu family's attitude toward Zhao Yumei and her daughter was slowly returning to normal. If she weren't a modern soul, Used to dealing with hidden motives, she might have been fooled by their cautious friendliness. She felt uneasy, suspecting Zhao Yumei and her daughter were hiding a big plan, but she couldn't find any proof. After Zhao Yumei used her best clothes to make her a pretty short jacket, Yu Tian changed her attitude from distant to affectionate. She finally snuggled into Zhao Yumei's arms and sweetly called her auntie. Not only did Zhao Yumei happily cry with joy, but the Yu family also felt very pleased. From then on, Zhao Yumei paid even more attention to Yu Tian than to Hu Xinhua. Since Yu Tian was only 3 years old, she quickly developed a close bond with her, even more than with Jiang Fenghua. Every time she arrived at the Yu family yard, Yu Tian became an inseparable little shadow, making Hu Xinhua feel jealous again and again. However, this time, the Yu family did not blame Hu Xinhua. Instead, they filled the love that Zhao Yumei lacked for her. The feelings between the two families grew even stronger. A gentle autumn breeze blew in, and the hot sun seemed to be affected by the cold wind, quickly losing its heat. The crops that had been sun-dried turned yellow and bowed their heads, breathing a sigh of relief. In the fields, busy autumn harvest had begun. Yumei, Xionyang, and I are going to the fields to deliver food to their brothers. You stay at home and watch over Tianbao. Warm her meal in the pot. When she wakes up, just serve it to her. Jiang Fenghua gently tucked in the thin quilt over the sleeping Yu Tian and advised Zhao Yumei, who was still finishing her meal. Zhao Yumei hurriedly ate her food. Auntie, maybe I and the eldest sister-in-law can go instead. You rest at home. Eat slowly, don't choke. Xionyang and I still need to help with the harvest. If we come back late, just cook the rice first. When we return, you can stir-fry the vegetables. While speaking, Jiang Fenghua had already left the main hall, carrying the rice basket prepared by Su Xionyang. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law each carried a basket, called out to Jia and Jia Xing, and hurriedly left the yard. Stone, who was playing with Jia and Jia Xing in the yard, glanced at Zhao Yumei in the hall and followed. Once everyone had gone, Zhao Yumei's gentle expression suddenly faded. She looked at the room where Yu Tian was sleeping peacefully, a sinister look flashing in her eyes. A dampness touched her lips, seeping into her mouth. Yu Tian's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she sank into a deep sleep. The Yu family's 2 acres of land were adjacent, making harvesting easier. With many brothers, they had already harvested most of the crops by early morning. Later, Daniu and his wife came over to help, making the work even faster. When Jiang Fenghua and her daughter-in-law brought the meal, all they saw was the bare, stubbly crop fields. The grains had already been stacked in piles on the ground. The second son, Yu Chuanxiao, and the third son, Yu Chuanren, were sitting among the grain piles, tossing grains into the air. The other 3 brothers had already harvested the grains from the small plots of land belonging to Zhao Yumei and her daughter nearby. Jiang Fenghua and her daughter-in-law called the brothers to eat, then continued working on the tasks of the second and third sons. The family ate together, worked together, and watched the promising grain piles, chatting happily. Grandma Jiang, something's wrong. Sister Tianbao is missing. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. I couldn't even watch over a child properly. Jiang Fenghua's grip loosened, and the grain she was holding fell apart on the chair's backrest. At that moment, it felt like her chest was shattered. She suddenly stood up, looking at Hu Xinhua running toward her from the ridge. Her legs trembled as she hurried over. Xinhua, what did you say? Hu Xinhua's face was full of tears and snot, and she hiccuped through her sobs. Grandma Jiang, Sister Tianbao is gone. After Mother finished tidying up the dishes, she was watching over Tianbao. She just took a quick nap, and when she woke up, Tianbao was gone. Were you playing in the yard? Did you see Tianbao run out? Everyone gathered around. Su Xionyang hurriedly asked, holding Hu Xinhua's shoulder. I was bored alone, so I went to Aunt S to play with Taidan. It was only when Mother called Tianbao's name in the village that I realized she was missing. Mother told me to come quickly and tell you. She's still looking for Tianbao now. Hu Xinhua looked at the family members of the Yu family, nervous and scared. After speaking, she started crying again. Jiang Fenghua tried to stay calm. Tianbao is smart and well-behaved. She wouldn't run far on her own. Maybe she saw we weren't around and wanted to come to the fields to find us. Eldest and second brothers, you stay here and pack the grain into bags to take home. The rest of us will go look for Tianbao. Yu Chuanzhong and Yu Chuanxiao were anxious, torn between wanting to find their niece and not wanting to leave the grain. They quickly turned to pack the grain, hoping to finish quickly and help find the child. Jiang Fenghua, while sweeping the fields, tried to stay calm and called out for her granddaughter. But her unsteady steps betrayed her worry. Tianbao, where are you? If you hear me, answer, big aunt. The Yu brothers and sister-in-law also shouted loudly for Tianbao. Jiang Fenghua's mind quickly filled with many possibilities. He jogged toward the pond and called out, Xiaonyang, hurry home and wait there. Don't let Tianbao see no one at home and get scared. Su Xiaonyang looked worried, but thinking that the old lady's advice made sense, she quickly agreed and ran back home. The Yu brothers also started searching. The fourth brother, Yu Chuanli, went to the foot of the mountain. The third, Yu Karen, and the fifth, Yu Chuanli, began checking each house in different parts of the village. Soon, everyone in the village knew that Yu's granddaughter was missing. People voluntarily came out to help find her.
Tianbao.
Tianbao, where are you? If you hear me, come back quickly. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have fallen asleep and taken a nap. Jiang Fenghua arrived at the usual laundry pond and heard Zhao Yumei crying and blaming herself. A few women surrounded Zhao Yumei, who was sitting on the ground, trying to comfort her. You didn't do it on purpose. Don't be too yourself. Maybe Tianbao has already gone home. You should go and check. Jiang Fenghua paused, watching Zhao Yumei's tear-streaked face. A strange feeling rose in his heart. He stood outside quietly, calling to Zhao Yumei in a calm voice. If you looked closely, you could see her lips trembling slightly. When Zhao Yumei heard his voice, her pupils shrank. As she turned her head, tears burst out like a flood.
Auntie, I'm sorry.
I couldn't even watch my own child properly. She staggered toward Jiang Fenghua, full of regret and guilt. Jiang Fenghua kept a close eye on her face, trying to read her. Yumei, when did you lose Tianbao? How long have you been looking? When you realized Tianbao was missing, did you ask Xinhua to notify us? Zhao Yumei looked nervous under the old lady's wise gaze. She wiped her tears with her sleeve, trying to hide her panic, and sobbed, I don't think I napped for long, but when I opened my eyes, Tianbao was gone. I immediately told Xinhua to inform you. I was worried the child might have fallen into the pond, so I came looking. But the women washing clothes here said they didn't see Tianbao come by. Yes, I was washing the family sheets today. I've been at the pond for over an hour. I don't know where Tianbao went, but I'm sure she didn't fall into the pond. Don't worry too much, Jiang auntie. Maybe she's already back home. A middle-aged woman quickly tried to reassure Jiang Fenghua. Jiang Fenghua's heart slightly eased. As long as the child hadn't fallen into the pond, everything else was just dry land, at worst a few bumps and bruises. But where exactly was Sweet Treasure? Auntie, let's go home and check. Sweet Treasure is so obedient. Maybe she has already gone home. Zhao Yumei looked at the distracted Jiang Fenghua and quickly stepped forward to support her and comfort her. Jiang Fenghua's mind was in chaos, and she let Zhao Yumei help her walk toward home. Sweet Treasure, wake up quickly. The anxious voice of Shirtu echoed in her ears. Yu Jiutian forced her heavy eyelids open. Seeing her awake, Shida's usually sharp and handsome features finally relaxed. Yu Jiutian was lying softly in Shida's arms. She looked around. They were in a small cave. To recover quickly, Yu Jiutian used her space to exchange for a bottle of antidote and handed it to Shirtu. Shirtu, brother, can you help me open this? Shirtu was surprised, his eyes wide. Sweet Treasure had somehow conjured something out of nowhere. Shirtu, if you keep staring blankly, Sweet Treasure might die. Yu Jiutian found Shida's silly look a bit funny and weakly showed him how to twist the bottle cap. Shirtu was her loyal brother who would never betray her and always obeyed her, so she wasn't afraid to show her different side in front of him. Shirtu hurriedly opened the bottle cap and carefully brought the bottle to Yu Jiutian's mouth. She looked at the transaction gold that suddenly decreased by 500 and felt a bit pained. But after lying down for less than 10 minutes, she felt her limbs regain strength, and she thought it was worth it. Shirtu, did you find what I was looking for? After regaining her strength, Yu Tian sat up and asked Shirtu. Shirtu nodded and handed her a paper package. Yu Tian's small lips curled into a smile as she stored the package in her space. Taking things out from her space required transaction gold, but putting things in was very easy. This was something she had only recently figured out. She stood up and checked the cave. Outside, it was narrow, but inside it was wide like a thin zucchini. The entrance could only fit one person crawling out, and it was covered with grass, making it hard to spot. Inside, it was as spacious as a room, perfect for their temporary shelter. Shirtu, you're amazing. You found such a hidden place. Yu Tian was very happy, with a sweet dimple on her cheek. She tiptoed, trying to pat the head of a stone to encourage it, but the stone was much taller than her, and she could only reach its shoulder. Yu Tian pouted and had to change to patting the stone's shoulder instead. Her face had a little baby fat from being raised by the Yu family, making her look like a cute white rice ball. The stone's clear, dark eyes were filled with her chubby face, showing a simple smile, like a dog praised by its owner. Come, Brother Stone, we're going out to work. You hold this to protect little sweetie. Yu Tian looked around the space, but couldn't find any sharp tools. She could only exchange for 2 kitchen knives on the 3rd floor and handed them to Stone. Stone looked at the stainless steel knives in his hands, feeling confused and puzzled. When he saw Yu Tian had already gone out of the cave, he quickly gripped the knives and followed. Yu Tian looked at the deep, dense forest and suddenly remembered the lone wolf she met that day. Fear rose in her heart. She instinctively stepped back to Stone's side and tightly hugged his arm. Feeling her fear, Stone gently comforted her. Don't be afraid, little sweetie. Brother Stone will protect you. After saying that, he straightened his back, looking like a brave young man. Yu Tian looked up at the boy's face, feeling strangely more at ease. She thought for a moment and exchanged a bag of medicinal powder from her space, holding it in her hand just in case. The 2 children leaned on each other and left the cave, heading into the jungle. As they walked, Yu Tian kept a watchful eye on the surroundings, scanning carefully. She was on alert for wild animals and also looking for a good place to do something important for her family. The village chief, Zhou Changsheng, mobilized all the young men and women to find the children. They searched the entire village, even turning over every latrine. But as night fell, there was still no sign of little sweetie. Jiang Fenghua was standing at the gate, supported by Su Xuanyang, both looking out anxiously. Their eyes were swollen like walnuts. Mother, you've been standing for hours. Come inside and sit for a while. I'll wait here at the door. Su Xuanyang looked at her mother-in-law, who was staring sadly into the distance with tears in her eyes. Little sweetie, where have you gone? Jiang Fenghua felt weak and wobbly, but quickly straightened up.
I've fine.
I just want to see her return as soon as possible. Su Xuanyang looked at the chair behind Jiang Fenghua and sighed. Her mother-in-law was punishing her for not trusting others to watch over Tianbao. The family, usually carefree and quiet, sat side by side on the doorstep, holding hands. Their small faces looked worried and sad because of their concern for little Tianbao. Su Xuanyang didn't feel like cooking and was afraid the children would go hungry. She quickly boiled some eggs to fill their stomachs, but the 2 boys, who usually ate a lot, couldn't eat much. Soon after, Yu Chuanli came back first to report. Jiang Fenghua looked at him, her heart sinking into a deep hole. She opened her mouth but couldn't speak. Did you find the stone? She asked quietly, avoiding Tianbao. When they returned, they realized that both Tianbao and the stone had disappeared. She hoped the children were together now, so if something happened, the stone might protect Tianbao a little. Yu Chuanli shook his head, with tears in his eyes. The village chief and others are still looking. They've searched along the official road for quite a distance, but they haven't seen either child. Now they might have to go to the neighboring village. Hearing neighboring village, Jiang Fenghua's eyes suddenly brightened with a faint hope. She thought for a moment, then stood firm and resolute. Lao Wu, go with Mom to Yanglu village. Xuanyang, stay home and take good care of the family, and Jiaxing. If Tianbao comes back, ask someone to notify us in Yanglu village. After speaking, Jiang Fenghua hurriedly left. Yu Chuanli quickly followed her. Zhao Yumei peeked out from the next door, looking a little anxious. She had searched with the villagers for hours, her legs weak and her voice hoarse from shouting. Finally, she let Huxinyu lie in her arms to sleep. She made an excuse to check on the children and then went home. Soon, her panic turned into jealousy. Losing a child, she thought, had caused the whole village to search. Yu Jiutian had only been in the village for over a month. Why was she so important? Thinking that Yu Jiutian might have been torn apart and eaten by wild animals and that the Yu family might never find her, Zhao Yumei felt a little better. In a few days, everything would return to normal. Jiang Fenghua and Yu Chuanli reached the village entrance and met Zhou Chongsheng and his group, who were returning. Hearing that they suspected the Chao family had taken the children, Zhou Chongsheng quickly arranged for some strong men to go with the Yu family to Yanglu village. The Chao family was eating together when suddenly, with a loud bang, a door was kicked open and crashed onto the table. The family screamed and scattered in fear. The table was broken, and soup bowls spilled everywhere. Luckily, no one was hurt. Lai Ho Hot, still shaken, looked at the family from the Yu household who had just entered. She was both scared and angry.
What are you?
What are you doing? Yu Chuanzhong, with a furious face, stepped aside. Jiang Fenghua came out, looking as cold as winter ice. Hand over the little girl, the Chao family looked at each other, then realized that the young woman had probably taken her. They felt a mix of joy and schadenfreude. Lai Ho Hot sneered. The little girl? She was taken by your family. She's not with us. Mom, don't waste time talking to them. If she doesn't tell us, we'll find her ourselves. Thinking about what might happen if the little girl fell into the Chao family's hands, Yu Chuanzhong was so angry he wanted to turn the Chao family upside down. Jiang Fenghua nodded. The group immediately spread out to search every corner of the Chao house, turning over every nook and cranny. But they found nothing. The Yu family refused to give up and even asked the old village chief of Yanglu village for help. For a while, the village was in chaos over the missing girl. The old village chief was forced to go door to door with the Yu family, searching everywhere, even in the abandoned shrine where Shi Tu used to live. But there was no sign of the two children. The little girl had been missing for 2 days. Jiang Fenghua hadn't eaten in 2 days either. She lay on the bed with empty, unfocused eyes, overwhelmed by guilt and regret. The Yu family was filled with sadness. Zhao Yumei took the opportunity to help out by cooking and doing chores every day. Hu Xinyue stayed close to Jiang Fenghua, trying to cheer her up. But the family couldn't enjoy their meals. Everyone ate without taste. Zhao Yumei, afraid of wasting food, would sneak into the kitchen with Hu Xinyue to eat secretly. In the mountains, Yu Jiutian was hiding behind a rock, trembling. About 10 meters away, a large brown bear, as tall as 2 people, was breathing heavily and approaching the children. The bear slowly moved closer, forcing the children into the roots of a big tree. Little girl, climb the tree quickly. Shi Tu, holding a kitchen knife, sweat pouring down his face, urged Yu Jiutian behind him. Yu Jiutian looked at the bare tree trunk and tried to climb, but slipped and fell to the ground. Perhaps startled by the noise, the bear, which had been slowly approaching on all fours, suddenly bent down and ran toward them. Stone did not run away. Instead, he raised his knife and charged toward the brown bear. Yu Jiutian watched his determined look, forced down her fear, and pulled back her legs, which were about to run, then chased after Stone. When they were only 2 meters from the bear, Yu Jiutian desperately threw powder at the bear's face, then grabbed Stone's arm and rolled down into a nearby valley. Instinctively, Stone hugged Yu Jiutian and protected her as they rolled over 10 times, finally crashing at the bottom of the valley. After a long while, Yu Jiutian opened her eyes. She was tightly held in Stone's arms. She tried to break free but couldn't. Brother Stone? Seeing that Stone was unresponsive, Yu Jiotian panicked and struggled to get out of his embrace, climbing to her feet. Stone's head was resting on a rock, and he was unconscious. Brother Stone. Yu Jiotian carefully lifted Stone, touching the sticky blood on the back of his head. Tears blurred her vision. She took a deep breath, wiped her tears fiercely, and with all her strength, moved Stone to a soft patch of grass. Quickly, she used her space to exchange for first aid supplies. She first gave Stone a bottle of repair liquid to drink, then carefully treated his head injury. After cleaning the wound, she sighed in relief. Luckily, it was only a soft tissue injury, with a 2-centimeter cut. Her small hands were not very nimble, but she still perfectly stitched up Stone's wound with invisible thread. The repair liquid worked well. After about an hour, Stone slowly regained consciousness. Brother Stone, you finally woke up. Alone in the quiet mountain forest, Yu Jiotian felt very scared. Seeing the young man wake up made her feel much safer. She was so happy that she didn't notice the young man's eyes, which were not as dull and silly as usual. Instead, they flashed with clarity and intelligence, and he stared at Yu Jiotian in surprise. Brother Stone? Worried, Yu Jiotian waved her small hand in front of Stone's eyes. Oh no, had he become even more foolish? She nervously grabbed his wrist and held her breath to check his pulse. Stone's eyes showed a strange look of curiosity and doubt, but when Yu Jiotian looked at him, he returned to his silly expression. Everything's fine. The pulse is even steadier than before. Yu Jiotian relaxed. Maybe he had a mild concussion from the fall and needed time to recover. Thinking about how Stone just bravely saved her, her big eyes filled with deep gratitude. She reached out and gently rubbed Stone's face. Brother Stone, you are so kind to Little Sweet. Thank you for protecting me. From now on, Little Sweet will also protect you. She waved her small fist and looked at him seriously, like she was making a promise. A quick flash of mixed feelings crossed Stone's eyes, then he smiled foolishly. This little girl is a bit mysterious and very cute. Yu Jiotian's face showed a sweet dimple, and she let out a big breath of relief. Only then did she start to look around. This mountain valley is so big. It's about a square meter in size. It's a bowl-shaped hollow about 7 or 8 meters above the ground. After searching for so long, she finally found a good spot by chance. It's perfect for doing something big. Thinking of this, she happily ran to the center of the basin, looked around, and nodded with satisfaction. Stone watched curiously as the little girl measured the basin with her short legs, occasionally smiling happily. He wondered what she was planning, and suddenly a strange scene appeared before his eyes, making his pupils shake with surprise. Yu Jiotian stood still for a moment, stunned. The basin, which was covered with moss and weeds just now, was suddenly filled with lush green plants. In the blink of an eye, Yu Jiotian finished her work, turned her head, and saw Stone's eyes wide with shock. She grinned, showing her small white teeth, and happily ran over to him. Sure, Brother Stone, you must not tell anyone, or Little Sweet will be burned as a monster. Yu Jiotian whispered mysteriously, giving Stone a silent gesture. Stone swallowed hard and nodded slowly after a long pause. Yu Jiotian giggled and patted Stone's head. Brother Stone, you're so good. Let's go, we'll climb up from there. Stone felt the soft touch still lingering on his head, a strange warm feeling flowing through him. He slightly curved his lips and climbed up to follow the little girl. It took a lot of effort to climb up. The two of them crawled on the grass pile and looked at the place where the brown bear had been earlier. The brown bear, weighing about 400 or 500 pounds, was lying under the tree, motionless. Yu Jiotian relaxed, feeling assured that the dose of anesthetic powder was enough. The bear wouldn't wake up for several hours. She pulled Stone closer to the bear, then suddenly took out a kitchen knife and handed it to him. Brother Stone, could you please kill the bear? Stone was still thinking about the scene where he and Yu Jiotian fell into the valley earlier. He hadn't hurt the brown bear. It seemed the little girl had sprinkled some powder on it. Was that powder really so powerful? Looking at the unusual style and material of the knife in front of him, he quickly hid his curiosity and took it. As soon as he let go of the knife, the little girl quickly hid in the grass, covering her eyes with her hands. Sorry, bear. Please accept the law of nature, survival of the fittest. Stone was charmed by her adorable actions. His lips curved into a gentle smile like a bright moon, and he walked toward the bear with the knife. Through his fingers, Yujio Tian was dazzled by the boy's bright smile. She had never realized that Brother Stone was so handsome. Stone made a few cuts on the bear with the knife, then waved at Yujio Tian. The little girl happily jumped over, blinking her big eyes. The huge creature on the ground suddenly disappeared without a trace, not even a drop of blood left. Stone gently lowered the knife, which disappeared too. He finally couldn't hold back anymore. Tian Bao, where's the bear? And the knife? Yujio Tian pointed at her dimples with her short finger and tilted her head, blinking at the boy. The little fairy took it away. Let's go, Brother Stone. If we don't get home soon, Grandma will be worried. Watching the cheerful little girl bouncing ahead, a deeper doubt appeared in Stone's eyes. Then he smiled with relief and hurried to catch up. Maybe the little girl really is a little fairy. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Yujio Tian used the bear's blood to stain herself and Stone completely. She then signaled for Stone to carry her into the village. Tian Bao. On the bed, an elderly woman who hadn't eaten for 2 days and 2 nights was feverish and mumbling incoherently, calling out for Yujio Tian. Beside her, 5 brothers stood in a circle, all with swollen, red eyes. At the bedside, Su Xianyang was crying, holding a bowl of millet porridge and begging bitterly, "Mother, please take a bite. If you keep going like this, your health," she sobbed. Tianbao surely doesn't want to see you harming yourself like this. Even for Tianbao's sake, you must take care of your health. Hearing the name Tianbao, the old lady's tightly closed eyes opened slightly. Tianbao. Has Tianbao come back? The brothers could no longer hold back and suddenly choked with emotion. Mother, I'm a little scared. I've never seen Grandma Jiang and the uncles like this. In the kitchen, Hu Xinhua listened to the suppressed crying from the main room, looking worriedly at Zhao Yumei. Zhao Yumei frowned and scooped 2 spoonfuls of egg custard for her. Eat your meal properly. Grandma Jiang's family is very strong. Nothing will happen. In a few days, she will forget about the wild girl. From now on, you will be her only granddaughter. Hearing the last words, Hu Xinhua's mood brightened. Smelling the fragrant egg custard, she started to enjoy it eagerly. Without the wild girl, all the good things in the Yu family would belong to her alone. Jiang aunt. Jiang aunt. Tianbao has been found. Dania's mother rushed into the yard, excitedly shouting the good news into the house. In the kitchen, Zhao Yumei and Hu Xinhua's bowls fell to the ground in panic, smashing into pieces. Feng Hua, half conscious and hearing the noise, suddenly opened her eyes wide and tried to sit up. Su Xianyang also looked surprised, quickly going to help her grandmother. The brothers' faces suddenly filled with joy as they hurried forward to surround the little girl who had run in. Aunt you really? Where is Tianbao? Don't worry, Dania's father and Zhang's eldest son are already rushing over with the children. I came here first to inform you. Zhu Chuanha also looked very happy, watching Feng Hua stumble and get up in a panic, with a look of pity in her eyes. Aunt Jiang, please don't worry. The child is still alive. They will be here soon. The brothers had already rushed out of the yard just as Dania's father and Zhang's eldest son carried the bloodied Yujio Tian and Shirtu inside, followed by Grandma Zhang and some caring villagers. Tianbao, big uncle is holding you. Yu Chuanzhong looked at his weak niece. The usually tough man suddenly burst into tears, carefully holding her in his arms. Yu Chuanyi carefully took the stone off Zhang Laoda's back, tears shining in his eyes. Baby, my good baby. Zhang Fenghua, walking with trembling steps and sweating all over, was helped by Nyonyang Dainiu and Su Xunyang as they hurried toward Tianbao. Yu Chuanzhong quickly lifted the child forward. Seeing the elderly woman's weak figure, Yujio Tian couldn't hold back anymore. She opened her eyes, tears streaming down her face, and reached out her small hand. Grandma, Tianbao is fine. Brother Shirtu protected Tianbao very well. As soon as she held her grandma's hand, she immediately sensed that the old lady was running a fever. Her heart ached terribly, and she burst into tears. "Grandma, what's wrong?" She truly didn't know that Grandma had fallen ill because of her. If she had known, she would have come back earlier. But to get rid of the lice in one go, she stubbornly stayed in the mountains for 2 days. Jiang Fenghua, weak but determined, held Tianbao in her arms. Her body couldn't bear the child's weight, and she sank to the ground. Fortunately, Jia and Jiaxing had already moved chairs behind her, catching her just in time, along with the young child. Yu Tian hugged Jiang Fenghua, crying uncontrollably. "Grandma, it's Tianbao's fault. Grandma was worried because of me. Tianbao should be punished." She pulled Grandma's hand and tried to wipe her face with it, but Grandma held her face and pulled her into a hug, trembling as she cried. The brothers all knelt on one knee around the grandmother and granddaughter, silently shedding tears. The villagers couldn't help but wipe their eyes with the back of their hands. After the grandmother and granddaughter cried enough, Grandma Zhang stepped forward softly to comfort her old sister. "Girl, the children are lucky and strong. It's good that they are back. You've cried too much these days. If you lose your strength, what will happen to Tianbao?" Her words had an effect. Jiang Fenghua took a deep breath, quickly checked her daughter, and found that Tianbao had no obvious injuries. Only then did she feel a little relieved. Yu Tian clung tightly to Jiang Fenghua, not daring to move, afraid of pressing on Grandma. "Quick, help your mother into the house to lie down, and check the injuries of the 2 children carefully." Grandma Zhang, worried for her old sister, looked at the distraught Yu family members and quickly started helping to organize. The Yu brothers finally reacted and hurriedly moved to carry Jiang Fenghua and Tianbao into the house. Amid the chaos, Zhao Yumei dared to pull Hu Xinyue out of the kitchen, planning to slip away. "It's her." She threw Tianbao into the mountains. The stone, suddenly breaking free from Yu Chuanzhong's hold, staggered forward and tightly grabbed Zhao Yumei's collar. Everyone in the yard stopped and looked at Zhao Yumei. Zhao Yumei was terrified, her face full of panic, unable to hide her fear. She desperately tried to break free from the stone, shouting, "You're talking nonsense. Let me go." Her long nails harshly scratched the stone's hand, causing it to bleed, but she couldn't free herself at all. "Zhao Yumei." Jiang Fenghua's cold gaze swept over Zhao Yumei, making her freeze in place and dare not move. Jiang Fenghua weakly waved her hand. Yu Chuanzhong understood and stepped forward, bringing Zhao Yumei before her. Yu Jiutian looked at the pale face of the old lady, worried, and hugged her tightly. "Grandma, you're sick. Can we talk about this tomorrow?" Jiang Fenghua forced a gentle smile and shook her head. "Don't worry, Grandma is fine. Xiaoxiang, bring the porridge. 5th brother, go invite the village chief." Su Xiaoxiang and Yu Chuanli hurried to do as told. Zhao Yumei's panic grew stronger, and her legs trembled.
"Aunt."
"Annie, what are you doing? The stone is just a silly kid. Don't believe what he says." As she spoke, her eyes looked at Yu Jiutian with fear and resentment. How could it be like this? She had fed arsenic to the girl and then thrown her up the mountain. It had been 2 days and nights. The girl should be dead by now. Hu Xianyu looked at Yu Jiutian, covered in blood, as if she had seen a ghost crawling out of, and she burst into loud crying. Her crying was loud and harsh. Yu Chuanzhong glared at her fiercely, making Hu Xianyu stop crying almost completely. Jiang Fenghua ignored Zhao Yumei. Instead, she reached out and took the porridge from Su Xiaoxiang. Holding Yu Jiutian in one arm, she brought the bowl to her mouth and drank several sips quickly. Seeing the old lady stubbornly trying to stand up for herself, tears welled up in Yu Jiutian's eyes with pain. She had an idea. She held a fever medicine in her hand, and when she gently wiped the old lady's mouth to remove the remaining soup, she quietly fed the medicine into her mouth. Jiang Fenghua felt the bitter taste spreading on her tongue. She looked down in confusion at Yu Jiutian. Seeing the little girl looking at her with concern and a slight nod, she had no doubt and swallowed the pill. After drinking the porridge, she gained some strength. Her eyes looked cold and sharp as she stared at Zhao Yumei. Speak. Zhao Yumei felt weak under Jiang Fenghua's intense gaze. She was so nervous, she didn't know where to put her hands and feet. Finally, she knelt down at the old lady's feet, tears of grievance in her eyes. Auntie, I don't know what to say. I feel guilty for losing little treasure, but you can't just believe what Stone, this little fool, says and doubt me. Stone is not a fool. Yu Jiutian clenched her small fists in anger. If Stone hadn't found me, little treasure would have been killed by the bear paw. She was trembling all over, truly afraid of the wild beast in the forest, but more than that, she hated Zhao Yumei for causing trouble for the Yu family for her own benefit, which also harmed the old lady's health. Feeling the trembling of the little one in her arms, Jiang Fenghua gently held him tighter. Then she suddenly slapped Zhao Yumei hard across the face. The crisp sound of the slap made the atmosphere instantly tense. The villagers didn't dare to speak or even discuss. Everyone was shocked deep inside. Zhao Yumei looked soft and weak, and she had a good relationship with the Yu family. How could she possibly be the one who harmed little treasure? Auntie, shut up. I don't want to hear a single word from you. Zhao Yumei stared at Jiang Fenghua in disbelief. This was the first time in many years that the old lady had physically hit her. Jiang Fenghua waved at Stone. Child, come here and tell Grandma what really happened. Stone hurried over, pointing at Zhao Yumei with a face full of righteous anger. I wanted to go help in the fields, but I was worried that little treasure might wake up and have no one to play with, so I turned back halfway. I saw her holding little treasure and sneaking into the mountains. He then pointed out, I saw her throw little treasure onto the mountain. She also dropped this on her and I picked it up. Stone took out a crumpled piece of paper. Yu Chuanli quickly took it, sniffed it carefully, and his face changed dramatically. It's arsenic, poisoned and then thrown into the mountains. She wanted little treasure to be eaten by wild animals after she died, so no one could find the body. Jiang Fenghua's face turned pale. She reached out and grabbed Zhao Yumei's collar, pulling her close. Her eyes reddened as she shouted fiercely, Our Yu family protects and cares for you, yet you harm our child with such cruelty. The old lady's eyes nearly bulged out of her head. She kicked Zhao Yumei to the ground with force and shouted fiercely, Elder, report to the authorities. When Zhao Yumei heard this, her eyes flashed with sharpness. In a flash, she snatched the white paper from Yu Chuanli's hand and swallowed it. Her actions proved that what Stone said was true. The villagers immediately became furious, unable to believe Zhao Yumei could be so cruel. Jiang Fenghua pointed at Zhao Yumei, gasping heavily as if she might faint at any moment. Yu Jiutian quickly sat up straight, gently patting her to help her breathe, crying, Grandma, don't be angry. Tianbao is scared. Jiang Fenghua looked at the worried little girl and tried to calm herself down. Zhao Yumei, choked by the white paper, rolled her eyes and finally swallowed it. She then knelt crying at Jiang Fenghua's feet, saying, Auntie, I am truly innocent. She knew her words sounded weak and powerless, but the medicine pouch was already destroyed. As long as she refused to speak, the Yu family's report to the authorities would be useless. Tianbao, I and Xinhua won't compete for your affection. You don't need to make up stories to frame Auntie. Zhao Yumei looked at Yu Jiutian with a regretful expression and unhesitatingly threw the blame. Aren't you shameless? Tianbao is only 3.5 years old. How could she accuse you? Su Xunyang, usually gentle and calm, was now angry. She pointed at Zhao Yumei, her face full of disbelief. Yu Jiutian blinked her big eyes. Yes, she had staged the scene herself, risking her life to make the Yu family see Zhao Yumei and her daughter clearly. But no one would believe a 3.5-year-old child could have such a plan. If I really poisoned her, how could she be safe and sound? Zhao Yumei sharply voiced her doubts. She had poured the medicine into Yu Jiutian's mouth drop by drop. Stone stepped forward angrily. If Tianbao hadn't been with Uncle Wu every day, learning about herbs, she would really be dead. I found herbs to induce vomiting, and she vomited bitter bile, saving her life. Hearing this, the brothers all looked jealous and eager to fight. If it weren't for the family rules forbidding men from hitting women, they would have rushed forward to tear Zhao Yumei apart. Zhao Yumei wanted to argue further, but Grandma Zhang couldn't hold back. She grabbed her hair and slapped her several times. "You wicked woman! Not only did you destroy evidence, but you also dared to bite a child. You deserve to be struck down by heaven," she shouted. "Tell me, are you jealous that my sister cares for Tianbao? Are you afraid Tianbao will take away your daughter's favor, so you poison her?" Grandma Zhang had very strong hands, and Zhao Yumei was hit so hard that blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. Her words made the villagers realize what was happening, and they all scolded Zhao Yumei for being ungrateful and mean. Everyone in the village had seen how much the Yu family loved and protected this mother and daughter over the years. No one expected her to be so narrow-minded as to not accept a child. The Yu brothers felt even more regretful and guilty. They never thought that their years of love and care would produce a selfish person who almost harmed Tian Bao's life. Zhao Yumei desperately tried to dodge Grandma Zhang's slaps, but the old woman was quick and stronger. After taking about a dozen hits, she finally stopped. "Did you find Tian Bao?" Zhou Chongxing hurried into the yard, followed by Yu Quenli and a group of villagers. "Oh my, why is the child covered in blood? Is she hurt?" He quickly checked Tian Bao's injuries. Seeing that the girl's eyes were bright and she greeted him, he relaxed a little. Then he looked at Zhao Yumei, who was kneeling, and frowned. "What's going on here?" Grandma Zhang, worried that her old friend was wasting effort, quickly told the whole story of how Zhao Yumei tried to harm Yu Jiutian. Zhou Chongxing's face grew darker as he listened, and his eyes flashed with fierce anger. The villagers also started criticizing Zhao Yumei one after another, almost spitting to drown her. "This is false. I'm really innocent. I've never even killed a chicken. How could I harm someone's life?" Zhao Yumei became the target of everyone's blame. She was scared and shocked, crying out loudly to defend herself. "You're pretending. I'll make you stop pretending. I trusted you like a sister, protected you all the time, but I never thought you'd be such a heartless beast." Seeing Zhao Yumei's weak appearance, Su Xunyang felt disgusted, like she had a swarm of flies in her stomach. She quickly pushed her down, sat on top of her, and started hitting and scratching wildly. "Help!" Zhao Yumei let out a pitiful scream, her face instantly covered with bloody cuts, and her hair became a messy nest. No one stopped Su Xunyang's anger. They all watched coldly as Zhao Yumei was beaten. Hu Xinhua saw her mother being hit and cried desperately, begging, "Auntie, please don't hit my mother." "Shut up.
Don't call me auntie."
Su Xunyang swung her arm, and Hu Xinhua was thrown to the ground, crying even louder. When Su Xiaoxiang stood up, Zhao Yumei's face was so swollen that it was hard to recognize her, and she let out a frightened whimper in her throat. Jiang Fenghua felt a little better inside. She looked up at Zhou Chongsheng and said, "Village chief, please make the decision. Please give justice to Tian Bao and the Yu family." Without evidence, reporting to the authorities was impossible, but Zhao Yumei could not be let off easily. Zhou Chongxing thought for a moment and said in a serious voice, "Our Fubao village has never experienced such a terrible thing. Although Zhao Yumei destroyed the evidence, the truth is clear and justice is in people's hearts. Zhang Li and Lu Zhu, take Zhao Yumei to the ancestral hall, whip her 30 times, then lock her up. She will only be fed once a day, and she cannot be released without my permission." After speaking, he looked at Jiang Fenghua. "Girl, do you think this is appropriate?" Jiang Fenghua's expression eased slightly. "Everything depends on the village chief's decision, but I have one more request. Go ahead." Zhou Chongxing nodded repeatedly. "Please find another place for her and her daughter to live, as far away from the Yu family as possible." Jiang Fenghua's voice was cold, like ice, crushing Zhao Yumei and her daughter's last hope. "Auntie. Boo-hoo. You can't treat me like this." Zhao Yumei ignored her sore mouth, struggled to get up and begged, but Zhang Li and Lu Zhu unceremoniously dragged her away. Hu Xinhua cried out and chased after them. "Don't take my mother." As Zhao's mother and daughter were taken away, the yard suddenly became quiet. Jiang Fenghua felt a cold sweat break out on her body. Her tired body felt a little relieved. She secretly marveled at Tianbao's skills, but her face remained calm. She looked earnestly at the village chief again. Zhou Chongqing understood and showed a hint of difficulty. Right now, every house in the village is full. There are no empty houses, unless someone is willing to swap places with Zhao Yumei and her daughter, but who would want to leave their carefully managed home to start over in a strange house? Indeed, when Zhou Chongqing looked around the crowd cautiously, everyone instinctively shrank back. It wasn't that they didn't want to help, but Zhao Yumei and her daughter's house was too small, only enough for 2 or 3 people to live in. Jiang Fenghua sighed, knowing his request was a bit too much, and said, "All right, village chief, we are willing to exchange houses with Zhao Yumei." After a moment of silence, an old voice spoke, and an elderly man and a young boy stepped out from the crowd. It was a woman in her 70s with silver hair, and a handsome boy around 13 or 14. Jiang Fenghua looked surprised. Aunt Huang. Aunt Huang and her grandson had also fled from hardship. They had been assigned to live at the foot of the mountain. Over the years, they rarely interacted with the villagers. I didn't expect them to come forward to help. The villagers were also surprised. This pair of grandmother and grandson usually didn't gather to watch the commotion. When did they arrive? Zhou Chongqing's face lit up with joy. Good. Aunt Huang, your help is really appreciated. Aunt Huang remained expressionless. All right, since we've said it, we're leaving now. It would be great if someone could help us move tomorrow. After saying that, she turned and left without hesitation. The boy glanced at Yu Jiutian in Jiang Fenghua's arms and quickly followed his grandmother. Once everything was settled, everyone let out a sigh of relief. You family's troubles need peace now. Everyone, go home if there's nothing else. Seeing Jiang Fenghua look tired, Zhou Chongqing hurriedly called the villagers to go home. Everyone understood and dispersed quietly. In an instant, only the Yu family remained in the yard. Jiang Fenghua's gaze immediately fixed on Yu Jiutian's face, as if wanting to keep her in his sight forever. Yu Jiutian clung tightly to her grandmother, tears shimmering in her eyes. Grandma, I'm sorry. Jiang Fenghua's words rushed to her throat but got stuck, unsure of what to say first. Let's go inside, her grandmother choked out. Yu Chuanzhong wiped his tears and stepped forward, gently lifting the grandmother and the girl into bed together. Su Xianyang composed herself quickly and went to the kitchen to boil water. Wu Yu Chuanli also hurried to check the boy's injuries. The other brothers searched for cloves and basins, working smoothly and in order. After 2 days of silence, the Yu family's yard finally regained its usual liveliness. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law carefully examined Yu Jiutian's blood-stained clothes and only found a few scratches. Before she could breathe a sigh of relief, Jiang Fenghua asked worriedly, "Sweet baby, the poison from arsenic." "Grandma, don't worry." Brother Stone arrived just in time and helped Sweet Baby find some herbal medicine to induce vomiting. In the past 2 days, she also found some detox herbs to take, and now she's fine. Yu Jiutian quickly comforted the old lady, afraid she might still be suspicious. She changed the subject softly and said, "Grandma, although Aunt Zhao hurt Sweet Baby this time, it led her to discover a huge treasure in the mountains." Jiang Fenghua and Su Xianyang exchanged glances. They weren't interested in the treasure she mentioned, but asked about the bear instead. Yu Jiutian had to tell the story of the bear again, but she made some changes and took all the credit for Stone. Jiang Fenghua was half convinced but saw her granddaughter's guilty look and didn't ask further. She even hoped that Sweet Baby had some special skills or good luck, as long as she was safe and sound. After washing Yu Jiutian, Jiang Fenghua said to Su Xianyang, "Xianyang, do we have porridge? Please bring a bowl for me." Su Xianyang was very happy. Yes. I'll bring it right now." The old lady hadn't eaten rice or water for 2 days, so she finally had an appetite. While drinking the porridge, Yu Jiutian carefully took her grandma's pulse, frowning slightly. Ignoring Jiang Fenghua and Su Xianyang's protests, she quickly got off the bed, went to the kitchen, opened a bottle of restorative liquid, poured it into a clay bowl, and hurried back to supervise Grandma drinking it. After Jiang Fenghua finished, Yu Jiutian quickly slipped under the covers and covered her head. "Grandma, Sweet baby is so sleepy. She's going to sleep now. Jiang Fenghua was both amused and helpless. The little girl really had a way of pretending she didn't hear. Sweet baby, Grandma knows you're special. If you have difficulties and can't tell anyone, Grandma won't ask. But you must learn to hide your talents and avoid giving bad people a chance. Do you understand? After thinking for a moment, Jiang Fenghua decided to be open. No matter what secret she had, she was her beloved granddaughter. Yu Jiotian relaxed and poked her head out from under the blanket, touched and said, "Grandma, it's so good to have you." The grandmother and granddaughter looked at each other happily and smiled, snuggling together. Late at night, the Yu family finally had a peaceful sleep. In the locked ancestral hall, spirit tablets stand upright, white candles flicker like fireflies, creating a very eerie and frightening atmosphere on this quiet night. A big and a small person curl up on a mat in the corner, trembling. "Mom, I'm so scared." Huxinyua's voice is very low, but in the silent night, it sounds unusually clear, pulling Zhao Yumei out of her fear. She hugs her daughter tightly, her eyes flickering in the dim light, afraid that something might suddenly appear from a corner. Sniff, sniff. Grandma Jiang doesn't want us anymore. Will we be hungry every day from now on? Tears fall from Huxinyua's eyes. No one brings dinner, and she feels anxious from hunger. The burning pain on her body and the hunger make Zhao Yumei feel upset, but none of that is the worst. What really torments her are the many questions in her mind. Why did Yu Jiotian come back safely? Could it be that the arsenic bought by the Chow family was fake? But the small amount of medicine powder left in the paper packet she just ate still shows traces of poison, and her stomach has been aching faintly. This proves the arsenic was real. If poison can't kill her, then what exactly is Yu Jiotian? A sudden thought makes her shiver with fear. The spirit tablet in her peripheral vision looks even more sinister and terrifying. Zhao Yumei tightly hugs her daughter, fear and suspicion mixed together. There must be something wrong with Yu Jiotian. When she wakes up, Jiang Fenghua seems like a different person. The dullness and weakness from yesterday are gone, and she is full of energy, as if she could plow a field. She knows it must be thanks to the medicinal water from yesterday, and she increasingly believes her granddaughter is the reincarnation of a fairy who controls medicine. Yu Jiotian is also lively and bouncing, with no sign of anything wrong, which reassures the Yu family. However, Shirtu was injured quite badly. Not just the back of his head, but his whole body was covered with cuts and bruises. The Yu brothers are carefully watching over him, not even allowing him to get into bed. In the room, Shirtu is helplessly held by Yu Chuanli, who is checking the injury on his head. Yu Chuanli says he's inspecting, but really he wants to figure out why the wound, which is only half a finger long, is already showing signs of healing so quickly. In the end, he suspects it was the work of his niece. He gives up on examining Shirtu and turns to Yu Jiotian. But Yu Jiotian is happily cuddling Jiang Fenghua's arm, acting cute and begging with a big, pleading face. "No, Grandma doesn't want any treasure or silver. She just wants you to be safe and well. The mountain is too dangerous, so listen and we won't go. Your eldest aunt has been working late into the night making clothes for you. I will go help her finish up." The little dimples on the child's cheeks looked so sweet that Jiang Fenghua felt a bit overwhelmed. She looked for an excuse to pull away from Yu Jiotian. Yu Jiotian simply clung to the old lady's leg like a koala, with a small face raised and big eyes full of pity. "Grandma, Tianbao hurt himself very badly and just found the treasure. If we don't bring it back, Tianbao will be very sad." As she spoke, her little lips pouted, and tears seemed to gather in her big eyes. Jiang Fenghua's face still showed determination, but her body couldn't resist. She bent down and gently picked up the little girl. Just as she was level with the old lady, Yu Jiotian wrapped her tiny arms around her neck and pressed her soft face against her cheek, rubbing it. "Grandma, please agree, okay? This time, Tianbao is going with 5 uncles. Nothing will happen. If we don't go, the bear will be stinky and won't sell for money," she said in a soft, sweet voice. Jiang Fenghua's firm expression melted into warmth. Her defenses, built up again and again, suddenly collapsed. All right, Grandma will go too. I will watch over you carefully, she said. Yu Jiotian's face moved away from the old lady's face, and her big eyes sparkled brightly. Really? She quickly kissed the old lady's cheek and happily twisted her small body, causing Jiang Fenghua to almost lose her balance. Her face broke into a gentle, flower-like smile. Yu Chuanli, coming from the front, looked at his niece with excited affection, a big smile spreading to his ears. Tianbao, come here. Uncle Wu wants a hug. He eagerly stretched out his hands, trying to take Yu Jiotian from the old lady. But Jiang Fenghua shifted her body to the side and avoided her son's hand. Why are you coming over to take care of little Stone? I just held her, and now you want to take her away? She had only just held her, and now he wanted to her. Yu Jiotian waved her tiny hands at Yu Chuanli. Grandma, you should go help Auntie. Tianbao wants to see Brother Stone. Yu Chuanli raised an eyebrow at his mother and unceremoniously took the little girl. Let's go, we're going to see Brother Stone. Jiang Fenghua. She feels like she's been used up and then discarded. Su Xuanyang, who is sewing under the eaves, can't help but laugh. She quickly waves to her mother-in-law. Mom, stop watching. Come help me. My eyes are getting tired. The old lady reluctantly shakes her head and turns to her daughter-in-law. Yu Jiotian enters the room and immediately regrets it. Even Stone looks hopeless. Sweetie, there should be a big gap here, but why is there only a faint flesh seam? Quickly tell Uncle what method you used to treat it. As soon as she enters, Yu Chuanli immediately fixes Stone's head in place and points to the wound on the back of his head, eager to learn from Yu Jiotian.
Well.
It's just some herbal medicine that helps heal wounds. Sweetie recognizes what it looks like, but she can't remember the name. Yu Jiotian quickly thinks and makes up a clumsy excuse to cover it. It's not that she can't teach Uncle how to sew wounds, but how to explain the needles and thread appearing out of nowhere in the wilderness. It's not the right time to reveal this yet. Yu Chuanli's eyes flash with both surprise and disappointment. He's surprised that there's such a quick healing herbal medicine. If he used it to make a healing ointment, it would be amazing. But unfortunately, Sweetie forgot the name of the herb. Uncle 4, Uncle 6, lunch is ready. Let's eat quickly. We have important things to do on the mountain later. Yu Jiotian finishes speaking and runs out of the room. Yu Chuanli chases after her, asking, What important things, Stone? They promised to come see me, right? Sweetie, what kind of treasure is so mysterious? At the dining table, Su Xuanyang smiles and pinches Yu Jiotian's little chubby arm. The brothers all wonder the same thing and look at Su Xuanyang's finger with envy. Her hand is soft, white, and tender. Must feel very nice. Yu Jiotian's dimples deepen as she happily shakes her little head like a bell. Big Auntie, I want to take care of Stone and the older brothers at home, so I decided to surprise you tonight. That's why I didn't tell you earlier. She stands up and pretends to be serious, stretching her short arms to show a big circle. The cute and sweet look on her face made everyone smile, and it seemed like the bread in her mouth tasted even better. After breakfast, the family prepared all the tools they needed and got ready to go. They took shovels, hoes, ropes, and 3 baskets from home, which were essential. As they passed by Grandma Zhang's house, Jiang Fenghua borrowed all the baskets from her old friends again. The family headed up the mountain, while the villagers looked on with curiosity. Maybe because they were dressed lightly, the autumn wind occasionally blew some yellow leaves onto them, reminding them to put on more clothes. But they didn't know that the family was actually trying to avoid sweating during work, so they deliberately wore lighter clothes. Yu Jiotian was tickled by the playful autumn wind and sneezed. Her small body shook, causing her brother Yu Chuanzhong's basket to wobble a few times. Jiang Fenghua quickly stepped forward and helped her put on the autumn shirt carefully made by Su Xiaoxian. Feeling the gentle care from her family made Yu Jiotian very happy, and her desire to thank them grew stronger. She waved her little fists and urged her uncle to walk faster. After walking for about half an hour through winding paths into the deep mountains, everyone looked a bit worried. No wonder Yu Jiotian and Little Stone took 2 days to come out. They almost got lost. Zhao Yumei was so angry she wished she could be struck by lightning.
Here we are.
Look, uncle. Yu Tian sat up straight from her basket, excitedly pointing with her little fingers. The bear is still there. It was fresh and warm, just taken out of the space. Everyone looked in the direction she pointed, and a huge creature weighing around 400 or 500 jin, about 200 to 250 kilograms, appeared, shocking everyone into silence. The first thing everyone thought of was a dangerous scene where two children were trying to escape from this giant beast. Jiang Fenghua's eyes showed a hint of fear, and her brothers clenched their fists. Sweet Bao was most afraid and needed their help, but they could only wait helplessly at home. Uncle, Sweet Bao wants to come down. Yu Tian didn't notice everyone's reactions. She looked at the brown bear as if she was looking at a pile of silver. In modern times, bears are protected animals. Even if they find a bear carcass, it can only be left in the mountains to decay naturally, and it's absolutely forbidden to sell or trade it. But in this prosperous and healthy era, there aren't as many restrictions. How big do you think this bear pelt is? It must be worth a lot of money. Even the bear paws are priceless. Even bear meat is a great remedy for wind, cold, and muscle pain. Surrounded by family, Yu Tian completely forgot her fear when she first saw the brown bear. Just after Yu Chuanzhong put her down, she ran over happily and gently patted the bear's soft fur. Her big eyes were almost sparkling with gold, full of treasure. Grandma, I didn't lie to you. Isn't this bear worth a lot of silver? The little girl's excited face made everyone feel happy, and they all gathered around. Yu Tian proudly crossed her arms and puffed out her chest, explaining the value of bear meat. Everyone looked at each other, originally thinking only the bear pelt and paws were needed, but now they realized the meat was also very valuable. Yu Chuanli was even happier, silently remembering the medicinal value of the bear meat. Finally, Yu Chuanzhong, with a big smile, looked worried. Such a big animal would be hard to bring down the mountain. Grandma, look. The treasure is right here. After explaining about the brown bear, Yu Tian couldn't wait and ran to the edge of the basin, jumping happily and pointing below. Oh no. Be careful. You might fall. Jiang Fenghua's heart jumped to her throat. She quickly stepped forward and pulled Yu Tian into her arms, then looked down carefully. All she saw was green weeds, nothing special. The brothers also came over, searching carefully among the weeds, trying to find something. Is that Dendrobium officinale? Yu Chuanli's eyes widened in shock, frozen like a statue. The brothers looked at each other. Although they didn't know what Dendrobium officinale was, just seeing Yu Chuanli's expression told them it was very valuable. Be careful, fifth uncle. You can go down over there. Yu Tian called out a moment too late. Yu Chuanli had already slipped and slid down the basin on his hands and knees. He didn't care about his sore bottom and crawled on all fours to a slender plant, shouting wildly, "It's really Dendrobium officinale." Then his gaze fixed on a few unusual green leaves, and his eyes widened in shock, trembling. Ginseng? He quickly moved closer, eager but careful, and began digging with his hands. Everyone else, except Yu Chuanzhong, who was busy figuring out how to handle the brown bear, followed the direction pointed out by Yu Tian into the basin. At this moment, Yu Chuanli had already scraped away some plants, revealing a root that looked like a large white radish or ginseng. Ginseng. It really is ginseng. Yu Chuanli's eyes shone brightly, and his face was full of excitement. Although no one knew about the iron-tipped dendrobium, everyone recognized ginseng. Next to the exposed ginseng root, there were also 7 or 8 plants with similar stems and leaves. The family was stunned, looking at Yu Tian with disbelief. This big ginseng must be at least 300 or 500 years old, right? Finding one was already a huge luck, and now they had found a cluster? No wonder Tian Bao said they discovered a treasure. It really was. Everyone became excited and knelt down to look at the treasure in front of them. Even Jiang Fenghua, usually calm, was stunned. When Yu Tian struggled to get down from her arms, she finally came back to herself. But her gaze wasn't on the ginseng, it was on the lively Yu Tian. How much virtue has the Yu family accumulated to have such a precious granddaughter? Second brother, third brother, don't dig randomly. Be sure to protect the ginseng roots. Yu Chuanli saw his brothers eager to start digging and hurriedly reminded them. The brothers nodded eagerly and became even more careful. Yu Jiutian waved her small hand. Let Uncle Fifth dig out all the ginseng and dendrobium. The other uncles come with me to dig the sanchi. Everyone looked over. Wow, there was a whole patch of sanchi. It wasn't as valuable as ginseng, but it was abundant. The brothers quickly followed the brave, confident little girl, copying her and starting to dig. Herbal medicines couldn't be treated roughly, like grains. Over nearly an acre of herbs, the family dug from morning until evening. Yu Chuanli and Yu Quanan ran back and forth 3 or 4 times, carrying the harvested herbs home. They couldn't carry everything at once, so they also brought along some quick-baked buns made by Su Xianyang. The family managed to get through lunch with what they had. After a whole day, Yu Chuanzhong finally finished processing the bear. When he was taking the bear's skin, he felt a bit confused because the bear's fatal wounds were only on the throat and belly, and they were very neat, which didn't affect the value of the hide. It didn't look like the work of 2 children in a panic. The strangest thing was that the bear meat had been left overnight, yet the blood hadn't dried or changed color. The bear's body still felt warm, as if it had just died. But he quickly hid his doubts in his mind. No matter what, it was good that Tianbao was safe, and many unexplained good lucks seemed to come from her, so there was no need to investigate further. Maybe she really was the reincarnation of the fairy medicine girl, just as her mother said. Carefully removing the bear's skin, he cut the meat into small pieces. He and the 3rd and 4th brothers carried the load several times before all the meat was brought home. After the sun set completely, the family finally finished digging up all the medicinal herbs in the basin. On the last trip, all 6 baskets were almost full. Each of the 5 brothers' baskets was filled high with Panax nodo ginseng, and Jiang Fenghua's basket held precious dendrobium orchids. All the baskets were carefully covered with dry twigs to hide what was inside. Without empty baskets, Yu Jiutian could only walk on foot. She was worried about finding a chance to persuade the old lady to come down and walk, and she was very happy. Halfway down the mountain, Yu Jiutian suddenly clutched her stomach, feeling the urge to go to the bathroom. Jiang Fenghua stayed close to her, watching her carefully. To make a small move, Yu Jiutian, feeling shy and embarrassed, pretended to hold back a little, making a small, in front of the old lady. The small act wasn't very big, but luckily it was dark, and the old lady didn't notice anything. On the way back home down the mountain, many villagers were curious about what was in Yu family's baskets. Jiang Andy, it looks like you guys had a good harvest today. What nice mountain treasures did you dig up? Yeah, your 3rd and 4th brothers came back several times today. What rare treasures are those? Although they try to stay low-key, the Yu brothers' busy day still attracted the villagers' attention. Auntie Zhou, Grandma, you guessed right. We had a really big harvest today. Yu Jiutian happily jumped and greeted the villagers, her face full of excitement and pride. Jiang Fenghua and a few brothers looked a little worried that Tianbao, being young and innocent, might accidentally reveal what they had done today. It's not that they intentionally hide things. Keeping wealth secret is the best rule. Who can guarantee that no one will envy or be jealous? Really, sweetie, did you find anything good today? Yes, sweetie. Tell Grandma all about it, so Grandma can go to the mountains and see for herself, okay? The villagers who asked felt happy inside. Adults might hide their good finds, but children don't understand this rule. Yes, Yu Jiutian happily nodded, then pulled Jiang Fenghua's hand to squat down. She tiptoed and took something out of her basket. Jiang Fenghua and her brothers exchanged helpless looks, thinking of an excuse to handle the upcoming questions. Luckily, the villagers didn't know much about herbs, so a simple name would be enough to pass. Grandma, look at this big potato lump. Sweetie found it when she was left in the mountains. She was so hungry she was pulling grass to eat and dug this up. It's so tasty when roasted in the fire. Yu Jiutian held up a round, shiny potato and proudly showed it to the elderly woman, her expression both proud and happy. The old woman took the potato and looked at it carefully, curious, but also a bit doubtful. This dull-looking thing really can be eaten. Other villagers gathered around to look too. Yu Tian pouted. Sweetie doesn't lie. If you don't believe me, Grandma, I'll give you this potato lump. You can cook it at home and see for yourself. Over these past 2 days in the mountains, if I hadn't found this potato lump, I wouldn't have seen Grandma or my uncles and aunts. The old woman remembered what this child had gone through and felt guilty. She patted her own mouth. Oh, sweetie, I was wrong to say that. I should hit myself. Thank you, sweetie, for telling me such a wonderful thing. I'll go to the mountains soon and dig some myself. This winter, we won't have to worry about food. Yu Tian's face lit up with a sweet dimple. Okay, Grandma. Tomorrow, we'll go into the mountains and call you too. Only Sweetie knows the way. Her soft, honest look warmed the villagers' hearts. They all asked her to bring them along too. Yu Tian waved her little hand confidently and agreed happily. Then, feeling a bit guilty, she looked at Jiang Fenghua. Grandma, can Sweetie bring Grandma and the others with us? Jiang Fenghua was deeply shocked inside, but he remained calm on the outside. He nodded politely and said, the things in the mountains don't belong to just our family. Of course, everyone can go and gather them. And since Tianbao found something good, you can share it with anyone you want. After saying this, the villagers all gave Tianbao a thumbs up and thought that the Yu family was generous and kind. Even the 3-year-old child was so big-hearted and giving. In the eyes of the villagers, who looked at them with admiration and envy, the family left the scene openly and confidently. From afar, they saw Su Xunyang at the door, excitedly waving at them. Yu Tian ran toward her with short little legs, saying, Auntie, Tianbao is so hungry, so hungry. Her small voice was sweet and soft, making Su Xunyang smile warmly. She quickly hugged her tightly and kissed her chubby little cheek. Good girl, Tianbao. Your auntie has already cooked the meal. Just waiting to feed your little belly. Seeing her niece, Su Xunyang felt like she was holding a shining gold nugget. She wished she could hide her away in her arms forever. To celebrate today's big harvest, Su Xunyang treated herself luxuriously. There was a big bowl of steamed egg custard, a large plate of braised bear meat, a big bowl of stir-fried wild vegetables, and fragrant pan-fried pancakes as the main food. The tired and hungry family ate happily and contentedly. Tianbao, how did you make those potato dumplings just now? Jiang Fenghua put down his chopsticks halfway through the meal and asked Yu Tian with a curious look. He had a feeling that her secret about pulling a funny smell in the mountains was related. Her brothers also pricked up their ears, eager to find out. Yu Tian's little face tightened and her big eyes flickered. What was coming couldn't be avoided, but luckily she had prepared her story in advance. She lowered her voice mysteriously and said, Grandma, Tianbao and Grandma are telling the truth. Tianbao was the first to find the potato dumplings and also discovered the treasure herbs, but the herbs have already been dug up. If the villagers' uncles and aunts ask about it, we can't just give them our hard-earned results, right? There were many uncles and aunts in the village, and the key was there wasn't enough to share. As she spoke, Yu Tian's little face showed a worried expression, like a baby in distress. It's not that Tianbao is stingy. Tianbao is worried that if there isn't enough to share, the uncles and aunts who don't get anything might be angry with us. So, when Sweet Baby reached the place with potatoes, she said she wanted to pull out the stinky smell. Actually, the spot where she pulled out the smell had several potatoes. Sweet Baby quietly hid some in Grandma's basket. Sweet Baby thought, if everyone is jealous of us, we can take them to dig potatoes. After saying that, the little girl looked pitifully at Jiang Fenghua and waved her little hands. Grandma, it's not that Sweet Baby doesn't want to share, but there are just too many people in the village. Next time, Sweet Baby will try to find more treasures and share them with the uncles and aunts in the village, okay? The small child repeatedly emphasized she wasn't stingy. Her serious concern for her family made everyone both laugh and feel proud and a little worried. Jiang Fenghua gently picked up Yu Tian and placed her on her lap. She affectionately tickled her little nose, her eyes full of pride. Good girl, you are really a clever and lovable kid. Grandma hasn't thought of everything as well as you. Yes, Sweet Baby is not only a lucky star but also very smart. If everyone thinks we are just digging potatoes, and Sweet Baby kindly agrees to take everyone up the mountain to dig potatoes, they won't be jealous of us, but will thank us instead. Yu Chuanli remembered this, and his eyes sparkled with happiness. The more he looked at Sweet Baby, the more he liked her deep down. Yu Chuanren shook his head, feeling both proud and helpless. TSK, Sweet Baby, are you really only 3 years old? How can you be smarter than your uncle? Yu Tian's big eyes showed a hint of guilt. She quickly smiled to hide it. Really? Sweet Baby admires Uncle's smart brain so much. I learn how Uncle handles things every day. I didn't expect to become so smart. Her innocent praise made Yu Chuanren laugh happily, with a proud look on his face. Sweet Baby, tomorrow Uncle Second will teach you how to read and write. Let's make our little Sweet Baby into a talented girl everyone admires, okay? Yu Chuanxiao was stimulated by Yu Chuanren's proud attitude. He showed his most gentle smile, eager to persuade Sweet Baby to come to him. He must try his best to be the most admired uncle by the little girl. Yu Tian thought about the complicated traditional characters and words. Her small body shivered, and she sat up straight. Then her big eyes blinked innocently. Sweet Baby also wants to be a talented girl, but Uncle Second won't have time to teach me in the future. Yu Chuanxiao was stunned. Second uncle has plenty of time. Second uncle needs to study. How can he waste precious time teaching Sweetie? Second uncle is the most knowledgeable person in the family. Sweetie is helping everyone find treasures just so second uncle can have enough money to go to school and become a top scholar in the future. Wow, with that, Sweetie would have a scholar uncle. All the children in the world would envy Sweetie then. By the end, Yu Tian looked into second uncle's big eyes, and tiny stars seemed to sparkle, as if he had already become a proud hero dressed in a white horse and red robe. Yu Chuanxiao shivered all over. It felt like a blazing fire was burning inside his chest. His gaze at Sweetie was full of warmth and emotion. He had passed the exam to become a young scholar when he was 10, but since the border war and his family's destruction, life had become very hard. His dream of studying was completely broken. But now, Sweetie had rekindled that hope.
Sweetie is right.
Our family was poor before, and I missed out on studying because of it. Now that things are better, once we sell these medicines, Mother will find you a good school so you can continue to learn. Jiang Fenghua looked at him with mixed feelings of sadness and warmth. Finally, he gently rubbed Yu Tian's nose and said, "Let's work hard to make sure our good boy has a scholar uncle. Yes, second brother's talent shouldn't be wasted." The brothers all nodded excitedly, recalling how second brother had become a young scholar at 10 and was praised throughout the town. Sweetie, you only think about second uncle and third uncle. Can you make room for big uncle too? Yu Chuanzhong felt both happy and jealous. He forced a look of slight sadness on his handsome face, which looked a bit funny. Yu Chuanli, who usually didn't speak much, couldn't help but add, "If you don't have a place, then I must be even more pitiful. You're all brothers. No one should fight over Sweetie with me. Sweetie likes medicine, and I share the same goal. I believe I'm the uncle he likes most," Yu Chuanli said anxiously, trying to claim all of Sweetie's affection. Yu Tian's little head buzzed. Watching these tall men get jealous, feeling both happy and worried, he didn't know who to comfort first. "Big uncle, every time I see you, I think of a brave general. I want to eat more meat and grow up quickly, or I won't be able to fit such a big general uncle." Yu Tian bit her lip in difficulty, looking worried. Then she turned to Yu Chuanli and said, "Fourth uncle is really a bit pitiful. Sweet Bao has only ever eaten the best food made by fourth uncle. She must be constantly asking him to make delicious things. What if Sweet Bao's little mouth becomes spoiled and she can't live without fourth uncle? What should we do then?" Yu Chuanzhong and Yu Chuanli felt very happy inside. Their faces couldn't hide their joy. Seeing the serious and troubled look on the little rice ball, their eyes were filled with happiness and satisfaction. Yu Chuanli quickly stood up in worry. "Sweet Bao. Fifth uncle is the happiest. Other uncles are better than Sweet Bao, but she still teaches fifth uncle medical skills every day. Sweet Bao really is at a disadvantage here." Yu Tian shook her head and swayed her little head. showing a cute, mischievous expression. Yu Chuanli, feeling guilty, quickly tried to comfort the little rice ball. It's not a loss. In the future, at home, fifth uncle can call you master. Okay, really? Yu Tian's eyes lit up. Then I won't be at a loss. I still have many things to teach fifth uncle. Yu Chuanli was delighted and immediately agreed. Yes, yes, yes. From now on, outside, Sweet Bao is my little medicine helper. At home, your fifth uncle's little master. How about that? Jiang Fenghua was originally very pleased to see his son and granddaughter interacting happily. Suddenly, he felt that his younger son's way of mixing up the family hierarchy was a bit reckless. But then he thought that his son's idea was also a way to help Sweet Bao develop her talents, so he silently approved. The family enjoyed a happy, hearty meal, full of laughter. Shirtu, who was quietly eating, watched Yu Tian happily and suddenly remembered her previous sad face when she was at the Chow family. A small smile of relief appeared on his lips. The Yu family was really a good family. After finishing their warm and joyful meal, Yu Tian found out that the villagers were already talking about the new food supplies, and the news was spreading. Each household's food supply was only slightly less, and by the end, they had reduced from 3 meals to 2. The food that was thick became watery. If they could stock up some potatoes before winter, they wouldn't have to worry about starving through the cold season. Early the next morning, right after breakfast, the yard was crowded with villagers. Jiang Fenghua saw everyone eagerly peeking inside and guessed the reason. They are all villagers from the same village. If Sweet Treasure finds many potatoes, it would be good for everyone. She told the villagers to wait a moment, then went inside to explain things to her sons. Oldest and fifth son, Sweet Treasure, and I will go up the mountain to dig potatoes with everyone. Third and fourth sons, divide the bare meat into 2 parts. One part you two will take to the city today to sell, and the other part will be divided among the households according to the number of families. Give 3 jin each to the village chief and the Zhang family, and 1 jin to each of the other families. Second son and Xionyang, you are responsible for delivering some to each household for tasting. After the old lady finished arranging everything, everyone nodded in agreement. Since they all started from the same point, the Yu family was advancing too quickly and might attract jealousy. To share some happiness, they decided to give a small part to everyone. In the future, even if they feel jealous, they will consider the friendship behind this gesture. The whole family had their roles. Stone also wanted to go up the mountain, but Su Xianyang kindly asked him to stay in bed, so he could only look at the ceiling and sigh. Jiang Fenghua took her family out, and all the villagers looked at her with hope and excitement. Villagers, before we go up the mountain, I need to say something important. Sweet Treasure is young and doesn't understand the full meaning of quantities. I also don't know exactly how many potatoes she has found. To avoid affecting everyone's food supply and feelings, we should gather all the potatoes first, then divide them equally among households when we return. What do you all think? Jiang Fenghua looked around, her eyes firm with a hint of negotiation. Human nature is naturally selfish and unpredictable. The Yu family shouldn't do good deeds only to end up resented. Details must be settled before going up the mountain. As soon as she finished speaking, many people looked at each other, realizing that some families had sent 2 or 3 workers to get more food. But unexpectedly, this idea was rejected. Aunt Jiang, your plan is good, but what if someone cheats or takes more than they should? Yes, everyone works together, but some work faster or are more diligent, while others are lazy. If everything is divided equally at the end, it might not be fair. Everyone shared their concerns. Sweet Jade, obediently snuggled against Jiang Fenghua's leg, secretly thought to herself that she hadn't thought things through carefully enough. She had caused the old lady a big problem. Doing good deeds is really hard. Everyone agrees that some people work quickly and skillfully, while others are a bit slower. But working slowly is not the same as deliberately being lazy. Everyone's eyes are sharp, and we watch each other while working. If someone is caught intentionally slacking off by more than 5 people, it counts as a serious matter. Today, the potatoes are still divided as usual. But such good luck won't happen only once. If there are new discoveries in the future, she won't be able to join everyone in the mountains to enjoy the benefits. Jiang Fenghua had already expected this and calmly shared his thoughts. The villagers thought it was a fair way. They admired Jiang Fenghua's leadership and nodded in agreement. Seeing no one objected, Jiang Fenghua waved his hand and led the way. Yu Jiutian was sitting in Yu Quanzhong's basket, looking at the old lady's back with admiration. Grandma is so wise. No wonder the uncles are all so excellent. Suddenly, someone reached out and pinched Yu Jiutian's chubby cheek. She turned in surprise, and Grandma Zhang was smiling kindly at her. Yu Jiutian immediately smiled sweetly and happily kicked her legs inside the basket. Grandma Zhang, I thought you wouldn't come today. I was about to call you when we passed by your house. She didn't forget her grandma's good friend during such a good event. Grandma Zhang's smile deepened. Little Tian, you're so thoughtful. You even remember Grandma Zhang. Of course. Grandma Zhang loves Tian Tian and Tian Tian loves Grandma Zhang too. Grandma says that's called mutual respect and kindness. Haha, my old friends really know how to teach children well. One day, I'll let my 2 naughty boys come to the Yu family too, so they can help take care of things. The old and young laughed happily, making the villagers look on with curiosity. Indeed, every child in the Yu family is kind and sensible. Even the 3-year-old girl knows about mutual respect and kindness. Grandma Jiang is truly impressive. A large group of people marched into the mountains, winding along the forest trail like a giant snake moving uphill. When they reached their destination, Yu Jiutian was set down so she could identify the potato seedlings. But her first action wasn't to find the seedlings. She quickly found her stinky little pet and buried it with fallen leaves and dirt, afraid the villagers might step on it, secretly cursing the culprit. Jiang Fenghua was first stunned, then couldn't help but laugh out loud. The little girl actually knew how to hide her flaws like a clever little cat. She was so adorable and mischievous. Others looked confused, not understanding why Grandma Jiang was laughing. They watched the girl eagerly, just wanting to find some food. Yu Jiutian was worried that Jiang Fenghua might reveal her embarrassing story, so she quickly pulled out a plant and waved it around. Look, this is a seedling of the potato dumpling. Everyone hurried over to look carefully, then started to search around. Wow, on both sides of the small path in the forest, there were all these seedlings. Some couldn't wait and dug them up immediately. They were amazed to see 7 or 8 small potatoes hanging on the roots.
Wow.
These potatoes are so productive. Although the sizes varied, each plant seemed to yield about 2 genes of potatoes, not counting those still in the soil. They had been worried about not getting enough food on this trip, but now everyone was excited and started digging eagerly without being told. Oh my patch has 12 potatoes. My patch isn't bad either. 9 big ones. Suddenly, the forest was filled with exclamations, scaring the birds away from their nests. Yu Jiutian raised an eyebrow. Growing in her space's rich soil, the yield was naturally incredible. Then she sighed with a bit of pain. Everyone was happy, but her space's trading gold had gone to 0. Her heart was heavy. Ah! There's a snake. A snake. Suddenly, a terrified male voice pierced through the forest, stopping everyone in their tracks. Soon, everyone surrounded a man in his 40s who was rolling on the ground, clutching his foot in pain. His bare leg was swollen and purple. Yu Quanzhong quickly stepped forward, using A to press on the snake's neck, ready to cut off its head. Wait, uncle. Yu Jiutian hurriedly grabbed Yu Quanzhong's sleeve and whispered, It's a venomous snake. We need its gallbladder to help that uncle detoxify. Some villagers with sharp ears looked surprised and widened their eyes. How did this little girl know so much? Upon hearing this, Yu Quanzhong understood immediately. He grabbed the colorful venomous snake with his bare hands, felt for the snake's gallbladder, and pinched it out completely with. Yu Jiutian quickly walked over to Yu Quanli, who was checking the villager's injuries, and whispered a few words into his ear. Big brother, hurry and bring the snake's gallbladder so Uncle Zhao can swallow it. Tianbao, go find the detox herbs your 5th uncle taught you. Uncle Zhao's snake venom must be drawn out right away. Yu Quanli quickly followed the method his niece suggested and arranged everything carefully. Yu Chuanzhong fed the snake's gallbladder to Uncle Zhao, who swallowed it without hesitation. Yu Jiutian pretended to search for detox herbs everywhere, but quietly moved to a place where no one could see her. Seeing that Yu Chuanli was confident, everyone felt a bit more at ease. Yu Chuanli looked at Uncle Zhao's wound, frowned, and was about to lean down to out the poison when Jiang Fenghua worriedly stopped him. Fifth brother, are you sure you won't get poisoned doing this? Helping others is fine, but hurting your own family is not acceptable. Even if it means being scolded, she didn't want her son to take such risks. Yu Chuanli hesitated, then nodded vaguely. Mother, I know what I'm doing. In truth, he wasn't entirely confident, but inexplicably trusted Tianbao. Uncle Zhao looked at Jiang Fenghua with gratitude and hope, afraid she would refuse to treat him. Jiang Fenghua looked at Yu Jiutian's position, frowned, and released Yu Chuanli. Be very careful. Yu Chuanli nodded repeatedly and bent down to start out the venom. Seeing this, the old lady turned to look for Yu Jiutian, worried that her obedient little treasure might also encounter the snake. The villagers looked at Yu Chuanli with admiration and emotion, feeling that being neighbors with the Yu family was a great blessing. Recently, Yu Chuanli had just rescued a big ox from the underworld, and today he risked his own safety to help the villagers. His medical skills and morals were probably unmatched by most doctors in Huzhou City. Fifth uncle, is this the one? Yu Jiutian ran over holding a muddy herb, her big eyes shining with a silent understanding only they shared. Yu Chuanli praised her with a nod. Yes, that's it. Tianbao, you're amazing. At this moment, he had finished drawing out the black venom blood, chewed the leaves of the herb into a pulp, and applied it to Uncle Zhao's wound. Then he plucked a few more leaves for Uncle Zhao to chew and swallow to clear the snake venom from his body. He also chewed a few leaves himself and swallowed them just in case. A sudden dangerous situation was quickly resolved by the coordinated efforts of the uncle and nephew. The villagers admired Yu Chuanli, but also looked at Yu Jiutian with curiosity. Sweetie also knows about herbs. My girl is almost 4 years old, and she still can't tell vegetables apart. The 3.5-year-old child not only knew about herbs, but also found them so quickly, which was a bit hard to believe. The Yu family members all felt a little worried. Although Sweetie had been trying to hide her talents, her abilities still seemed beyond what most people could accept. Our Sweetie is very smart. She learns faster than me, and maybe one day her medical skills will be better than Uncle Wu's. Yu Chuanli suppressed his worries and chose to praise Yu Jiutian openly, instead of hiding her talents. Yu Jiutian happily nodded along, jumping a little. Really? Will Sweetie really be better than Uncle Wu? The villagers' surprise turned into admiration. The little girl was clever and bright, and with a doctor in the family, she might grow up to surpass everyone. All right, everyone, Uncle Zhao is injured. Rest over there, and let's work harder to finish digging so we can go home for lunch. Jiang Fenghua interrupted the discussion at the right moment, quickly getting everyone back to work. Yu Jiutian breathed a sigh of relief. She saw that the trading gold in the space had risen to 1,000 again. She twitched her little eyebrows and pulled Yu Chuanli to find herbs. It only cost 200 trading gold to contribute this batch of potatoes, but who would have thought that by chance, they saved the villagers and received several times the reward. It truly proved the saying, taking a loss is a blessing. As time went on, a small mountain of potatoes grew where they were buried. When the last one was dug up, the pile of potatoes weighed about 600 or 700 jin. Today, 32 people came, and if divided evenly, each person would get about 20 jin. The extra 10 or so jin were handed over to the Yu family by the villagers. Although Yu Chuanzhong was out hunting the whole time, and Yu Chuanli and Yu Jiutian were busy digging herbs, only Jiang Fenghua was truly digging potatoes. Still, everyone thought the Yu family deserved to take a few more portions. Jiang Fenghua didn't refuse and, happily, accepted the extra. As for Uncle Zhao's share, he didn't want a single jin and gave it all to the Yu family as medical expenses for saving his life. With Jiang Fenghua's approval, Yu Chuanli only accepted half of the gift, saying he couldn't let Uncle Zhao make a trip for nothing after getting hurt. Uncle Zhao was very touched and insisted on only taking 5 jin, so Jiang Fenghua didn't refuse further. The group returned down the mountain full of supplies, which made the villagers, who had been slow to hear the news, very jealous. However, everyone was only envious and not resentful because each family received a share of the bear meat from the Yu family. Most villagers rarely get to eat meat during the New Year, so the generosity and kindness of the Yu family were talked about all day. Thanks to the Yu family, every household's yard was filled with the smell of meat at noon. Children cheered excitedly as they ate meat, making the village livelier than during the New Year. In the ancestral hall, mother and daughter Zhao Yumei pressed their faces against the door, sniffing the rich aroma of meat and salivating nonstop. The ancestral hall was not far from the village road, and villagers hurried back and forth, discussing what had happened. It seemed that the Yu family had found the bear carcass and shared the meat with everyone. The mother and daughter felt regret and jealousy. While everyone else ate meat, they only had wild vegetable noodle soup today. All of this was caused by the wild girl. If it weren't for her, they wouldn't have lost the Yu family's favor, and eating meat would have been easy. Did you hear? Little Tianbao can recognize herbs at such a young age, and she even knows that snake bao can detoxify. I find that a bit unbelievable, one villager said. Exactly. Although the fifth son of the Yu family knows medicine, most 3-year-olds only know how to eat, drink, and play. Which kid would bother with boring herbs? Two villagers passing by the ancestral hall couldn't help but discuss the strange news they just heard. Hey, what do you mean? You eat Yu family's meat and feel grateful, but then you gossip behind their backs about the girl? Is that jealousy because she's smarter than your kids? That's really ungrateful. The villagers' chatter stopped abruptly under Grandma Zhang's scolding. Zhao Yumei, who had been secretly listening through the door, quickly flashed a sharp glint in her eyes, then turned cold and sinister. She was right. Wild Girl was definitely abnormal. Taking advantage of the villagers' suspicion, it was the best time to eliminate her. She had to find a way to leave immediately. Thinking of this, Zhao Yumei's gaze fell on Hu Xinyue, showing a flicker of struggle and pity. At the Yu family's dining table, everyone looked excited and impatient. Yuan Quanan spoke excitedly about today's trip to the city to sell bear skins and meat. He said, bear meat is even rarer than wolf meat. I hung the bear skins up, and before I could even call out, people who wanted to buy bear meat surrounded me. He continued, you haven't seen the long line in front of our stall. It stretched all the way to the main street outside the alley. He added, we had over 300 jin of meat. I thought it would take half a day to sell, but it was all gone in just 1 hour. Yuan Chueni also looked a bit sad. My third brother set the price at 30 coins per jin. I was worried people would scold us, but in the end, the customers who didn't get any complained a lot. It was quite funny and frustrating. Everyone was still shocked and couldn't quite believe what had happened. Jiang Fenghua tried to stay calm and asked softly, and the bear skins? Bear skins? We didn't even get a chance to take them to the leather shop. A steward from a noble's household bought the bear meat, and he paid 20 taels of gold to buy it all. Yuan Quanan looked at Yu Tian with a calm but serious expression. 20 taels of gold. That's a lot. Although his childhood memories of his family's wealth were good, he had never seen so much gold before. All of this was thanks to Tianbao. Everyone gasped in surprise, staring wide-eyed. 20 taels of gold. Not silver, gold. Yu Tian's small mouth opened wide, and her big eyes looked even rounder. Uncle, how much is 20 taels of gold worth? She didn't expect the bear skins to be so valuable. Yuan Quanan took out a small wooden box. When he opened it, 10 shiny gold ingots were inside, with 5 silver ingots stacked beside them. Money from selling the bear meat. The whole family stared at the gold and silver, their eyes shining brightly. Usually, with so much money, the steward would carry silver notes, but he paid in cash directly. He explained, I was worried that carrying so much cash would attract attention, so I asked him to give silver notes instead. But he said that recently, the city's banks have been unstable. Many wealthy people have withdrawn their gold and silver, fearing the notes might become worthless. Yuan Quanan frowned and said, and now, the city gates are more guarded than before. I think it's best for us to stock up on some food, just in case. His words slightly dampened the family's excitement. Jiang Fenghua nodded and said, "Now, with ongoing wars, no one knows when the southern barbarians might attack Huzhou City. If a war breaks out, no amount of gold or silver can compare to the importance of food. We've harvested 10 bags of grain this autumn. In a few days after you sell the herbs in town, buy another 10 bags. Buying too much might attract unwanted attention." The brothers all nodded repeatedly. Remembering the days of fleeing from famine a few years ago, their feelings were complicated. But now, with silver and grain, they felt more secure. Today's good fortune is all thanks to Tianbao. Don't forget what life was like before Tianbao returned to the Yu family. No matter how the situation changes, we must do our best to protect Tianbao. We can't let your younger sister's hardships happen to Tianbao again. Jiang Fenghua's gaze fell on Yu Jiutian, and his hand gently rested on her head. His eyes showed affection and a hint of sadness. The brothers nodded firmly. Without their grandmother's reminder, they understood that Tianbao's arrival had brought great change to the Yu family in a short time. Their meals went from 2 to 3, porridge and wild vegetables turned into thick rice and big meat dishes. They even had their first substantial savings since fleeing from famine. Even if Tianbao hadn't brought these changes, she was still part of the Yu family's bloodline. Loving her was natural, and considering the good fortune she brought to the family, their affection for her was filled with sincere devotion. Yu Jiutian instinctively snuggled close to the grandmother, obedient and affectionate. She knew deep down that none of this was just her own doing. Without the Yu family's protection and their unwavering trust, her space would be useless to her. She wanted to shine and work hard with her small body to make the Yu family better and better. The grandmother packed all the silver and money into a wooden box, locked it carefully, and dug a hole in the corner of her room to bury it tightly. She didn't hide any of this from Yu Jiutian. The next day, Jiang Fenghua asked Su Xianyang and Yu Chuanyi to bring out 3 jin of preserved bear meat left at home. He also counted 20 eggs and packed everything together. Then, he took Yu Jiutian to visit Aunt Huang next door. Yesterday, Zhou Chongsheng had arranged for the village's strong men to help Aunt Huang move to the neighboring house. Zhao Yumei and her daughter's belongings had also been moved over. Although Aunt Huang was helping the Yu family, the family had been busy all day and had no one left to help with the move. This was somewhat unfair. Next to the house are 2 small, simple earthen buildings with a basic bamboo fence around the yard. Jiang Fenghua and Yu Jiutian just went around the wall of Yu's yard and saw a young boy waving at the door, digging in the vegetable garden. The boy paused his swinging, lowered it to the ground, and looked at them. "Ahong, is your great-grandmother at home?" Jiang Fenghua smiled warmly and asked loudly. Ahong's cold expression softened a little. He nodded slightly and reached out to open the fence gate, inviting Jiang Fenghua in. Yu Jiutian held Jiang Fenghua's hand and went inside, her big eyes curiously looking at the boy named Ahong. The little brother looks really handsome, but there's a feeling that one look might freeze you.
Ahong noticed Yu Jiutian's gaze.
His eyes looked down and saw the little girl with a faint dimple smiling sweetly at him.
Ahong Gégé, hello. Ahong was momentarily stunned.
A flash of annoyance quickly crossed his eyes, then he turned and went into the house. Yu Jiutian blinked her big eyes and casually touched her nose, which was against the wall and dusty. After checking, she confirmed he's a very cold little brother. Jiang Fenghua's smile faded a little. He reached out and gently patted Yu Jiutian's small head to comfort her. There was a rumor in the village that Ahong disliked little girls very much. Getting close would bring annoyance and rejection. It seems true. Despite being obedient and cute, even the sweet little girl couldn't escape his dislike. Not long after Ahong went inside, Huang Shunxi came out. The old woman, though advanced in years, kept herself very neat and tidy. Her silver hair was carefully arranged, and her clothes, though old and simple, had no patches. Her expression was indifferent, but her face was slightly warmer and more approachable than Ahong's. Jiang Fenghua hurried to greet her. "Do you need anything from me?" Huang Shunxi stopped a few steps away, her old voice calm, but somewhat distant. "Sweetie, go say hello to Grandma Huang Tai." Jiang Fenghua gently guided Yu Jiutian, patting her head and smiling. Yu Jiutian obediently and politely called out, "Hello, Grandma Huang Tai." Grandma said that Grandma Huang Tai and the bad people change houses. They helped us a lot. Thank you, Grandma Huang Tai. Huang Shunzi looked at the obedient and sweet-talking glutinous rice balls in front of her. Her serious brow relaxed a little, but her tone remained cold and firm. This house is large. I moved here for my own comfort, not to help you, and Huang, it's great that you find it comfortable. I came specifically to thank you. Yesterday you moved, and normally we should have come to help, but we were too busy with our own matters and couldn't make it. I'm really sorry. This is a small token from our Yu family, and we hope you'll accept it. Zhang Fenghua saw that the old lady's words were cold and strict. Afraid that the sweet little girl would be upset, she quickly took over the conversation, holding out a basket with both hands. Huang Shunzi didn't take it. She said calmly, "You are thoughtful. But as I said, we moved here because this house is better than our previous one. We didn't mean to help you." Yu Jiutian's shiny eyes blinked slightly. No wonder her little brother acted so aloof. He was influenced by Grandma Huang. She wondered if Grandma might be confused by Grandma Huang's words. Thinking this, she squeezed Zhang Fenghua's hand silently, giving her a quiet boost of confidence. Zhang Fenghua understood and gently squeezed her small hand. She looked serious and said, "Aunt Huang, no matter what your reasons are, you have truly helped the Yu family a lot. Moving into a good house, and our thanks to you are not conflicting." As she spoke, she placed the basket at Huang Shunzi's feet. "This is my gift for you. Whether you accept it or not, it's up to you. Since I've brought my intentions, we won't bother you anymore. If you need help from neighbors in the future, just ask." After saying that, she turned and pulled Yu Jiutian away. As they walked, Yu Jiutian turned her head and cheerfully said to Huang Shunzi, "Grandma, remember to make braised bear meat and egg custard for Brother Ahong. They're delicious. If you can't finish, call Sweetie to help. Don't waste it, okay?" They had already left the fence yard, but her big eyes couldn't help but glance at the bear meat in the basket, looking worried about their fate. Once Zhang Fenghua and her grandson disappeared behind the wall, Huang Shunzi's stern expression softened a little. She thought about how the little girl was worried she might lose the gift, and a small smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She glanced at the basket on the ground, hesitated for a moment, then picked it up and went inside. Inside the house, Ahong looked at what she was holding, a hint of mixed feelings and surprise in her eyes. "Grandma, you want to thank Great-Grandma, but she spoke to you like that. Aren't you sad?" As soon as she entered her own yard, Yu Jiutian tilted her head carefully to observe Zhang Fenghua. Most people would feel angry or upset after such setbacks, but Grandma's mood was very steady. Zhang Fenghua looked at Yu Jiutian and smiled, shaking her head. "Sweetie, some people seem cold on the outside but truly help others. Others may speak sweet words, but are actually mean and hurtful behind your back. Grandma thinks Great-Grandma is the first type, so she doesn't get upset. Even though I'm young, I understand what you're saying, right?" Yu Jiutian nodded hard. "Yes, Grandma. I know that Grandma Huang wears a mask of kindness, and most people can't see what's behind it. Is that right?" Zhang Fenghua looked surprised, feeling that Yu Jiutian's words summed up her own thoughts perfectly. She couldn't help but gently pinch Yu Jiutian's little nose. "Yes, our clever girl is very smart. Many people wear invisible masks, and it's not easy to tell if they are good or bad. You must keep your eyes open and not be fooled by sweet words from those with bad intentions." Her expression darkened slightly as she said this. She had told her to be careful, but in the end, she was still being played by Zhao Yumei and her daughter. Noticing Zhang Fenghua's mood, Yu Jiutian quickly hugged her arm, her little face full of worry. Even if Great-Grandma is kind, what if she really loses her meat? "What should we do?" She pouted and chewed her lips, her big eyes full of concern and regret. Zhang Fenghua's earlier annoyance melted away at her adorable, innocent look. She couldn't help but smile. "Don't worry, Grandma will take care of it. If you want to eat meat, just ask your Uncle C to cook some for you later." But that's different. That was Grandma's kind intention. If she loses her meat, I would feel sad for Grandma. Yujio Tian shook her head like a little bell. Meat can't be wasted, and Grandma's kindness is precious. We shouldn't let it go to waste. Jiang Fenghua's expression softened. You can't make decisions for Grandma Tai either. Sometimes, there's nothing you can do to change things, so don't worry about it. Yujio Tian's big eyes sparkled. She lowered her sweet voice and said mysteriously, Tianbao has a way. If Grandma Tai really gets lost, Tianbao will go find her. Then Tianbao can understand Grandma's feelings and keep them safe inside. Tianbao is so clever. Ha ha. Jiang Fenghua couldn't help but laugh at Tianbao's silly happiness. Yes, Tianbao is very smart. Later, Grandma will prepare a small stool for you. You can stand at Grandma Tai's door and watch. When she drops something, you can pick it up and find something new, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The brothers in the yard, busy gathering herbs, had been listening to the conversation between the grandparents and grandchildren. They burst out laughing. Jiaxing didn't understand what was happening. He brought over a small stool and said, Sister, here is a small stool for you. Yujio Tian's face froze for a moment. She then stomped her little foot in embarrassment and said shyly, Second brother? Ha ha. Seeing Jiaxing look so confused, the whole family laughed even more. A wall couldn't stop the happy sounds of the Yu family. Next door, Ahong, waving paused his work and looked thoughtfully over the wall. Huang Shunxi, sitting at the door mending clothes, kept working with his hands, but slightly smiled at the corner of his mouth. Yujio Tian happily moved the small stool Jiaxing gave her and joined her uncles in tidying herbs. She wasn't really angry with Jiaxing. Being a cheerful, silly person and enjoying her family's company was a blessing she had worked hard to regain after 3.5 years of hardship. Jiang Aunt, please open the door quickly, something's wrong. While everyone was happily working and chatting, the closed courtyard gate suddenly thumped loudly, showing how anxious the person outside was. Everyone's hands froze. They all came out of the main room one after another and closed the door behind them. All the herbs were piled inside the main room for processing. Only a small part was taken outside to avoid being seen. Jiang Fenghua went to open the courtyard door. The others continued chopping wood, or going into the kitchen. Only Yu Chuanli and Yu Jiutian stayed in the yard tending to the herbs. What's wrong, Din Yonyang? Jiang Fenghua opened the door and looked at Zhu Chuanhe, who had a worried expression with a puzzled face. The whole family stopped their work and looked at Zhu Chuanhe. Zhu Chuanhe hurriedly said, Aunt Jiang, Zhao Yumei and her daughter have been released. Jiang Fenghua's face immediately darkened. How is that possible? They were only locked up for 3 days. How could the village chief let them go? It's true, Aunt Jiang. Seeing that Jiang Fenghua didn't believe her, Zhu Chuanhe quickly explained everything. I heard that Hu Xinhua couldn't stand the hunger and ate some offerings from the ancestral hall. Those offerings are only replaced every 10 or 15 days. The little girl only ate a little and started vomiting and having severe diarrhea. The villagers who brought food were worried someone might die, so they went to inform the village chief. Aunt Jiang, you didn't see how messy the ancestral hall was after the little girl caused a mess. Now, Hu Xinhua has been taken to the house where the Huang family ancestors used to live. Zhao Yumei is desperately clinging to the village chief, saying that if anything happens to Hu Xinhua, she won't rest until she reports it to the city. At that point, neither the village nor the Yu family can escape responsibility. I think the situation is complicated. I believe the village chief will send someone soon to ask your 5th son to check on the situation, so I came early to warn you so you're prepared. Zhao Yumei treating Tianbao like that, asking you to rescue Hu Xinhua is really asking too much. But only your 5th son knows medicine, so things are a bit difficult. Zhu Chuanhe finished speaking and took a deep breath, her face full of worry. While she was speaking, the Yu family members gathered around. After hearing her words, everyone looked upset. Now, they didn't care about the lives of the mother and daughter at all. They thought everything was their deserved punishment. But they understood the seriousness of Zhu Chuanhe's words. If Hu Xinhua really died, Zhao Yumei would become the one with nothing, and she would definitely not give up. At that time, the Yu family would inevitably face legal trouble. The village chief punished Zhao Yumei to seek justice for the Yu family, but if it was pursued, it would be considered abuse of private power. The matter could be big or small, and it might even involve the village chief's family. Let's go and see. In just a moment, Jiang Fenghua made a decision. No matter how much they hated Zhao Yumei, Xinhua couldn't be harmed at this critical moment. The family agreed silently, locked the courtyard door, and followed Jiang Fenghua and Zhu Chuanhe towards the back of the village. On the way, they indeed met villagers rushing over. Seeing the Yu family members, the villagers clearly relaxed a little. Auntie Jiang, that little girl who Xinhua has lost consciousness after being pulled. Upon hearing this, everyone quickened their steps. Even from a distance, Zhao Yumei's desperate cries could be heard clearly. Xinhua, please wake up. Don't scare Mom. Village chief, you haven't provided any proof, yet you locked us mother and daughter in the ancestral hall. You even secretly changed our residence when we weren't there. This is openly protecting the Yu family. If anything happens to Xinhua, I would rather die in the court to seek justice for her. Zhao Yumei sat on the ground at the door of the house, hugging Xinhua, her eyes red and filled with hysteria as she shouted at Zhou Chongsheng. Xinhua in her arms was lying on a mess of foul water and waste, the ground beneath her soaked and filthy. Almost all villagers had gathered, surrounding the house tightly. The air was thick with the sour, foul smell of waste, and the crowd was about a yard or two away from Zhao Yumei. Zhou Chongsheng was pacing back and forth inside the circle, frowning as he looked at Zhao Yumei and her daughter, feeling both frustrated and helpless. You family members are here, a villager who went to deliver the message shouted, and everyone turned aside to make way. Zhou Chongsheng saw a savior and hurried over, looking troubled as he spoke to Jiang Fenghua. Big sister, it's so good you came. It seems Dania's mother has already told you everything. He sighed deeply, unable to find the words to ask the Yu family for help in treating Xinhua. Seeing the Yu family arrive, Zhao Yumei's eyes flashed with a quick sense of triumph, but as she looked at her unconscious child, her expression grew complex and worried. She hadn't expected that just eating a few bites of sacrificial bread could cause such a violent reaction. But perhaps this would help things move forward more smoothly. It was just diarrhea. The foul stuff coming out would surely be fine. Plus, she was confident that the village chief and the Yu family wouldn't let anything happen to the child. Her heart calmed considerably. Xinhua, if anything happens to you, I won't be able to live. Rest assured, before I die, I will seek justice for you. I won't let you die in vain. Seeing the village chief hesitating and unable to speak, Zhao Yumei's crying grew louder. People who don't know the full story might feel upset when they hear this, but smart people can tell that every word she says carries a threat. Fifth brother, go see how serious the situation is. Although Zhou Chongsheng didn't say it out loud, Jiang Fenghua understood his difficulty. In the end, he asked Yu Chuanli to go and check the situation. Yu Chuanli tightened his grip on his niece's small hand. For the first time, he didn't act immediately when the old lady spoke. Mother, I can't do it. He couldn't bring himself to treat the person who almost caused his niece's death. The brothers all instinctively clenched their fists, understanding his feelings. Jiang Fenghua remained silent. Yu Jiutian looked at Zhao Yumei and her daughter with wide eyes, feeling that something about this case was strange and hard to explain. But Xinua's condition was already severe dehydration and shock, not something she was pretending to have. Forget it, little sister. I know fifth brother is kind-hearted and wouldn't easily ignore someone in danger. But this is a tough situation for him. It's understandable that he can't do it. Zhao Yumei almost caused Yu Tiantian's death. Maybe this is a punishment from heaven. Everyone go home now. Zhou Chongsheng patted the struggling Yu Chuanli on the shoulder and sighed. Nonsense. Do you have any proof that I harmed Tiantian? All of this is your false accusations. And you, as the village official, favor the powerful Yu family and abuse your authority against us orphans and widows. If you hadn't limited meals to just one a day, Xinhua wouldn't be so hungry she had to eat offerings to fill her stomach. Now you're still siding with the Yu family. If Xinhua is lost, you're the murderer. Even if we go to court, I am in the right. Zhao Yumei, seeing Zhou Chongsheng not only refused to help treat the children but also made excuses for the Yu family, became furious and spoke harshly. Zhou Chongsheng was angry. He stepped forward, pointed at Zhao Yumei, and shouted, "If you sincerely regret and want to ask the Yu family for forgiveness, I might consider helping you persuade them, especially because the child is in danger. But you not only refuse to change, you even threaten and intimidate? Fine, go to the officials if you want. Zhou Chongsheng, act fairly. Honest people will see the truth. Even if we go to court, I am confident I am in the right. Oh my God. You're trying to let us orphans and widows die slowly." Zhao Yumei suddenly dropped Hu Xinhua to the ground and quickly climbed forward, tightly holding onto Zhou Chongsheng's leg. "If you have the courage, be even more ruthless. Kill me directly and throw us mother and daughter into the wilderness. Otherwise, don't think you can leave so easily." She was covered in mud and feces, her hair was messy, and she looked like a mad person. Zhou Chongsheng was angry and anxious, but couldn't shake her off. Seeing this, the villagers tried to step forward to help pull Zhao Yumei away. Zhao Yumei glared with red eyes and shouted, "Anyone who dares to come closer, even if I turn into a vengeful ghost after I die, I will come after each of you." Hearing this, those who wanted to help hesitated and stopped. Jiang Fenghua looked at the crazy woman and couldn't believe she was the gentle, elegant young woman she once knew. He squinted and shouted sharply. The scene fell silent. Zhao Yumei met the sharp, intimidating gaze of the old lady. She trembled instinctively, almost pulling her tongue back into her mouth. In that moment, she felt all her wicked thoughts were exposed. She could only hold on with a desperate, do-or-die attitude. "Old 5, go check on the child's condition." After a moment of confrontation, Jiang Fenghua looked away, frowning coldly as he spoke. "Mother, Yu Chuanli looked at Zhao Yumei with hatred, but when he glanced at the dying child on the ground, his compassionate side as a healer surfaced. It felt like his heart was caught between ice and fire, torturously painful. Yu Jiutian looked at her uncle with great concern, but she was only 3 years old and couldn't influence the adult's decisions. She tightly held Yu Chuanli's hand to comfort him. "Old 5, what you're saving now isn't Hu Xinhua, but the village chief who is standing up for us." Jiang Fenghua looked at Yu Chuanli with firm and decisive eyes. Hearing this, Yu Chuanli's expression softened. He composed himself and finally stepped toward Hu Xinhua. Zhou Chongsheng's eyes showed emotion, and he increasingly believed that punishing Zhao Yumei was the right decision. In serious matters, the Yu family had always been the clearest and most cautious. They never let personal grudges cloud their judgment, which was why he trusted the Yu family so much. All of this is because she harmed Xinhua. "You go alone. Don't let her get close to Xinhua." Hu Xinhua saw Yu Chuanli pulling Yu Jiutian toward her and, in a dazed way, used her hands and feet to try to pull Yu Jiutian back. Yu Chuanzhong reacted quickly, stepping past her and holding Yu Jiutian protectively in his arms. Everyone looked at each other, unsure of what Zhao Yumei was doing again. Yu Chuanli clenched his fists, wanting to turn and leave, but when Jiang Fenghua nodded slightly and gritted his teeth, he continued walking toward Hu Xinhua. After checking the child's face and stool, his expression turned very dark. He instinctively looked at Yu Jiutian. Hu Xinua's condition was very serious. The stool contained pus and blood, indicating a dangerous food poisoning that could be deadly. He didn't feel confident about treating her. Zhao Yumei saw Yu Chuanli's face and suddenly felt anxious. Her eyes flickered as she looked at Hu Xinhua. It can't be true. She only fed her 2 bites.
Xinhua would be fine.
Zhao Yumei didn't let herself get close to Hu Xinhua. Yu Jiutian couldn't see her clearly and blinked at Yu Chuanli with a worried look. Yu Chuanli had no choice but to walk toward Yu Jiutian in front of everyone. He whispered and repeated Hu Xinua's condition. Yu Jiutian frowned, listening very carefully, then quickly started telling Yu Chuanli how to give first aid. "What is the 5th child of the Yu family doing? I don't know. Isn't he supposed to diagnose Hu Xinhua? Why is he talking to his niece? I feel like they're discussing how to treat Hu Xinhua. Now that you mention it, it does seem that way. But the little girl from the Yu family is only 3.5 years old. How much does she understand? Aren't you aware? Last time, Uncle Zhao went up the mountain with the Yu family to dig potatoes and was bitten by a poisonous snake. Yu Tianbao not only knew that snake venom could be antidote with snake gall but also found herbs to cure snake poison. Really? That's incredible. The villagers overheard Yu Chuanli and Yu Jiutian's interaction, and a suppressed discussion immediately arose among the crowd. Zhao Yumei listened to the gossip and looked at Yu Jiutian's innocent face, which showed maturity from focusing on saving someone. She didn't look like a 3-year-old at all. A quick flash of cunning and pride crossed her eyes. She guessed right. Yu Jiutian must be a little demon. Otherwise, how could she survive such severe poisoning and come back safely on her own? Jiang Fenghua listened to the villagers' comments and frowned slightly. His gaze fell on Zhao Yumei's unpredictable face, feeling that something was off. Yu Chuanli focused all his attention, memorizing the acupoints that Yu Jiutian had mentioned, and gradually his eyes became bright. Then he took out his portable acupuncture kit, gently laid Hu Xianyu in a clean spot, and began inserting needles. An incense stick burned away, then 2 more. During this time, Yu Chuanli came twice to discuss with Yu Jiutian. At first, Hu Xianyu's body still made occasional loud noises from diarrhea. As Yu Chuanli applied more needles, the diarrhea stopped. Everyone held their breath and waited. Suddenly, Hu Xianyu slowly opened her eyes and weakly called out, "Mother, mother." Zhao Yumei hurriedly ran to her child, tears falling rapidly. "Xianyu, you scare me to death." Seeing Yu Chuanli remove the needles from her, Zhao Yumei quickly hugged Hu Xianyu into her arms. After crying for a while, she looked at Yu Jiutian with red eyes, trembling as she pointed, "You really are a monster. Xianyu is like this because of you." These past few days at the ancestral hall, I couldn't understand what was happening. Our mother and daughter have always had a close bond with Yu family, but since you came to the Yu family, they started to hate us. That day, I was taking care of you alone and didn't feel sleepy, but I suddenly fell into a deep sleep. Because you got lost, the Yu family and our family completely broke apart. That's when I realized. You are a monster hiding in a child's body. You used that innocent face to deceive the Yu family, causing us to be locked in the ancestral hall and nearly costing Xianyu her life. After she finished, she looked at everyone with a crazed smile. Think about it, if I really poisoned her and threw her into the mountains, how could she possibly survive at her age? Everyone probably enjoyed the bear meat, right? Even fierce beasts don't always come out unscathed. How could 2 children come out safe and sound? I believe this monster must have put a curse in the bear meat. She just wants to turn the whole village into her puppets. I heard everything clearly just now. Yu Chuanli was needle-pointing on my daughter's body, and this monster taught him which acupoints to use. She is only 3.5 years old, yet her medical skills are better than Yu Chuanli's? Think about it. Does this make sense? Zhao Yumei's words seem to make sense. I just heard her mention something about acupoints. Last time, she quickly found the herbs to cure snake venom, which I thought was strange. I just thought she was clever. Without Zhao Yumei telling me, I would have forgotten that a normal 3.5-year-old child still wets their pants. How could she know so much? Yes, and she even discovered something about potatoes. We've lived in the mountains all our lives and have never seen potato seedlings, let alone in large patches. Now that I think about it, it's very suspicious. Could it be that the bear meat we ate was actually tampered with? The bear meat was sent by the Yu family. They are usually kind people, so it shouldn't be the case. But what if the Yu family girl has already bewitched the others? The quiet gossip among the crowd reached every Yu family member's ears, making the 3 brothers tremble with anger. Yu Chuanzhong held Yu Jiutian, whose big eyes looked a bit sad. So Zhao Yumei was waiting for her here. You ungrateful, selfish person. The Yu family uncle and nephew helped save your daughter with kindness. Yet you repay us with insults and foul words. Be careful. You might be struck by lightning. Before the Yu family could react, Grandma Zhang couldn't hold back. She stepped forward, scolding Zhao Yumei, then crossed her arms and faced the crowd. Hey, do you all have brains? Zhao Yumei is just trying to get revenge on the Yu family. And you all are spreading rumors and making things worse. Think carefully, has little Tianbao ever hurt anyone? Did she do wrong by discovering new food and sharing it with everyone? Or was it because Uncle Zhao was bitten by a snake, and Yu's fifth son risked his life to save him? Don't you remember? If the Yu family wasn't afraid of causing unnecessary trouble for the village chief, would they have sacrificed themselves to save their enemies? I think you're just looking for trouble. Today, you doubted the Yu family and Tianbao. I wonder if you'll still have the face to ask Yu's fifth son for help with medicine in the future. Grandma Zhang's words swept through like a cold wind, clearing some of the fog from people's minds. But some superstitious folks still muttered unwillingly, that 3.5-year-old child is so capable, it's truly unbelievable. Jiang Fenghua quickly noticed the villager speaking and coldly said, Aunt Chin, from now on, if your family has any health issues, go to the city to find someone better. Our fifth child will no longer treat anyone from your family. After saying this, she didn't look at Aunt Chen's changing face and immediately turned to her own older sister with a grateful look. These words, spoken by her and her older sister, had very different effects. Zhao Yumei burst into loud laughter and pointed at Grandma Zhang, saying, See, even you are fooled. Grandma Zhang rolled her eyes and looked at Zhao Yumei as if she were crazy. Yes, you're right. I am indeed fooled. She then took a few steps to Yu Chuanzhong, proudly hugged Yu Jiutian, and kissed her on the face. Sweetie, if you have any tricks to fool people, just use them on Grandma Zhang. Grandma Zhang likes you and is willingly fooled by you. From now on, if there are any good things like meat or grains, remember to keep some for yourself. If you have extra, give it all to Grandma Zhang. Don't let these ungrateful people get any benefits. Yu Jiutian widened her eyes, full of admiration and respect for the elderly woman. Her little head nodded like a chick pecking at food. Yes, Grandma Zhang, Sweetie will listen to you. From now on, I'll only think about Grandpa Zhou and you when there's good news. I won't tell others. These uncles and aunts are not only mean, but also stupid. They believe that Sweetie is a monster. Although I am small, I know monsters are dangerous and eat people. But I and my uncle are saving people. No wonder Jiang Fenghua and Grandma Zhang are close sisters. These two old ladies are truly on the same wavelength. Everyone else is no match. Even riding a mule wouldn't catch up. Jiang Fenghua and the Yu brothers were originally in a gloomy mood, worried that Yu Jiutian would be upset if others talked about her. But Grandma Zhang's cheerful and clever words, along with Sweetie's cheerful attitude, instantly lifted their spirits. These people are really foolish, just following the crowd. Their brains are not even as quick as a 3-year-old's. Zhou Chongsheng was moved and said to Yu Jiutian, Sweetie, thinking of Grandpa Zhou makes me so happy. Grandpa Zhou doesn't believe that Sweetie is a monster. Grandpa thinks she's the most amazing child in our village. Yu Jiutian smiled sweetly at Zhou Chongsheng. As long as Grandpa Zhou, Grandma Zhang, and my family believe in Tianbao, that's enough. I don't care what others think. Overthinking makes the mind less clever. The Yu family and Grandma Zhang, Zhou Chongsheng, and others heard this and felt much happier. They also felt a bit emotional. Even if Tianbao is a little mischievous, she is a smart and lovable little troublemaker. The villagers looked at each other with complicated feelings. Although they still had some doubts, after the trouble caused by the Yu family and Grandma Zhang's direct rejection of seeking medical help, no one dared to speak openly about anything inappropriate. Who can guarantee they won't get sick in the future and need to see a doctor in the city? Without enough silver, they can't even think about it. Even Granny Ma from Yonglu village charges at least 2 taels of silver for a consultation. The Yu family's 5th son was different. Whenever he thought of the kindness shown to Fu Bao village in the past, he would help with medicine and treatment, even if it meant giving 10 or 20 jin of grain. The whole village relied on the Yu family for protection. Some words were kept inside and couldn't be spoken now. Zhao Yumei looked at everyone hesitating to discuss further and felt angry, her chest rising and falling. Seeing her daughter's pale face made her even more anxious. She had worked hard to plan everything, risking her daughter's life, just to make Yu Jiutian show an unusual side in front of everyone. When many people join in, the fire burns fiercely. If they wanted to harm Yu Jiutian, it would happen in an instant. But just as she thought she had gathered the firewood and the flames were about to burn, the Zhang wife suddenly kicked everything apart. She looked around at everyone and saw that many were still secretly watching Yu Jiotian, which made her feel a little better. It wasn't a total loss. The Yu family relied on Yu Chuanli's medical skills to temporarily suppress everyone's doubts. But she had already planted seeds of suspicion in people's hearts. From now on, Yu Jiotian would live under everyone's watch. Living under constant surveillance must be very uncomfortable. The Yu family and Yu Jiotian didn't get along well, and she was happy about that. Zhou Chongsheng looked coldly at Zhao Yumei, who was calculating everything, and asked Yu Chuanli, "Fifth brother, is Hu Xinhua okay now?" Yu Chuanli nodded. "Her diarrhea has stopped, and she's out of danger. But this illness is fierce and harmful. It's best to use medicine to recover for half a month. Otherwise, it might leave a lasting health problem. Alright, as long as the safety is secured, everything else is up to Zhao Yumei, the mother, to consider. You all should go home quickly." Everyone dispersed and went back home. From now on, be more thoughtful and don't follow others blindly just because someone says a few words. After saying this to the Yu family, Zhou Chongsheng waved his hand coldly and scolded the crowd. A group of people, in small clusters, left. The Yu family, Zhang family, Zhou Chongsheng, and others followed the crowd. Before leaving, Yu Jiotian turned her head to look at Zhao Yumei. Zhao Yumei also happened to look back with a resentful expression. Their eyes met. She hid her childish face, her big eyes clouded with a layer of cold frost, and her small lips curled into a strange smile. The resentment in Zhao Yumei's eyes was startled away. When it gathered again, it was full of fear, like being watched by a sinister creature. "Mother, I am so cold," Hu Xinhua weakly called out, pulling Zhao Yumei back from her shock. Zhao Yumei quickly looked down to check. The child's clothes were soaked and messy from diarrhea. It was early autumn now. If she didn't clean her up and keep her warm, she might catch a cold. "All right, Xinhua, mother will wash you and make you comfortable." Zhao Yumei hurried to the house with the child, looking at the ground full of belongings, feeling very annoyed and upset. These villagers had no compassion at all. They brought things but refused to help her tidy up the house. She had to chop firewood, boil water, wash and change Hu Xinua's clothes, and make the bed and tidy the house. After a busy night, it was already midnight. Zhao Yumei was so exhausted that she couldn't straighten her back. In the past, if she called out at the Yu family, her brothers would come running to help. But now, all the household chores fell on her weak shoulders. The more she thought about it, the more upset she felt. She opened the door to get some fresh air. Howl. Just as she stepped out, a wolf's howl sounded, frightening her into retreat. Zhao Yumei suddenly realized that their house was at the foot of the mountain. Looking out through the window, under the moonlight, the dark, cold forest looked even more eerie and frightening, as if some beast might come out at any moment. She couldn't hold back anymore and burst into tears. "My daughter, I am so hungry." Hu Xinua's weak voice came through, and Zhao Yumei immediately cried even louder. At the Yu family, Yu Jiotian was washing the medicinal herbs while looking at the space filled with 10,000 trading gold coins, feeling confused. Same as saving lives. Why does saving Hu Xinhua bring such a big reward? Thinking carefully, the amount of trading gold earned each time varies. Yu Jiotian seems to have figured out some pattern. The amount of trading gold depends on how severe the patient's illness is and how difficult it is to treat. It also seems that saving an enemy's life can multiply the reward many times over. "Sweetie, what are you thinking about? You've washed all the 3-7 herbs bald." Yu Chuanli looked at his niece's worried face and asked with concern, tilting his head. Could it be that Sweetie is hiding her sadness about today's troubles? Yu Jiotian snapped back to herself, seeing her uncles all stopping their work and looking at her with worry. She glanced at her already bald 3-7 herbs, sat up straight, and with a small smile showing her tiny white teeth, she said mysteriously, "Sweetie feels like sitting on a pile of silver, counting coins." Then she pouted and looked at Yu Chuanli, saying, "Uncle Wu is so mean. He broke Sweetie's dream." The brothers looked at each other first, then burst out laughing. Who would have thought that this little girl is a real little money lover? Jiang Fenghua watched the happy atmosphere among the children, smiled slightly, but her eyes held a deep sparkle. There were about 200 or 300 jin of 3-7 herbs in the house. The whole family worked hard and washed for 2 full days. To avoid attracting attention, they couldn't dry the herbs in the daytime. Fortunately, Yu Jiutian had an idea. Air-dried herbs retain their medicinal properties better than sun-dried ones. The family found large baskets and sacks, washed them thoroughly, and in the evening, spread them all over the yard to dry, using the night breeze to help. Although the yard gate was closed, the herbs were valuable and eye-catching. Plus, Zhao Yumei's rumors could cause suspicion, so the elderly woman advised the brothers to take turns guarding the yard at night. Fortunately, the autumn wind was disturbed by the villagers' bold, thin shirts, which had been blowing strongly these days. Not only did it hasten the arrival of the cold autumn weather, but it also helped the Yu family. In just 2 or 3 nights, all the medicinal herbs were thoroughly dried. After drying, the herbs shrank a bit, but once packed into sacks, there were still 6 full bags. To prevent unnecessary trouble at night, the Yu family quietly got up early in the morning. They planned to sell medicinal herbs in the city. Jiang Fenghua decided to take the whole family to the city this time. Actually, Su Xionyang and the Hejia family could stay at home. But firstly, the Hejia family insisted on going, and secondly, villagers had been coming over to borrow small items from the Yu family, often lingering for a while. On the surface, they seemed to chat casually with Su Xionyang, but secretly, they kept watching Yu Jiutian closely, as if they wanted to see if the child could be turned into a monster like Zhao Yumei had said. The Yu family didn't say anything outwardly, but they remembered each visitor carefully. In the future, they wouldn't let the 5th son easily treat or give medicine to such people. The elderly lady was worried that if the whole family went out today, these villagers might come over pretending to borrow things and ask questions. Although Su Xionyang was clever enough to handle it, it was still annoying and tiring. So, she decided to send the whole family out together, locking the door tightly so they could guess all they wanted. Hopefully, their curiosity would make them so restless they'd go crazy. Su Xionyang hadn't been to the city in a long time, and Jiang Fenghua's plan made her very happy. She even wished she could hug the elderly lady and kiss her. Jiang Fenghua had prepared baskets in advance. Besides Yu Chuanzhong, who was strong enough to carry 2 bags of herbs, the other brothers each carried 1 bag. She and Su Xionyang took turns carrying the 3 children. Stone had fully recovered and didn't need to work, so he just walked along. In the evening, the family quietly set out. Before leaving, they carefully warned Hejia family. The 2 children were very obedient and quiet during the whole trip. Only after they had gone far from the village did they start to jump and run happily. The family talked and walked, feeling no burden from the baskets. With Yu Jiutian, the cheerful and innocent girl, occasionally saying funny things, the journey was filled with laughter and joy. When they reached the crossroads of neighboring villages, Jiang Fenghua stopped and put down Yu Jiutian. The families separated at the spot. Jiang Fenghua reminded the children a few words before turning to go to Yanglu village. The others continued along the official road into the city. When they reached the city gate, Yu Jiutian saw that it was very different from the last time she came. The tall city walls were heavily guarded, and there were many soldiers at the gate. The wooden curtain at the entrance was more numerous, making the area very secure, with only a narrow path wide enough for a carriage. On both sides of the path, soldiers stood in 2 rows, checking each person entering or leaving. The lines stretched far back. Yu's family lined up quietly behind the common people. From a distance, they could hear arguments and complaints at the checkpoint. Facing the fierce-looking guards, many simple-dressed villagers shook their heads sadly and turned back. When it was finally their turn, they found out that now there was a fee to enter the city, and it was 3 coins per person. This was a lot of money for ordinary people, so the line was long, but few actually entered. "How many of you are going into the city?" When it was Yu's turn, the guard looked sharply around and asked coldly. Yu's family had waited so long that they mostly understood why they had to pay. It seemed that Huzhou City had been collecting fees for 4 or 5 days to recruit soldiers and buy grain for the front lines in Lincheng and Qinzhou. Yu Chuanzhong eagerly answered the guard. Soldier, we are 6 adults. I will pay now. The guard coldly looked at the children they were holding hands with and asked, Are these children all from your family? Yu Chuanzhong's eyes flickered, and he nodded honestly. Pay 30 coins together, and you can go in, the guard said calmly, without changing his expression. Although they now had some silver saved, they didn't want to waste money. Yu Chuanzhong looked at Su Xuanyang and the children, feeling reluctant and uneasy about leaving the women and kids outside the city alone. He gritted his teeth and said to the guard, Soldier, there are 3 little ones.
Could you?
No, either pay or let them wait outside the city. No discussion. The guard interrupted firmly, looking at the family in front of him. His gaze also started to shift nervously to the baskets on their backs. The above only mentions charging per person, but whether the children pay or not depends entirely on their decision. As long as they complete the basic tasks assigned, any extra money collected will be secretly divided among the brothers. This family carrying so many things into the city clearly intends to sell them. How could they not take advantage of a ready-made opportunity? Yu Chuanzhong noticed the guard's gaze and, worried about trouble, could only grit his teeth and agree, beginning to take out the money. He had an old, worn gray cloth pouch, specially sewn by Manhwa to avoid attracting attention. Inside were only 50 or 60 copper coins and some broken silver, all hidden in the most secret part of Yu Chuanzhong's body. The villagers behind saw the head of the family quickly take out 30 coins and couldn't help but gasp and discuss. Look at how they dress, nothing special, and they let the kids go into the city. It's suspicious. Maybe they're rich people trying to hide their wealth. With the current hard times, ordinary folks wouldn't spend so much to bring their whole family into the city. After giving the money, Yu Chuanzhong quickly signaled his brothers to follow him into the city. But the guard stopped them. Wait, what are you carrying? The villagers' casual talk caught the guard's attention. Yes, with life so hard, how could this family still have spare money to bring children into the city? Anyway, with chaos everywhere, the authorities only care about money. They have the power to do as they please, so they might as well question them thoroughly, maybe even find more loot. The Yu family members all felt a sinking feeling, knowing today's situation was not easy to resolve peacefully. Soldier, our 5th son is a doctor. We're carrying medicinal herbs we've gathered over half a year, planning to sell them in the city pharmacy to exchange for winter grain. He spoke quietly, slipping 2 coins into the guard's hand, and lowered his voice. Soldier, this concerns our family's livelihood for the whole year. Please, kindly let us pass. The villagers in line stirred again, looking at the Yu family with a mix of realization and suspicion. So, they're a doctor. No wonder they're more generous than others. But they're carrying 6 bags of herbs, quite a lot. When did gathering herbs in the mountains become so easy? The guard smirked and unceremoniously pocketed the coins, but he wasn't willing to let it go. Herbs? Herbs aren't food. This much herbal medicine could stock nearly half a pharmacy. We need to do a routine check. If you dare to deceive us, everything will be confiscated. If these are truly medicinal herbs, it's a big deal, more than just a small fee to enter the city. As he spoke, the other guards, like dogs smelling meat, gathered around eagerly. Although doctors are respected by people, in these chaotic times, for those who might go to the front lines at any moment, doctors are just insignificant when money is involved. The Yu family members all felt their hearts sink. It seemed that unless they fought hard today, they wouldn't be able to pass through this city gate. Second brother Yu Chuanxiao wanted to step forward to help his older brother, but he remembered that a scholar meets soldiers. Things can't be explained clearly, and it might make the situation worse. So he had to hold back. Perhaps sensing the adult's anxious feelings, Jia Xing couldn't help but cry quietly. Su Xuanyang frowned and softly comforted her. Yu Jiutian's eyes blinked anxiously, and his mind raced to think of a way to get through this difficult situation. Facing these openly looting soldiers, reason wouldn't work. Using force would only bring danger to their family. Although these herbs were not hard to get, They were carefully dug out and prepared with great effort by the Yu family. It was better to give them away than let these wicked thugs, who couldn't afford medicine, take them cheaply. The commander drew his sword, his eyes full of greed, and moved closer to cut open the burlap bags for inspection. The helpless feeling Yu Jiotian had experienced in the Chow family returned, overwhelming her again. She clenched her small fists, closed her eyes tightly, and did her best to hide her fear. She quickly stored the valuable ginseng and dendrobium into her space, and also took a small amount of each sanchi from every bag. Her brothers felt the weight in their backpacks lighten. Before they could realize what was happening, the commander's sword had already cut open the bags without hesitation. Everyone's hearts clenched tightly. They could only secretly hope that the commander wouldn't recognize these herbs. Yuan Quanin appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was pounding in his throat because half of his sack was filled with dendrobium and ginseng, with only half of the sanchi on top to hide and distract. "Forget it, Commander. We won't go into the city," he said. Yuan Xuanzhong saw the guard about to check Yuan Quanin's sack and stepped forward to stop him in a low voice. He could imagine that if the soldiers found the ginseng, they would definitely find a reason to seize it unfairly. Instead of letting these bloodsuckers take advantage, it was better to let his own family slowly recover and strengthen. Yuan Zhou's heart sank. His uncle, not understanding the situation, probably thought the ginseng was still in his second uncle's basket. Stopping the guard like this was clearly suspicious and might cause trouble. Sure enough, the guard's eyes changed, and he pressed his big sword against Yuan Xuanzhong's neck. "What? Is there something in the sack that shouldn't be? Are you trying to escape?" Yuan Xuanzhong clenched his fists tightly, wishing he could punch this shameless guard in the face. "Uncle, Tianbao is scared." "Hold Tianbao," Yuan Zhou said quickly, tears in her eyes as she ran to her uncle. Seeing her frightened look, Yuan Xuanzhong's anger softened a little. He loosened his fists and hugged her into his arms. The guard glared at him fiercely, then yanked Yuan Quanin's sack from his back basket, scattering the herbs all over the ground. Everyone's eyes focused on the herbs spilled on the ground. The Yuan family's hearts jumped to their throats. But once they saw the herbs, their expressions changed from worry to surprise. Yuan Zhou's heart sank. What should she say to her family now? The guard poked at the herbs with his knife, then stopped and said coldly, "You have at least 200 jin of herbs. This is a big deal. Going into the city will cost 20 times more." Although they didn't recognize the herbs, they guessed that so much could fetch a good amount of silver, so they demanded a high price. 10 people's share would be 600 coins. This was outright robbery. The simple-minded stone at the back suddenly flashed with a fierce look, his small fists clenched tightly. The Yuan brothers also showed angry expressions. Yuan Xuanzhong, with a dark face, said in a low voice to his brothers, "Pick the herbs. Let's go home." The brothers all bent down to pick up the medicine, but suddenly the sound of swords being drawn echoed one after another. Several brothers' necks were pressed against cold blades. "Either you pay up and go into town peacefully, or leave 2 bags of medicine and go home," the leader guard said greedily and ruthlessly, with no attempt to hide his intentions. The villagers looked on with sighs of worry, clutching their valuable belongings tightly. Many who planned to sell mountain goods in town were so frightened they ran back in the opposite direction. The guards didn't care much. "With this fat sheep, let the small ones run away. We only have about 50 coins worth of belongings." "We don't have that much money," Yu Chuanzhong said angrily. "Then leave 2 bags of medicine and get out of here." The guard's big sword pressed a little deeper, and blood immediately seeped out. Yu Jiutian felt heartbroken and nervous, staring at the sword at Yu Chuanzhong's neck, ready to hide the sword in his space at any moment. "Everyone stop right now." A loud shout came from the city wall, and everyone looked up together. A soldier quickly stepped down from the stairs inside the wall. When the guards saw who it was, their faces tightened, and they instinctively retracted their swords. The Yu brothers exchanged glances, relaxed slightly, then looked at the rushing soldier. When they recognized him, their eyes widened in surprise. The head guard hurried over, bowing politely and saying, "Commander, we can handle this small matter ourselves. Why did you come down yourself?" Several guards signaled each other silently, feeling unlucky. They had originally caught a big fat sheep they could feast on, but now it seemed they would have to give this newly appointed commander a share. The commander's eyes were dark and cold, like water. Why aren't they allowed to pass? The guard's smile grew more ingratiating. Commander, you don't know. These people are drug traders. Normally, they should pay more to enter the city than ordinary villagers, but they refused. We had no choice but to force the fee. The commander looked at Yu Chuanzhong, his eyes hiding excitement. How much did they charge you? When they made eye contact, Yu Chuanzhong's eyes flickered with complicated light. He said bitterly, we didn't refuse to pay, but they're clearly extorting us. They want 600 coins. The commander's heart tightened, and he quickly leaned close to the general, smiling awkwardly, saying, General, we were just thinking that since you've just taken office, a few of us brothers wanted to give you some small gifts to show respect. The person in front of us is a big fat sheep. If we don't take a bite, we'd be wasting the opportunity. Yes, it's about taking money. These people are stealing from the common folk. The general coming down to look for trouble just means he wants to take from them too. In the past, all the leaders were like this. Right now, we just need to first show respect to this general, then think about how to squeeze more from the remaining villagers. The Yu family members' eyes darkened all at once. That's right. Without the general's permission, how could the guards dare to openly loot the people? But it's all just big fish eating small fish all the same. The general's sword ruthlessly struck the back of the guard leader's head. The guard leader was caught off guard, staggered forward, and fell flat on his face. The villagers looked at each other in confusion, not understanding what was happening. The guards were all stunned. They thought it was over, but unexpectedly, the general still looked angry. He stepped forward and kicked the guard leader's backside, daring to hold a sword against my benefactor. If I hadn't arrived in time, would you still want to kill my benefactor today? In the moment of shock, the guard leader's backside was hit a few more times. The other guards also froze in place, like statues. The villagers' jaws nearly dropped. Could this family really be the general's benefactors? The Yu family members' expressions softened slightly as they watched the furious general, feeling a mix of emotions. This general was the husband of the woman who had a difficult labor last time, Zheng Jun. Seeing Zheng Jun so angry, the other guards didn't dare to step forward to help their leader, only grimacing and trying to stay out of sight. The beaten guard leader screamed in pain, secretly feeling that he was in deep trouble. He didn't know that this family was the new general's benefactors. Having vented his anger, Zheng Jun took a deep breath and looked at the Yu family with excitement that he couldn't hide. Little benefactor Tianbao, benefactor's little brother, I'm truly sorry for causing you distress and fear. He spoke as he bowed deeply to Yu Chuanli and Yu Jiutian. Yu Chuanli hurried forward to support him. General Zheng, please don't do this. We are just ordinary villagers and can't accept such a big gift from you. And since you came to help us, we should be the ones thanking you. While speaking, Yu Chuanli nodded to Zheng Jun in return. Zheng Jun looked up, with guilt and fear in his eyes. Benefactor, I dare not accept such kindness. During the brief pause in conversation, he glanced at the long line behind him and quickly waved to the guards. Hurry up and gather the medicinal herbs. Leave 2 people to pick herbs and the rest, continue checking and let the civilians pass. The guards dared not slack off. They quickly got into action, and after the disturbance, the long line of people entering the city slowly started moving again. After arranging everything, Zheng Jun felt relieved. He then bowed deeply to the Yu brothers. Benefactors doing good deeds without seeking fame makes me grateful and easy to find. The Yu family members looked moved and finally relaxed. Seeing Zheng Jun in armor, they never would have guessed that the person who helped them casually was a general. It truly shows that the court has good officials. A dangerous situation was quietly resolved. Yu Jiutian and Yu Chuanli exchanged glances, feeling even more thankful that they didn't just stand by and watch. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the good fortune they have now. Is your wife and child doing well? Yu Chuanli politely asked with concern. Just moments ago, facing the intimidating guard, he looked fierce. Now he was smiling happily, like a child. Thanks to the young benefactor's concern, my wife is much better, and the child is healthy. She's now being cared for by my mother. Everything is going smoothly. Chuanli smiled. That's good, that's good. Jun then looked at Yu Tian, his gratitude growing stronger. Little benefactor Tianbao, my wife still remembers your encouragement. It gave her the will to survive and escape danger with her child. I really don't know how to thank you. Yu Tian happily waved his small hand. Uncle, Tianbao didn't do much. I just talked with Auntie for a little while. While speaking, he noticed the scar on Yu Chuanzhong's neck, and his smile faded. If I really want to thank Tianbao, then it would be better if they managed their subordinates better and didn't let them be so confident in oppressing the common people. But Yu Tian didn't say this out loud. This kind of thought wasn't something a 3-year-old could have. Jun looked at Yu Tian with a puzzled expression, then noticed the cut on Yu Chuanzhong's neck. His face suddenly changed color. He clasped his fists and stepped forward. Kind sir, big brother, it's my fault for being late and causing you to get hurt. Please kindly come to my home and sit for a while. Zheng, will sincerely apologize to everyone. Yu Chuanzhong nonchalantly touched the wound on his neck. He wasn't overwhelmed with gratitude just because Jun helped him. Instead, his face looked a bit grim. Sir, this is just a minor injury, it's nothing serious. He didn't expect that today it was Zheng who helped them out of trouble. This was truly a great coincidence. He should have been grateful to Zheng, but because his younger brother had saved the lady's life, he felt compelled to speak out about some unfairness. It's understandable that Huzhou City charges residents for entering, as it's for the frontline war effort. The people of Xiaoyu should contribute their part. But the soldiers guarding Huzhou City, relying on their authority, extort money and goods. That's no different from bandits. At this point, Yu Chuanzhong paused, seeming hesitant about whether to continue. In the end, he couldn't hold back. If it weren't for the orders from above encouraging this, how could these guards be so reckless? When I agreed to let my brother help save the lady, it was because I was moved by your sense of loyalty and righteousness, sir. That's why I took the risk. Does your sense of loyalty only apply to your family? To the common people in this city, you see them as mere pawns to be exploited at will. Because of his anger, Yu Chuanzhong's voice was loud. Toward the end, his eyes showed a hint of regret as he looked at Zheng. Yu Tian's face was complicated, mixed with admiration. Although his father-in-law's words were a bit aggressive, it was this passionate sincerity behind the mask that made it so precious. The Yu brothers all broke out in nervous sweat. The Yu family owed Zheng, but he was the city's commander and had helped them out of trouble. His words were so harsh that if Jun took offense and showed a bad face, he could easily have the entire Yu family thrown into prison. Su Xunyang was even more frightened. She pulled Yu Chuanzhong's clothes hard. Chuanzhong, sir, you're kind to help us out. How can you speak like that? Sir, our head is straightforward and honest. We tend to speak bluntly. But it's because those guards were over the line earlier that we spoke out of turn. Please have mercy and don't take it to heart. Su Xunyang looked at Jun with a worried and cautious expression, hoping he would not blame Yu Chuanzhong for saving her life. Unexpectedly, Jun was momentarily stunned. Then his smile grew brighter. Sister-in-law, there's no need to be so careful. Big brother is right in what he said. However, Big brother might have misunderstood me. Seeing doubt in Yu Chuanzhong's eyes, Jun explained with a smile. Big brother doesn't know. I only took over as the commander yesterday and just came here to inspect my duties. Although I know there are some guards who cause trouble for the people, I haven't had the chance to remove them all yet. Today, you helped me again and I saw the true faces of those troublemakers. Once I investigate, I will take strict action to fix this. After Jun finished speaking, the Yu family looked at each other in surprise. They hadn't expected him to be appointed as the commander just now. The brothers had previously thought Jun and the guards were alike, but now they felt a bit guilty. Yu Chuanzhong's face stiffened. You just took office. Jun nodded with a smile. Yu Chuanzhong slapped his own mouth in frustration, looking at Jun with a guilty expression. Big brother, I was reckless. I spoke without knowing the full situation. Please don't take it to heart. Just ignore my foolish words. Haha. Jung Jun laughed out loud. Big brother, I like your straightforward nature. I don't mind at all. And calling me big brother makes me feel very close. I'm happy just hearing it. That's great. So Uncle Zheng is a good commander, and little treasure likes Uncle Zheng. Yujio Tian clapped excitedly, smiling brightly. Her chubby cheeks looked even softer and more like two fluffy rice balls, making people want to reach out and pinch them. This strong man, who resembled her uncle, seemed like a rare pure land amid the miasma. In his territory, the common people might finally get a moment to breathe. Uncle Zheng will definitely be a good commander in Little Treasure's eyes, and he won't let you down. Zheng Jun looked at the adorable little girl with great affection. Thinking of his wife mentioning her extraordinary intelligence, he responded seriously, as if making a promise. Though her words seemed innocent, they revealed her ability to judge right from wrong. Zheng Jun's love for Yu Jiu Tian grew with a new respect. I didn't expect that in just a few days, Brother Zheng would be appointed the new governor. Our people in Huzhou are truly lucky. Yuquan couldn't help but offer his congratulations. That's wonderful news. Zheng Jun modestly smiled. You're too kind. These days, I am just learning as I go, doing my best to satisfy both the higher-ups and the common people. All right, let's get back to the main point. Please, everyone, come to my humble home. I must hold a small feast today to thank you all for saving me. He clasped his hands again sincerely. Please, don't refuse me this small favor. The family all looked at Yu Chuanzhong, waiting for his decision. All right, Brother Zheng has spoken so kindly. If we refuse now, it would seem unkind. Let's follow him. Yu Chuanzhong thought briefly and agreed happily. Zheng Jun is straightforward and honest, with no hidden motives, which matches his personality. Great. Come on, everyone. My home isn't far from the city gate. Follow me. Big brother, let me help carry the medicine. Zheng Jun was so happy, he couldn't wait. He took a bag of medicine from Yu Chuanzhong's basket and carried it on his shoulder, leading the way. When they reached the city gate, no one dared to stop them. However, Yu Chuanzhong still paid the usual 30 coins for entry. The guards hesitated at first, unsure whether to accept, but Zheng Jun knew Yu's family was noble and didn't expect them to skip the fee. He coldly told the guards to accept it and record it. Under the admiring and respectful gazes of the townspeople, the family happily followed Zheng Jun into the city. In autumn, the main street was busier than before, with more vendors and shops. The street was lively and bustling, almost crowded with people. Zheng Jun's home was next to the city wall, near the official road. It was a small courtyard, very tidy, with flowers and plants at the base of the wall. It was clear that the lady of the house loved life and was elegant. Mother, Dan Mei, I've invited our benefactor to come home. Zheng Jun's voice was eager and warm. The two women watching the children in the house were startled, then quickly came out, holding the children. Xia Danmei saw Yu Chuanzhong holding Yu Jiutian and immediately smiled brightly. Sweet little benefactor, Auntie is so happy to see you again. She hurried over without fixing her skirt, reaching out her hands as she approached Yu Jiutian. Yu Jiutian's small face was dimpling with a smile, and she quickly used her little hands to lean forward and nestle into Xia Danmei's arms, afraid her strength hadn't fully recovered. She obediently stayed still and asked softly, Auntie, are you okay? Is little brother okay too? Her big, shiny eyes sparkled with innocent concern, which melted Xia Danmei's heart. Tears welled up in her eyes as she replied, I'm fine. Auntie and little brother are both doing well. Thanks to you. Mother Zheng quickly stepped forward, holding her grandson tightly so Yu Jiutian could see his face clearly. She had heard her son talk about the danger that day and had been eager to meet the person who saved her. Now her face was full of gratitude as she smiled. Huanan, go and meet the kind young lady who saved you. Yu Jiutian looked at Mother Zheng first and cheerfully called out, Hello, Grandma Zheng. Then she looked down at the chubby little bundle in her arms. The baby's face was rosy, and he was blinking big eyes and blowing bubbles at her. Wow, little brother is so cute. His face looks so soft. Babies are truly the most adorable creatures in the world. Just one look can melt anyone's heart. As she spoke, Yujio Tian couldn't help but reach out to touch the baby's face, but she remembered her hands might have germs from the journey and quickly pulled back. Her obedient and sweet demeanor made Mother Zheng and Xia Danmei instantly fall in love with her. Mother Zheng lifted the little bundle high and brought him close to Yujio Tian's hand. Huh? Huan, N wants Sister Tian to touch him? If you don't, he might cry, you know? Alright, let Sister touch him. Yujio Tian's eyes curved into a smile, showing her small white teeth. She carefully poked the baby's face.
Wow.
So soft, like jelly. I really want to hold him and take a big sniff. Huan En seemed to sense what Sister Tian was thinking and opened his tiny, toothless mouth into a smile. Yujio Tian's heart melted completely. She clapped her hands excitedly, twisting from side to side. The little brother smiled at Sister Tian. He likes her. Everyone in the yard watched the innocent and loving interaction between the two children, their faces full of happy, touched smiles. Inside, they felt a warm, soft feeling. The Yu brothers felt even more proud. Their sweet and obedient little sister was truly loved by everyone, blooming like a flower. Even the small baby in her arms couldn't resist. After some polite greetings and thanks, Xia Danmei led Yujio Tian to play with little Huai and on the bed. Mother Zheng quickly went to the kitchen to prepare food, and Su Xianyang also went in to help. The Zheng brothers filled the main hall, talking excitedly with Zheng Jun's stone looked helplessly as he played with stones in the yard with Jiahe and Jiaheng. After the meal, Zheng Jun and Yu Chuanzhong quickly became close friends, drinking wine and making a strong bond in front of everyone. Zheng's mother and Xia Danmei were moved to tears when talking about it, repeatedly thanking Yu Chuanji and Yujio Tian. Finally, at Zheng's mother's signal, Xia Danmei took out a delicate long-life lock to give to Yujio Tian. The long-life lock was made of pure silver, engraved with symbols of peace and happiness on the front, and blessings for sweetness and smoothness on the back. It looked specially made. Yujio Tian loved it and happily accepted it, repeatedly thanking Grandma Zheng and Annie, which made the Zheng family like her even more and look at the Yu family with greater respect. With brotherly respect and kindness, and such a smart and generous girl, the Yu family was not to be underestimated. After a satisfying meal, the friendship between the two families deepened. Because Zheng's family was worried about selling medicinal herbs and about the old lady at home worrying if they returned late, they didn't dare stay long. Before leaving, Zheng Jun forcefully handed 2 silver coins to Yu Chuanji and said he now knew where the Yu family lived. From now on, he would personally deliver their monthly salary to their door. Yu Chuanji couldn't refuse and had to accept the 2 silver coins, telling Zheng to take his time paying the rest each month and keep 1 coin for household expenses. The Zheng family was grateful and felt that the Yu family was truly special. After leaving Zheng's house, it was already past noon. The Yu family headed straight to Deshan Pharmacy. Deshan Pharmacy and Tongren Tang were both on the main street. Tongren Tang was in the front street and Deshan Pharmacy was in the back street. Passing by Tongren Tang's entrance, shopkeeper Tong was instructing his servants to clean the signboard. Although the street was crowded, the Yu family's large presence made them noticeable. He immediately recognized them as the troublemakers who had opposed him last time. Shopkeeper Tong shouted loudly, "Stop right there." These troublemakers had dared to lie about selling ginseng and lingji mushrooms, mocking him. Later, he kept thinking about it and felt something was off. Ginseng and lingji mushrooms weren't so easy to find, so he sent a new servant to ask around at Deshan Pharmacy if they had any for sale. Result: Deshan Tang couldn't even produce a single ginseng root. Shopkeeper Tong finally realized he had been tricked by these rude villagers. But he didn't know their names or where they lived, so he could only swallow his anger. He didn't expect to meet them on the street today. He was determined to make these villagers regret messing with the Tong family shop. The Yu family members stopped in their tracks, looking at the angry shopkeeper Tong with puzzled faces. Tong approached waving his hand, and soon 5 or 6 young assistants blocked the Yu family's path. Yu Quanan saw Tong's stern expression and immediately suspected that their previous trick had been exposed. He stepped forward, sneering coldly, and said, "Shopkeeper Tong, What are you doing? Did you find out we're going to sell ginseng and dendrobium at Deshan Pharmacy, and now you want to stop us halfway? Bah. Thinking of fooling me? No way. Tong's face turned pale with anger, and he said disdainfully, "Today, I will take you to court and have the magistrate decide your crime of tricking the pharmacy. Such precious herbs are rare even in Tong's shop, which only gets a few each year. They still want to use old tricks." Yu Quan'in's face tightened, and he didn't doubt Tong's words at all. If Tong's shop takes them to court and proves they tricked them, they will not only face jail but also a good beating. Yu Jiotian's big eyes sparkled. She leaned forward, letting Yu Chuanzhong hold her, and crawled into the basket behind Yu Quan'in. She rummaged inside the burlap bag for a moment, then pulled out an object and waved it. "Third uncle, we're just going to sell this ginseng. Why does that uncle say we're fooling him?" While speaking, Yu Jiotian reached into the bag again and pulled out another object. The two white, radish-like things immediately caught everyone's attention. Oh my! Such a big ginseng. It must be hundreds of years old. They even took out two at once. Shopkeeper Tong shivered all over, his eyes nearly popping out. The girl was holding not just any ginseng, what else could it be? He quickly stepped forward, reaching out to grab the ginseng to examine it, but Yu Jiotian tightly protected it in her arms. "Bad guys, don't even think about snatching our ginseng." The Yu brothers were also stunned. Yu Quan'in's eyes were filled with suspicion, and the whole family looked at Yu Jiotian with different expressions. Just now at the city gate, clearly the ginseng and dendrobium were missing, but now they suddenly appeared inside the burlap sacks out of nowhere. Yu Jio felt very guilty and smiled shyly, pretending to be innocent. "Third uncle, the shopkeeper from Deshan Pharmacy is better. Let's go sell the ginseng there, or else bad people might steal it." Shopkeeper Tong's eyes darted around nervously, his mind in chaos. Could it be that these country folks really have ginseng? Could it be that the young servant they sent last time was recognized by Deshan Pharmacy, and now the pharmacy is putting a confusing spell on them? He quickly examined the brothers' baskets. Wow, could it be that all their burlap sacks are filled with ginseng and dendrobium? Shopkeeper Tong was both excited and regretful. He tried to keep a calm face and stepped forward to ease the situation. "Brothers, it's a misunderstanding. If you had shown your good stuff last time, we wouldn't have so many misunderstandings now. Come with me. Let's sit down and talk. Tongren Hall will definitely pay you the best price in Huzhou City for your herbs. What do you think?" Now, he was eager not just to buy all the herbs but also worried about what would happen if Deshan Pharmacy took them. 6 big bags of herbs. If they were taken by Deshan Pharmacy, it would surely reach the ears of the owner. Tongren Hall has always paid the highest prices for rare herbs in Huzhou City, which everyone knows. If they couldn't get good prices, the owner would investigate, and he would be in trouble. Yu Quan'in smiled as if he heard a joke. "Shopkeeper Tong, didn't I make it clear last time? If it was just about money, we wouldn't have gone to Deshan Pharmacy. Deshan looks down on us country folks, and we don't bother to climb up to Tongren Hall either. You, Shopkeeper Tong, are just being stubborn." Yu Chuanzhong quickly joined in. "Let's go, brothers." Shopkeeper Tong signaled, and some young men quickly blocked their way. Yu Chuanzhong looked sharply at Tong. "What, Shopkeeper Tong, are you trying to force us to sell?" "Brothers, don't misunderstand. I really don't want our misunderstanding to grow deeper. Why don't you come in for a cup of tea? We can talk openly, and the misunderstanding will be cleared." Tong's eyes flashed with determination. He hated how stubborn these people were, but for the herbs, he could only endure it. "Shopkeeper Tong, since the young men don't want to do business with you, why force them?" A loud, clear voice rang out as an old man with a long beard approached. Everyone looked over. The old man was dressed like Shopkeeper Tong, but he had white hair, a kind face, and a smell of herbal medicine, giving him an air of wisdom and grace. "Grandpa Mao." Yu Jiotian's eyes lit up, and she showed a sweet dimple smile. Mao Anha had already seen the little girl and smiled warmly. "Little girl, are you here selling medicine with your uncles again today?" Yu Jiotian nodded eagerly. Yes. We were going to find Grandpa Mao, but this bad man stopped us and insisted we sell him our medicine. Can Grandpa Mao help us?" "We only want to sell to Grandpa Mao, not to him." She pouted her little lips. looking like she might cry any second. Mao Anha felt warm inside from the trust the girl showed. Seeing her upset, his gentle face suddenly hardened. He looked at shopkeeper Tong and said, "What? You lack good manners and can't keep people? Now you want to use force? Don't think only your boss has some influence with the magistrate. Our young master is the magistrate's nephew." Shopkeeper Tong saw Mao Anha's words and knew he was in trouble. He couldn't argue back, only standing there with a greasy, angry face, staring blankly. Seeing shopkeeper Tong's awkwardness, the Yu family felt very pleased. People who rely on power but have no backing can't say a word when faced with real strength. "Little girl, let's go. With Grandpa Mao here, who dares to stop us?" Mao Anha reached out, and Yu Tian quickly waved her little hands, rushing into Grandpa Mao's arms. Then she turned to shopkeeper Tong and stuck out her tongue.
No.
"Humph. Who dares to stop us now? Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha." Mao Anha laughed loudly at the clever, brave look of the little girl. The Yu family members also burst into laughter. Even the people on the street couldn't help but laugh, but it was at shopkeeper Tong's expense. Master Tong's greed and fickle nature are well known throughout Huzhou City. Ordinary people can only endure it silently. Today, for the first time, he was humiliated, and everyone couldn't help but laugh loudly. "Why are you laughing? Be careful. My mother will be angry. Everyone, get lost. You bunch of poor fools." Master Tong was so angry that smoke seemed to rise from his head. He pointed at the onlookers and scolded them harshly. His gaze fell on the departing Yu family with a look of deep hatred. "Uncle Huzi, hello. Brother Slim Monkey, hello." At Deshan Pharmacy, Yu Tian greeted the busy shop assistants cheerfully, calling out to each one. Finally, her big eyes landed on the middle-aged man giving a patient a diagnosis. "Hello, Uncle Wei." Seeing the visitors, Huzi and Slim Monkey quickly put on their favorite smiles. "Sweetie, you're here." Wei Shen also looked up. His originally furrowed brows relaxed instantly when he saw Yu Tian's smiling face. "Come here, little sweetie. Uncle Wei has something good for you." This little girl was extraordinary. According to her uncles, she was young but already learning medicine from her knowledgeable uncles, familiar with many herbs. Last time, he doubted that such a small child could be interested in herbs, so he tested her lightly. To his surprise, this little girl actually knew more than 10 common herbs and could even explain some of their uses correctly. Most importantly, her sweet words were as charming as honey, making everyone feel warm inside. Wei Shen, who cherished talent, immediately liked this adorable girl. When Yu Tian heard there was something good, she quickly slipped out of Grandpa Mao's arms and ran on short legs to Wei Shen. Her big eyes fixed on the paper bag he had opened, which contained several pieces of exquisite chestnut cake. "Uncle Wei, is this for me?" Yu Tian clapped her hands happily, her eyes full of joy. She loved sweets, and her sweet soul also longed for treats. Wei Shen smiled warmly and handed her the cake. "You can't eat it for nothing. Later, Uncle Wei will test your knowledge of herbs." Okay. I haven't been lazy these days. My fifth uncle also taught me several herbal effects. "Thank you, Uncle Wei." Yu Tian happily took the cake and then ran over to her eager family and her brother, sharing the treats happily with them. After sharing food with his 2 older brothers, Yu Tian eagerly stuffed a piece into his own mouth. His cheeks puffed out happily as he grabbed a piece of cake and, without hesitation, offered it to Brother Shirtu. "Brother Shirtu, you should eat too." Smelling the sweet aroma of the snack, Shirtu slightly frowned, but seeing Yu Tian's expectant eyes, he opened his mouth wide. "Brother Shirtu is so good. Is it tasty?" Yu Tian smiled happily with big, bright eyes. The sweet snack melted in his mouth, but it couldn't compare to the adorable smile of the little girl. Shirtu swallowed hard and nodded. "It's good." In the backyard of Deshan Pharmacy, even Mao and he, who had seen many things in his life, was amazed by the medicinal herbs in front of him. His eyes widened as he stretched his neck to look closer. Oh my! He picked up a ginseng root with his left hand and a dendrobium orchid with his right. His old eyes, usually dull, shone brightly as he looked around and nodded. Oh my! The quality and age of these herbs are exceptional. I've been working with herbs my whole life, but I've never seen such good ones. Then Mao and he looked at the Yu brothers, excitement bubbling over. No wonder Tong Qian Xian stopped you from leaving. Who wouldn't want such good herbs? Are you really willing to sell all of them to our pharmacy? Yu Quanren smiled and said, Of course. As long as Manager Mao is willing to buy, they are all yours. Yes, yes, Mao, and he happily shook his white beard. But then, a hint of hesitation appeared on his face as he looked at Yu Quanren and said, Our pharmacy usually offers lower prices for the common people. The buying price might not be as high as Tong Rentang. Are you still willing? Yu Quanren and his older brother Yu Quanzhong exchanged a glance, and then both smiled openly. That's exactly why we insist on selling the herbs to Deshan Pharmacy. Nowadays, most people can't afford to see a doctor. If the pharmacy can offer affordable prices, it's good for the country and the people. Compared to Tong Rentang, Deshan Pharmacy is still admirable. Moreover, even if it's because of your kindness, we are happy to sell the herbs to Deshan Pharmacy. Although the prices at Deshan Pharmacy are not low, they are still affordable compared to Tong Rentang's sky-high prices. Mao Manager is kind and friendly, and his staff are not snobbish. The buying prices offered to the Yu family are fair market prices. The Yu family members are very happy to sell their herbs to Deshan Pharmacy. Yes, yes, yes. I didn't expect that our summer festival still has kind-hearted people like you. I truly admire you. Come, come, I will settle the bill for the medicines. Yu Chuanzhong's words made Mao and others look at him with new respect. Excitement showed in his sleeve as he hurriedly called the shop assistant to start counting the cost of the herbs. Although the 3-7 herbs were cheaper than ginseng and dendrobium, they were still rare and valuable. The purchase price was half a tael of silver per gene. There were over 230 gene in total, and just the herbs alone sold for nearly 120 taels. There were 7 ginseng plants, each bought for 300 taels, totaling 2,100 taels from the sale. The dendrobium weighed only 3 gene and was cheaper than ginseng, but at over 100 taels per gene. 3 gene brought in more than 300 taels. Although Yu family members knew these herbs were precious, they didn't realize they could fetch such high prices. Altogether, they earned more than 2,500 taels. Mao En, worried that this family might bring trouble with so much silver, carefully replaced it with small gold pieces. When he opened the wooden box containing over 200 taels worth of gold, it almost blinded the Yu family. Wow, this all feels like a dream. So unbelievable. And all of this happened after Sweet Treasure came to the Yu family. Grandma Ma was right. Finding Sweet Treasure again was truly a blessing that took 8 generations to earn. Uncle, help! Save me! Suddenly, Sweet Treasure's cry for help came from the front hall. The Yu family members' faces changed with shock. Forgetting about the gold, they hurriedly rushed to the front hall. When they arrived, everyone in the Yu family was stunned. Sweet Treasure was being pulled by Wei Shen, holding her small hand tightly. Her face was full of grievance, looking like she wanted to break free, but was afraid to. Stone's lips, usually pressed tight, surprisingly had a hint of a smile, nothing like someone in danger. Sweet Treasure girl, Wei Uncle has already eaten your snacks. You can't forget kindness. Today, you must become Wei Uncle's disciple. Wei Shen looked at the little girl's distressed face, feeling reluctant but eager to accept her as a disciple. He had to keep a serious face. This little girl was a natural talent for learning medicine. She recognized half of the herbs in a cabinet full of medicinal plants. No, today I must take this disciple no matter what. Jia He and Jia Xing wanted to defend their sister, but Wei Shen shot them a sharp look. You also ate my snacks. Don't think about helping her speak. Jia He and Jia Xing touched the crumbs on their lips and instinctively shrank back. Seeing the Yu family members, Yu Jiu Tian pouted. Uncle and Auntie, please help Tian Bao. Uncle Wei insists on taking Tian Bao as his apprentice, but Tian Bao already has a master. The Yu family looked at each other, not stepping forward to help. Instead, they looked a bit proud and couldn't help but smile secretly. Dr. Xia Yu is young and highly respected by everyone. Many children from noble families were sent to become officials or doctors. But medical books and principles are very hard to understand. Most children don't like studying medicine, and even if their families push them, few become outstanding. And which doctor doesn't think highly of themselves? It's understandable. Doctors often have many health issues. They are busy diagnosing and helping people. Taking on apprentices is especially tiring. Children with average talent usually don't even get a glance. But now Wei-shin was determined to forcefully take Tianbao as his apprentice. That was a huge honor. Although Wei-shin was just a common doctor, his medical skills were actually better than the two doctors at Tong-Ren-Tang. He was noble and virtuous, and he didn't care for the influence of Tong-Ren-Tang, so he chose to work at Dashan Pharmacy. Yu Quanan couldn't help but tease Yu Jiutian. Tianbao, Uncle Wei is an experienced doctor of over 10 years. It's a great opportunity for him to take you as his apprentice. You should agree quickly. Wei-shin nodded happily at Yu Quanan.
He was a smart young man.
Bad uncle. Tianbao knows Uncle Wei is amazing. I also want him to be my master, but I already have a master. If my master finds out I've taken another, he'll be mad and might even spank me. I don't want to get spanked. Boo-hoo. Yu Jiutian kicked her short legs and sat down the ground, tears filling her big eyes. It wasn't because she thought she was so good at medicine, but because Grandmama was strict. She had said this before. If she really called Wei-shin her master, she'd have to stay in the city often to learn from him. She didn't want to leave her family. Seeing Yu Jiutian cry, her brothers panicked. They quickly stopped laughing and stepped forward to comfort her. Yu Quanan nodded politely to Wei-shin and then hugged Yu Jiutian to comfort her. Okay, sweetie, don't cry. Uncle Wei also saw that our little girl has a talent for medicine, so he couldn't help but want to take her as his apprentice. Let's talk nicely with Uncle Wei. He will understand. Sweetie, please stop crying, okay? Su Xunyang smiled as she used a handkerchief to wipe away Yu Jiutian's tears. Good girl, if you keep crying like this, Uncle Wei might think you don't like him. That would make him sad. When Wei-shin heard that the little girl had already taken a master, he looked heartbroken and suspiciously at Yu Jiutian. Did you really take a master?
Who is he?
Could it be your fifth uncle? If that's the case, I will also take your fifth uncle as my apprentice. You can be my little apprentice grandchild. He then sharply looked at Yu Quanan, warning that if he dared to spank his little apprentice grandchild, he would spank him back. Although this boy's talent was average, he had a highly talented niece, so taking him as a student wouldn't be a loss. Yu Quanan stood there helpless and full of regret, avoiding eye contact silently. If in the past, Wei-shin had agreed to take him as a disciple, he would have been very happy and jumped for joy. But now, things are different. His niece's skills far surpassed Wei-shin's, and she was so adorable and sweet. Why bother going far away? Yu Jiutian tightly hugged Yu Quanan's neck, her big eyes looking cautiously at Wei-shin, with a hint of tears in her voice. Uncle Wei, the little girl doesn't dislike having you as her master. It's just that she really has a master now. Her master is Granny Ma from Yanglu village. Granny Ma is very strict and might even spank me. Always, Granny Ma was her shield, always useful. Sure enough, Wei-shin's face froze for a moment. Your master is Granny Ma? Yu Jiutian nodded repeatedly, a hint of fear on her small face, as if Granny Ma could see everything happening from far away. In the large city of Huzhou, there weren't many doctors, and they all knew each other's names. Wei-shin's expression darkened, and he shook his head regretfully.
Fine.
Granny Ma is very strict and won't tolerate anyone. If I had accepted you today, Granny Ma would surely not agree with me. Yu Jiutian's small face finally relaxed, as if afraid Wei-shin would be sad. She quickly comforted him, saying, Uncle Wei, you are the best doctor that Tianbao admires so much. You're much better than that Dr. Chiu. More talented brothers and sisters will come to learn from you in the future. Wei-shin was touched by the serious expression of the little girl. His heart softened, and he felt a little better knowing he couldn't be replaced. Next time, Uncle Wei won't prepare snacks for you anymore. Your little mouth is so sweet. It makes me afraid to say anything that might upset you. Tianbao loves eating sweets. When her mouth is sweet, She can't say anything sad. Yujio Tian immediately cheered up, happily shaking her head, thinking she made a good point. She puffed out her little chest proudly. Her proud and sensible look made Wei Shen and everyone else sigh. This girl was growing up to be quite something. She might even be able to control everyone around her. After leaving Deshan Pharmacy, the family calmed down from their excitement. The wooden box filled with gold was wrapped with an old cloth that Maoan had chosen, and Yu Chuanzhong tightly tied it to himself. He even asked Yu Quanan to pull it, checking that it was secure. Only then did he feel at ease. Having earned some silver, Yu Tian was rewarded again. She held a string of candy figures in her left hand and a string of candied hawthorns in her right, happily eating one from each side with big, smiling eyes. The family, including Jianhe, Shirtu, and others, also enjoyed the treats. Everyone held similar snacks and happily gathered around Yu Chuanni, competing to talk to her. Shirtu, holding his snack, looked a bit bored. Compared to what he was holding, he was more interested in Yu Tian. This girl was becoming more mysterious and more
charming.
Second brother Yu Qiangxiu, walking beside Shirtu, unintentionally saw a flash of clarity in Shida's eyes. His gaze was filled with curiosity. Shirtu seemed to sense Yu Qiangxiu's curiosity. His expression returned to his usual silly look, and he took a big bite of his candied hawthorn.
Ugh.
So sweet, it's almost too much. The sun was already setting. The family quickly bought some household items, worried about being late and making the old lady worry. They decided to load everything onto 2 ox carts. One cart was filled with goods, with Yu Chuanzhong and Yu Chuanni squeezed in, watching over everything. Others sat squeezed on another ox cart. As they spoke, the cart slowly started moving. Jia and Jiaxing were riding in an ox cart for the first time. They were very excited and kept reaching out to catch the playful autumn wind blowing toward them. Su Xianyang was worried they might fall, so she kept her focus on watching over them. The brothers watched and shook their heads with smiles. The silly little kids were just being playful. In comparison, Yu Jiutian, who lay quietly in Yu Quanan's arms after getting on the cart, was easy to care for and made the family feel proud. Yu Quanxiao was worried the autumn wind might make his niece cold, so he took off his coat and wrapped her up tightly. Yu Quanan sat with his back to the wind, shielding his niece from the breeze. Yu Chuanli held a basket to cover her small, exposed head. After everything, the brothers immediately turned into silly guys, constantly looking at Yu Jiutian peacefully sleeping. Her small, soft face was white and clear, with long eyelashes that fluttered gently now and then, like a tiny brush softly brushing the tips of her uncle's hearts. How can such a cute little treasure be so adorable? Yu Chuanli couldn't hold back. He gently pressed his cheek against Yu Jiutian's chubby little face, and instantly his handsome features softened into a gentle expression. In her dreams, Yu Jiutian felt uncomfortable and shook her little head, making a few soft, dreamy sounds. The second and fifth brothers looked at Yu Chuanli with envy and a bit of frustration, signaling each other to be quiet. The brothers on the front ox cart, Yu Chuanzhong and Yu Chuanni, suddenly felt a bit regretful. They stretched their necks and looked longingly at Yu Chuanli holding her. It was no wonder the uncles found Yu Jiutian so precious. Usually, she was looked after by the old lady, and the brothers rarely saw her sleeping. Plus, Yu Jiutian's delicate features, with her chubby little face, made her look adorable and a bit silly. When awake, she looked like a doll from a New Year painting, so cute that anyone would want to take a quick look and squeeze her soft, adorable body. Stop the cart up front. Suddenly, the sound of hooves came from behind the ox cart, followed by a loud, rough shout. Yu Chuanli was startled awake, eyes wide open. Jia and Jiaxing also shrank back into Su Xianyang's arms in fear. The brothers looked angrily at the troublemaker who had woken their niece. They saw 3 strong men riding horses, brandishing large knives, with fierce expressions on their faces as they chased after them. The whole family was shocked. What they feared most had come true. These people looked like fierce bandits. The 2 old men driving the ox cart were terrified. They quickly whipped the oxen, trying to speed up. But because the car was loaded with many things, they couldn't go much faster. Soon, 3 horses overtook the cart and blocked the way. Everyone get off the cart. If you want to live, hand over all your money and valuables. Otherwise, don't blame me for my sharp sword, the leader, a bald man, said. He was the biggest of the 3 and pointed his sword at the 2 brothers on the cart. The family, unprepared for danger, was so scared they started crying loudly.
Dad, Dad.
Don't hurt my father. Yu Tian also hid in Yu Chuanli's arms. Though she was a little scared, she remembered her uncle's bravery when fighting wolves, which made her feel safer. Looking at the bandits, her big eyes showed some doubt. She wondered why these bandits seemed so sure. They looked like they knew they had money. The 2 old men driving the cart hurriedly jumped down and ran far away, only watching from a distance. Yu Chuanzhong ignored the bandits. He stood on the cart with a cold face. Yu Chuanli quickly stepped forward, holding the reins to steady the frightened oxen. Yu Quanin also helped keep the cart steady. Yu Xiaoxiao jumped down quickly and looked for something to defend herself with by the roadside. Shi also got off the cart right after her. The family's brave actions made the bandits angry. The leader, riding his horse forward, sneered and said, "You're not afraid of death? Trying to resist? Today, I'll teach you a lesson." As he spoke, his big sword swung toward Yu Chuanzhong. Another bandit also rode his horse, holding a knife, rushing toward the back of the cart. Yu Tian's heart tightened. She quickly formed a small bag of medicine powder in her hand. Yu Chuanzhong's eyes sharpened. Just as the sword was about to hit, he tilted his head and dodged skillfully. He stepped on the ground and leapt forward, grabbing the bandit's hand holding the sword. Using his strength, he spun around and landed behind the bandit. Without wasting a second, he raised his iron palm and struck the bandit's neck hard. The bandit fell from his horse, fainting, and the sword dropped into Yu Chuanzhong's hand. The smooth, continuous action scene made Yu Tian, who had been curled up in Yu Chuanli's arms, suddenly sit up straight, her big eyes sparkling with tiny stars. Wow, this is like a live martial arts movie. My uncle is really handsome, just like a mighty general. The noise behind them made the 2 brave bandits in front instinctively turn to see what was happening. They saw Yu Zhongquan quickly deal with the boss, who was riding his horse over. The 2 bandits panicked and quickly turned their horses to face this formidable opponent first. But they underestimated Yu Chuanjiao and Stone. When the bandits turned their horses, Yu Chuanjiao swiftly jumped forward, grabbing one bandit's belt. The bandit was pulled off his horse without realizing it. Stone, holding a stone he had picked up, rushed forward and smashed the bandit's face with it. The bandit fainted immediately from the pain. Yu Chuanzhong, holding a big sword, charged at the last bandit, knocking his sword away. The frightened bandit was so scared that he turned his horse to run. But Yu Chuanjiao used his old trick again, pulling the bandit off his horse. Stone worked seamlessly with him, holding the big sword against the bandit's neck, saying, "Don't move." While they were talking, Yu Chuanzhong dismounted and strode over, stepping on the bandit's chest, raising his sword to knock him out. "Big brother, wait." Yu Chuanli quickly stopped Yu Chuanzhong. Just then, Yu Tian had quietly voiced her suspicions, which made sense to him. Yu Chuanzhong looked confused. "What's wrong, 5th brother?" Yu Chuanli hurriedly picked up Tian Bao and said, "Big brother, we just sold some herbs today, and now bandits are after us." This is too strange. Yu Chuanzhong's eyes flickered with suspicion. He thought about it and realized something was off. He had been to Fubao village for years ago, traveling this official road many times, but he had never encountered bandits. Because the villages around this road were poor, bandits didn't bother to come. But today, these bandits seem to have come all the way from the city. Someone must have deliberately leaked the news about us selling herbs. Thinking of this, Yu Chuanzhong suddenly stepped harder on the bandit's chest, causing him to grimace. "Good man. Spare my life." He was feeling very confused inside. Someone had secretly told him about this family situation. He heard they sold ginseng and had about 1,000 silver coins on them. That's why they hurried over, hoping to steal some money. He thought these were just a few inexperienced country folks. The three brothers could handle them easily. But, unexpectedly, they fell into a trap. Could this man in front of him have been a fellow traitor before? His presence seemed even more intimidating than the boss's. Yu Chuanzhong asked coldly, "Who ordered you to come here?" While speaking, he pressed down harder with his foot. The robber felt a tightness in his chest and almost fainted. He quickly told the truth. It was Manager Tong from Tong's pharmacy. Sure enough, Yu Chuanzhong's eye sharpened. This old man, who couldn't buy medicine properly, was resorting to such low tricks to get revenge. Maybe he was too angry. He pushed down with more force, and the robber couldn't breathe. He rolled his eyes and fainted. Seeing this, Yu Chuanzhong quickly moved his foot away. Protecting himself was necessary, but killing someone shouldn't be done carelessly. Otherwise, he'd be no different from the robber. The three brothers all looked cold and serious. If it weren't for their eldest brother, they might not only lose the money from selling medicine but also risk their families' lives. Manager Tong was really cruel. "Big uncle, come here and hug me." Yu Jiotian couldn't hold back anymore. She excitedly waved her little hands at Yu Chuanzhong. Yu Chuanzhong's expression softened a little. He took Yu Jiotian from Yu Chuanli's arms. "Big uncle is so amazing. With Big uncle here, Tianbao doesn't have to be afraid of bad people anymore." Yu Jiotian raised both thumbs, her big round eyes full of admiration and worship. Having Big uncle around made her feel very safe. Yu Chuanzhong was full of pride. Suddenly, he didn't envy his brothers anymore. His thick eyebrows lifted proudly. "So, Tianbao, do you like Big uncle the most?" Tianbao likes Big uncle the most. "No one is as mighty and cool as Big uncle," Yu Jiotian said seriously, her words full of praise and admiration. "Elder brother, these robbers must have a hideout somewhere. They've memorized our faces. If they come back for revenge, it will put the whole village in danger." Yu Quanzhao stepped forward, worry clear in his face. As he spoke, he couldn't help but poke Yu Jiotian's nose affectionately. His eyes were full of love and helplessness. He was truly a little protector. The other brothers nodded in agreement, thinking that second brother's analysis made a lot of sense. Once you get involved with such bad people, it's hard to get rid of them. Thinking of this, everyone grew more angry at shopkeeper Tong. "Maybe we should, Yu Quarn made a chopping motion with his hand. Yu Chuanzhong thought for a moment and shook his head. Yu Xiaoxiao quickly disagreed, saying, "No, if these bandits don't come back soon, their leader will find us through the clues. That will only bring harsher revenge. So, what should we do?" Yu Chuanyi asked anxiously, and Su Xianyang's brows furrowed with worry. "Fifth uncle, if they can't speak or move, won't they be unable to go back and complain?" she asked. Seeing the family so worried, Yu Jutian's little mind was racing quickly, and an immature idea popped into her head. The family looked at each other, wondering if they should just pull out their tongues or break their legs. But if they were caught doing that, it would be even worse. Plus, such cruel actions were beyond them. They couldn't do it. Yu Chuanli immediately understood. "Tianbao, do you have a plan?" Yu Jiotian nodded quickly, waving her little hands at him. Yu Chuanli leaned in close. Yu Jiotian's big eyes flickered as she babbled her idea. Soon, Yu Chuanli's eyes lit up.
"Yes.
I never thought of that." Although Tianbao was small and spoke a bit roundabout, her brothers understood her idea. She wanted Yu Chuanli to use silver needles to make the bandits mute, then pin their limbs so they couldn't move. This way, no one would get hurt fatally, and the bandits couldn't speak, walk, or write. Even if they wanted to complain, they wouldn't be able to. Yu Chuanli hurriedly took out silver needles, set up his stance, and looked at Yu Jiotian with excitement and anticipation. It seemed he was about to learn something new again. The family looked at Yu Jiotian with complicated expressions. The little girl's big eyes blinked innocently, her face full of guilt. Seeing this, everyone tacitly looked away, pretending not to notice. Yu Quarn quickly put Yu Jiotian on the ground. This clever girl was a bit too extraordinary, but she was still the family's precious one. They couldn't scare her.
Well,
They couldn't help much, but pretending to be blind was still okay. Yu Chuanli felt much more at ease. He hoped that Tian Bao would become even more skilled, so he could learn all her abilities by watching her. Thinking about becoming a great doctor who helps people in the future, his silver needle trembled with excitement. Quick, Tian Bao, which acupoint should I needle? Yu Jiutian looked at his family's unconditional support, feeling touched and a little guilty. His confidence grew as he looked at him. He happily ran to Yu Chuanli, waving his small hands to point out the acupoints. After a short while, Yu Chuanli finished and removed the needles. They looked at each other and smiled happily. The uncle and nephew worked together more smoothly than before. Go back quickly, so your mother won't worry. Third and fourth, come with me for another trip. Yu Chuanzhong looked at the unconscious bandits with a cold look in his eyes. Big brother, what are you planning to do now? The brothers asked, confused. Yu Chuanzhong snorted coldly. That man from Tong is bullying others. We can't let him get away with it. The brothers nodded in agreement. The Tongrentang clinic isn't kind or caring, it's actually harmful. If they don't fight back, they might think they are invincible. Only Su Xionyang looked at Yu Chuanzhong, hesitating to speak. After planning, the family split into two groups. Yu Chuanxiao waved to two old men driving carts, asking them to take the family back home. Yu Chuanzhong took his two brothers, carried the bandits onto horses, and slowly headed back into the city. When the ox cart entered the village, it was almost dark. The villagers saw the Yu family returning in the cart and looked at them curiously. Seeing the cart was full of new household items, they looked on with envy. Second brother Yu, you bought so many things. Yes, Uncle Zhao.
Things are a bit easier now.
We bought some cloth and cotton preparing for winter. Wow, that costs a lot of money. Ever since Tianbao came to your family, your life has been getting better and better. Tianbao is truly our little lucky star. But our good life also comes from everyone working together. That's right. All of you brothers are talented, and your mother is good at managing the household. Life will only get better. On the way home, villagers greeted the Yu family members. Yu Chuanxiao responded with a smile to each greeting, without much hiding, since everyone knew the family had sold wolves and bears for some silver. Some people were envious, while others were jealous, and their words weren't very kind. Yu family only has about 2 acres of land for farming. In the past, they worried about food from meal to meal. Now they've suddenly become so successful. If you say that little girl Tian Tao isn't extraordinary, who would believe it? Exactly. I think Zhao Yumei's words aren't wrong. A few lucky chances can happen once or twice, but since the Yu family's Tian Tao was found back, they now live much better than families with over 10 acres of land. It's really unbelievable, and that little girl is so young, yet she can do medical tricks. If she's not a special person, who would believe it? This morning, I saw the Yu family carrying baskets into town. I don't know what good things they're selling. Really? That's not very kind. I suspect that the potatoes they dug up on the mountain last time weren't just potatoes. Otherwise, why would they be so kind to invite us to dig together? Stop talking. Old Second you looked over. And if they hear us, old Lady Jiang might target us just like she did Aunt Shen. Yu Chuanxiao heard this and casually glanced at the 2 women from the village who had red eyes. He silently remembered their faces. Before they reached the house, the 3 children excitedly waved their small hands and called out to Jiang Fenghua, who was sitting at the door sewing. You're finally back. Jiang Fenghua quickly put down her sewing and went to greet them. She first patted the heads of the 2 boys, then gently carried Yu Jiutian into her arms. Yu Jiutian hugged her tightly, rubbing her face against her. Grandma, I haven't seen you all day. I miss you so much. The children's strong attachment made Jiang Fenghua's previously worried heart feel at ease. She gently patted Yu Jiutian's back to comfort her, then looked around at Yu Chuanxiao. Her brow, which had just relaxed, furrowed again with worry and doubt. Where's your older brother? Why haven't the 3rd and 4th brothers come back? Yu Chuanxiao quickly jumped down from the ox cart. Mom, it's a long story. Let's take the things inside first. I'll tell you everything later. Jiang Fenghua's eyes flickered with concern. She glanced at the villagers who had come to look over from a distance, but didn't ask further. The family hurriedly moved all the belongings into the house. When the children came home and started fussing about eating, Jiang Fenghua didn't rush to ask Yu Chuanxiao right away. Instead, she waited until the children had eaten enough and the kitchen was tidied up, then she called them to sit in the main room to talk. Today's story turned out to be quite long. From the incident at the city gate, where Zheng Jun stepped in to help and hosted a feast, to being stopped at Tong's shop by shopkeeper Tong, then selling a large amount of herbs at Deshan Pharmacy, and finally the danger of being robbed by bandits, Yu Chuanxiao told the story for over an hour. After finishing, he drank a big bowl of water to calm down. When he heard that Yu Chuanzhong took the third and fourth brothers to pay a visit to shopkeeper Tong, Jiang Fenghua's brow furrowed deeply, and her face suddenly looked serious. Seeing the old lady's change in expression, everyone's anger turned into worry and unease. Yu Jiutian felt more and more nervous, fidgeting anxiously with her small hands on her legs. During the bandit attack, she had already cursed herself hundreds of times. They had just enjoyed a few good days at the Yu family, and she was starting to forget herself. Summer Yuegwa is not a modern fair legal society. The social hierarchy is very clear, and the Yu family is weaker. Not everyone can recklessly seek revenge. Now, with the war intensifying, if it weren't for her brave eldest uncle and the cleverness of the other uncles, and if the bandits had killed some innocent people, no one would have the leisure to care. But she, out of momentary impulse, had stirred up shopkeeper Tong's jealousy and hatred, making the situation more complicated. You all are really foolish. After a long while, Jiang Fenghua looked at Yu Chuanxiao with deep disappointment in her eyes. Yu Jiutian, lost in thought, was contemplating all the possible consequences when the old lady suddenly spoke. She was so frightened that she quickly slid off her stool and stood upright, staring blankly and helplessly at the old lady, looking very scared. Jiang Fenghua's expression softened slightly. Tianbao, did Grandma scare you? Yu Jiutian lowered her head to her chest, nervously clutching her clothes. No, Grandma, it's not the uncle's fault. It's because of Tianbao's trouble. Mom, we're back. Before Yu Jiutian could finish speaking, there was a knock on the door outside the yard. Su Xunyang's face relaxed, and she quickly ran to open the door. Yu Jiutian also reacted and ran outside. Big uncle, third uncle, fourth uncle, how come you've been gone so long? Little Treasure was so scared. As soon as the yard gate opened, Yu Jiutian ran up and hugged Yu Chuanzhong's leg, secretly wiping away her tears on his pants. Although the old lady hadn't spoken yet, as the situation grew more serious, she truly became frightened. Yu Chuanzhong was proud that everything went smoothly. Seeing his little niece worried about him, his heart softened. He reached out and lifted her up. Don't be afraid, Little Treasure. Your big uncle is back safe and sound. After comforting his niece, he smiled and looked at Jiang Fenghua, who was approaching. Mother, is there still rice in the pot? After all this running around, I'm starving. Jiang Fenghua, however, looked serious and scolded. Kneel down. Everyone's hearts tightened, and Yu Jiutian clutched her uncle's clothes tightly. Yu Chuanzhong's smile froze instantly. Mother, what are you doing? Jiang Fenghua's voice rose slightly, her face showing a faint anger. Yu Chuanzhong dared not speak further. He quickly put down Yu Jiutian and knelt down with a thud. His third and fourth brothers, who were behind him, guessed that the old lady had heard about what happened in the city today. They also knelt down together. Xunyang, close the gate, Jiang Fenghua softly instructed, and Su Xunyang hurriedly obeyed. After the gate creaked shut, the yard instantly fell silent, as quiet as if even a needle could be heard. Yu Jiutian stood beside Yu Chuanzhong, carefully observing the old lady's expression. She saw a seriousness and heaviness she had never seen before, and her small hands and feet nervously fidgeted. Yu Quanzhao and Yu Chuanli, though not kneeling, lowered their heads in silence. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Shirtu quickly led Jia and Jiaxing to go inside. Let Jia and Jiaxing stay here. They are already 6 years old and will be the pillars of the Yu family in the future. It's not right for them to only enjoy and not listen to discipline. Shirtu, you stay too. Since you entered the Yu family, I've treated you like my own grandson. So, you are also considered a son of the Yu family. No matter what happens in the future, you and the Yu family are one. Share honor and disgrace. You need to hear some things too. Jiang Fenghua called out to them sternly. Stone's eyes flickered slightly as he obediently stood to the side, holding hands with Jia He and Jia Xing. Seeing this, Jiang Fenghua approached Yu Chuanzhong. Mother punished you to kneel. Do you feel wronged? Yu Chuanzhong lowered his head even more. Son doesn't feel wronged. Jiang Fenghua's serious expression softened, and her voice was full of pity. Big brother, I know you're honest and quick to hate evil. If you were the youngest in the family, with this temper, it would be understandable. When you go out, your older brothers can guide you and keep you in check. But you're the eldest son in the family. When you go out, you should be careful with your words and actions, not rush to fight with your brothers. Do you know the way Tong Lin Tang operates? Do you know how virtuous shopkeeper Tong is? At first, you could tolerate it. Why can't you now? Is it because Tianbao came, and our Yu family is doing better so everyone is getting proud? If you can't change your fate, you should hide your pride and arrogance deep inside. But instead, you act boastfully and recklessly. Jiang Fenghua spoke in a low voice, worried about eavesdroppers. When she reached the part about disappointment, her tone grew louder with emotion. The Yu brothers were not fools. Hearing the old lady's words clearly, they all felt regret in their hearts. Seeing the children look obedient and understanding, Jiang Fenghua felt a bit uncomfortable. Her tone softened slightly. Dr. Xia Yu is respected. Tong Lin Tang mainly treats the wealthy and powerful. The connections behind them are beyond our imagination. People like them can easily deal with us, mere ants. Mother doesn't want you to forget self-respect and strength, or to act submissively. I want you to see shopkeeper Tong differently. He is like those beasts that prey on the weak because they rely on their strength. Do you still want to compete morally with such beasts? In the end, you'll hurt yourself. And beasts are beasts. They don't think harming others is wrong. Yu Chuanzhong suddenly looked up, his eyes shining with realization. He was shocked, as if enlightened, and felt ashamed of his arrogance. Mother. The other brothers were also deeply moved, their eyes flickering with guilt and respect for the old lady. Yu Jiutian had completely forgotten her fear. She listened carefully, afraid of missing any words from the old lady. Her big, dark eyes were full of admiration and respect for Jiang Fenghua. Jiang Fenghua looked at all the children. His face was no longer stern but serious. Today, Mother made you kneel not because you challenged authority. It's because she's worried you might be blinded by sudden wealth and status. Although we are poor and weak, and they are rich and strong, that doesn't mean we are inferior. Relying on money and power to bully others is a bad trait that anyone can have. Having money and power and still controlling your heart, that's real skill. Mother doesn't want you to be like the shopkeeper Tong just because you acted impulsively today. But if you don't learn to control yourselves and reflect often, one day you might become like him. Then, the good luck that little Tian brings to the Yu family could turn into trouble. At this point, Yu Chuanzhong no longer felt the joy of punishing shopkeeper Tong. His hunger disappeared, replaced by regret and guilt. Mother, I was wrong. Yu Quanshao and Yu Chuanli also knelt beside their older brother. Mother, as the second son, I should have advised my older brother in time. I was wrong. Mother, I also made a mistake. Not only did I not stop my brother, I even followed him. And I was happy because we took revenge on shopkeeper Tong. The brothers lowered their heads, realizing their mother's good intentions. Su Xunyang also knelt down, tears shining in her eyes. Mother, I knew I was wrong at the time, but I didn't speak up because I lacked courage. I also made a mistake. Seeing her children kneeling together, Jiang Fenghua's heart softened. But he didn't want to let this pass easily. All right, a family shares honor and shame. Since you went out together, none of you can escape responsibility. But you are all kind and smart children. A few words of guidance can help you see what's important. I won't punish you with family rules today. Just kneel in the yard for half an hour and calm your restless hearts. Son listens to mother, Daughter-in-law listens to mother. The brothers and Su Xionyang responded together. They didn't feel wronged or upset. The soreness from kneeling made them feel more at ease inside. Jiang Fenghua held back her heartache and reached out to Yu Jiutian. Sweetie, come inside with Grandma. I have something to tell you. Yu Jiutian's heart was pounding, but it wasn't from fear. Instead, she felt a deep excitement and respect. With such a wise and decisive elder leading the family, the Yu household could stay steady even in troubled times. Even if she were punished, she wouldn't complain because it made her feel secure, not wronged. As soon as she entered the room, Yu Jiutian quickly fetched Jiang Fenghua's shoes and handed them to her. Then she hurried to the bedside, lay down, and closed her eyes tightly, her little voice firm and serious. Grandma, I'm ready. You can punish me now. Jiang Fenghua was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but smile. Luckily, the little girl didn't see it. She quickly adjusted her expression and asked, puzzled, when your uncles make mistakes, they kneel as punishment. Why do you think you should be hit? Because my mistake was bigger. I was the one who started it and made things worse. Yu Jiutian peeked at her grandmother, then honestly explained everything. How she had come up with the idea to sell medicine the first time, and how today she had shown off money in public, which could cause trouble. Jiang Fenghua listened in surprise. Her first thought was how quick and clever this child was. But then she realized, such cleverness, if not guided, could bring trouble in the future. Seeing her grandmother's changing expression, Yu Jiutian knew she couldn't escape punishment today. Instead of being afraid, she grew even more determined and lay back down, ready. Looking at her granddaughter's serious little face, Jiang Fenghua's anger melted into laughter. She tapped her lightly with the shoe sole and said, for mistakes like yours, just a spanking would be far too easy.
Huh?
Yu Jiutian's eyes flew open. She turned to stare blankly at her grandmother.
Then.
How will Grandma punish me? Jiang Fenghua gently tapped her nose and pretended to be stern. Your punishment is that until the end of the year, you're not allowed to go up the mountain or into town.
Ah.
Yu Jiutian's little face fell at once. To her, this was even worse than being hit. Jiang Fenghua looked at the disappointed face of the little girl, feeling both annoyed and amused. She reached out to lift her pants and then looked serious. Good girl, Grandma needs to ask you some questions now. There are some things only Grandma knows in her heart, and only then can she protect you. You must tell Grandma everything honestly. Yu Jiutian's heart skipped a beat. Seeing the sincere and serious expression on the old lady's face, she nodded instinctively. She knew that Grandma had already seen that she was different. Sweet baby, did Grandmama really teach you your medical skills? Jiang Fenghua carried Sweet baby onto the bed to sit, then pulled a small stool to face her directly. Her eyes held doubts, waiting for Yu Jiutian to clear them up. Recently, there were more and more rumors in the village about Sweet baby. Her old sister also told her that Zhao Yumei was always spreading rumors about Sweet baby, and she had met her several times. Although she relied on her own little skills to make these people not dare to spread rumors openly for now, if Sweet baby showed more of her talents in the future, the villagers would believe Zhao Yumei even more. So today, she went to Yonglu village to ask Grandmama for help. Yu Jiutian blinked her big eyes for a moment, seeming to gather courage. Grandma, if I tell you everything, will you burn me like a monster? Jiang Fenghua's heart softened and her eyes warmed. Silly child, no matter what, you are Grandma's favorite. Grandma would never burn you. Okay, then Sweet baby will tell Grandma everything. Yu Jiutian decided not to hide anymore and told Jiang Fenghua everything openly. But she used a way that ancient people would find easier to believe, making it sound more beautiful. Grandma, Sweet baby used to live somewhere with lots of clouds. The houses there were big and beautiful, and there were many children like me. There was an old man with a white beard. Every day, he made us do things and carried many things. Sweet baby would pick herbs, grind them, and make medicine pills. This went on for a very long time, so long that Sweet baby can't remember anymore. One day, when Sweet baby was watching the fire, she fell asleep. The medicine in the big furnace burned to ashes, and the angry old man with the white beard kicked her out of the beautiful house. Then Sweet Baby kept falling and falling, and when she woke up, she had turned into a little baby. Although Sweet Baby couldn't speak and only cried, she knew many things that other babies didn't know. But her master told her not to show this, because if others found out, they might be scared and think she was a monster and might even burn her. So Sweet Baby didn't dare tell her grandma. After saying this, Yu Tian saw Jiang Fenghua's face full of shock, but she felt much more relaxed inside. Jiang Fenghua has lived for a long time. She has heard many amazing stories, but when something like this really happens to her, she still feels it's hard to believe. Although Sweet Baby didn't explain very clearly, she was sure that her good girl wasn't a monster, but a reincarnated little fairy from heaven. After the shock, she was so excited that she couldn't sit still. The usually calm old lady got up and paced back and forth. Yu Tian wasn't in a hurry. She kept her big eyes fixed on Jiang Fenghua, her little head moving with the shadows. When she first came through as a baby, it took her a long time to understand everything. It was normal for the old lady to take some time to accept it. After a while, Jiang Fenghua sat back down on a small stool, took Yu Tian's little hand, and seriously said, "Good girl, don't be afraid. Grandma already guessed some of this before, but needed you to confirm it. Now that I know, I will protect you in the future." Yu Tian hugged Jiang Fenghua's neck with her tiny hands and said, "With Grandma here, Sweet Baby is not afraid of anything." They knelt properly for half an hour. When the family saw that the old lady and Sweet Baby hadn't come out, they felt a bit confused but didn't rush in. Instead, they quietly went about their chores. Su Xunyang quickly prepared hot meals for the three brothers. The others washed off the dust from their bodies. The family was quietly playing, afraid of disturbing the old and young talking inside. Only Stone looked thoughtfully at the house and then smiled slightly. This family, the old lady was decisive and fair, and her sons were capable and listened to advice. It was much better than the cold, selfish big family he grew up in. The most interesting was still the little girl, Sweet Baby. Even at such a young age, she could tell right from wrong and had mysterious abilities. With such a family to guide her, she would definitely have a bright future. When the family and Shirtu had all gone to sleep, it was already midnight. Jiang Fenghua gathered her children in the main hall. The little girl sat properly on a chair, swinging her little legs and smiling sweetly at them. Once everyone was seated around the table, Jiang Fenghua slowly revealed everything, her conversation with Yu Tian, without hiding any details. She knew her children well. They were all united. Instead of letting them guess and worry, she decided to tell the truth. Everyone would work together to protect Sweetie tightly. Although she slightly beautified Yu Tian's words, after she finished, everyone was shocked, their mouths wide open, and all eyes focused on Yu Tian. This time, Yu Tian was no longer guilty. With the old lady's support, she puffed out her small chest confidently. After a moment of reaction, Yu Qianli excitedly stood up. "I knew I was right. Sweetie really is a boy under the care of the medicine immortal."
Great.
"Wonderful. With Sweetie, I will definitely become the best doctor in Xia Yu's medicine." Feeling excited, he patted his chest and told Jiang Fenghua and Yu Tian, "Mother, don't worry. I will be extra careful in the future. With me protecting Sweetie and Grandma Ma as her teacher, no one will doubt her talent." The family members gradually regained their composure. Over this time, they had noticed Sweetie's special qualities. Now all doubts had been cleared, and the strange things had explanations. The most urgent task was to stop the village from slandering Sweetie. Their Sweetie was clearly a medicinal fairy child, but jealous and envious people had degraded her into a demon. If this continued, it would be bad. Yu Chuanzhong couldn't help but ask, "Mother, do you have a plan?" Jiang Fenghua saw her children's serious faces. She knew they were all worried about the rumors about Sweetie. She nodded and said, "We need Grandma Ma to step in and help. You and Sweetie also need to cooperate." After hearing the old lady's plan, everyone relaxed. Once her children left, Jiang Fenghua quickly closed the door and sat facing her little granddaughter on the bed. Between them were the gold coins earned from selling medicine today, along with the money from selling wolf and bear pelts. Can you really keep these monies safe? Jiang Fenghua looked at the little girl in front of her, still feeling a bit uneasy. Yu Jiu Tian stretched out her wrist to show her cross-shaped birthmark and nodded seriously. Sweetie, you can store many things here. No one will steal them. With so much money buried in the ground, it wouldn't be safe. Since I already have the identity of a medicine boy fairy, I can have a space to store things. Grandma will surely accept that, right? Seeing Jiang Fenghua looking doubtful, Yu Jiu Tian sighed. She blinked her big eyes, and the money chest on the bed immediately disappeared. Grandma was so surprised, she almost shouted out loud. She hurriedly covered her mouth. This is too unbelievable. What other amazing skills does Sweetie have? To reassure Grandma, Yu Jiu Tian blinked again, and the chest reappeared in its original place. Seeing Grandma's eyes widen in shock, Yu Jiu Tian leaned closer and clearly saw her reflection shining brightly in Grandma's eyes. Sharing secrets with someone you trust feels so comforting that Yu Jiu Tian slept very soundly that night. Meanwhile, Jiang Fenghua, holding her tightly, stayed awake late into the night, his eyes wide with excitement and complex feelings he couldn't quite understand. The next morning, before dawn, Jiang Fenghua called his second brother to accompany him. They quietly headed to Yanglu village. Yu Chuanzhong listened to his mother's instructions and went hunting on the mountain with the third brother as usual. Fifth brother Yu Chuanli carried Yu Jiu Tian and took the family and stone around the village. It looked like they were aimlessly playing with the children, but they were secretly planning something. Su Xunyang and the fourth brother prepared ingredients for the next day at home in advance. Until late at night, when the whole village was deep asleep, Jiang Fenghua and the second brother returned quietly. The family sat together again, reviewing the plans for the next day, then each went to their rooms to sleep. The next day, everything was normal. The autumn harvest was over. Every household was busy preparing for winter. Men chopped firewood for heating, and women mended clothes in the warm sunlight outside their doors. Until late at night, when the whole village was deep asleep, Jiang Fenghua and the second brother returned quietly. The family sat. The poorer families also took out long-stored reed fluff or vine paper, filled it into coarse cloth, and packed it tightly to barely withstand the cold winter. Neighbors living close by often worked together, sharing chores and chatting happily. The women talk about the Yu family's little girl, Tianbao. Is it proper for you villagers to gossip and criticize a 3-year-old child like this? A strong voice suddenly interrupts their conversation. They turn to see an elderly woman, about 70, looking at them sternly. The younger woman recognizes her as an outsider from Yanglu village. She is about to argue back angrily, but her neighbor stops her. The neighbor carefully looks at the elderly woman and asks, "Are you Granny Ma from Fanyuan village?" Granny Ma snorts and replies, "You do have some sense." Hearing that Granny Ma is a famous healer from 50 miles around, the women feel surprised and a little embarrassed. Then they wonder, why would Granny Ma come to Fubao village? No wonder I've been dreaming these past few nights, and the medicine immortal keeps scolding me in my dreams, saying I haven't protected his little fairy properly. It turns out that their gossip about Tianbao upset the medicine immortal, causing Granny Ma to have restless nights. Did my 3.5-year-old apprentice do something terrible to offend you? Granny Ma looks sharply at the women, her tone cold like winter ice. The women are stunned, taking a moment to understand her words. Did the medicine immortal send her a dream? Is Tianbao his little fairy? Is Granny Ma her teacher? They realize with shock that Granny Ma is telling the truth. They can't believe it. But Granny Ma is known for being quiet and serious, never talking nonsense. She wouldn't lie casually. Feeling her piercing gaze, the women quickly deny any bad intentions. Granny Ma, you misunderstood. We only heard some rumors and thought Tianbao was too talented, so we just spoke a few words without meaning any harm. Yes, yes. And these words were all spread by Zhao Yumei. We just repeated what she said. Grandma Ma looked at their faces, her eyes flickering with coldness. She said sternly, "It's better that way. Otherwise, Disrespecting my little disciple is disrespecting the medicine immortal himself. There will be consequences. After saying this, her gaze made the two women feel uneasy. Her expression softened a little. How is the Yu family? I want to see if my little disciple has been wronged. The two women swallowed nervously and pointed toward the Yu family's direction. Grandma Ma ignored them and turned to leave directly. What should we do? Could Grandma Ma be telling the truth? One whispered. I don't know, but I believe Grandma Ma more than Zhao Yumei, the other replied.
Then,
if we spread rumors about this sweet treasure, will we really face punishment? Someone asked. Who knows? Let's go quickly and tell everyone so we can discuss what to do together, they decided. Hearing the conversation behind her, Grandma Ma slowed her steps deliberately, her lips curling into a cold, mocking smile. When she reached the Yu family's yard, most of the village already knew that Grandma Ma from Willow Village was visiting her little disciple at the Yu family. Anyone with a brain could guess that this little disciple was the sweet treasure from the Yu family. Grandma Ma entered the yard, and soon the whole village gathered in small groups to talk about it. The two women she met earlier had already spread the rumor that the sweet girl was actually a young herbal apprentice. The villagers didn't believe that the Yu family's sweet treasure was a herbal apprentice, nor did they believe in any divine retribution. They thought the two women were just scared and scaring themselves. When the fifth son of the Yu family hurriedly called the village elders, Zhou Changsheng, and some friendly villagers to come and keep Grandma Ma company, the families who had been most suspicious and critical of the sweet girl started to feel uneasy. Soon, Zhao Yumei also heard about this from the villagers. Her hatred almost burst out of her. Recently, she had been convincing everyone with her words, making their doubts and suspicions grow stronger. Just as things were about to explode, a new figure appeared, Grandma Ma. Don't fall for the Yu family's tricks. Grandma Ma must have been paid off by them, coming here to cover for that little troublemaker. Zhao Yumei saw that the women believed Mrs. Ma's words completely, and they all looked uncertain and lost. She seized the opportunity to start turning their thoughts back. The women looked at each other and thought Zhao Yumei's analysis made sense. Right now, the Yu family doesn't care whether Yu Jiutian is a demon or a little fairy. As long as she can bring wealth to the family, they will do everything they can to protect her. The Yu family has gained benefits, but leaving such a strange person in our village will eventually lead to your downfall, just like mine. Seeing the women's expressions soften a bit, Zhao Yumei quickly took advantage of the moment. In the end, this last statement completely convinced the villagers. Yes, the Yu family became the richest in the village because of Yu Jiutian, so they don't care what she really is. The Yu family has earned a lot of silver now, and it's easy for them to buy Mrs. Ma. Actually, after Zhao Yumei and Xinyue found the treasure, things became very difficult for her. Xinyue has been lying in bed all day, and I heard she was injured last time, so she probably won't recover fully in this lifetime. If Yu Jiutian stays in the village, she might hurt them someday. Let's go and find out about the Yu family. While the village chief is here, we must make them tell us the true story of Yu Jiutian. Yes, let's go. 5 or 6 women held onto each other and confidently headed toward the Yu family. After they had gone quite a distance, Zhao Yumei's lips curled into a sinister smile. Recently, she and Xinyue had been eating coarse food and hadn't had a full meal once. All of this was thanks to the wild girl, and also because of the cold-hearted Yu family. Only when the Yu family is troubled can she feel a little better. In the Yu family's yard, 2 large tables were set up for meals. One was the usual dining table for the Yu family, and the other belonged to Grandma Zhang. Mrs. Ma was sitting in the main seat, with Zhou Changsheng, Zhang Fenghua, Grandma Zhang, Yu Chuanzhong and his wife, as well as Zhang Dali and Zhang Deong, and their wives Zhou Shi and Lu Shi sitting nearby. Except for Yu Jiutian, who was sitting on Yu Chuanzhong's lap, the 2 grandsons of the Zhang family, Zhang He and Zhang Yong, along with their family, sat at another table with the other brothers of the Yu family. Halfway through the meal and after 3 rounds of wine, everyone understood the purpose of Mrs. Ma's visit. Although everyone knew Grandma Ma's reputation and temper, after Grandpa Whitebeard and the medicine boy Little Fairy spoke, the yard suddenly became very quiet. Grandma Ma spoke calmly while enjoying her food and drink. The surprise from everyone seemed normal to her. She only glanced disdainfully at the closed gate of the Yu family's courtyard. Immediately, the women hiding outside the gate felt a chill run down their backs. Their confidence from earlier had faded to just a little. But they all stayed, thinking they had come this far, and needed to hear the truth. Grandma Ma, although Little Sweet is clever and has some talent in medicine, your words are a bit too extraordinary. Zhou Chongxing looked at Yu Jiutian and politely expressed his doubts. Yu Jiutian, despite being scrutinized by everyone, was not worried. Her big eyes gleamed as she stared at the delicious food on the table. Her cheeks, already chubby, were stuffed with food, making her look round. She kept reaching out with her little hands to grab more treats. Su Xionyang smiled affectionately as she helped her serve meat and vegetables. Are you saying I'm talking nonsense? Grandma Ma looked displeased as she put down her chopsticks. Zhou Chongxing hurriedly waved his hands. No, I didn't mean that, it's just that. Don't bother yourself with that. I don't believe it either. I came today to confirm my dream. After Grandma Ma finished speaking, everyone in the yard looked at her. The people outside listening and also pricked up their ears. Grandma Ma lowered her voice. The medicine immortal said that although Little Sweet was reborn because she made a mistake, she still remembers her past as an immortal child, and her respect as an immortal child remains. Anyone who truly loves and protects her will be blessed by the heavens, and life will naturally get better and better. But if someone dares to dislike or frame her, they will face divine punishment and end up suffering terribly. The medicine immortal told me in a dream that someone is secretly harming Little Sweet, and some are suspicious that she is a demon. These wicked and disrespectful people have already been marked by him. Soon, divine punishment will come. The greater the evil thoughts in their hearts, the fiercer the divine punishment. Today, I came here to confirm whether those signs truly exist. If they do, it will prove that the little girl, Tianbao, is truly gifted. Everyone in the yard looked at each other with mixed feelings of regret and concern. The people outside the yard were so nervous that their hearts pounded and their eyes flickered with unease. They could clearly see all the surprised expressions on the faces of those inside the yard, and it didn't seem like they were pretending. Could it be that I am really facing divine punishment? Grandma Zhang looked at Tianbao and, as she watched her more, she saw a little fairy-like aura. She asked excitedly, Grandma Ma, what exactly is the sign of divine punishment? Everyone else asked the same question. The medicine immortal said that anyone who truly loves Tianbao will find 100-year-old Lingji mushroom growing at the corner of their wall, Grandma Ma explained. But those villagers who harbor bad thoughts about Tianbao will find black poisonous mushrooms growing under their walls. The worse their thoughts, the more poisonous mushrooms grow, and the greater the divine punishment. While speaking, Grandma Ma exchanged a knowing look with Jiang Fenghua. A silent understanding passed between them. The people outside the yard were no longer calm. Grandma Ma's story sounded so vivid and convincing that it couldn't be false. One villager was about to go home and check, but Jiang Fenghua, who had been silent all along, suddenly asked, Grandma Ma, is there any way to remove the poisonous mushrooms from those villagers? Grandma Ma looked at her sharply, her face showing displeasure. They are spreading rumors to slander Tianbao. Do you still want to help them remove the poison? Grandma Zhang also agreed, young sister, Grandma Ma is right. Those foolish villagers deserve to be punished, so they can learn a lesson and not follow others blindly in the future. Grandma Ma, I am more angry than anyone else about how they treat Tianbao. But I also know where the recent rumors came from, Zhao Yumei's grudge against the Yu family and Tianbao. That's why she spread rumors, Jiang Fenghua said. Some people are truly malicious, but others might be misled because they are timid by nature. She paused, showing a hint of regret. In this act, she played the role of the innocent person. She wanted the villagers to see Zhao Yumei's selfish deception clearly and to feel guilty about the Yu family. After speaking, Jiang Fenghua looked at Tianbao. When the scene reached her part, Yu Jiutian quickly swallowed her food. With a sweet voice, she eagerly added, if they knew how good Grandma is, they would regret it too late. But who made them believe bad people's words? They must be punished by the medicine immortal to teach them a lesson. Grandma said she wanted to act tough and show her authority so that the villagers wouldn't think she's a pushover. Ma Granny felt happy listening to this and laughed loudly. My little disciple is so wise. You should always be kind to honest people, but be firm with those who are foolish and selfish. Yu Tian first smiled, showing her tiny teeth, then suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said, Grandma Zhang, Grandpa Zhou, Ma Granny just said that the person who loves Tian Bao the most has a special herb called Lingji. You should go back and check. Since you love Tian Bao so much, there must be Lingji at home. She stretched out her little hands, pulling at Grandma Zhang and Grandpa Zhou, as if afraid they would leave too late and the Lingji would run away. Yes, you should go back quickly and see if there's any. If there is, pick some for me to see. I also want to confirm if that dream was real. Ma Granny agreed with Yu Tian's words and nodded repeatedly. Grandma Zhang and Zhou Chongxing looked at each other and happily promised, all right, we'll go back and check. Hearing this, the people outside the yard hurriedly scattered and hid. Grandma Zhang's two daughters-in-law volunteered to leave with Zhou Chongxing, walking quickly out of the yard. After the gate was open, the Yu family didn't close it again. Ma Granny and Jiang Fenghua clinked their wine cups and looked at Yu Tian. Their eyes showed a mix of admiration, pride, and a little bit of envy. Ma Granny, this is her little disciple. Jiang Fenghua, this is her granddaughter. Yu Tian chewed her food happily, watching the two old ladies smile with joy. How lucky she was to have a happy childhood filled with family love and care again. There really is Lingji. Ma Granny's dreams are true. There really is Lingji, and it's so big. The two daughters-in-law from the Zhang family were so excited they ran out of the house holding a Lingji as big as a man's open hand. Everyone in the village found it strange and started asking questions eagerly. Mrs. Ma, the daughter-in-law of the Zhang family, did not hide anything. She simply told everyone what Grandma Ma had said, which made the villagers gasp in surprise. Some were amazed, some admired, and others slightly doubted. Soon after, Zhou Chongxing ran out of his house holding a Lingji mushroom, his eyebrows raised in happiness. I found a Lingji too. I've also benefited from the little girl, Tian Bao. The Zhang daughter-in-law and Zhou Chongxing met happily, both feeling excited. They secretly decided that in the future, they would not only love Tian Bao but also treat her as a lucky child. Even if the Lingji mushroom sells for a high price, just because Tian Bao is believed to be a reincarnation of a little fairy, she should be loved and respected. The villagers followed the three of them to the Yu family's house to see what was happening. When the people in the Yu courtyard saw that the Zhang and Zhou families had indeed found the Lingji, they raised their cups to congratulate them. 100-year-old Lingji could sell for over 100 taels of silver, which even the wealthiest villagers could not save in 3 generations. Everyone was lively inside the courtyard and discussing eagerly outside. Could it be that Tian Bao is really a reincarnation of a little fairy? Will she truly bring good luck to our village? You saw the Lingji yourself. There's no fake about it. But the two daughters-in-law of the Zhang family said only those who truly love Tian Bao can share her good fortune. Grandma Zhang and the village chief all treat Tian Bao well, so it's normal they got the Lingji. Oh my, the Zhang and Zhou families are now as successful as the Yu family. As they discussed, some women suddenly ran over crying loudly from all directions. Grandma, help! Jiang auntie, it's all our fault. We shouldn't have listened to Zhao Yumei's gossip about Tian Bao. Please, you must persuade Grandma Ma to tell us how to fix this. When the women reached the Yu courtyard gate, they knelt down one after another. Grandma Ma was right. They had indeed found black poisonous mushrooms in their own corners of the wall. Thinking about facing punishment from heaven, they were terrified. They didn't care about losing face in front of the villagers and hurriedly came to ask for forgiveness from the Yu family, hoping Grandma Ma could help them find a way to fix this. Seeing this, the other villagers became worried. They split up to check their own homes for poisonous mushrooms and stayed to listen to Grandma Ma's advice. When the time was right, everyone in the yard put down their bowls, stood up, and gathered at the gate to face those outside. Jiang Fenghua looked at the kneeling people and asked, "How many poisonous mushrooms did your family find?" Just tell the truth. The kneeling people looked at each other nervously, and each spoke up. Only 2 village women found 1 poisonous mushroom each. Others found 2 or 3, and 1 person even had 5. Everyone looked at the woman whose family had 5 mushrooms. It was Zheng, a woman known in the village for being kind and caring. This time, she was spreading rumors about Tianbao, but she was the quietest. She only said a few words to start trouble, then listened quietly as others talked. When the discussion got heated, she just smiled and didn't show any disagreement. No one expected her to be the most malicious person. It was hard to believe. After thinking for a while, everyone suddenly understood something. Yu Chuanli had once helped Zheng when her child was very sick with a fever. He saved the child but accidentally left a health problem that caused the child to cough constantly for years. Before treating the child, Yu asked the village official to witness that he was not very skilled and that accidents could happen. Zheng was worried about her child and agreed. Later, when they found out the child had a lasting illness, Zheng didn't complain to Yu's family, even though she was upset. It seemed Zheng was pretending to be peaceful on the outside, but inside, she was still upset about this. Everyone's eyes burned with suspicion. Zheng looked panicked. She knew that telling the truth would ruin her good reputation built over many years, but she was afraid that lying again might bring disaster to her family. Jiang Fenghua looked at Zheng with a cold gaze. She also remembered past events and suddenly understood something. Although Zheng hadn't done anything to hurt Tianbao yet, she still held a grudge about the past. She might use evil tricks like Zhao Yumei to harm Tianbao. People like her, if you don't argue with them, are already showing kindness. How could she possibly save her? Jiang Fenghua saw Zheng's guilty look, but kept her calm on the outside. She wiped away her non-existent tears and cried, "Aunt Jiang, I really haven't spoken much about Tianbao with them. Please, for the sake of our fellow villagers, help me. There's a higher power watching over us. If you're truly innocent, how could so many poisonous mushrooms appear in your home?" Afraid that Jiang Fenghua might soften her heart, Granny Ma interrupted Zheng with a cold and stern voice. "Granny Ma, I won't speak for others, but I know these 2 villagers well. They are usually not very strong-minded, but they don't have any wicked intentions. I think they were provoked by someone setting fire to their home, which made them act foolishly. Please, for the sake of the Yu family, tell them how to repent and make amends." Jiang Fenghua withdrew her gaze and pointed at the villager who only had 1 poisonous mushroom, earnestly asking Granny Ma. Actually, she didn't want to help any of them. She wished they would suffer from their worries and fears for a while, so they could feel the pain of hurting Tianbao. But the Yu family lived in Fubao village, and she had to consider their reputation. Granny Ma snorted coldly. "Your Yu family cares more about face than my disciple's suffering." The 2 village women, who had just shown a hint of happiness, turned pale again at her words. They hurriedly knelt at Granny Ma's feet, begging, "Granny Ma, we were foolish and rude. We truly know our mistake. From now on, we will always respect you and Tianbao in our hearts. We won't dare to suspect or gossip anymore. Please, have mercy and help us." Zheng and the other women, who had many poisonous mushrooms, were even more frightened and panicked. Jiang Fenghua's words made it clear she was no longer willing to help them. Their families had been holding back, hoping to see how things would turn out, but now they all stepped forward, grabbing a few village women and scolding and hitting them. "You're always gossiping about others, sticking your noses into other people's affairs. Whenever something happens, you rush to join in. Now you've offended the fairy, and it's your own fault. Not only that, you're dragging your family down. You're asking for trouble." The family members of these women were angry and worried, speaking harshly, and their blows became uncontrollable, causing the women to cry out loud. The villagers watched with mixed feelings, relieved that they mostly kept to themselves and didn't get involved in trouble. Otherwise, today they might be the ones suffering. Jiang Fenghua leaned close to Granny Ma and whispered for a while. Although I don't know what was said, Granny Ma's expression softened. She glared at the 2 village women and then turned to enter the Yu family's courtyard. "Come in, both of you." Jiang Fenghua said coldly to the two village women, who only had a single poisonous mushroom. The two women quickly wiped away their tears of fear and hurriedly followed inside. Not far away, Zhao Yumei from the Yu family watched silently, her fists clenched tightly, nails digging into her palms. Why did things change again? Is Tianbao a medicine boy or a little fairy? These people are almost like immortals and demons. Their plan failed, and Zhao Yumei felt both angry and hateful. Her inner frustration made her want to rush forward and hurt Yu Jiutian to feel better. Oh dear, please don't hit me anymore. It's all Zhao Yumei's fault. She's been stirring trouble every day, and I was tricked. I really didn't mean to do it. A village woman, who was constantly beaten by her husband and crying out in pain, saw Zhao Yumei clearly. She pointed at her hysterically and shouted. Everyone looked at Zhao Yumei, following her finger. A cold chill ran down Zhao Yumei's back. All her anger and frustration disappeared, replaced by fear. Without thinking much, she turned and ran away. Catch her. Don't let her escape. This woman has caused enough trouble for the Yu family and is trying to turn us against them. Now we're being punished by heaven. We must not let her go. Yes. Catch her and beat her to death. This troublemaker, several villagers with poisonous mushrooms on their heads shouted and rushed after Zhao Yumei. Their eyes were red with hatred, eager to tear her apart. Zhao Yumei hadn't eaten well every day. She was weak and unsteady on her feet, but the villagers' shouts made her afraid to stop. She ran back home with all her strength. As soon as she locked the door, the villagers kicked it loudly. On the bed, Hu Xinyue was weak and hungry. She was drowsy, but was startled awake by the sharp scolding from the women, and she burst into tears. She looked at Zhao Yumei, who was desperately trying to block the door, with tears in her eyes filled with resentment and dissatisfaction. Ever since she was hated by the Yu family, she hadn't had a proper meal. She was tormented by stomach pain day and night, and couldn't even get into bed. All of this was her mother's fault. She has no real skills at all. She only tricks herself into believing she can eat the offerings from the ancestral hall and convinces herself that doing so will remove the sweet treasure and make the Yu family change their minds. But in the end, not only did it fail to make the Yu family come back, it made everyone dislike them even more. She doesn't want to live like this anymore, hungry and hated by everyone. She wishes to be cherished by Grandma Jiang and Uncle Yu, to be loved and cared for. As long as the Yu family can make her eat enough every day, she is willing to listen to the sweet treasure. Even if she has to be like a little dog for the sweet treasure, it's better than living with her mother. Zhao Yumei finally closed the door tightly, feeling relieved. She then looked at her daughter on the bed, but was chilled by her daughter's intense gaze. Now, Hu Xinyue didn't seem like her daughter anymore. Instead, she looked like a wolf cub ready to swallow her whole. Zhao Yumei's mind suddenly buzzed loudly. The series of recent events kept looping in her head like a curse. Gradually, her eyes showed regret, and she sat down on the ground in despair. The heavy wooden door was forcefully pushed open by angry villagers. The men smashed Zhao Yumei's house into pieces, while the women tore at Zhao Yumei's face, pulling out most of her hair. Even Hu Xinyue on the bed was not spared. She was slapped hard and fainted immediately. It wasn't until a sharp-eyed woman saw a large cluster of poisonous mushrooms in the corner of the room that everyone finally stopped their rage. Dust settled, and everything returned to calm. After leaving 2 medical books for the sweet treasure, Granny Ma left amid the villagers and the Yu family's many thanks. As soon as she left, the village started to stir again, one after another. Those several households close to the Yu family who loved the sweet treasure had entire walls covered with wood ear mushrooms. Although they are not as valuable as Lingji mushrooms, collecting and drying them yielded about 10 jin, which could be sold at the market for nearly 100 copper coins. Now, everyone in the village firmly believed that the sweet treasure was a little medicinal fairy, and they all looked up to her, eager to share in her good fortune. During dinner at the Yu family, everyone was smiling happily. While eating, they kept glancing at Yu Jiutian. Except for Jiang Fenghua and Yu Chuanli, The others' faces showed a mix of joy and complicated feelings. Although I was mentally prepared yesterday, the appearance of lingji mushrooms, wood ear fungi, and poisonous mushrooms in everyone's homes today still caused quite a shock. Have I really become the little fairy child's aunt and uncle? In the future, if the little girl makes a mistake, will I still dare to spank her? Yu Jiotian didn't know what everyone was thinking. Her cheeks were puffed out from being full, and she was still helping her family serve food. Her little eyebrows danced happily. This is so great. Now the bad guys are defeated, and I won't be afraid of being burned by monsters anymore. Most importantly, if she ever did something unexplainable again, today's experience would help everyone in the village accept her more easily. Although her brothers felt some strange pressure inside, they couldn't help but feel happy for their niece. No one knows a child's mind better than her mother. Jiang Fenghua saw the cautious smile in his sons' and daughter-in-law's faces and quietly put down his chopsticks. Sweetie, Grandma has a question for you. Do you want to be a little fairy child, or do you want to be a child of the Yu family? Jiang Fenghua put away his indulgent expression and looked seriously at Yu Jutian. Everyone else, except for the family and the village, stopped eating and listened carefully. Yu Jiotian's cheerful little cheeks paused. Her big eyes looked around at Grandma and the others, then her cheeks puffed up like a hamster's, and she swallowed her food. Grandma's question is so strange. Whether I want her or not, I am still a child of the Yu family. If Grandma insists on asking whether she wants to, then... The little girl frowned and stretched out her tiny hand. Everyone looked at each other, feeling a little nervous.
Well,
I want to. Yu Jutian waved her little hands and wiggled her fingers. Then her big eyes twitched. No, wait. She ran in front of the brothers Yu and pulled out their hands. She didn't forget anyone, Grandma, Grandpa, Little Stone, Grandma, and Aunt Su Xiuxiang. When everyone showed their palms, she proudly and seriously raised her eyebrows. Grandma, is this enough? I want to be a little fairy child. Jiang Fenghua looked at his clever and sweet granddaughter, feeling a wave of happiness in his heart. Don't rush to choose yet. Listen to Grandma explain the differences first, then decide. Yu Jiotian's big, bright eyes suddenly widened in surprise. Then she patted her little chest, took a few deep breaths, and then reached out to pretend to check her little ear. All right, Grandma, sweet treasure is ready. You can say it. Her clever and soft appearance melted everyone's hearts. Their eyes filled with warmth, as if they wanted to drown the little girl in love. Jiang Fenghua couldn't help but smile. He reached out and picked Yu Jiotian up, sitting her on his lap. He said with a smile, Sweet treasure, now everyone knows you are the reincarnation of a little fairy. Their attitude towards you will change. They might be afraid of offending you, so they try to praise you and make you happy. They might say things to make you smile, or do things to please you. Some might even show you their best side just to use your talents for their own benefit. But you're still just a child, and you were before and you are now. If too many people try to spoil you, you might start to think you are better than others, becoming a proud and arrogant child instead of the obedient, cute, humble, and sensible Yu Jiotian everyone knows. That's why you need your family to guide you, to help you tell right from wrong, and not be fooled by vanity. Look at your uncles, they are also confused just like Grandma. They don't know whether to see you as a little fairy or as a member of the Yu family. If you truly believe you are a little fairy, then we will respect that and let you grow however you want. But if you honestly see yourself just as a Yu family member, then no matter how talented you become or how impressive you seem to outsiders, in our eyes, you are just an ordinary child. We will love and care for you, but if you make mistakes, we will scold or even punish you, just like your older brothers. We won't treat you differently. So, even with all this, do you still want to be a part of our Yu family as a grandchild? When the old lady finished speaking, everyone at the table fell silent. Their eyes sparkled with pride. Yes, their mother saw through their thoughts and made it clear how they should treat sweet treasure in the future. The family looked at Yu Jiotian and their smiles showed relief. They were almost certain about how she would answer. If she said yes, it would definitely be because she wanted to. Sweet Yu Jiotian pouted her little mouth and gently held Jiang Fenghua's face with her small hands. She looked serious and shook her tiny head, saying, "Grandma, what you said made sweet baby angry." Jiang Fenghua's serious expression froze, and she looked at her niece with confusion. Everyone else's smiles paused as well. Were they imagining things? Amidst everyone's confusion, Yu Tian quickly slipped down from Jiang Fenghua's lap, skillfully took off her little shoes, and held them in her hand. She turned around, stuck out her little bottom, and waved her tiny hand, saying, "Come on, hit me. Today, if Grandma doesn't hit Sweet Baby, she'll be so angry she won't be able to be comforted." While speaking, she drew a big circle with her small hands and said in a tiny, angry voice, "A few days ago, Big Brother and Second Brother just ran around and knocked over a water basin. Grandma hit them with a stick until they cried. But yesterday, I made a big mistake and Grandma didn't even want to spank me. Today, Grandma said so many things. I don't understand much, but I do understand one thing. Grandma definitely doesn't see me as her real granddaughter. Wah wah wah, Sweet Baby feels so pitiful." By the end, her big eyes filled with tears, and she started to cry sadly. Jiang Fenghua was both amused and helpless by her clever little mind, holding her tiny shoe in her hand with nowhere to put it. The brothers looked at each other, trying not to laugh out loud. They watched their once-admired grandma, who was now looking like she was enjoying the show. Their mother really was shooting herself in the foot. "Grandma, if you don't hit me, you really don't see me as your real granddaughter." Wah wah wah. Seeing Jiang Fenghua not making a move, Yu Tian cried even louder. But inside, she was secretly feeling proud and excited. She didn't want to admit she was moved by Grandma's words. She didn't want her family to realize she was a clever, perceptive girl inside. In this life, she planned to cling to Grandma and her brothers, acting like a mischievous little kid. Grandma's words sounded so distant. She decided to pretend to be a fool and let Grandma feel the helplessness and tenderness.
Ha ha ha.
Jiang Fenghua was overwhelmed. All right, it's Grandma's fault. Grandma, hit me back." The old lady raised her small shoe, closed her eyes, clenched her teeth, and gave a gentle tap on Yu Tian's little bottom. Ugh, it's too light. Sweet Baby doesn't feel any pain. Big Brother and Second Brother were both crying loudly when Grandma hit them. Grandma is so biased. Seeing her uncles and aunt all laughing happily, with no more of the previous worry or doubt, and noticing Grandma's caring expression from behind her, Yu Tian felt a wave of mixed feelings. As a child, it's normal to get scolded sometimes. Proper discipline is actually a blessing she wishes for. Jiang Fenghua now regrets speaking so kindly earlier. He was serious then, but now he's full of regret. But no matter how much he cares, he still raised the shoe and gave Yu Tian a firm pat on her bottom. Wow, this made Yu Tian cry even louder, covering her bottom and tears streaming down her face. Seeing that it was enough, Yu Tian quickly turned away, bobbing her head and saying through her tears, "Okay, hick. Okay, no more. Hick. No need to hit anymore." Sweet Baby knows Grandma isn't biased. She looked serious, trying to find a way to comfort herself. Everyone in the room couldn't hold back their laughter anymore, laughing so hard they bent over. Even Stone's mouth curved into a bright smile. Only Jia and Jia Xing looked at Yu Tian with a puzzled expression. Was her sister silly? She actually wanted to be scolded. The lively scene from the Yu family spread beyond the courtyard walls to the neighbors. Inside the quiet dining room, the grandparents and grandchildren exchanged glances, their eyes filled with clever, silent understanding. The whole family worked together, wise and brave. They used clever plans to break Zhao Yumei's rumors, earning the respect and awe of the villagers. This family truly was different. The trouble in the Yu family was over, but the same couldn't be said for Tongrentang in the city. Zheng Jun, the commander, took his men and brought Tong Zhonggui to court. He said that during his patrol, he encountered 3 bandits trying to rob the townspeople. Although Zheng Jun acted quickly and was a bit harsh, injuring the bandits so they couldn't fight back, he found some secret letters from Tong Zhonggui to the bandits in their possession. These letters were about hiring killers and revenge, and also revealed that the Yu family was hiding a large sum of money. Although the magistrate benefited from Tongren Hall and was Zheng Jun's direct superior, he was still upset about the recent events. Zheng Jun's act of bringing 3 bandits and shopkeeper Tong to court caused a big fuss, and now everyone in Huzhou City knew about it. The common people hated Tongren Hall for being greedy and disrespecting their lives. Now, shopkeeper Tong was accused of colluding with bandits to steal money and harm people, which made everyone very angry. On the day of the trial, almost half the city's residents gathered outside the court to watch. Even though the magistrate was far from the emperor and could do anything he wanted, he dared not openly show favoritism in front of the angry crowd. He only ordered the bandit to be whipped 20 times and then put him in jail. Seeing shopkeeper Tong's miserable state, the people cheered loudly. Shopkeeper Tong didn't understand what was happening and only wished that some poor villagers had been lucky enough to accidentally save Zheng Jun. But no matter how much he hated it, he knew he would have to spend some time in jail. After the trial, Zheng Jun dressed up and prepared to go to Fubao village to share good news with the Yu family. He also had an important item to personally deliver to them.
Sigh.
Yu Jiutian sighed for the 8th time. She was sitting on the doorstep, resting her chin on her small hand, with a worried look on her face. She couldn't believe that the old lady was so firm. Today, she wanted to go up the mountain with her eldest uncle, but no matter how much she begged or acted cute, the old lady refused to agree. Just as she was about to give in, the old lady suddenly shut herself in her room and refused to see anyone. Although her eldest uncle also wanted to take her, he didn't dare challenge the old lady's authority. Yu Jiutian could only give up and stop trying. Sweetie, come help Uncle Wu with the herbs. I have many questions to ask you. Yu Chuanli looked at the lonely little girl at the door and tried to change the subject to cheer her up. The little girl shifted her small bottom on the doorstep. Uncle Wu, I'm lazy and clumsy today. You can save your questions for tomorrow. Yu Chuanli looked at Su Xionyang, who nodded in understanding. Sweetie, come see the little floral jacket your aunt made for you. It's very pretty. The little girl twitched her little bottom and said, Thank you, Auntie. I like the little floral jacket you made. She said this, but she didn't turn her head. Su Xiaoxiang's embroidery needle paused, and she helplessly exchanged a glance with Yu Chuanli. Jiahe and Jiaxing quickly made a sedan chair by hand, tilting their heads to coax her. Sister, come up quickly. Big brother will take you in the sedan chair. Yu Jiutian's big eyes sparkled as she shook her little fists in full refusal. Big brother, second brother, you can play by yourselves. Tian Bao is afraid of falling. Jiahe and Jiaxing could only hang their heads and squat nearby, playing with stones while keeping an eye on their sister. Suddenly, a big hand appeared, holding a small rabbit in front of the little girl. Yu Jiutian looked away from her distant gaze, carefully stared at the little rabbit for a while, then suddenly widened her eyes. Wow, is this
A bunny-bun?
so cute? As she spoke, she already held the little rabbit in her hand, then turned her head in disbelief and asked Yu Chuanli, Fourth uncle, did you make this for Tian Bao? It wasn't that she was overly dramatic. The little bunny bun really looked just like a real bunny. For someone like her, who is not good at cooking, it was an incredible level of craftsmanship. Seeing his niece smile, Yu Chuanli finally relaxed his tense heart and smiled. Yes, I spent the whole morning making it. Is Tian Bao happy now? Yu Jiutian's big eyes sparkled with emotion, and she nodded heavily. Yes, Tian Bao is very happy. Thank you, fourth uncle. While speaking, she hugged Yu Chuanli's arm, pressed her little chubby cheek against it, then looked at the little bunny with big eyes. Sigh, Tian Bao really wants to eat it. Then try it quickly. I made it just for Tian Bao to eat, Yu Chuanli said, puzzled. But the bunny is so cute. How can I eat it? Yu Jiutian licked her lips and, with a small smile, revealed her tiny teeth, acting a bit pretentiously. But in reality, she opened her mouth and bit off half of the bunny bun fiercely. Oh, so sweet and delicious. There's even syrup inside. A moment of pretentiousness was a sign of disrespect for good food. She quickly devoured the adorable bunny, stuffing it into her stomach, then puffed out her cheeks and looked at Yu Chuanli with lingering satisfaction. Fourth uncle, is there more? No need to worry about calories or gaining weight. The happiness of being a child is something no one can understand. A sense of achievement surged in Yu Chuan's heart, and he nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. I'll go get more for you now. Standing up and looking at his eager nephews, he smiled softly. You guys get a share too. Jaha and Jaheng immediately cheered happily, sitting side by side on the doorstep. Little sister is so good. Yes, yes. Following sister means we get to eat delicious food every day. Maybe because Jaha and Jaheng's happiness was contagious, Yu Jiotian also finally felt happy. The three little bodies pressed close to each other, bumping and bouncing with joy. Yu Chuani, seeing the envy in Yu Chuani and Su Xianyang's eyes, proudly brought over some rabbit-shaped buns for the three little ones. Is that Uncle Zheng? Yu Jiotian, who was happily munching on candy, suddenly stood up and pointed at a few people walking over nearby, looking surprised. Everyone in the yard heard this, and quickly got up to come over. The old lady couldn't hold back anymore, and came out to see what was happening. Uncle Zheng, it's really Uncle Zheng. The three little ones recognized the visitor and hurriedly ran over. Zheng Jun was originally looking around, but when he saw the three children from a Yu family running toward him, his face lit up. He quickly stepped forward, Tian Bao. Jaha and Jaheng. They ran so fast that Yu Jiotian couldn't stop herself and directly threw herself onto Zheng Jun's thigh. Soon after, Jaha and Jaheng bumped into him. Zheng Jun was quick to catch Yu Jiotian, lifting her up, then swiftly used one hand to steady her brothers. Yu Jiotian suddenly floated in the air. Instinctively, she grabbed whatever she could hold to stay steady, then shyly said, Sorry, Uncle Zheng. I was so happy you came suddenly. Did I hurt you when I bumped into you? No, Uncle's not hurt. Tian Bao, can you please let go of Uncle now? Ouch! The innocent enthusiasm of the three children made Zheng Jun very happy, but also made him smile and feel a bit helpless. Yu Jiotian looked at her hands. One was clutching Zheng Jun's hair tie, and the other was pulling his nose. She quickly let go in embarrassment. The villagers nearby, watching the scene, couldn't help but laugh quietly and wondered about the relationship between the visitors and the Yu family. Su Xianyang smiled apologetically at Zheng Jun, then glared at Jia and Jia Xing. Your brothers. How can you be so mischievous with your sister? Luckily, Uncle Zheng is strong, or he might have been knocked over just now. Yu Chuanli, who followed behind, pinched the noses of the two brothers. You little troublemakers. Jia and Jia Xing shyly stuck out their tongues and quickly apologized to Zheng Jun. Zheng Jun chuckled and took a small paper package from his pocket, handing it to Jia and Jia Xing. It's okay. You like Uncle Zheng so much that you're excited. Uncle Zheng is happy just to see that. But your mother is right. You need to behave better in the future or you might hurt yourself or others. Here, Uncle Zheng bought you some bean cakes. Go ahead and eat. Jia and Jia Xing were very happy, but this time they didn't go wild. They looked eagerly at Su Xianyang. Seeing her nod, they happily took the cakes and called out, Sister, come down. There's delicious food. As Su Xianyang let go, Yu Jiotian skillfully slipped down. The three children happily ran back to their yard to share the cakes. Su Xianyang thanked the villagers who led the way. Yu Chuanli smiled and called to Zheng Jun. Come on, Brother Zheng, let's go home and talk. He gestured for Zheng Jun to follow. Zheng Jun grinned and followed along. When they arrived at Yu's house, the old lady was waiting at the door. She nodded when she saw Zheng Jun. Zheng Jun quickly cupped his fists and bowed deeply. Greetings, Auntie. I apologize for coming uninvited today. Jiang Fenghua hurried forward to help him up. Yu Chuanli excitedly introduced, Mom, this is Brother Zheng who helped us at the city gate last time. Jiang Fenghua was surprised and quickly prepared to bow. I didn't know you were Lord Zheng. Sorry for the disrespect. Please don't call me that, Auntie. It makes me uncomfortable, Zheng Jun said politely, helping her up with a gentle but slightly nervous expression. Jiang Fenghua invited everyone into the main hall. Su Xianyang and Yu Chuanli were busy. One went to call her three brothers, and the other went into the kitchen to prepare food. Although Yu Jiotian and Jia Xing shared the cakes, their big eyes kept glancing toward the hall, where the two people were happily talking. Zheng Jun's face was full of smiles, but inside, she felt strangely uneasy. Brother Zheng, why are you here? When Jiang Fenghua heard Zheng Jun talk about his close friendship with Yu Chuanzhong, the sound of Yu Chuanzhong's excited voice came from the gate. No wonder I caught a mountain chicken as soon as I entered the mountain today. Turns out, your family is hosting a distinguished guest. Zheng Jun's face lit up with joy, and he quickly got up to go outside. Brother Yu, several brothers exchanged greetings, and the yard suddenly became lively, like a festival. Inside the main room, the family and a few children were crowded together. Hearing Zheng Jun's words, Yu Chuanzhong stood up excitedly. Zheng Jun smiled and nodded. Later, I went to see the prison cell. Manager Tong was lying sadly on a pile of straw, unable to move. Everyone in the house was very happy. Manager Tong really deserved it. Jun, with this, do you think the magistrate will come after you? Only Jiang Fenghua showed some worry between his brows. The brothers also felt a little nervous. Originally, asking Zheng Jun for help was just to trouble him for no reason. If they caused him more trouble, they would truly be in big trouble, just like the old lady said.
Zheng Yun chuckled.
Auntie, don't worry. I am responsible for the security of Huzhou City. Seizing the bandits is my duty, and the magistrate will think I am new and eager to make a quick achievement. He won't have other thoughts. Jiang Fenghua relaxed his brow. That's good, that's good. Everyone in the house finally felt relieved and started to smile. Yu Jiutian clapped her hands happily. Uncle Zheng is amazing. He defeated the bad guys. Jia Jiaxing also clapped and echoed. Uncle Zheng is amazing. Uncle Zheng is amazing. The innocent praise from the children made Zheng Jun's eyebrows lift happily, and he looked even more confident. Tianbao, I just got Auntie's permission. From now on, I am a member of the Yu family. You have to call me Uncle. The Yu family members looked at each other, all moved. Yu Chuanji felt even more emotional. The danger of saving people back then was great, and now he felt even more grateful. Uncle. Tianbao has a new uncle. Tianbao is so happy. Yu Jiutian clung to Zheng Jun's knees, bouncing up and down happily, unable to hide her joy. Jia Jiaxing also jumped happily. Uncle, now we have an uncle too, but you two still have to call him Uncle. Uncle Zheng is half a year younger than Dad, but older than the other uncles. From now on, he will be your second uncle. Yu Chuanzhong couldn't help but laugh and glare at the two boys, quickly correcting their way of addressing him. Jia He and Jia Xing were surprised and pointed at the Yu brothers, asking, so from now on, the second uncle becomes the third uncle? The third becomes the fourth. Then the fifth becomes the sixth? Is that right? Yu Chuanli's eyelid twitched, and he suddenly felt uncomfortable being called the sixth. Jiang Fenghua's face finally relaxed into a happy, relieved smile. The children have grown up. Whether brave and straightforward or clever and cautious, as long as they hold good values and kind thoughts, they will attract others like them. To learn how to stand in the world, one must go through ups and downs. As long as they stay alert, I believe each of them will use their strengths to bring honor to the Yu family. The children called him second uncle on the left and second uncle on the right. Zheng Jun was overwhelmed with laughter, almost crying with joy. He was an only son in the family, so he always discussed everything with his mother. But some things were hard to say aloud to her. He often envied those with many brothers. He never expected that now he would suddenly have 5 brothers and 3 adorable nephews and nieces. After the excitement, Zheng Jun wiped his tears and calmed his face. He took out 2 items from his pocket. Seeing his serious expression, the Yu family stopped joking and looked at him together. Yu Jiutian also widened her eyes, observing the items in Zheng Jun's hands, an envelope and a thick booklet. Zheng Jun looked at Jiang Fenghua, the head of the family. Annie, actually, today I only wanted to inform Master Tong about the outcome. But I have urgent news to tell you all. The front lines are retreating step by step. We have lost 3 cities already. Our soldiers have retreated to Lincheng Xiangzhou. The southern barbarians are strong and well supplied with food, but our army is short of soldiers and supplies. It might not be long before they attack Xiangzhou and march straight to Huzhou. Everyone's heart sank, and even the children grew quiet. Jiang Fenghua's grip tightened suddenly. Juan, does this mean we have to run away again. They had only been safe for 4 or 5 years. She had prayed day and night that the summer army could hold off the enemy, but it seemed hopeless now. Auntie, don't worry. I came today to give you an early warning so you can prepare. Zheng Jun gently comforted and quickly handed the items in his hand to Jiang Fenghua. This booklet is a travel permit for entering the capital. It records all the elders and children of the Yu family. With this, you can travel safely to the city. Once you reach the emperor's court, you'll be temporarily safe. This letter is my personal note, with my official seal inside. When you arrive in the city, go to the address on it to find my uncle. He will help you find a safe place to settle. You're so thoughtful in arranging everything for us. What about your wife, children, and mother? Jiang Fenghua held the envelope and travel permit tightly, like clutching Zheng Jun's burning heart, and couldn't help but ask about him.
Unexpectedly, Zheng Yun smiled bitterly.
In the next moment, he knelt at the old lady's feet and bowed his head heavily. Auntie, I am a city general. The enemy army is ahead, and I cannot run away from the battle. As long as I can protect Xiaoyu and the common people, I am willing to die on the battlefield. But it's my lovely wife, children, and mother. The journey to the capital is more than 1,000 miles. They are just women and children, and I fear they cannot reach the city safely. His brothers were moved by Zheng Jun's loyalty and courage. They stepped closer, trying to help him up. Jiang Fenghua also quickly got off his chair, half-squatted to be level with Zheng Jun, and reached out to help him up. Child, say what you need to say. Unexpectedly, Zheng Jun's knees seemed welded to the ground. Tears flickered in his eyes as he looked at Jiang Fenghua. Auntie, a Jun is the only son in the family. If I go to the front lines, I can't protect my family well. I have a humble request. Can my wife and children go to the capital with you family? I will sell all our house and belongings to give them money so they have some support. I will take care of myself and won't cause trouble for you. As long as my elder brother and brothers can protect their lives. After saying this, he lowered his head, afraid to look at the old lady. Fleeing was already difficult enough, and now he had to worry about caring for the weak and elderly. It was a heavy burden, but he was transferred to Huzhou City. Besides the Yu family, there was no one else he could trust. All right, Andy agrees. Get up first, Jiang Fenghua said. He stood up and helped Zheng Jun to his feet. Looking at the loyal and filial boy in front of him, a wave of sadness filled his heart, and tears welled up in his eyes. With the help of his brothers, Zheng Jun was finally pulled back onto the chair. Beyond feeling excited, he was mostly overwhelmed with gratitude and worry. The 9-foot-tall man looked nervous, like a small wife. Auntie, older brother, brothers, thank you all. If I, Zheng, am lucky enough to survive, I will work like a beast to repay your kindness. First, there was the life-saving kindness. Now there was the protection of the family. He felt he could never repay the Yu family in his lifetime. Second brother, why are you so shy and nervous like a girl? Since you call me older brother, protecting auntie and your younger siblings is my duty as the eldest. Moreover, you went to the front lines, risking your life to protect the safety of the people of Xiaoyu. Even if we are strangers, we should protect your family. Otherwise, it would hurt the morale of the soldiers at the front. Yes, second brother, don't worry. We will protect auntie and sister-in-law. The family members cheered up, rolled up their sleeves, and showed their small muscles. Second uncle, we will also protect sister and little brother Huai'an. The two little ones looked very serious, making the adults feel touched. Zheng Jun suddenly welled up with tears. Good. Zheng Jun is so lucky to meet you all. Even if I have to risk my life, I will kill more southern barbarians to give you a safer life. Yu Jiu Tian, who was nearby, finally couldn't hold back her tears. Her big eyes filled with tears. The worries about the enemy attacking the city, the fear, and the uncertainty of fleeing all flooded her mind. Plus, her second uncle's passionate patriotism, the Yu family's effort to protect him, and the most loyal and honest people in the world performing such a touching scene. She couldn't help but cry. Jiang Fenghua noticed Yu Jiu Tian quietly crying, even trying to hold back sobs. He quickly hugged her and comforted her. Good girl, are you scared? Yu Jiu Tian nodded first, then quickly shook her head and stopped crying. Tianbao is crying because she's moved by second uncle. During the chaos of war, she didn't want her family to worry about her. Even though she's not a 3-year-old child, she couldn't help but feel scared in the face of war. At this moment, she realized how good modern China is. Only a strong country can give its people peace of mind. But now, she knew she could never go back. Everyone saw Yu Jiutian's expression and felt a mix of emotions. Jun, when do we leave? Jiang Fenghua gently patted Yu Jiutian, who was curled up obediently in her arms, and sighed as she asked. The atmosphere in the room was tense and heavy. The war had lasted for 6 or 7 years. When would it finally end and bring peace? The room was filled with sadness, but Zheng Jun refused to show his worry. After a moment of thought, he spoke seriously. If possible, let's prepare tonight and set out tomorrow. Yu Chuanzhong was surprised. So urgent. Based on what I expect, the enemy will take Xiangzhou City in at most a week. When that happens, families will be separated and people can't outrun horses. The sooner we leave, the better our chances. Zheng Jun decisively cut off all doubts and hesitations from the Yu family, his eyes serious and determined. After a brief silence, Jiang Fenghua agreed. We will follow Jun's plan. Let's pack our things tonight. Jun, you should also go home and tell your family to prepare. We will meet at the official road leading to Xiangzhou City at dawn tomorrow. She looked troubled as she continued. We are grateful that your family could escape early, but the villagers have helped us a lot. Over the years, we've built bonds with our neighbors. If we had not known the news early, it would be one thing. But now that we do, we really can't escape alone. Once the Nanman army attacks the city, there will be destruction and chaos, and survival will be very difficult. The village of Fu Bao might be destroyed. She couldn't abandon her old friends, nor could she leave Zhou, the village head who was fair and had always looked out for the Yu family. Zheng Jun thought for a moment and then nodded. Auntie, I understand. Soon, you should find the village head and discuss quietly with everyone. Spread the news carefully. Whoever they are all my people of Xiaoyu. If the war ends someday, we will need our farmers, women weaving, and children to rebuild and continue life. Saving one person is worth it. The court knows that the war has affected many, and many refugees will flee to the capital. Orders have been issued across the provinces, and they won't stop ordinary people from passing through the city. But without a pass, entering the capital is impossible. We can only stay in the lower city of Huzhou. How to survive then depends on each person's ability. Jiang Fenghua sighed in relief and nodded repeatedly. Of course. If we didn't inform you, it would be our family's fault for not showing gratitude. But on the run, with life and death uncertain, we can't control everything. Yes, I've already delivered the message. Everything else depends on Auntie's decision. My nephew has a few more words for Auntie. Be sure to hide valuables and grain to avoid trouble. Other belongings should be kept to a minimum. Too much baggage will only slow us down. After speaking, Zheng Jun bowed deeply to Jiang Fenghua. Auntie, now that the city is on high alert, I can't stay long. I must take my leave. Second brother, you've eaten, so it's not too late to leave now. Yu Chuanzhong couldn't help but try to persuade him, but Jiang Fenghua stopped him. Jun is busy with military affairs. We shouldn't delay him. Quickly ask Xiaoxiang to find some good food for Jun to take along. It will help him when he's hungry on the road. Zheng Jun nodded appreciatively, not refusing the old lady's kindness. Yu Chuanzhong hurried to the kitchen, while the family saw Zheng Jun off at the courtyard gate. Oldest and second take Jun into the city, then buy 2 ox carts. If you can't find a unicycle cart, that's fine too. After wrapping the meat pie for Zheng Jun, Jiang Fenghua gave instructions to her eldest son. Zheng Jun looked up at the old lady with respect, impressed by her calmness and planning. Sending his wife, children, and mother to the Yu family was the right choice. Yu Chuanzhong was eager to leave. He had some personal words he wanted to share with his brother-in-law and couldn't wait. He called his second brother and they walked out side by side with Zheng Jun. Third brother, quickly invite the village chief to come to our house. As soon as they left, Jiang Fenghua spoke to her third son. Yu Quanan appeared serious as he left the house. The old lady paced around the yard, observing everything with a tight frown, feeling reluctant. Finally, she sighed. Fengyi is cooking. Xiaoxiang and Chuanli quickly pack the important items into the main hall, then decide what to take. The others hurried to check and gather their belongings. Yu Jiutian watched her family busy, feeling small and helpless. Her heart was anxious and empty. She tugged at her grandmother's sleeve. Grandma, keep the family safe and prosperous. Take your sister to play, and don't cause trouble. Leaving words for his two grandsons, Jiang Fenghua gently patted Yu Jiutian's head before hurriedly entering the room. As long as the children didn't cry or make trouble, adults saw them as well-behaved and sensible. Yu Jiutian slowly lowered her small hands, her big eyes showing a hint of disappointment. But seeing that Jiahe and Jiahen looked worried and confused, she gradually became strong. Although she couldn't help much, she could distract her brother's emotions. Thinking of this, Yu Jiutian took her brother's hands and said seriously, "Big brother and second brother, shall we have a competition?" Jiaheng and Jiahe found it interesting and nodded eagerly. How do we compare? Since the adults are so busy, let's each find someone to help. We can see who helps the most and does the best. Is that okay? Finally, everyone shared what they had done. Whoever did the best and helped the most would get a prize from Tianbao. Jiaheng and Jiahe nodded firmly. Seeing their faces change from fear to excitement, Yu Jiutian felt relieved. Then the three children split up and went to different adults' rooms to start helping seriously. They handed things over, ran errands, and worked carefully and diligently. Although they didn't help much, their obedient and sensible behavior made the adults feel more at ease. It's important for adults to set a good example. When adults panic and are disorganized, children find it hard to stay calm. Soon, Zhou Changsheng and Yu Quanan hurried into the yard and headed straight to the main hall. Oh dear, why so sudden? Zhou Changsheng couldn't sit still after hearing Jiang Fenghua's words. He stood anxiously, pacing back and forth. I knew this day would come eventually, but I didn't expect it to happen so suddenly. What are we supposed to do now? Village head, you must stay calm. Otherwise, the villagers will panic even more, Jiang Fenghua quickly reassured him. Fortunately, this happened after the harvest, so we won't go hungry on the run. Thinking back to when we first heard the news during the chaos of war, fleeing under the enemy's swords and horses, we had no time to prepare. We traveled to Huzhou City hungry and cold, so many hardships. While speaking, Zhou Changsheng forcibly pressed himself onto a chair. Fortunately, you found out about the news and are still thinking of our Fubao village. On behalf of the villagers, I thank the Yu family. You're right. At least we have one more day to prepare. Zhang Daxiao, since you have experience escaping from hardship, this time, Fubao village is relying on you. Jiang Fenghua nodded slightly, but his face looked more serious. Village chief, I need to be honest first. There are many people in the village and everyone's minds are different. This is the first time we're facing such a situation, so it's natural that not everyone will agree. The Yu family can lead everyone to escape, but you must clearly tell everyone that they must follow your instructions. If anyone is unwilling or uncooperative, they must be expelled from the escape team immediately. We can't afford to have troublemakers or disruptions that could delay our plans. In the past, when the whole village escaped, they fought over food, protected neighbors with swords, and even resorted to terrible acts like cannibalism. When life was peaceful and joyful, the whole village was like one big family. But in the face of survival, those memories became a terrible joke. To stay alive, human nature turned cruel and harsh. Jiang had seen this happen before and almost became someone she despised. Now, she never wanted to see such scenes again. Zhou Changsheng nodded repeatedly, without hesitation. Although he hadn't experienced escape himself, he vividly remembered how the Yu family, when they first entered the village, clothed in rags, thin, scarred, and exhausted, looked. He could imagine how brutal that experience must have been. He could almost feel the pain and suffering they endured. The two discussed the details of the village meeting. Zhou Changsheng then called out to the Yu brothers and asked them to gather their family members to notify everyone in the village. Jiang Fenghua stopped Yu Chuanli and told him to go to Yanglu village and inform Granny Ma. If she was willing, she could come with them. Yu Chuanli didn't dare delay. He quickly drank some water and hurriedly left the yard. Zhou Chongsheng and his group moved quickly. In the time it took to burn 2 incense sticks, they had gathered all the villagers in front of the Zhou family's yard. There were 68 households, with 197 people of all ages surrounding the Zhou family tightly. Such a large gathering for a village meeting hadn't happened in 5 years, since the last time they helped people escape from hardship. Zhou Chongsheng wanted everyone to see clearly what he was saying, so he brought out 2 tables. He stood on one, and Jiang Fenghua also stood on the other. The brothers from the Yu family gathered around their mother's table. The villagers saw that Zhou Chongsheng and old lady Jiang looked very serious, and they felt worried and uneasy. As a village head for over 20 years, Zhou Chongsheng quickly calmed himself. When he cleared his throat, everyone fell silent and quietly told the young children not to make noise. This is an urgent matter, so I won't waste time. Everyone listened carefully. The noble visitor from the city, who came with the Yu family for a medical consultation, brought very bad news. Xiangzhou City is almost taken over by the enemy, and our Huzhou City will be next. When the enemy's horses reach Huzhou, it will be a disaster, and there will be no way to escape. Originally, the Yu family could have escaped tonight alone, but because of the kindness and support they received from Fubao village, they risked telling us the news, giving us a chance to survive. The noble visitor has shown us the way. Only by fleeing directly to the capital can we have a chance to live. At this point, the crowd was already restless and unable to stay calm. Zhou Chongsheng paused, letting everyone process the news first. Is it true? Are the enemies really coming? It should be true. Today, I went with others to find the Yu family, but at first, they didn't seem very worried. How did such shocking news suddenly come out? Village head said the noble visitor only wanted to tell the Yu family to escape alone, so they wouldn't show any signs of urgency when they arrived. Old lady Jiang looks so serious. She must be telling the truth. I've lived in Fubao village all my life. I don't want to leave. Me too. For a moment, some women with fragile hearts started crying loudly. The adults wept, and the children, feeling scared, also started crying out loud. The scene became very chaotic. Everyone, control your emotions. If we attract the attention of the officials, it might be even harder to leave later. Jiang Fenghua looked at the crying crowd below, feeling sad and complicated, but his face was very serious. This is a matter of life and death. Our Yu family does not want to be untrustworthy, so we only shared the news. Whether you believe it or want to escape together is your own choice. Yes, we only tell the news. We don't force anyone to believe. Whether you run away or stay, it's up to you. If you want to escape together, each family should send one person to register with me. The rest should go prepare supplies. If you don't want to leave, keep your mouth shut. If you do anything to betray the village, I will not forgive you. Zhou Chongsheng's face was stern and commanding. Before registering, I want to say this clearly. The Yu family has experience from previous escapes, and Sister Jiang is good at planning. This time, I, as the village head, will follow her lead. Anyone escaping together must be united and follow Yu family's advice. If you are stubborn and refuse to listen, I suggest you go alone. Don't cause trouble for everyone or yourself later. Our Yu family is not arrogant. We only survived by struggling and fleeing to Huzhou City, learning from hunger and cold. We hope to help everyone avoid unnecessary trouble, but the journey will be dangerous. Yu family can help, but we won't be responsible for anyone's safety. Time is short. Everyone, discuss quickly and decide soon. After speaking, Jiang Fenghua turned to Zhou Chongsheng. Village head, I've said everything I need to. We haven't packed up yet. Please record the list of those escaping with us. We will leave at dawn. Zhou Chongsheng nodded. Su Xianyang and Yu Chuanli helped Jiang Fenghua down from the table. The family didn't stay long and hurried to the Yu family's house. Grandma Zhang didn't doubt her old sister. She quickly waved to her family. Dolly, go register with the village head. The others, go home and pack. I'll go find Sister Jiang to discuss a few more things. After saying that, she hurried after the Yu family. Zhou Chongshen called his daughter Zhou Bikui to bring paper and pen. His wife, Zhou Lishir, also quickly brought a chair. Lower your voices when discussing, and those who are ready to go to the capital should come forward quickly to register. Our Zhou family also needs to pack up. I don't have extra time to waste chatting with you. After an hour, I will stop registering. Anyone not on the list can do as they please. Zhou Chongqing sat down and began registering the names and numbers of the Zhang family, reminding his family to hurry and prepare. Once he finished speaking, everyone looked anxious and hesitant. Each family formed small circles, whispering and discussing quietly. Occasionally, heated arguments broke out. Seeing this, Zhou Chongqing frowned and sighed. It's understandable that villagers find it hard to decide. Most of them have lived in the village all their lives. Before the meeting, they were probably just thinking about dinner or what work to do tomorrow. But now, they have to leave their homes quickly and face an unknown journey. No one can stay calm. In a short time, more than 10 families stepped forward and lined up at Zhou Chongqing's table. These were families who were usually kind and obedient, admired Zhou Chongqing, and had good relations with the Yu family. Soon after, families who had previously fled into the village also came forward and queued up. They had suffered hardships and loved the safety of Fu Bao village more than the original residents. But they trusted what the Yu family said. Although they had to escape again, this time it was much better than before. The people in line encouraged others to join. Some hurried home to pack. Soon, the crowd formed a long line. Zhou Chongqing called his daughter to help with registration, which sped things up a lot. At the end of the line, Zhao Yumei looked shocked and worried. No, she didn't want to go through another restless escape. Her last experience was like a nightmare. Even now, she trembles with fear when she remembers it. After meeting the Yu family, things got a little better, but they still had no food or proper clothes. This time, she had no support from the Yu family. The villagers had also offended her, and no one would help her or care about her and her orphan mother. Seeing everyone lined up, Zhao Yumei was so panicked she stood quietly at the back. 68 families, not one willing to go alone. Zhou Chongqing finished registering everyone in about half an hour. When Zhao Yumei nervously announced the final name, he looked up with cold eyes, showing no sympathy. People, never make mistakes for temporary gains, or you will end up abandoned and hated. After registering, Zhao Yumei, feeling lost and hopeless, returned to her small mountain cabin. Looking at the last half bag of food and Hu Xinhua, who was too weak to care for herself, she felt despair inside. The next moment, she clenched her teeth, carried Hu Xinhua, and hurriedly headed to the Yu family's house. Auntie, it's all Yumei's fault. Yumei was blinded by greed, and she's as foolish as a pig. Please, considering our past relationship, give us a way to survive. Grandma Jiang, Xinhua, is so pitiful. She's always in pain, and she can't eat enough or stay warm. Xinhua knows she was wrong. She can be like Sister Tianbao's little dog, as long as Grandma Jiang and the uncles give her a little love. Please, Grandma Jiang, please, uncles and aunties. At the gate of the Yu family's yard, Zhao Yumei knelt and kept kowtowing, while Hu Xinhua also knelt weakly. Mother and daughter cried and begged for forgiveness. In the past, such scenes would have attracted a crowd to watch, but now everyone was too busy to care what the mother and daughter were doing. Even passers-by only glanced briefly and hurried on. The Yu family heard Zhao Yumei and her daughter's voices, but paid no attention. Only the 3 young Yu children peeked through the door, watching outside. Hearing what Hu Xinhua said, Yu Jiutian's face was very complicated. She was willing to say anything, even calling herself a dog, just to stay and eat at the Yu family. It was truly shameless. This child had definitely been spoiled by Zhao Yumei. But seeing the villain get what they deserved made her feel very happy. Oh, Grandma, it hurts, it hurts. Jia He and Jia Xing, who were watching eagerly, suddenly felt a pain in their ears and instinctively stood up with Jiang Fenghua's hand. Aren't you supposed to be watching your sister? Why bring her out to listen to the wild dogs barking outside? Jiang Fenghua glared coldly at Jia He and Jia Xing. The two boys quickly lowered their heads and pressed their lips together. Yu Jiu, feeling a bit dizzy, quickly stood up and gently rubbed her two older brothers' ears, noticing they weren't red, so it seemed Grandma didn't use much force. Grandma, it was Sweet Treasure who brought the older brothers to watch the fun. If anyone was going to be pinched, it should have been Sweet Treasure's ears. As she spoke, Yujio pouted and stretched out her ears. She didn't want her two brothers to suffer unfairly, even if it wasn't a real punishment. Jiang Fenghua, after that night, was fair to everyone. He reached out and pinched Yujio's ears too. You think you can escape? The thing is, I only have two hands. Alright, the barking outside is bothering the ears. Hurry and go inside. The three little ones obediently ran into the house to help Su Xionyang and Yu Chuanny. Auntie, I know you're in the yard. Please come out and see Yumei. Let Yumei bow and apologize to you face to face, okay? When Zhao Yumei heard Jiang Fenghua's voice, she hurriedly knelt and crawled forward a few steps, but she didn't dare stand up. She was afraid the old lady might peek out from the door and see her standing, which wouldn't seem sincere enough. Hu Xinhua also slightly lifted herself, crying and calling out, Grandma Jiang, Xinhua misses you. Please come out and look at Xinhua, okay? Xinhua promises she won't be naughty anymore. With a creak, the yard gate finally opened. Zhao Yumei and Hu Xinhua looked in with surprise. Grandma Jiang, they called out, just about to kneel and move forward, when a bucket of cold water was splashed right in front of them on the ground. The splash of water and mud droplets splattered all over them. Although they weren't soaked, the coolness of the water seeped through their clothes to their skin. The autumn wind seemed to understand the Yu family's dislike of them and came to help. Zhao Yumei and her daughter shivered together. They looked up at the person who splashed the water, Jiang Fenghua, with a cold expression. Before Zhao Yumei arrived, she had guessed this would happen. She didn't feel embarrassed and didn't even wipe the mud off her face. She knelt and crawled forward directly. Auntie, your splash was good. You should have splashed Yumei directly. Yumei knew that no matter what she did, she couldn't calm her anger. But all this was caused by her confused and reckless daughter and had nothing to do with Xinhua. She begged, please look at Xinhua. It's all because I, her mother, was so muddle-headed. Her body is already weak and can't walk properly. As a weak woman, I really can't carry my sick child and our belongings to escape. She used to be your most beloved child. Please, for the sake of Xinhua, give us mother and daughter a way to survive. Take us along to escape. I can serve the Yu family as a servant. I can give all the food at home to the Yu family. I only ask that you give us a warm meal on the road. I will obey your every command. Just treat me like a dog for the Yu family, okay? Jiang Fenghua looked at the humble mother and daughter with disdain and sneered. Tsk, it was also this weak and humble appearance that made me feel pity and bring trouble into the house. Now you're doing the same thing again. No, now you are even harsher on yourself. You'd rather call yourself a beast and depend on others than work hard to live. What a pity. Even if our Yu family kept a dog, it wouldn't keep a vicious dog like you who harms the master's family. Jiang Fenghua looked coldly at Hu Xinhua again. You're just a child. You haven't really done anything wrong. It's a pity you have such a malicious mother like Zhao Yumei, so you can only endure this life. Maybe this is the debt you owed her in your past life. After saying this, the old lady turned to go inside. Get out of here. Instead of wasting time here, you might as well hurry home, pack your things, and run away. Jiang Fenghua's coldness made Zhao Yumei feel drained and she collapsed softly on the ground. It's a pity you have such a malicious mother like Zhao Yumei. You can only endure. Only endure. Hu Xinhua's mind echoed with these words. Her eyes flickered with struggle. Just as Jiang Fenghua's door was about to close with only a left, she shouted hysterically, Grandma Jiang, don't close the door. Xinhua still has something to say to you. Jiang Fenghua paused with her hand on the door, her eyes showing doubt. Seeing the narrow gap in the door, Hu Xinhua seemed to see a chance. She took a deep breath and crawled forward desperately, crying as she moved, Grandma Jiang, you said Xinhua is just a child. Whatever my mother wants to do, I can only listen. When my mother poisoned Tianbao's food, I didn't dare to say anything. I also had diarrhea because my mother forced me to eat the offering bread. I really didn't want to eat it. But none of this was up to me. I'm just a little girl. Grandma Jiang, I don't want to be my mother's daughter anymore. I want to be the Yu family's granddaughter. Please ask Grandma Jiang to take an XINU, just like taking in a little cat or dog. XINU will be obedient, and from now on, she can be like a little sister who follows you everywhere. She climbed onto the doorstep, exhausted. She could only lie weakly on the threshold, her big eyes full of pity and innocence. Even a passing stranger would feel sad and want to cry, especially the old lady who used to hold her in her arms and care for her every day. Zhao Yumei was stunned, looking at her daughter with disbelief in her eyes. Then, a sharp pain spread across her chest. Xinu wanted to become part of the Yu family, so she tore off her only piece of shameful cover. Yes, she was mean and cruel, but she did all this for her daughter. Jiang Fenghua looked at the surprised Zhao Yumei and the pleading Xinu, then slowly squatted down. Xinu's eyes filled with hope. Grandma Jiang, please, I beg you. Jiang Fenghua reached out to her daughter who had been hurt for 4 years, as if to wipe away her tears. Xinu's heart lifted with joy. She slightly leaned her face closer. But unexpectedly, Jiang Fenghua slapped her. It didn't hurt much, but it was enough to shock her. Zhao Yumei was stunned for a moment, then quickly stepped forward and hugged Xinu into her arms. Auntie, you're angry with me, but Xinu can't handle any punishment. If the old lady had shown a little mercy earlier, now her eyes were filled with almost overflowing disgust. Xinu, when you ran away from famine, your mother also knelt and begged me. But she did it not for herself, but to exchange a bowl of life-saving rice soup for you. No matter how she treated others, she was guiltless when it came to you. A son doesn't dislike his mother's ugliness, nor does a dog dislike a poor home. Today, if you betray your mother just for food, you can betray anyone in the future. Such a clear little wolf cub, I will never let you step into the Yu family again. After speaking, she entered the yard and closed the door without hesitation. With a bang, the door slammed shut, destroying the last hope of Zhao Yumei and her daughter. Xinu's eyes lost all light, replaced by overwhelming fear. She carefully observed Zhao Yumei's face, not daring to make any loud noise. I thought that if I told my mother everything, Grandma Jiang would forgive me and feel sorry for me. But I was wrong. Would my mother really get angry and leave me alone? Thinking of this, Hu Xinyue tightly grabbed Zhao Yumei's sleeve. Zhao Yumei looked stunned for a long time. Finally, it seemed she remembered something, and she quickly carried Hu Xinyue on her back and left the Yujia courtyard in a hurry. Mother, Xinyue didn't mean to do it. She was too hungry and said silly things. Please don't leave Xinyue behind. Hu Xinyue saw Zhao Yumei put her on the bed and was about to leave, which scared her very much. Zhao Yumei turned back with a cold look at her daughter, said nothing, and closed the door as she left. Mother, Xinyue was wrong. She knows she was wrong. Please don't leave Xinyue. Hu Xinyue looked at the darkening sky outside, fear filling her whole body. She cried loudly and desperately, but all she heard was the sound of footsteps fading away into silence. At the Yujia courtyard, Jiang Fenghua and the others had already packed everything into the main hall. Yu Chuanzhong and Yu Quanxiao returned before dark, bringing back 2 nearly new carts. Besides these 2 brothers, everyone else had already finished eating. Su Xuanyang and Yu Chuanyi, following the old lady's instructions, were in the kitchen making dried food. Jiang Fenghua was with Yu Jiutian in the main hall, looking at all the things in the room. Having many family members is a good thing, but now it also showed some problems. The clothes and shoes for 9 people for 3 seasons were packed into 4 big bundles. They had reduced the amount many times. Except for a few children who brought a little more, everyone else only had 2 sets of clothes. In the burlap sacks on the ground were Yu Chuanzhao's books and Yu Chuanli's medicinal herbs. On the table were Su Xuanyang's sewing basket and several new jackets she had made mostly for the children. Next to them was a bag with half a bag of cotton. But these were not the most important. The 20 bags of grain and the winter quilts for warmth were the biggest and hardest to carry. Normally, a family would be worried about such a load. Jiang Fenghua also felt a bit annoyed. She carefully discussed with Yu Jiutian, Tianbao, how much can you fit in your place? Yu Jiutian shook her little head. Tianbao doesn't know yet. We'll find out when we pack. Since they had packed less before, if they packed more now, they weren't sure if there was enough space. So, she didn't dare to say too much. Jiang Fenghua felt a little disappointed but soon cheered up. On the run, food and money are the most noticeable things. At least now, money won't be easily seen, and later, there will be a chance to rebuild and start anew. Once your grandmother and your uncles decide what to leave behind, you try to act natural. The more you can pretend, the better. Seeing her obedient granddaughter, Jiang Fenghua felt much more at ease. Compared to before, she was more confident now. She believed they could handle anything that came their way. Yu Jiutian nodded strongly. Just thinking about helping her family made her small body feel full of strength. Big brother, I'll help you load the cart. We should get everything ready tonight, so we can leave early tomorrow. After Yu Chuanzhong and Yu Quanxiao finished eating, Jiang Fenghua quickly pushed the cart to the main hall. Food is the most important, but they can't take everything. First, they can't fit it all, and second, carrying too much would attract attention. The first car was loaded with 7 or 8 bags of grain, taking up most of the space. The remaining space was used for the family's winter clothes and a few quilts covered with burlap to protect from rain. These items filled one cart. The second cart had a layer of mats on the front, where the elderly and children sat to rest. The back was filled with pots, bowls, and utensils for the kitchen. On the sides, they tied hoes and sickles for use on the road. All these essentials were packed. The house still had 10 bags of grain, some potatoes on the ground, books, medicinal herbs, and more than half of the quilts still waiting to be loaded. The brothers looked at everything they couldn't take and felt a little sad and reluctant. But no matter how important material things are, they are not as vital as life itself. In Yonglu village, Yu Chuanli had already helped Granny Ma pack a simple bag. The two hurried out of the village under the cover of night. Yu Chuanli carried a large basket of grain, holding a bag of items in one hand, some quilts and clothes, and a big bag of medicinal herbs Granny Ma couldn't leave behind. Grandma Ma was also busy, carrying a medical box on her back and holding 2 large bags of herbs. Luckily, the herbs were dried and not too heavy. The old lady moved more easily than Yu Chuanli, feeling lighter by 2 or 3 points. Soon, the two of them left the village entrance. Now you've seen for yourself. Believe me, I wasn't just talking nonsense. Under the night sky, outside the first household at the village entrance, a group of people was lying by the courtyard wall. Using the moonlight, they watched clearly as the 2 people carried large and small bags and left the village. I've already delivered the message. How you decide is up to you. A thin woman spoke to the village chief and then hurriedly left. The remaining villagers looked at each other, unable to speak. Lai Ho Hot broke the silence first. Grandma Ma is carrying so much stuff. She's definitely running away. What should we do? If the enemy army attacks, no one in the village will survive. Grandma Ma is really cold-hearted. She just ran off quietly without saying a word, not even greeting us. We're all from the same village after all. That's right. Luckily, this young woman is kind. She came to inform us despite the trouble. Now, we won't be kept in the dark. We might not even know how we died. Village chief, say something. If what this young woman said is true, then before dawn tomorrow, everyone in Fubao village will leave. If we're late, we won't catch up. The group excitedly discussed in the dark night, urging the worried old village chief. The old village chief sighed. Everyone, go tell your families. Pack your important belongings tonight. We leave at the 3rd watch of the night, exactly at dawn, waiting at the 3-way fork on the official road for the people from Fubao village. After he finished speaking, the dozen or so families called out hurriedly dispersed. Most went home to pack, while a few enthusiastic ones walked along the road, knocking on doors to quickly inform others. Suddenly, the peaceful Yonglu village was awakened by shocking news. Some people didn't believe it and asked around, trying to find out more. Others, half asleep, listened for a moment and then woke up in shock. Some couldn't bear to leave their warm beds, covering their ears and convincing themselves it was just a rumor. Turning over, they continued to sleep soundly. When they returned to Yu's house, it was already midnight. Although the situation was chaotic and people felt anxious, Jiang Fenghua still remembered to be polite. She instructed her sons to load Ma Popo's belongings onto the cart while personally pouring her some cooled water to quench her thirst. I just couldn't resist the big horseshoe-shaped blades of the southern barbarians. I didn't expect my wife, at her old age, to have to leave her home. It's truly a sorrow for me, Xiaoyu. After rushing all day, Ma Popo was very thirsty. She drank the water in one gulp, then let out a long sigh, her usually serious face showing a hint of sadness. Master, don't be sad. Tian Bao was a little scared at first, but now she's happy. Yujio Tian, with big bright eyes, ran to Ma Popo's lap, gently patting her thigh to comfort her. Ma Popo looked at the little girl, her face cracking with sadness. We won't have a fixed home anymore, living in the open, exposed to the wind and rain. What's there to be happy about? Because starting today, Tian Bao will have not only grandma and uncle by her side, but also be able to stay with the master every day. Just thinking about it makes Tian Bao so happy. And Tian Bao has never left Huzhou City before. Now she can see many different towns. Of course she's happy. Yujio Tian tilted her head, her face full of longing. She had already convinced herself. Although the road ahead was full of unknown dangers, people always had to face difficulties. As long as she kept a cheerful heart, even hardships could bloom into sweet flowers. She also wanted her family to be happy. Finding joy in suffering was also a kind of happiness.
Ma Popo and Jiang Fenghua exchanged a quick, instinctive glance.
Though their words were innocent, it also lifted the spirits of the two elders. This isn't a trip to the mountains for fun. After tonight, you won't have a home. No bed to sleep in, no table to eat at, and you might even encounter mountain bandits who might harm you. Aren't you afraid? Ma Popo didn't hide the harsh reality. She even exaggerated it a little. If it were an ordinary child, a few comforting words might suffice. But this little girl was someone she cared about deeply, carrying her hopes and dreams. Naturally, she wanted her to learn to face harsh truths early on, to strengthen her resolve. Yujio Tian happily jumped and landed on Jiang Fenghua's lap. She tilted her head and smiled, saying, "Sweetie isn't afraid because she has grandma, uncle, brother Stone, and elder brother with her. Plus, the master is here too. With so many loved ones around, Sweetie feels like everywhere is home. There's no bed to sleep on, but Sweetie has grandma's warm embrace. There's no dining table, but everyone gathering around a big pot to eat outside feels so fresh. What are bandits? With elder uncle here, Sweetie isn't afraid at all." Just then, the Yu brothers walked in and heard Yujio Tian's innocent words. Their worries eased significantly. Yes, no matter what difficulties come, as long as the family is together, anywhere feels like home. The two elderly women exchanged smiles, clearly convinced by Yujio Tian's simple truth. "All right, you make a good point. The master has no objections. Actually, when I was young, I traveled alone for a few years. I could go anywhere without feeling attached. It's just a pity about the flowers, plants, and herbs in my yard, and the grains you sent last time." Grandmama shook her head and stood up. "Forget it, overthinking won't help. Everyone, wash up and go to bed early. Today, we can enjoy a warm night on the bed. Tomorrow, we might not be so lucky." Jiang Fenghua nodded and signaled to Su Xunyang to quickly bring water for Grandma Ma to wash. Others looked reluctantly at the abandoned belongings in the main room, then started preparing for bed. Yujio Tian, however, followed Grandma Ma's words and thought about her small courtyard at the foot of the mountain. She had put a lot of effort into caring for it. The vegetable garden in the corner probably still had a variety of fruits and vegetables. The grapevine there might still have some leftover purple grapes, and inside the house there were grains and herbs. In short, This small yard held all the hard work of the 70-year-old woman. If only she could take all of it with her. Thinking of this, Yujio Tian suddenly felt a dull throb in her head, as if she had been hit. Then she saw her space expanding into a large open area. The courtyard of Grandma Ma appeared in one corner of the space. Next, she noticed that the display screen showed a deduction of 10,000 trading coins. Yujio Tian's pupils shrank in shock. Had her space been upgraded? Surprisingly, even large objects like houses can be taken away. Most importantly, it can also be done remotely. Although losing so much money in the transaction was upsetting, the value gained far exceeded expectations. Yu Jiutian immediately smiled happily and said, "Grandma, close your eyes. Little treasure is going to do something." Zhang Fenghua was stunned for a moment but quickly realized what her granddaughter was about to do and closed her eyes immediately. When she opened her eyes again, the room that was full just moments ago was now empty, leaving only her and the chair beneath her. The old lady was shocked and stood up quickly, rubbing her eyes hard. She looked around the room. The winter quilt was gone, the food and potatoes were gone, even the medicinal herbs were missing. She looked at Yu Jiutian, who was winking playfully at her. Zhang Fenghua stepped forward 2 steps, hugged Yu Jiutian, and lowered her voice to whisper in her ear, "My dear, you must never do this alone again. You need to ask Grandma for permission first, okay?" It was quite frightening in the middle of the night. Although the villagers accepted Little Treasure's special abilities, witnessing such a terrifying scene was naturally frightening. On the run, there are many dangers, and such powers could bring trouble. Yu Jiutian stuck out her little tongue and nodded repeatedly to promise. Only then did Zhang Fenghua feel relieved. Still worried, she looked around the empty main hall again, afraid her family might notice something. She then let Little Treasure return to her original spot and planned to hide her again tomorrow. When the grandmother and granddaughter went to bed, Granny Ma was already snoring loudly, her peaceful sleep strangely making people feel more at ease. This night was destined to be difficult for many to sleep. Even the moon seemed reluctant, hiding behind clouds, unwilling to look at the sad, chaotic world. Yu Jiutian slept very lightly all night. When Zhang Fenghua got up in the morning, she was the first to open her eyes. Granny Ma beside her was also awake, but reluctant to get out of bed. Only after Yu Jiutian dressed herself did she slowly get up, as if delaying would change the situation. Outside, the sky was still dark. Not even roosters had crowed yet. It was probably only the early hours of the night. Su Xianyang woke up earlier than everyone else and had prepared a simple, filling breakfast. The family quietly filled their stomachs until they were very full. Before they finished cleaning up, loud noises came from outside the yard. People's voices mixed with the sounds of chickens and ducks. Soon after, Zhou Chongsheng knocked and called out. Zhang Fenghua opened the yard gate. In the dark night, she could barely see the dark crowd of people moving. She thought the Yu family had already gotten up early, but it turned out they were the last in the village. She didn't know that many villagers had stayed awake, keeping watch and watching the time. They were afraid of oversleeping, so everyone else had left, leaving only her family behind. And tonight, how many people could really sleep? The Yu brothers hurriedly pushed their cart outside. The threshold had been taken down earlier, just for today, to make it easier to load heavy things. While they did this, Zhou Chongsheng quickly checked the list and confirmed that every household head was accounted for. Over 60 families, and no one was missing. Although it was very dark, everyone could still see the Yu family's cart and the tall pile of belongings on it. They felt both envy and worry. No one in the village had the strength of the Yu family. Most could only carry grain in baskets on their backs. To bring more food, they only took a few warm clothes for winter. Even so, because of limited manpower, most families managed to bring some grain. They felt sad but had no choice. Men who could work with wood had it a little easier. They had prepared carts with wheels in advance, which proved very useful today. They couldn't carry everything, but it made their escape easier than others. Some families were very cautious about saving their belongings. They couldn't leave behind their grain-filled baskets or the sacks of grain they carried with 2 people. They even had chickens and ducks tied to their waists. Children as young as 5 or 6 carried heavy items too. Every able-bodied person was used just to bring a little more. Seeing how much the Yu family had packed, the villagers' worries grew strongest. With so much weight, they knew they couldn't keep up with the main group. Some smarter family heads decided to give up some things, removing unnecessary items. Others couldn't bear to part with anything and encouraged each other to stay strong and keep going. After the Yu family closed the courtyard gate and settled the 3 children in front of the cart, they pulled the cart to the front of the crowd. Zhou Chongsheng cleared his throat and said, "We are leaving now. Everyone stay close to the group and don't fall behind. Before dawn, we need to leave Huzhou City, which is 20 miles away. During the journey, please speak softly so as not to attract attention." The crowd became restless, and everyone gradually moved forward, following the people in front. Yu Chuanzhong carried the heaviest basket and pulled a cart with the 3 children sitting on it, leading the group. Jiang Fenghua and Su Xuanyang walked on either side of the cart. Su Xuanyang carried a basket on her back, and Jiang Fenghua held a vegetable basket in her hand. Little Stone followed behind Jiang Fenghua. The carts ahead were tied with 2 ropes, one in front and one behind. Yu Quanan and Yu Chuanyi pulled the carts at the front, while Yu Chuanli and Yu Quanxiao carried baskets on their backs and helped push from behind. Grandma Ma carried a medicine box and walked behind the cart on the side and slightly behind. Behind the Yu family, Zhou Chongsheng's family followed closely. Zhou Chongsheng carried a basket full of grain and pushed a cart also loaded with grain. Zhou Lishir and Zhou Bikui carried full grain baskets and held many other items. Despite the heavy loads, they were the lightest in the entire group in terms of travel gear. Following Zhou Chongsheng's family was the Zhang family. The Zhang family was better off than the Yu family, owning the village's only old ox and a cart. At this moment, the eldest Zhang, Dali, drove the ox cart with his 2 grandsons and a load of grain. The second son, Daliang, along with his 2 wives, carried full grain baskets. Grandma Zhang and Uncle Zhou also carried things in both hands. Everyone behind them hurried to keep up, afraid of falling behind. In the ox cart at the front, Yu Jiutian sat between her home and her brother, holding their hands tightly. The 3 children were well-behaved and snuggled together. Behind them was a pile of soft quilts, wrapped in a thin blanket that only revealed their little heads. They were the most comfortable children in the whole group. Because of this, they weren't afraid at all. Instead, they felt curious and excited. They stared wide-eyed, trying to see the path ahead in the dark night, but no matter how hard they tried, they could only see about half a yard in front of them. Before leaving, Yu Jiutian had moved everything from her home into her space. So, even though the future was uncertain, she felt very at ease. After walking for a while, she started to feel sleepy. Jiang Fenghua saw Yu Jiutian yawning, so she quickly tucked in their blankets. At the back of the group, Zhao Yumei carried only a basket filled with half of the grain, with Hu Xinhua sitting on top of the grain. Zhao Yumei's hands were busy. She held a pot in her left hand and a quilt in her right hand. To avoid falling behind, she ate a big bowl of dry rice in the morning, but now she was panting heavily. Hu Xinhua, hungry inside the basket, dared not make a sound. Although Zhao Yumei didn't abandon her, she hadn't eaten a single bite since returning from Yu's house yesterday. Hu Xinhua knew her mother was truly angry this time. "Listen, they're coming."